Chapter 1. Dog System. Come out and get scolded, ding. Longwa Star City check-in progress 100. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining iTechnique Moon Reading. The next check-in Star City has been unlocked. Please head to Nan and Star City to complete the check-in. And Cian adjusted his sunglasses. Another iTechnique. It's hard. My fists are hard. After a long silence, he suddenly took a deep breath, channeling his energy to his Dantian. Dog System. Come out and get scolded. Ding. Ding your mother's leg. Honestly tell me, did you tamper with it? Rewards are not controlled by this system and are completely random. I have diligently checked in at 8 star cities, and 5 of the rewards are iTechniques. You tell me this probability is completely random? You touch your conscience. Spit. And Cian stopped speaking, disdainfully spitting, that I forgot you don't have this thing. But if you had any conscience, you wouldn't have given me iTechniques. He pulled down his sunglasses, opening his eyelids to reveal hollow eye sockets without eyeballs. Come on, tell me, how am I supposed to use these iTechniques? Cannot be used. And Cian's blood pressure spiked. If it weren't for the system being incorporeal, he would have performed a proper military boxing routine on it. You know I can't use it, yet you keep giving me iTechniques, at least give me some eyeballs first. Ding. Request from the host received, system processing. And Cian's eyes. Forget it, they can't light up, but the anticipation is real that in the next second. Request denied. The host must retrieve their original eyeballs to use the iTechniques obtained from check-in. My fists are hard again. You dog thing. Are you playing with me? And Cian tightened his grip on the wooden cane, the veins on the back of his hand visible, showing his extreme anger. I've been here for a year. Ever since I regained consciousness, I've been looking for my eyes. If I could find them, would I need you to provide me with a pair? Please be patient. The host will naturally sense when the eyeballs are in the same star city as the body. This again, it's maddening that in this world, there's a saying. 3,000 stars hang in the sky, 3,000 cities on the ground. As the name suggests, there are as many as 3,000 star cities. Although there are now less than 1,000 star cities still under human control, it's still a vast number. Where the hell am I going to find them? And Cian once again realized this system is pure nonsense, and finally raised his middle finger to it, sending it a friendly greeting. Got a ticket to Nan and Star City. Nanan, the ticket seller paused, sizing up in Cian, who was wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane. Did you not see the news? 2 days ago, mutated species and star beasts attacked the city. The Federation announced that Nan has fallen, and they are organizing an emergency evacuation. The trains are not running, this dog system. And Cian gritted his teeth, once again dragging the family and friends of the traveler out in his mind to whip their corpses 100 times. Check-in Star City is also a fallen area. I knew this dog system wouldn't change its ways. Giving up on checking in at Nan means waiting a month for the system to randomly select the next check-in Star City. It's this hellish mechanism that caused Cian to only check in at 8 star cities in 2.5 years. Oh, you think I'm going to give up again? Ha! Dog thing. This time I'll make you understand how to write the word miscalculation. Nan, I'm going for sure. Not even Jesus can stop me, I said, and Cian sneered, during practice. Cough. I've been through 2.5 years of reincarnation. I've undergone a complete transformation. Nan has just fallen. The gathered star beasts and mutated species won't be too strong. Plus, the Federal Army is organizing the evacuation, which has resisted most of the pressure. This wave, no problem. Knock knock. The ticket seller, seeing Cian grinning to himself, remained silent and impatiently knocked on the glass twice, urging him, are you buying a ticket or not? If not, please let me through, others are waiting. And Cian snapped back to reality, normal in a second. Then give me a ticket to Bayan. Bayan Star City and Nan and Star City are the famous twin star cities of the northern border of the Federation. With similar names, close numbers, and adjacent locations, once in Bayan, there are plenty of ways to get to Nanan. The ticket seller took in Cian's documents and conducted a routine double-check. Bayan is in a state of preparation for war. The entire city is under martial law. It's easy to get in but hard to get out. Are you sure you want to go? Sure. Soon, a ticket along with the documents and change was handed over. Ticket, meal, handling fee, a total of $2,885. Hey, Racer 15. The train departs at 3:40 p.m. Thank you. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the cane tapping on the ground faded away, and watching Cian's retreating figure, the ticket seller muttered softly. A blind person is still running around, really asking for trouble. Ding, detected that the host has left the range of Longwa Star City. As a farewell gift, the proficiency of technique moon reading has been upgraded from beginner level to mastered level. In just a moment, and Cien absorbed the experience of using moon reading that was transmitted by the system. This moment, he theoretically had a preliminary grasp of this ability. The reason it is only theoretical is simple. Without eyeballs, he lacks practical experience. It's like an experienced driver who has seen thousands of images but still feels a bit unfamiliar during the first practical operation. However, with this foundational experience, once he finds his eyes, and Cien will be able to fully integrate this experience into himself after using it once or twice. While pondering where his eyes are most likely located among the star cities, he suddenly noticed movement from another person in the same cabin. That person crept over like a thief. Could it be someone stealing? And Cien thought, but soon overturned this idea. He saw that the person stood by Cien's bed and reached out for Cien's sunglasses. Just then, the train happened to enter a tunnel, the mountain blocking the already dim starlight. In the deep darkness, and Cien felt his sunglasses being taken off, a malicious smile briefly appearing on his lips before quickly disappearing. He tried hard to open his eyelids, staring blankly ahead. 10 seconds later, the train exited the tunnel. Damn! What the hell? Wang Gang was startled, quickly taking 2 steps back and falling onto the bunk. No wonder you don't take off your sunglasses at night. Turns out you're a little blind. Starlight flooded back in the cabin, providing a little light for the cramped space. The clattering sound of the train on the tracks echoed against the sporadic roars of mutated species in the wilderness. In the cabin with just the two of them, an inexplicable, eerie atmosphere emerged. It was midnight, and no one knew what kind of psychological blow Wang Gang faced when confronting a pair of eyes wide open yet devoid of eyeballs in such an environment, a huge body hiding a small heart. And Cien slowly got up, leaning against the cabin, his hollow eye sockets fixed on Wang Gang, saying nothing. Wang Gang felt a chill run down his spine from the stare, his anger dissipating instantly. A burly man felt an inexplicable fear. Little brother, you're not asleep. Huh? And Cien yawned and extended his hand. Sunglasses. Wang Gang then remembered that Cien's sunglasses were still in his hand. He hurriedly handed them over, awkwardly explaining, I was just curious why you wear sunglasses to sleep at night. I meant no harm. Don't take it the wrong way. Not at all. I'm actually quite happy to scare you. Wang Gang's mouth twitched, unable to respond, and Cien put on his sunglasses and lay down on his side. Wang Gang also lay down and asked, Little brother, are you going to be in alone? 3 of us. 3? Why did you separate after coming out together? Why not stay in the same cabin? In the same cabin? Aren't those 2 above? Above. The voice suddenly disappeared, and Wang Gang glanced at the 2 empty upper berths, the blankets neatly arranged, with not a single mark on the sheets. The heart that had just been set down was lifted again. He reached out to turn on the cabin light, and silently tucked his hands and feet under the blanket. The night in the wasteland was exceptionally cold. In 2 minutes of silence, Wang Gang's mind wandered, thinking about many things. This world has deformities and star beasts, but also has star warriors who can fight against them. Star warriors possess powers far beyond ordinary people. He had heard someone say that some star warriors raise little ghosts, but he never expected to be so unlucky as to encounter one himself. What bad luck! I, Wang Gang, have roamed the martial world for 20 years. Am I really going to become someone else's little ghost? Chapter 2. Did Liang Shun give you a buff? Isn't it funny? As Wang Gang, with tears in his tiger eyes, was thinking about his last words, and Cien suddenly spoke up. Wang Gang's mind was not processing properly. But as an ordinary person, facing the question from someone who seemed like a star warrior, he instinctively agreed. It's funny, really funny. TC. It was as if he was about to slap the word insincere on my face. And Cien smacked his lips, feeling quite bored. Ultimately, he attributed it to Wang Gang's lack of sense of humor on the other side. Wang Gang, nestled under the blanket, gradually regained his normal thought process and felt increasingly uneasy. Was he being played by this kid? Which star warrior would choose to travel on this kind of train? Even if the vehicle couldn't shield against radiation, it wouldn't be the same as him staying in this lowest tier, cheapest cabin, right? Wang Gang secretly observed Cien. Dressed in black clothes and pants, the fabric was ordinary, and the edges still showed loose threads, a definite street market item. The wooden cane leaning against the bed was unfinished. Even lacking paint, it would be scolded for being overpriced if sold for 15 bucks by a limping old man. No matter how he looked at it, this was a poor guy. It is well known that poor people cannot be Star Warriors' resources are a very high threshold. After realizing this, Wang Gang's teeth itched with anger. After years of wandering the martial world, today he was actually intimidated by a kid. What a disgrace, so damn disgraceful. The more Wang Gang thought about it, the angrier he became that he immediately got up, intending to grab the kid by the neck and lift him off the bed, then teach him a lesson about rules. But unexpectedly, just as he reached out in Xian's bed, a flash of silver light passed before his eyes. Immediately, his body was pulled back by his right hand, and a sharp pain spread from his palm. He turned to look, his pupils dilating in shock, only to see his right hand pierced by a straight knife, nailed to the cabin wall. Blood flowed and quickly stained the bed, turning the white sheets red. Following the blade, he looked to the other end and saw a familiar object, the wooden handle of the cane. He let out a delayed scream. The wretched cry broke the silence of the night, but didn't last long. S-H-H. And Xian placed his index finger on his lips, as if there were a mysterious power that forced Wang Gang to swallow back his scream. Oh, you dare to come again? Did I not chop off your hand just now, leading you to mistakenly think I'm a soft persimmon? Or did Liang Shun of our great China give you a courage buff? Wang Gang was drenched in cold sweat, feeling an icy chill deep in his bones. He didn't know where Great China was or who dared to call himself a god, but he knew he had misjudged. A young blind man, carrying a backpack and wielding a cane, dared to venture out of the city alone. He either had a screw loose or possessed extraordinary abilities. The youth before him was clearly not the former. That knife was so fast he hadn't even seen it coming. A Star Warrior, definitely a Star Warrior. And Xian leaned forward and gently patted Wang Gang's cheek. You're not young anymore. Why is your head still so hard? Have you been living like a dog all these years? Good thing I have a good temper. If it were someone else, you'd be dead by the time I took off my sunglasses. As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin door was flung open. It was the conductor, drawn by the scream. Upon seeing the scene in the room, he seemed unfazed. He leisurely took out a recording device and snapped a few pictures of the bloodstained bed, then casually said, "This train does not belong to the wasteland. It belongs to the federal security zone. According to federal law, killing in the security zone will lead to a manhunt. Wait until you get off the train to kill. The cabin and bed have been soiled. You need to pay a cleaning fee of 300 later. Also, if you need a doctor, you can find me. The charges are fair, no cheating." With another clatter, he closed the door and left. What a slap in the face. Just after saying he would kill him, the conductor popped out. Didn't he see I was trying to act tough? This conductor really has no sense of awareness. He'll definitely complain later. And Xian cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and casually flicked the knife. Bloodstains on the blade pooled into droplets, which he flicked onto Wang Gang's face. Worried that he hadn't cleaned it off properly, he wiped it on Wang Gang's clothes before sheathing it back into the wooden cane, turning it back into an ordinary cane. Originally, he hadn't planned to do much, just to pierce Wang Gang's palm as a form of punishment. Now that the conductor interrupted, the atmosphere was gone. So what was the point of holding on? Moreover, being hunted by the Federation was somewhat troublesome. Just the prohibition against boarding federal trains was enough to give him a headache. This was his main mode of transportation to check in at various star cities. From now until we reach Bayan, I hope you behave yourself, understand? Wang Gang didn't care whether Xian could see or not, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Although the conductor said not to kill, he didn't say anything about breaking a limb or something. Seeing that Xian wasn't pursuing the matter, he was naturally overjoyed. Good boy. And Xian leaned the cane against the bed and lay down. After a while, Xian thought of something and said, "The cabin and bed are soiled by your blood, so it's reasonable for you to pay the cleaning fee." While Wang Gang was simply bandaging his wound, he suddenly stiffened at Xian's words, fearing he would go back on his word. Not hearing an immediate response, Xian frowned. "What's wrong with this little brother? Your blood soiled my knife, and I didn't even ask you for the cleaning fee for the knife, only the bed's cleaning fee. Isn't that reasonable?" Just as he was about to argue, Wang Gang's response came. "Reasonable? Of course, it's reasonable. My blood soiled it, so I definitely have to pay the cleaning fee. That's more like I teach." Xian closed his eyes in satisfaction. He hoped Wang Gang really understood. Otherwise, adhering to the principle of 3 strikes you're out, he could only give him a big slap and, once outside the security zone, tear off his dog head with tears in his eyes. sending him to meet the god who loved him. The night passed without a word until dawn. During this time, Wang Gang didn't make a sound, even suppressing his urge to relieve himself. The conductor pushed the dining cart to distribute breakfast, the sound of the cart's bell echoing in the corridor. Xian stretched, the slight shaking of the train while in motion felt like a cradle, making it really good for sleep. "Brother, can I go to the bathroom?" Seeing Xian awake, Wang Gang cautiously asked. Xian paused his stretching motion, a few black lines appearing on his forehead. "What? Afraid you can't hold it in, and you need me to help you?" No. Then just go to the bathroom. Why are you asking me?" This person was simply inexplicable. So early in the morning, he left Xian speechless. Wang Gang gave a dry laugh, hunched over, and darted out. Xian rummaged through his bag for toiletries, leaning on his cane as he went out. When he returned after washing up, Wang Gang had already set breakfast on the table, a bowl of white rice porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of pickles. This was the standard breakfast for a low-tier cabin, and the meal fee had already been paid when buying the ticket. Xian picked up the chopsticks, tore off a piece of alcohol, wiped to clean them, and casually said, "You didn't take the opportunity to do anything, right?" Wang Gang shivered in fright, hurriedly saying, "How could I dare?" As he spoke, he was about to switch the 2 identical breakfasts, and Xian lightly tapped Wang Gang's hand with the end of his chopsticks, stopping his action. "Look at you, I was just joking. Why are you so nervous? He has no eyeballs and is blind, but that doesn't mean he can't see." During the washing up, everything in the room was under his watchful gaze. It was clear whether Wang Gang had done anything. The earlier question was merely a result of a mischievous sense of humor, just to tease Wang Gang. Ha, you're really humorous." Wang Gang forced a laugh and let out a sigh of relief. "Eat, don't just sit there, don't delay the train attendant from collecting the trays." Okay, the 2 of them ate in silence. The train speaker broadcasted a message. "Warm reminder. Hello, passengers, the train is about to enter the boundary of Star City. You can see the boundary marker on both sides of the train, and further ahead, you can see the gathering place of the homeless outside Star City. Passengers who are interested should not miss it." After 3 consecutive announcements, the broadcast faded away. About 30 seconds later, a 1-person-high metal monument flashed by outside the window, inscribed with the words Star City number 462. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in Xian's mind. "Ding! Detected that the host has entered the range of Star City. Starting check-in progress bar. Check-in progress 1, special gift for meeting. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 3, Vongong, on ambitious Govenger. Ding! Detected Star City, non-target Star City, check-in aborted." The progress bar just started, as expected. It stopped at 1%. Xian held his cane, running his fingertips over it. The wooden texture was very smooth, even without wax. "Dog system, give me the welcome gift. Don't think about cheating me. Welcome gift from Star City distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the home field authority of Star City. This Star City becomes one of the host's home fields. Still home field authority. It seems all Star City's welcome gifts are the same." Xian sensed that star power and mental power were much more active. The effect of home field authority is quite significant. For ordinary Star Warriors, the home field is the Star City where they became Star Warriors. The most intuitive manifestation is that in their home, Star City, the speed of absorbing star power is at full recovery rate. In guest star cities, absorbing star power from other stars will have a degree of weakening depending on their level. For the lowest F-level Star Warriors, the recovery speed can be weakened by as much as 90%. It's like a phone. It takes 10 minutes to fully charge with its own brand charger. But with another brand, it takes nearly 2 hours. This gap is extremely terrifying. Although Star City is not the next target Star City for check-in, it still has one of the check-in progress and obtained the welcome gift, home field authority, which can be considered a bug in the system. Xian was in a great mood. No one could refuse to take advantage of a dog system. No. Knock, knock, knock. The conductor knocked on the door and came in to take away the meal tray. There was still some time before the train arrived at the station, and feeling idle, Xian activated the chat mode. "Are you from Bainan?" Wang Gang quickly replied. "No, I'm from Duerge Star City number 2411. Duerge? That's over 2,000 in rank." Xian thought for a moment and had never heard of it. "Then why are you going to Bainan?" Not convenient to say. That's not it. Wang Gang organized his words and chuckled, saying, "Since Nannan hasn't fallen, I plan to go to Nannan to help the Federation evacuate the residents of Nannan." Oomph. Anshin scoffed and even laughed out loud. "Help the Federation? I take back what I said earlier. You're quite humorous. At least that joke was good." He leaned back against the train compartment. "Scavenger?" Wang Gang's face suddenly turned red. "No, I'm a treasure hunter." "Oh." Anshin pointed his cane at his bandaged right hand, asking teasingly, "A treasure hunter?" Wang Gang's expression changed, and after a moment, he deflated and stammered. "I'm a scavenger. Strictly speaking, the two belong to the same profession, just different in strength. Those without strength pick up trash in the wilderness and are jokingly called scavengers. The truly strong form teams to infiltrate fallen star cities and plunder the resources inside. These are called treasure hunters. Nannan is such a huge star city. The wealth contained within is unimaginable to ordinary people. In a short-term emergency evacuation, let alone emptying it, even moving away 1/10 would be a fantasy. The wealth that cannot be taken will naturally attract packs of wolves smelling the opportunity, especially for those scavengers who usually have no ability to enter fallen areas. This is an unprecedented carnival. Once I make a harvest this time and arm myself, I will definitely become a treasure hunter." Wang Gang suddenly exclaimed. "A scavenger who doesn't want to become a treasure hunter is not a good scavenger. I wish your dreams come true." Anshin said solemnly, "Every dreamer deserves respect." Then, he slumped down again, wishing and all that was just lip service, no need for more. He didn't care about those nonsensical matters. He only cared about whether there was a way to get to Nannan. "So, you have a way to get into Nannan?" "Yes." Wang Gang perked up. "If Anshin also went to Nannan and took him along, wouldn't that be like getting a bodyguard for free? I contacted a Bainan local. He knows the way, and the supplies are prepared. Also," Wang Gang leaned in and made a gesture with his hand, lowering his voice. "Also this thing." Anshin raised an eyebrow and tapped his cane on his head. "I know what you're gesturing. That's my business. But you can't play charades with a blind man. That's just inconsiderate." Wang Gang suddenly realized. Anshin's behavior almost made him forget that Anshin was blind. He quickly apologized twice, then continued. "I got a gun. A proper one used by the Federal Guard. Really good." "You got a gun? Prepared quite well, huh? Thinking of bringing me along with that?" "A gun is useful against aberrant species, but star beasts." He. Anshin understood. Aberrant species are humans or animals that have mutated due to radiation, gaining great power while their consciousness is eroded, amplifying their bloodthirsty nature. They're essentially still flesh and blood, so firearms are effective against them. But star beasts are different. Humanity has yet to discover how star beasts come to be. They are soul entities composed of star power and mental power, and conventional means cannot touch them, let alone inflict harm. However, star warriors are an exception. They can effectively inflict damage and slay star beasts using star power. Anshin didn't respond, and Wang Gang got anxious, seeing his bodyguard might slip away. How could he not be anxious? "It seems I can't hide my trump card anymore. To be honest, I spent a lot of money to coat the vehicle with star paint." "Star paint?" Anshin became interested. "Star paint is, to be precise, paint mixed with star or can block radiation from the wasteland. Only vehicles coated with this paint are qualified to operate in the wasteland. Otherwise, before reaching Nannan, they would become aberrant species under radiation erosion." Wang Gang nervously stared at Anshin. If this couldn't impress him, then there was really no way. "Well, no problem. Absolutely no problem." Anshin was puzzled. What was no problem? Going to Nannan, taking you to Nannan, definitely no problem. Anshin was shocked. "Didn't see that you were hiding a trick up your sleeve? You can read minds too." After the shock, he thought about it and understood Wang Gang's idea and couldn't help but smile. "You want me to be your bodyguard?" Wang Gang grinned awkwardly. "What bodyguard? It's you kindly protecting me. As for the fare, talking about this is too formal. Since we can share a compartment, it's fate. Since it's fate, taking you to Nannan is the right thing to do." This was said without fault. Anshin was not the kind of person who only knew how to take without giving back. Wang Gang had said this much, so he was willing to give a promise. "All right, take me to Nannan, and I'll guarantee your safety." This promise was a return. Not because he was worried that Anshin would die halfway, without anyone to drive. Definitely not. Wang Gang didn't care about those twists and turns. As long as Anshin agreed, it was fine. Rest assured, I will arrange everything for you. Pollution level 4. 56 pass. Pollution level 6. 81 pass. Pollution level 2. 22 pass. Bainan South Station, currently the only open civilian train station. All others have been requisitioned. At this moment, there were long lines at the station entrance, with military personnel maintaining order and testing personnel drawing blood for inspection. One every few seconds, the efficiency was extremely high. Following the line, they slowly moved forward, and after more than 10 minutes, it was Anxian's turn. Hand. Anxian extended his hand, immediately feeling a prick with a needle on his fingertip. In less than 2 seconds, the testing personnel's voice rang out. Pollution level 1. 13 pass. With his cane tapping the ground, Anxian slowly walked outside. 1. 13 pollution level, the same as last time in Longwa Star City. It seems that the train from Longwa to Bayan has a significant amount of star, ore, and the radiation shielding effect is pretty good, not increased at all. He walked outside, and behind him, the emotionless and cold voice of the inspector sounded again. Pollution level 10. 01. Not allowed to pass. Take away. Chapter 4. Interception at night, leaving the city. No. I tested it before. It's 9. 8. It's 9. 8. The man panicked, seeing 2 armed soldiers approaching. He grabbed the tester's hand and pleaded desperately. It must be a mistake with the equipment. Please test me again. I'm begging you. The tester averted his gaze, ignoring him. There were always a few who exceeded the limit every day, and he was just a tester. His words didn't count here. The soldiers grabbed the man's arms and began to drag him away. He wept bitterly and shouted in despair, I have money. I can give you money. Let me in. Please, let me into the city. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Suddenly, he broke free from the soldiers, overturned a table, and ran towards the station exit. If the pollution level exceeded 10, it was classified as having a risk of uncontrollable mutation. The best outcome would be the cancellation of federal citizenship, thrown out of the Star City to fend for himself. Without the protection of Star City, the only place to go was the gathering area for refugees outside the city, silently enduring radiation and gambling with their lives. Those with better luck would see their pollution level stop rising at a certain point, the mutation process halting, becoming a half-mutant, and then being conscripted by the army to die on the battlefield. Those with worse luck would fully mutate into a distorted form, getting shot down in the gathering area. The man quickly rushed in front of Ncien. The soldiers behind, having completed their report, put down their walkie-talkies, raised their guns, and aimed. Bang! A hot sensation grazed Ncien's cheek, and he stopped in his tracks. The next second, there was a thud, and a body fell to the ground. The splattered blood landed right in front of Ncien's feet, almost splattering onto his clothes. The cleanup crew arrived quickly and efficiently, dragging away the body and cleaning up the blood in one go. The whole process took less than a minute. If it weren't for the lingering smell of blood in the air, no one would believe that someone had just died here. There were long queues at the station, and not a single person gasped at his death. In this terrible world, if one did not want to curl up and die in a star city, then enduring radiation was inevitable the moment they left the city. Regardless of the process, accepting the fate of death due to radiation without complaint was an awareness everyone should have. Ncien leisurely bypassed that area, exited the gate, and took a breath of fresh air, feeling nothing unusual. After all, he wasn't newly arrived. He had already understood the cheapness of life in these 2.5 years. Hey, if a saint were to cross over here and see all those refugees waiting to die outside each star city, they would surely cry to death. Ncien entertained himself with this thought, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Brother, I'm here. At that moment, Wang Gang ran over. He had come out earlier than Ncien and contacted a local from Bayan who knew the way. A small, thin man, looking quite sharp, followed closely behind. Gongzi, is this the star warrior you mentioned? The thin man questioned with skepticism, doubting not only Ncien, but also Wang Gang's sanity. Ncien's shabby appearance and attire were even worse than his. A young blind man. How could he possibly look like a star warrior? He had once had the fortune to speak a few words with a star warrior, and the pressure from just standing in front of them was immense. Compared to that person, Ncien was completely on different levels. A delicate little brat, still blind. Shut up. Wang Gang quickly covered his mouth and pulled him into a corner, threatening him in a low voice. Moments later, the two returned, and Wang Gang was afraid that Xian would get angry and quit due to this foolishness. Finding someone who knew the way in Bayan Star City wasn't difficult, but finding another Star Warrior might not be so lucky. With a smiling face, he cautiously said, "Brother, he doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him." And Xian pushed his sunglasses up on his nose lazily and waved his hand. "I'm not that petty. Just introduce him." "All right." Seeing that Xian wasn't angry, Wang Gang beamed with joy. "You can just call him Thin Monkey. Later, he will treat you to a meal as an apology." Then Wang Gang shot a warning glance at Thin Monkey, who had a long face and a dismissive tone. "And brother, I shouldn't. Just right, I'm hungry. Let's go eat," and set off early after. And Xian leaned on his cane and walked straight past Thin Monkey, too lazy to hear him out. This person was average. There was no need for a deep connection. After they got to Nanan, they would have no further interaction. Knowing a name was enough. "Brother, I know a place for stir-fried dishes. It's a delicacy in Bayan." Wang Gang hurriedly caught up, leading the way while wondering whether to kick Thin Monkey out and find someone else. The two walked quickly, and in the blink of an eye, only their backs were left. Thin Monkey was left standing in place, spitting on the ground at their retreating figures. "Damn, what the hell? If it weren't for me not having a car." Spitting in public incurs a fine of 200. A fine notice suddenly appeared before him, and Thin Monkey froze, about to curse. The cleaner snorted coldly, stepping aside to reveal the armed soldier guarding the station entrance. Thin Monkey felt like a duck with its neck squeezed. With a dark face, he pulled out 200. What a stroke of bad luck. After the cleaner left, Thin Monkey cursed under his breath, adjusted himself, and quickly put on a smile as he chased after Xian and Wang Gang. He had racked up a mountain of debt playing cards a few days ago, and he couldn't afford to fall out with Wang Gang now. Otherwise, being left behind and unable to go to Nanan to make money would mean waiting to be chopped up and thrown out of the city to feed the mutants. At 2 a.m, Bayan was under martial law, allowing entry but not exit. Violators would be detained. "Get out of the car." On a remote dirt road, 2 soldiers raised their guns and intercepted a pickup truck. Wang Gang glared at Thin Monkey in the passenger seat and whispered, "Is this the way you said you could get out of the city?" I don't know," Thin Monkey said with a mournful face. How was he supposed to know this godforsaken place would have guards? This road was used by Bayan's underground organization to dispose of bodies or transport contraband. It had always been hidden, and he had never encountered soldiers before. Clang! One of the soldiers knocked on the car hood with his gun and quickly pointed the gun at the interior. "Deaf? Say it again. Get out of the car." Thin Monkey's eyes turned fierce. He definitely couldn't go back now. Going back meant death. Rage surged within him, and he wanted Wang Gang to step on the gas and run over the 2 soldiers to charge through. These 2 soldiers were just ordinary people, flesh and blood. They couldn't possibly stop them. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Gang slapped him across the face. "Looking for death? Don't drag me into this." This car was under his name, and if something happened, the Federation would surely find him. He wanted to get rich in Nanan, but he didn't want to be wanted by the Federation because of it. Wang Gang took a deep breath and opened the car door, getting out. He handed a card from the Federal Bank to one of the soldiers. "You two are working hard at this late hour. This card has 100,000 federal coins on it. Take it, go drink, relax a bit." The soldier's eyes flickered, and he threw the bank card back at Wang Gang's face. Bribing public officials adds to your crime. Wang Gang's face turned ugly. Was it because it was too little? In preparation for this trip to Nanan, he had sold everything he had. 100,000 was all his remaining savings, and at that moment, he didn't know what to do. Chapter 5. Fake gun, empty chamber, quite the trickster on a second-hand pickup truck with dents. Anshin reclined in the back seat and rolled down the window. "Gongzi, get in." His voice was particularly clear in the quiet night. Before Wang Gang could move, a soldier approached the rear window. "Oh, there's another person." He pulled on the car door, but it didn't open because it was locked from the inside. He simply thrust the gun's muzzle through the lowered window, aiming it at Anshin. "Still dare to tell him to get in? You get down too. Come on. Who are you scaring with a toy gun?" Anshin yawned, initially not wanting to get involved, but the other party was too greedy and truly clueless. Why not just take the 100,000 and let everyone go their own way? Why seek death? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Gang and the thin monkey exchanged suspicious glances at the guns in the soldiers' hands. The two soldiers' expressions changed slightly, and with a click, they pulled back the gun bolts. The one aiming at Anshin even pushed the gun forward and shouted, "Toy gun? Want to use your head to test if it's a toy or not? Looks pretty real. What a waste not to be an actor," Anshin muttered. He tapped the ground with his cane, and an invisible ripple spread out, rapidly constructing images in his mind. This was the ability obtained from the first Star City's check-in, all-knowing vision. Anshin was certain that the system was afraid a blind person, might die inexplicably, and without a host, it would have no choice but to secretly give him a divine skill. The ability was simple. It used mental power and star power to generate images carried by sound waves. The entry-level all-knowing vision could construct a flat image around him. The mastery level added the concepts of up and down, no longer limited to flat images. These two levels were rewards for reaching 100 progress in the first Star City check-in, and a farewell gift upon leaving the Star City. Perhaps due to Anshin's blindness, he quickly improved his proficiency in all-knowing vision. In just half a year, his proficiency reached the mastery level. At the mastery level, with increased star power supply, he could ignore conventional obstacles, commonly known as X-ray vision. Additionally, it had growth potential. All-knowing vision was a spherical domain, expanding from an initial diameter of 10 meters to now 200 meters. Within the range of all-knowing vision, he could be said to be an all-knowing god. Cough. Saying so is a bit arrogant. But for ordinary people who cannot use star power or mental power to interfere or block, it truly was the case. They had no secrets in front of Anshin. As long as Anshin wanted, he could know the length and thickness of every hair on the other person's body. The moment the two fake soldiers jumped out, he could see through their underwear, let alone the fake items in their hands. The internal structure was presented in his mind without a single detail missing. Anshin grabbed the gun barrel and pressed it against his forehead. "Come on, pull the trigger. Just where your finger is. Let me see. You aren't afraid of dying?" The soldier's expression changed repeatedly, realizing he had met a tough opponent. It was impossible to shoot. Once he did, he would be exposed. Robbing was one thing, but impersonating a federal soldier and getting caught would be serious. He panicked, his gaze darting around as he tried to make excuses. "There's a rule from above." "No." "Rules? What rules? Acting like a big shot? The toy in your hand is one thing, but at least put in some bullets." An empty chamber toy gun, quite the trickster, Anshin scoffed. Wang Gang finally reacted, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. He almost handed over the 100,000 coffin money. Who would have thought of pretending to be soldiers to collect money in the middle of the night? The two fake soldiers, seeing they could no longer keep up the act, exchanged glances and suddenly attacked. They dropped the fake guns and pulled out fruit knives strapped to their waists. The gun control in the Star City was strict, and it wasn't easy to get a real one, but fruit knives were still easy to come by. They each lunged at Anshin and Wang Gang. "We were just going to steal your car, but since you had to expose us, then you can die." The knife sliced through the air, heading straight for Anshin's face. Anshin slightly tilted his head to avoid it, then bent down and pulled out a rifle from under the seat. The man was momentarily stunned, then sneered. "Using my own moves? Do you think I'm a fool?" Saying this, he reached through the window, intending to open the door from the inside. "Yours is fake, but mine might not be." Anshin calmly chambered around, raised the gun, and aimed. In all-knowing vision, a virtual line extended from the muzzle, connecting directly to the fake soldier's brow. At the moment they connected, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire erupted, and the bullet shot out. Anshin retracted the gun, pretended to blow non-existent smoke from the muzzle, and then poked the barrel out the window. The fake soldier outside the car collapsed with a thud. The blood hole in his forehead was exceptionally glaring, with an expression still frozen on his face, transitioning from disdain to disbelief. Right on target. The last time Anshin handled a gun was during the last incident. He wasn't interested in it, just fiddled with it a couple of times before tossing it under the seat. However, within all-knowing vision, he could hit exactly where he aimed, and he was quite satisfied with this. Wang Gang, the thin monkey, and the other fake soldier were all startled by the gunshot. They didn't expect the seemingly innocent-looking youth to be so decisive. Wang Gang felt a chill run down his back, thankful that he had survived the train incident. The thin monkey was no better off, his wariness of Anshin rising significantly, instantly shrinking his neck and lowering his presence. Gongzi, catch the gun. Anshin suddenly threw the gun. Quickly deal with it and get out. Don't waste time. Wow, damn. Wang Gang was still in a daze when the gun hit him in the face and fell to the ground. As he rubbed his sore nose, he went to pick up the gun. Anshin raised the car window, and halfway up, he noticed that the fake soldier reacted faster than Wang Gang. The fake soldier was using all his strength. If he waited for Wang Gang to get the gun, the other accomplice would end up like the first one. He exploded with incredible speed, pouncing to grab the gun. What he tightly held in both hands was not just a gun, but hope for survival. Ha ha ha. Fool. Now the gun is in my hands. Wang Gang, a step too late, felt his body stiffen, guilt flooding his face. We're done for. The fake soldier immediately aimed the gun at Anshin, furious at this kid for shooting his brother. The cold metallic feel of the gun gave him unprecedented confidence, feeling powerful. Sure enough, a real gun couldn't be compared to a fake one. Staring at Anshin, his eyes reddened, and his expression turned ferocious. You little bastard. Go die with Brother Guang. Tat tat tat. Trouble. Anshin frowned and whispered, but it was just a trouble. Although he had never systematically contacted the power system of Star Warriors in this world and didn't know his exact strength, he understood that ordinary firearms no longer posed a threat to him. With incredible speed, Anshin drew the knife from his cane, thrusting his arm out while simultaneously leaning back. In a split second, the bullet grazed past him, shattering the window and disappearing into the night. The fake soldier, however, was not so lucky. The speed of the cane knife was even faster than the bullet. In an instant, it pierced his left chest, penetrating his heart, extinguishing his life while pinning his body to the ground. Anshin clearly saw this scene in all-knowing vision. Given you a chance, and you still couldn't do anything. He lightly got up and said to Wang Gang, who hadn't recovered from the rapidly changing situation, clean the knife and bring it back. We need to find something to block this window. Anshin tightened his collar and murmured softly, it's really autumn now. The little wind is chilly. Chapter 6. Greenvine Valley. The first ray of light broke through the darkness. The pickup truck stopped in a small valley. The entrance to the valley was narrow, with dense green vines climbing on both sides, making it very concealed. Wang Gang leaned back to peek and softly called out, Anshin. Need to pee again? The three words made Wang Gang's face turn red. Can't get past this hurdle, can we? After racking his brain for a dozen seconds on how to respond, he ultimately decided not to answer and skipped the question to return to the main topic. Bro, as planned, we'll rest here during the day and set off after dark. If all goes well, we can reach our destination by dawn. Oh, you all decide what you want. Not traveling during the day was to avoid encountering the troops retreating from Nanan to Beinan, which Anshin understood. Besides, he didn't know the way. As long as they got to Nanan smoothly, he had no objections. Stopping in Greenvine Valley is absolutely safe. The thin monkey patted his chest, jumping out to make his presence known. Let's hope so, Anshin replied with a meaningful tone. Greenvine Valley, Greenvine Valley. One should know that the mutations caused by radiation affected not just humans and animals. It was unclear whether the monkey was truly unaware or simply had bad intentions. The three of them had a simple meal of bread to stave off hunger, and Anshin changed his position to continue sleeping. Wang Gang and the thin monkey leaned back against their seats to rest, careful not to encroach on Anshin, not daring to lower the seat backs even a little. At noon, the thin monkey stealthily opened the car door. Even that little noise startled Wang Gang awake. What are you doing? He stared warily at the thin monkey. No one dared to sleep deeply outside the city unless they were looking for death. If it was to pee, he could use a bottle. Stepping outside exposed him to radiation. The thin monkey held his stomach, his features scrunched up. I have a stomachache. Wang Gang showed a look of disgust. You're such a hassle. Hurry up and come back, be careful. All right. After the thin monkey got out of the car, his pained expression vanished, and he jogged to the valley entrance. Looking at the green vines on both sides of the valley, he revealed a sinister smile. Damn it, you all look down on me, huh? Just wait, you'll regret it. He lifted his shirt to reveal a wound from a debt collector's beating. Rubbing it hard with his hand, grimacing in pain. The still healing wound oozed blood, and a faint smell of blood wafted through the air, causing the vines at the valley entrance to seem to come alive, their ends starting to twitch slightly. From a distance, it looked like a bunch of snakes coiling and intertwining. Upon seeing this, the thin monkey quickly dropped his shirt to cover the wound, then took out a small spray bottle from his pocket and sprayed himself from head to toe, just finishing it. After doing all that, the thin monkey casually returned to the car, smiling at Wang Gang, and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep. Meanwhile, Anshin in the back seat curled his lips in disdain. It seemed this monkey had bad intentions. Maintaining the lowest energy consumption for omniscient observation had become second nature for Anshin. In this state, although he lacked the ability to see through walls or lock onto enemies, he still had a basic field of vision with a diameter of 200 meters. 200 meters was enough to cover the small valley. Every move the thin monkey made after getting out of the car was under Anshin's watchful gaze. The awakened green vines slowly wriggled toward the pickup truck. Plants naturally absorb energy to grow. After mutation, this trait was amplified infinitely. They were no longer satisfied with the nutrients in the soil and turned their gaze toward living beings. The flesh and blood of living beings were tastier and provided more direct and substantial nutrients. In simple terms, mutated plants eat humans. More accurately, it's not just humans. Even mutated species and different types of mutated plants are also their targets. The existence of Green Vine Valley was not a secret to the underworld forces of Bainan. It was an excellent place for disposing of corpses. The fact that these green vines could grow so lush was thanks to the food provided by them. The thin monkey also knew about Green Vine Valley, which was why he specifically bought a small bottle of spray to avoid attacks from the vines. When he initially agreed with Wang Gang, he planned to use the vines to take out Wang Gang. However, the addition of Anshin made him hesitate about whether to go through with it. But when he thought about offending Anshin right after they met, and then witnessing Anshin's strength, the thin monkey felt anxious the entire way. He feared that after successfully bringing the two to Nanan, Anshin would settle the score later. So he gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble and continue with the plan. Having seen Anshin's strength, the thin monkey didn't expect the green vines to kill Anshin. As long as the vines could hold the two of them back, he could take the opportunity to drive away. Then he would drive to Nanan to make a big haul, finally pretending to be a citizen of Nanan and following the Federation's evacuation. On the other hand, even if Anshin and Wang Gang managed to escape, without a way to block radiation, their pollution levels would definitely exceed the limit before they could return to the nearest star city. In that case, it would still be a dead end. The plan was beautiful, and the thin monkey almost laughed out loud. What are you laughing about? Share it, so I can be happy too. A curious voice rang in his ear, causing the thin monkey's heart to skip a beat. Opening his eyes, he saw Anshin's head poking over from between the two front seats, and he forced a smile. I wasn't laughing. You think I'm blind? Oh, I really am blind, then it's nothing. Anshin sat back, stroking his cane, contemplating where to stab the thin monkey with a knife later to avoid a blood spray. The thin monkey's lips twitched, cursing silently that Anshin was crazy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Wang Gang, who had just been woken up again, rubbed his aching temples and, not daring to say anything to Anshin, prepared to continue sleeping. His peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a vibrant green. That was the vines at the valley entrance. The lack of sleep made his mind a bit unclear, and it took him 2 seconds to scream. Mutated species. These green vines are mutated species. So unlucky. The thin monkey, seeing he had been discovered, cursed under his breath. Among mutated species, plants posed the least threat. These green vines had never consumed a star warrior. They were the lowest level mutated plants, with an IQ lower than that of ordinary beasts. If they had not been discovered, it would have been easy for them to contact Wang Gang unknowingly, anesthetize him, and then wrap him up to death. Even if Anshin was a star warrior, getting tangled would still take some effort. However, now that they were on guard, the green vines would find it difficult to pose a threat. Seeing the plan fail and wanting to avoid suspicion falling on himself, the thin monkey pretended to panic. How is that possible? I've been here a few times, and the green vines have never moved. Damn it, how could there be mutated plants? Wang Gang frantically searched. Where is it? Where did I put it? Anshin handed over a flamethrower. Looking for this? Yes. Wang Gang took it, turned off the safety, rolled down a car window. and aimed the flamethrower at the green vines that had already climbed onto the car. Vibrant flames spewed from the nozzle, and the green vines enveloped in fire quickly turned yellow. A large number of green vines felt the pain, writhing madly, creating a noticeable rustling sound as they rubbed against each other. Under the threat of flames, their aggression was stimulated, and their attack speed actually increased. A mass of green vines surrounded the car. Anxian sat calmly, showing no signs of panic. Things without brains are just like that. Hit it once, and it gets angry and fights back. Hit it 10 times, and it feels pain and retaliates even more violently. But hit it 100 times, and it gets scared and starts to flee. Before long, a large number of green vines followed the scent of flesh and blood and poked their heads through the car window. Anxian enveloped his body in a layer of star power to isolate his presence. This simple and crude method was highly effective against such mindless things. Sure enough, the green vines in the back seat and trunk retreated. All the green vines gathered toward Wang Gang, and as Wang Gang intensified his firepower, Anxian posed a sole question. "Thin monkey, why is there no green vine on your window?" The thin monkey froze for a moment, stammering an explanation. Maybe my meat. The green vine doesn't like to eat it." Wang Gang glanced back at the thin monkey, saying nothing. An instigator Xian, elongating his tone, said in a strange voice, "Oh, is that so? There are picky eaters among the mutated species. Really a knife to the butt, what an eye-opener. Damn it, cheap. Too cheap." The thin monkey lowered his head, grinding his teeth in hatred. At this moment, Xian sensed something unusual, resting his right hand on the cane, pulling the knife out an inch. 2 seconds later, he chuckled and pressed the knife back in. In the omniscient perspective, a small green snake was swimming among the green vines. If one looked closely, they could see through its body to the other side. Although it was swimming among the green vines, it occasionally passed directly through a vine, proving it had no physical form, existing between the illusory and the real. A soul body that cannot be affected by physical means. An extremely obvious characteristic, this was undoubtedly a star beast. Chapter 7. The Foolish Snake and a Miserable Monkey Suck. Suck, suck, suck. Go over there. Quick, go over there. Under the omniscient perspective, Anxian used his mind to drive the little snake, a fake one, to swim towards the skinny monkey. The little snake stopped in front of the car, seemingly deep in thought. As the lowest level star beast, its IQ was still higher than that of most deformities. It flicked its tongue, swayed its head, glanced at the flamethrower in Wang Gang's hand, and decided to go find the skinny monkey. The flame of the flamethrower couldn't harm it, but seeing it was still a psychological hurdle. Even if it knew it was fake, it still needed some mental preparation to dive into the fire. This little snake's awareness was clearly insufficient. It crawled along the tire to the car door, poked its head near the window, its snake eyes staring at the skinny monkey, drool dripping down. However, the drool, as intangible as its body, dissipated shortly after leaving it. Anxian was overjoyed to see the little snake, as he wished, approach the skinny monkey. Did I unlock a new use of the omniscient perspective? He excitedly explored for a while, but eventually sighed in disappointment. It was all just a coincidence. Anxian shifted his focus back to the little snake and was shocked. Could this snake be a fool? What is it doing swaying outside the car window? You don't have a physical body. Can a window stop you? Just come in. After pondering for a moment, the little snake suddenly realized it was a star beast. This broken car was not something it couldn't enter. It opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, and suddenly lunged forward. Bang! It was Anxian's silent facepalm, also the sound he imagined for the snake hitting the door. What a fool. Why not just hit the car window? Why hit the door? Wang Gang spent a fortune on the star paint for the car. It was not just for show. Star mineral products could not only block radiation, but also could withstand star beasts to some extent. The little snake that fell to the ground wobbled as it propped itself up, flicking its tongue, confusion filling its small eyes. The invincible, intangible body faced its first obstacle. It stubbornly climbed back to the spot where it had fallen and crashed into it again. Anxian couldn't watch anymore and quietly gathered star power to give a little push. This time it was smooth. The little snake adjusted in position, entered the car through the window. The little snake landed on the skinny monkey's leg, shaking its head triumphantly, proving that it was just an illusion earlier. It was pleased, but the skinny monkey, with his head down, was not feeling great. He was thinking about how to explain things when suddenly a snake lunged onto his leg. The surprise came too quickly for him to prepare it all. As his eyes met the snake's, the little snake began to drool again. At such a close distance, it had already caught the scent of the soul emanating from this human. Hungry, hungry, hungry. So delicious, I want to eat him. A snake. There's a snake. The skinny monkey reacted faster than his brain, drawing a dagger from his waist to strike at the upright snake. The little snake, having just validated that its body was still invincible, didn't even think to dodge. If the skinny monkey's dagger had been made entirely of star minerals, it might have been able to cut the little snake. Or if it contained some star minerals, it could inflict some damage on the snake. Unfortunately, neither was the case. Being as poor as he was, the star minerals, which could be considered luxuries, were far beyond his means. The skinny monkey watched helplessly as the dagger passed right through the little snake, encountering no resistance at all. He instantly realized this was a star beast. He immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, "Ange, save me." Anshin rolled his eyes. Save you? Who was it that wanted to kill me before? Expecting me to repay evil with kindness? Get lost. The little snake, smelling the essence of the skinny monkey's soul, felt the change in aura due to fear. It seemed even more delicious. It opened its mouth, coiling its body, then suddenly straightened like a spring and lunged out. The slender body slipped into the skinny monkey's head, and when it reappeared, it gulped something down, showing a hint of satisfaction that resembled humanity. At that moment, the skinny monkey was not feeling good. The soul is the carrier of mental power. When mental power is consumed, it leads to fatigue and headaches, which can be restored with rest. However, when the soul is torn apart, it is far from simple. It felt like 1,000 needles were stabbing his brain. A pain so intense it felt like he was dying. His face turned pale, and the extreme pain left him unable to make a sound. The little snake, perhaps just born, was already full after that one bite. However, with food in front of it, taking one bite and leaving was an absolute insult to the delicacy. It shouldn't have been, it was too wrong. The little snake decided to take another bite, holding it in its mouth, waiting for the digestion in its stomach before swallowing again. It thought this way and acted accordingly. The previous scene repeated itself. As the little snake happily left with its delicacy in its mouth, the pain the skinny monkey endured was beyond description. His face turned red, veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot, and tears of blood streamed down his cheeks, extremely horrifying. The pain of the soul being torn apart not only prevented him from fainting, but instead made him more alert. Outside the window, the green vines left the ground covered in yellow remnants, which had long since receded. Wang Gang, who was watching everything, looked at the skinny monkey with a mix of pity and fear, his wariness of star beasts rising to an entirely new level. Anshin, however, still wore an indifferent expression. He had fought against a 100-meter giant snake. This little guy was not enough to stir any emotions in him. However, seeing the skinny monkey suffer this torment, he had no intention of holding him accountable for bringing the green vines upon himself. TSK, I am such a good person, Anshin sighed. The skinny monkey, whose temples were throbbing, had no idea he had just narrowly escaped death. He struggled to adapt to the pain, and after an unknown amount of time, his shattered soul regained control over his body, finally able to make a sound. It hurts. It hurts like hell. The piercing scream struck Wang Gang's eardrum, and he hurriedly covered his ears. The scream continued for an unknown duration until it finally ceased after Anshin's annoyed chop. Time passed quickly, and soon it was dark. Just as Wang Gang and Anshin opened a can of meat, the skinny monkey slowly regained consciousness. Ugh! The pain still stimulated his nerves. He tried to reach for water, but was horrified to discover that his left arm had lost all feeling. The after effects of a damaged soul were beginning to show. My hand, what happened to my hand? Why can't I feel it? Perhaps your left arm of the soul body was eaten by the little snake? Anshin kindly explained, shoving a spoonful of canned meat into his mouth to chew, pleasantly surprised to find it tasted pretty good. Gangzi, where did you buy this can? I want to buy some too for eating on the train. This is a specialty from Bayan. You can find a big supermarket in Bayan, and the one that sells for 185 is this one. Anshin nodded and started eating, suddenly realizing that the omniscient perspective had detected some unfriendly visitors approaching. This little guy had lunch and now was coming for dinner, right? They came in a big group, not treating us as outsiders at all. As Anshian's words fell, Wang Gang, who was eating the canned food, still had not accepted that the skinny monkey had lost his left hand and was startled, hurriedly looking around. From the direction of the valley mouth, dozens of emerald green snakes were swimming towards the car, with the small one from Noon leading the way. They swaggered in, showing no intention of concealing their actions, fully embodying what it meant to be arrogant. Wang Gang's mouth fell open, and he shivered, dropping the can in his hand. The skinny monkey reacted even more violently. The pain that had not yet dissipated suddenly exploded like water hitting hot oil. The excruciating pain from his soul spread throughout his body, causing his upper and lower teeth to clash together, his body shaking uncontrollably. I'm done for. Scene switch. In the back seat, Anshian, along with Wang Gang and the skinny monkey, was completely in a different mood. He leisurely ate his canned food, occasionally savoring it. One could have meat, and he was eating it like a camel at dinner. As the snake swarm approached, Wang Gang snapped back to reality. He was unwilling to wait for death, quickly releasing the handbrake and starting the pickup truck. During the period, he didn't forget to yell at the thin monkey. Damn, I've truly run into bad luck for 8 lifetimes, believing in nonsense. This is what you call absolute safety. First there were the mutated green vines, and now there are the star beast snakes. If I miraculously don't die, I'll chop you up and feed you to the mutated species. The thin monkey, like a bullied little wife, clutched the safety belt and shrank in the seat, his mind a blank, trembling and muttering. We're dead. We're dead. The engine roared, startling the snake swarm. Dozens of snakes halted their advance, their snake eyes glowing with a cold, eerie light in the night. Suddenly, a snake as thick as a bowl and several meters long swam to the front of the snake group, most of its body coiled up, the remaining part standing taller than the car, exuding an immense sense of intimidation. Its mouth opened, tongue flicking, and Wang Gang surprisingly detected a mocking meaning in its expression. It was laughing at the people in this car for being overconfident. The courage Wang Gang had mustered dissipated instantly, and he felt all strength leave him. Slumping in his seat, this big snake was estimated to have sea-level strength. Most of the highest combat power in Star City is only B-level. Sea-level is already the top level that ordinary people can encounter. Wang Gang couldn't understand why he would encounter a sea-level star beast in such a place. Greenvine Valley is not far from Nanan Star City. Shouldn't a star beast of this strength be attacking Nanan instead? He couldn't figure it out, so he gave up and closed his eyes, waiting for death. A small F-level star beast snake could easily take the thin monkey's life at noon. He could only watch helplessly, let alone this sea-level big snake. He didn't expect peace. In his view, Ncien was young, and even if he were a star warrior, he could at most deal with E-level star beasts. And this was sea-level. It seemed that today, heaven wanted me dead here. Wang Gang gave up on lying flat. While the thin monkey was so terrified he seemed dazed. Looking at Ncien again, he was still eating canned food. The soft smacking and swallowing sounds of food were clear in the deathly silent car. Delicious, indeed delicious. After the last bite of meat went down, Ncien wiped his mouth and thought of a crucial question. There can't be any technology or harsh methods in this, right? As he pondered this, a small snake darted through the front windshield, rushing towards Ncien's face. When it was less than 10 centimeters from Ncien's brow, it could already imagine how delicious this person's soul was. Compared to this boy's soul, the souls of the two people in front were mere dregs. Eating him would surely allow it to advance. It couldn't wait to reveal its fangs, preparing to take a big bite. However, no matter how beautiful the imagination was, Ncien would show it how cruel reality could be. A slender hand, covered with star power, ruthlessly caught it. The little snake was a bit dazed, opened and closed its mouth a couple of times, biting nothing but air, and wiggled its tail forward, yet couldn't move at all. Huh? What's going on? Why can this person grab me? Am I not my mother's child? Is my star beast body fake? Didn't anyone teach me that interrupting others' thoughts is bad behavior? While scolding, Ncien stretched his hand, holding the small snake forward. When it reached above the thin monkey's head, he let go and spoke in a tone like coaxing a child. Be good. Go play with your monkey uncle. He likes you. The little snake coiled on top of the thin monkey's head, its mind still in a muddle. The thin monkey was startled by Ncien's action, suddenly jolting awake and forcing out a smile that was worse than crying. I don't. No. You like it. And Xian pushed up his sunglasses, sensing the snake swarm that had already approached within 3 meters of the car. Holding his cane and opening the car door. Gongzi, take a look at the ingredient list of this canned food. If it's clean, open another can for me. I'm still a bit hungry. Wang Gang nervously watched Xian get out of the car, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Could it be that there's still a chance? Damn it, whatever. Let's check the canned food first. He fumbled to take out a can, turned on the car's interior light, and seriously read the small print on the can. Pork, chicken, duck, salt. Seems like there's nothing else. It should be considered clean. He quickly scanned the ingredient list of just a few items. Then he opened the can, tightly gripping it in his hand, silently praying. Little brother, you completed the task I entrusted to you. You must come back to eat the canned food, or else I'll become one of these snake brats canned food today. And Xian walked slowly to the front of the car. The spirit beast group, made up of dozens of snakes, clearly couldn't be satisfied with just one thin monkey. If he didn't intervene, Wang Gang would also fall into danger. And Xian didn't consider himself a big-hearted saint. Saying he wouldn't blink while killing wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, since he promised Wang Gang to keep him safe, he chose to be a man of his word within his capabilities. Ding! The omniscient view has limited range. Driving at high speed is prone to danger. The host currently does not possess independent driving capabilities. Dog system, shut up. And Xian revealed a cheerful smile. Don't ruin my reputation. What does my ability to drive have to do with anything? I'm just a man of my word, unwilling to see Wang Gang in danger, understand? Understood. And Xian snorted coldly, almost letting the dog system ruin his reputation due to a moment of carelessness. He was extremely displeased at that moment. Unhappy, he needed a vent. This snake swarm that was blocking his way to Nanan was clearly a good target. The snake swarm stopped advancing, looking at the boy who had stepped forward, exuding a low pressure. They hissed uneasily, instinctively sensing danger while battling their desire for food in their small brains. Before they could reach a conclusion, Xian held his cane horizontally and spoke in a low voice. Wake up, Hong Ji. Zampakudo, Hong Ji. Among the rewards obtained from checking in at the 8-star cities, it was one of 3 non-eye techniques rewards. Notably, all the abilities acquired from the system converted their driving energy into star power and mental power. Otherwise, he would have to cultivate an entirely new power system for each ability he obtained. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. The cane that Xian held horizontally quietly shattered its wooden exterior. In its place was a straight-bladed sword, with the handguard replaced by a red knot and a curved blade at the end. The blade gleamed, with moonlight reflecting off the edge, casting a sharp, cold glow. And Xian had tried before. Even without using star power, the Zampakudo, after its initial release, could directly injure star beasts solely based on its body. Its effectiveness was even better than weapons made of pure star ore. This characteristic was indeed a pleasant surprise. As Hong Ji was released, and Xian, who did not deliberately suppress it, saw the star power in his body gradually become active. If he previously appeared to be just an ordinary blind person, now he inexplicably inspired a sense of fear. That was the fear born from the vast difference in strength. Watch out, Wang Gang suddenly warned. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound of breaking air. The little snake thrown onto the thin monkey's head launched an attack towards Xian's back. What kind of trash is that monkey? It's far inferior to this little blind person. The difference between the two was like that between a firefly and a bright moon. The little blind person was indeed more appealing, truly too appealing. Chapter 9. And Xian takes action, slaying the snake horde you refuse to eat when given food. You must be seeking death, right? And Xian did not look back, gripping Hong Ji in reverse. The all-knowing vision constructed the ambush path of the little snakes. And when they reached the designated position, and Xian thrust the knife upward, the tip precisely hitting the little snake's head. With its head pierced by Hong Ji, the surging star power instantly dispersed its vitality. And Xian brought the knife tipped to his face, still hanging with the little snake's body. Star beasts will dissipate in the world shortly after death, but before they do. And Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. The snake's corpse immediately transforming into dots of starlight, sucked into his mouth. Star beasts eat humans, and humans can also consume star beasts. The star power of star warriors can grow through cultivation, but mental power cannot. The capacity of each person's soul to bear mental power is predetermined by nature. The only way to break through the limit and increase mental power is to hunt star beasts. The pure souled bodies of star beasts will disintegrate upon death, during which time they can be absorbed by star warriors. The taste hasn't even been savored before it's gone. And Cien licked his lips. The amount was too small. Not even enough to invigorate him a bit. Better off drinking a soda. Inside the car, Wang Gang and the thin monkey witnessed this scene, their eyes wide in disbelief. A thought simultaneously sprang to their minds. You're really good at playing the pig to eat the tiger. If you hadn't concealed it when we first met, even if I had the guts of a leopard, I wouldn't dare offend you. Reading minds isn't within Cien's abilities, but just looking at their expressions, he could guess what they were thinking. Scream, Onji. The star power surged, and a faint voice floated from his mouth. Onji swunya puelled, accompanied by a sharp screech, unleashing a red wave of light over 10 meters long. The snake scattered in panic. Unfortunately, with such a wide attack range, escaping was not that simple. The sea-level giant snake bore the brunt of the wave's damage. Its seemingly massive body couldn't withstand even a second. The red wave sliced through its body like cutting tofu, continuing to crush the smaller snakes behind it. In the blink of an eye, the snake horde that filled Wang Gang and the thin monkey with despair turned into a ground of shattered corpses. The wave completed its mission and did not dissipate, charging toward the valley entrance, slicing through layers of green vines. The dense green vines were crushed to dust, the upper part of the vines writhing and contracting as if mad, disappearing in an instant. Only a deep knife mark, several meters long, remained on the valley's stone wall. TSK, the resilience of mutated plants is truly formidable. Through the all-knowing vision, he learned that the green vines had shrunk into the valley's rock wall to completely kill them. He would need to destroy the valley and sever their roots. And Cien had no such leisurely interest. Killing them brought him no benefits. Swiftly retracting the knife, Hongji transformed back into an inconspicuous, cheap cane that no old man would pick up if thrown aside. He first walked among the snake corpses, absorbing the bodies of these star beasts, then immediately returned to the car. This mouthful did invigorate him a bit, roughly equivalent to downing half a bottle of soda. Where's my canned food? And Cien poked the dazed Wang Gang with his cane. Wang Gang, still in a daze, stiffly handed the meat can to Cien. His movements robotic. Did you see the ingredients? Is it clean? Clean. Wang Gang replied loudly, startling Cien. Did a snake chew on your brain? I'm blind, not deaf. Clang. And Cien tapped his head with the cane, waking him up. And no, I just didn't expect you to be this strong. Munching on the can, Cien replied. You didn't expect much. Hurry up and get going. All right. Wang Gang, now spirited, shifted gears and turned the car around, driving out of the valley. As they passed the several-meter-deep knife mark, where the green vines could be vaguely seen wriggling inside the mountain, Wang Gang's respect for Cien reached its peak. Oh heavens! You really care for me. Riding a train, he unexpectedly encountered such a master. His confidence soared. With someone backing him up, it felt great. The journey ahead was smooth. Except for occasionally encountering fleeing refugees, there were no mutated species or star beasts. It was unclear whether it was simply good luck or if the Federation had organized forces to temporarily block those things for easier evacuation. Wang Gang chatted with Cien from time to time, while the thin monkey remained silent throughout, not knowing what he was thinking. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Cien suddenly asked, "Are we there?" Wang Gang turned the steering wheel, about to say no, but as the car drove out of the stone path, against the backdrop of towering city walls, the scene of crimson cannon fire on the deep night sky suddenly entered their view. Wang Gang glanced at Cien, who was wearing sunglasses in the rearview mirror, questioning his life. Actually, you're the normal one, and I'm the blind one, right? We're almost there, but... He hesitated, but couldn't help but ask, how did you know? And Cien put on a mysterious air, displaying the demeanor of a master. I may be blind, but my heart is not blind. In truth, after losing his sight, his hearing became extraordinarily sharp, faintly picking up sounds from the wind. Otherwise, with the all-knowing vision currently having a diameter of only 200 meters, it would be impossible for him to know. Hissed the clueless Wang Gang gasped. Although he didn't understand, It was terrifying enough. The thin monkey also looked at Xian through the rearview mirror, hesitating for a moment before a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes, turning into determination. Gongzi, turn right in 300 meters, then go straight to reach it. Wang Gang didn't suspect him and drove according to his directions. Xian stroked his chin, secretly thinking how this little brother seems to forget pain after eating. Wanting to cause trouble again? Didn't he stop him, wanting to see what else this monkey could do? People with strength just want to have some fun. As the pickup truck moved forward, the sound of cannon fire gradually reached their ears. If one held their breath and listened closely, they could faintly hear the howls of mutated species suppressed by the cannon fire. Thin monkey, are you sure this road is correct? Wang Gang slowed down, his expression showing doubt. He could clearly smell the blood and gunpowder wafting through the air. The big cannon sounded like fireworks. It looked unmistakably like a combat zone. This time, there's absolutely no problem. The thin monkey's eyes flickered, but his tone was unusually firm. There's a small road ahead, right now, to enter Nanan. That's the only way. But, no buts. We've come this far. Are you going to turn back? Wang Gang still hesitated. Turning back was impossible. He had invested everything. The thin monkey added fuel to the fire. Don't worry, just listen to the sound ahead. As long as we don't proactively seek trouble, they won't have time to intercept us. Brother, what do you think we should do? Wang Gang couldn't make up his mind and turned to seek Xian's opinion. The thin monkey instinctively wanted to clench his fists, only to suddenly realize both arms were useless. The resentment in his heart surged. The aftermath of his fractured soul was far from being as simple as losing his left arm. It's all that bastard N's fault. Xian leaned against the car door, nonchalantly saying, since we don't know the way, let us just keep going, as he says. As soon as the words fell, the thin monkey breathed a sigh of relief, then revealed a sinister expression. I'm done for. You still want to go to Nanan to make a fortune? In your dreams. All right, since you've spoken, we'll keep going. Wang Gang responded, taking advantage of the cannon fire for cover, flooring the accelerator. The engine roaring as he pushed the speed to the max, planning to rush through. As long as they entered Nanan, it would be a place where the sky was high and birds could fly, where the sea was vast and fish could leap. The closer the pickup truck got to the combat zone, the more Wang Gang's palms sweated on the steering wheel. Scattered federal soldiers have appeared nearby. Their job is to stand guard and prevent any mutants or star beasts from launching surprise attacks from the rear. However, Wang Gang felt relieved that these soldiers, just as the thin monkey said, merely glanced at the pickup and had no intention of stopping it. The pickup continued to move forward, and after about 10 minutes, more and more soldiers surrounded them, with batches of evacuation vehicles carrying Nanan citizens driving towards the main road. Just as Wang Gang thought they would smoothly enter Nanan, the thin monkey suddenly smashed the car window with his head. The glass shards cut his face, and with blood all over, the thin monkey's expression was ferocious, like a demon from hell, as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Help! I'm from Bayan, and I've been kidnapped by a wanted criminal from Jia. They want to sneak into Nanan, incite chaos, and prevent the evacuation. Chapter 10, you were given chance. But you don't want the train tracks were destroyed by the aberrant species. Evacuation requires sending people to a temporary camp outside the city first. They will then transfer to vehicles coated with star paint, crossing the wasteland to other star cities. The responsibility for this task falls to the Southern Army of South and Star City. This elite force, affiliated with South and Star City, was prohibited from engaging in combat at a time when the fate of their homeland was at stake, relegated to menial tasks outside the city. It must be said, this is extremely ironic. Deputy Chun, the people below are seething with anger, complained Wang Jingyan, one of the Southern Army staff officers, to Chunya, who was reviewing documents. You say the commander hasn't made a sound. Could it really be like the rumors? Bang! Chunya slammed his palm on the table. You're a staff officer, yet you have no brains? Don't you know what kind of person the commander is? If you dare to speak recklessly again, you'll face military justice. Wang Jingyan protested defiantly. You are the commander's aide. Why don't you tell me where the commander is? I don't want to believe it either, but since the aberrant species attacked the city, the commander has disappeared, without even an explanation. I can't help but think too much. Chunya stared at him for a long time, then sighed as he set down his pen. Is everyone below thinking this way? Not everyone, but probably 7 or 8 out of 10. The corner of Chunya's mouth twitched. It wasn't he much different. That baseless rumor reached the temporary commander from above, who believed it and assigned the Southern Army to handle civilian evacuations, claiming it was to preserve the elite forces of South and by placing them in safe positions. In reality, anyone with eyes could see it was simply fear of the Southern Army turning against them on the battlefield. Wang Jingyan leaned closer and whispered, Deputy Chun, just tell me where the commander really went. If this continues, something big is going to happen. I don't know. Impossible. You are the commander's most trusted person. He must have told you where he was going. Wang Jingyan was almost frantic. The fall of South and was declared, while the Southern Army could only watch helplessly, strictly prohibited from engaging in combat. What is this? Many people below attributed the fall of South and to themselves. Their mentality was already unstable. In such a situation, with the internal commander missing and external rumors rampant, it wouldn't be long before chaos erupted. Deputy Chun, go outside and take a look. If there is no clear information, I can't guarantee what they will do. Chunya remained silent. He had a long conversation with the commander the night before the commander went missing. He knew the commander's whereabouts. He also knew the truth behind the rumor that led to the downfall of the Southern Army. But what was the use? He really couldn't say anything. At least until the commander returned, he couldn't speak, no matter to whom. One side remained silent, while the other demanded answers, leading to a stalemate. Until a loud roar, like thunder, erupted in the camp. The night of silence? Chunya and Wang Jingyan were startled, forgetting their stalemate. Quickly, go to the Star Marshal Command and have them send someone over. The Star Marshal Command, Wang Jingyan, looked troubled. The temporary commander was hosting a banquet in South and Star City, claiming to entertain the Star Marshal Command for a whole week, and now they couldn't contact them. Chunya paused. Elegant as he was, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. A banquet? What a banquet. So, does that mean there's not a single Star Marshal artist in the army right now? There is. Then why aren't you quickly calling them over? Wang Jingyan didn't move, just stare at Chunya. After a few seconds, Chunya slowly raised his hand, pointing at himself. You're not talking about me, are you? In his doubtful gaze, Wang Jingyan quickly nodded. If there are any Star Marshal artists born in the army, they must be transferred to the Star Marshal Command. This is the federal law. Deputy, you were saved by the commander back then, but now the commander is absent, so the Star Marshal artists in the army damn. On the pickup truck, after the thin monkey shouted, Wang Gang hurriedly slammed the brakes, the wheels sparking against the ground of the temporary camp. He instantly turned to the thin monkey, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Are you out of your mind? Out of my mind? The thin monkey shook his upper body, his arms hanging limply, his eyes bloodshot. Crazy. I'm finished and you still want to get rich? Dream on. And Cien leaned casually against the car door. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. Turns out you're just trying to do this. The Night of Silence, an absolutely forbidden organization within the Federation. Its members, regardless of rank, were expelled from society and labeled as terrorists, wanted throughout the Federation. And Cien felt a sense of familiarity when he first heard the slogan of the Night of Silence. A spark can start a prairie fire. Listen to that. Such a familiar and resounding slogan. At that time, he thought it was an organization formed by predecessors from another world, and in a moment of impulse, he almost decided to join them. But later, upon learning about the so-called Star Fire Plan of the Night of Silence, he was dumbfounded, exclaiming, what the heck? They were just a bunch of lunatics, purely self-destructive truck bombers. They wanted to ignite the cores of all star cities, incinerating aberrant species, star beasts, and nearly all of humanity in a great fire. What a spark that could start a prairie fire. Even Satan would have to admit it was impressive. No wonder there were many anti-federal organizations. The entire Night of Silence was classified as terrorists. Anyone labeled as part of the Night of Silence, regardless of truth, was detained, and their entire ancestry would be investigated. Of course, the consequences of false accusations were also severe. But was the thin monkey still afraid of consequences now? He was already finished. What was there to fear? You dare to risk it all to bring the Emperor down. He just wanted to kill Cien. At the very least, he wanted to thwart Cien's goal of getting rich. Even now, he believed that Cien's purpose was the same as his. to take advantage of the chaos in South and to get rich. As long as he could prevent Xian from achieving his desires, he would be willing to pay any price. You want the federal army to capture both of us? Xian asked humbly, trying to see if the thin monkey had any follow-up plans. The thin monkey grinned in triumph. Now you realize? Too late. I'd best just kill both of you. Even if that doesn't work, I'll have you both taken back to Bayan. You two can forget about entering South and Star City. As he said this, he laughed heartily. Looking at South and Star City, right in front of him, oh, I forgot you're blind and can't see. In any case, South and Star City was right in front of you, but you two couldn't get in. How miserable you two must feel. Damn. Wang Gang was furious, punching the thin monkey in the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose and 2 teeth to fall out. The thin monkey laughed maniacally, mocking Xian's helplessness and Wang Gang's embarrassment. Xian blocked Wang Gang with his cane and asked the thin monkey, confused, if I calculate carefully, I haven't done anything to wrong you on this journey, right? You use a little trick to lure the green vine in Greenvine Valley, and I didn't hold it against you. When the star bee snake swarm came, I even saved you without holding a grudge. If you think about it, I seem to have done you a favor. I don't even ask for your gratitude. What are you trying to achieve? Stop pretending to be kind. The thin monkey glared at Xian, wanting to point at his face, but powerless to do so, only able to vent his anger through a loud shout. My arms are ruined, all because of you. You clearly have the strength. Why didn't you save me? If you had killed the little snake earlier, how could I have become disabled? Is that so? Xian retracted his confusion, his expression fading, and said, I your father? Why should I save you? You clearly had the strength to save me. Oh, so what? Xian drew out Hongji, pressing the tip of the knife against the thin monkey's throat. I've already been magnanimous by not holding you accountable for luring the green vine and trying to harm me, and you still expect me to save you? Did you eat the fruit of face? Do I have to give you this face? The cold aura emanating from the Hongji sword forced the overloaded brain of the thin monkey to calm down. When truly faced with death, he realized he wasn't as brave as he thought. His body trembled slightly, and the sword's light from Hongji stung his skin. In the face of death, his anger dissipated quickly, leaving only fear as an emotion. Don't kill me, I was wrong. Give me another chance. I won't dare again. I'll go tell them. Say I was just talking nonsense. You're not from Jia. Give me another chance. TSK, where were you earlier? Anshin lowered the blade, having given you a chance that you didn't want. With that, he thrust forward, and the tip of the Hongji sword pierced his body. The thin monkey let out a miserable cry. So noisy. Anshin mobilized the star power, flowing through Hongji into the thin monkey's body, precisely destroying his vocal cords. Not killing the thin monkey wasn't out of Anshin's mercy, but rather a desire to leave him with a breath. To let him see before he died how the little calculations he made at the cost of his life fell flat. Chapter 11. Are you calling this a gold medal libero? The soldiers in the camp surrounded the pickup truck heavily, with some even carrying cannons. Several red dots appeared through the front windshield, landing on the driver's seat where Wang Gang sat. Wang Gang slowly raised his hands away from the steering wheel, fearing that the slightest movement would get him shot to pieces. Just as they were about to enter the city, they encountered an obstacle at the last moment. Thinking of this, he wished he could stab the skinny monkey again. Damn it, it wouldn't be a loss even if he died 800 times. Where are the soldiers of Jia? A voice rang out, and the soldiers surrounding the pickup truck parted. Chunya and Wang Jingyan walked over. As Wang Jingyan approached, he spoke, Deputy Chun, if they are really from Jia, we can capture them and report to our superiors, saying we cannot clear our suspicions. Chunya didn't respond. Feeling extremely heavy-hearted, Wang Jingyan reached the front of the truck and raised his arm to fire a warning shot into the sky. Get out of the car. Wang Gang didn't dare to defy him, slowing his movements to open the car door and get out, ensuring that the whole process didn't make the other party feel the slightest danger. Sir, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We just wanted to enter the Nanan checkpoint as cheap scavengers. How could we be terrorists from Jia? Chunya examined Wang Gang's mournful face and inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. They really didn't look like it. The extremists from Jia were all mentally unstable. Those with strength would have already started killing, and those without strength couldn't possibly be this cowardly. Their style was to hold bombs and take a group of people down with them. But it wasn't the best outcome, otherwise. There would only be one E-class Star Warrior in the camp, which would be useless. Chunya let out a sigh of relief and said to Wang Jingyan, "It seems the suspicion cannot be cleared." What Chunya could see, Wang Jingyan could naturally see as well. He was greatly disappointed, unwilling to let the opportunity to clear their suspicions slip away. After racking his brain, he indeed thought of a terrible idea. "Deputy Chun, whether they are from Jie is not for us to decide. How about Wang Jingyan? Do you know what you're talking about?" "Of course I know. If the Southern Army does not appear on the front lines throughout this war, regardless of the reasons afterward, we won't have any good outcomes. Moreover, the soldiers in the army needed to vent their frustrations on the battlefield. Sacrificing a few lives for the stability of the Southern Army was the correct choice. With that kind of brain, who promoted you to be an advisor?" Chunya looked at Wang Jingyan with a face full of disappointment. "You don't know how strict the Federation's review process is for suspected Jia people? If we hand them over and they turn out not to be, our actions won't clear our suspicions, but will instead look guilty." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He seemed to see the consequences, shivered, and his mind cleared up, breaking into a cold sweat. "I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I've been too anxious these past few days, and my brain isn't working well. Just know it's enough, but we still have to go through the review process." "Yes," Wang Jingyan responded and waved his hand, ordering them to take them away and check everything that needs to be checked. Without waiting for the soldiers to open the door, Xian took the initiative to get out of the car. He held the blood-stained red weapon and opened the front door of the car, dragging the skinny monkey, who had less air than he could breathe, out. The skinny monkey rolled on the ground twice, getting covered in dust, with blood on his face and chest, looking quite miserable. Xian's demeanor drew a group of soldiers to turn their guns towards him. Wang Jingyan felt a surge of hope. This kid dared to commit murder in the army. He might really be from Jie. "Put down the knife," a soldier shouted. Xian ignored him, facing Chunya, and poked the skinny monkey with the red weapon, instantly causing 2 blood holes to appear on the skinny monkey's body. "Let us make this convenient. This person will be handed over to you, and that big guy is still with me. I still need to go to Nanan. It's quite urgent." Due to Xian not taking special precautions, Chunya felt the fluctuation of star power from him. Compared to himself, Xian's star power was like an ocean, vast and overwhelming, strong enough to crush him at will. Chunya's body tensed, but he tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible. "Little brother, the Federation has its own rules. Since someone says you are from Jia," he glanced at the skinny monkey and continued, "and he has been made like this by you. If you don't cooperate with our investigation, I really can't explain it to my superiors. What if I am from the Free Forum?" "The Free Forum? Huh?" Chunya initially wanted to say no, but stopped halfway through. If he was a libero from the Free Forum, then that could be explained. The Free Forum was initially created by several Star Warriors on the Star Network. Over time, it developed into a significant force. The Star Warriors of the Free Forum do not comply with the Federation's allocation, do not participate in any power struggles, and live in the Federation as ordinary citizens. For them, as long as they do not actively cause trouble, the Federation has always maintained a conciliatory and tolerant attitude, granting them privileges in many matters. Upon hearing this, Xian seized the opportunity and reported his account name on the Free Forum. Free Forum, the traveler chasing stars. Isn't it just chasing stars when going to different star cities to check in? The name is quite fitting. While Chunya was checking, Xian recalled the process of joining the Free Forum. It was a breezy. Never mind, it's not important. In summary, he was short on money and learned that posting videos on the Free Forum could earn rewards. Then he coincidentally met a libero, and after a friendly exchange, he smoothly joined the Free Forum. Having experienced the information explosion in his past life, being a travel blogger was a piece of cake for him. So every time he went to a star city, Xian would record his pleasant life and post it to earn rewards, which is currently his only stable source of income. Meanwhile, Chunya and Wang Jingyan opened the Free Forum. The Free Forum was a very ordinary app, open to all citizens, and both of them had accounts. However, those who had not joined the Free Forum had a visitor's mark, lacking the certification of a libero. They searched for the traveler chasing stars. The page jumped to a user homepage. The avatar was of a nighttime grassland, depicting a child chasing stars. In the certification section, there was a Libero certification with a golden background symbolizing his level as a gold medal. The two exchanged glances and saw the seriousness on each other's faces. The free forum relies on accumulating tenure. Only the best can reach silver status, and beyond that, there are strict requirements for strength. The free forum does not force liberos to test their strength. Most rely on estimation. The whole estimation process is very rigorous. They try to underestimate the libero's strength to give a certification level. And CN being a gold medal libero means the free forum acknowledges that he has at least gold medal strength. As for what the highest strength is, they don't care. They just know they won't make mistakes by estimating low. It must be said that thanks to this mechanism, the free forum has almost never made an estimation error. Chinya clicked on the screen and chose to sort by popularity. At the top was a video uploaded a year ago, lasting only a few seconds. At the beginning of the video, Cien, wearing sunglasses, set his phone on a rock and opened with, "Today, I'm going to perform a knife strike on a giant snake." Then he turned around, leaning on his staff, and the camera captured Cien's figure shrinking as it recorded the scene behind him. The video quality was low, but it was clear that facing Cien was a giant snake-like star beast. Just when Chinya thought there would be a fierce battle, Cien drew his knife and struck, a red light shooting up into the sky. One cut two pieces. The giant snake was instantly slain. And Cien opened his mouth to inhale, the giant snake's broken body turning into pure mental power, swallowed into his belly. Afterwards, Cien walked back to the phone, rubbing his belly and saying, "After the performance, I burped a bit, ate too much." The video ended, and the comment section was filled with "Big Boss is awesome." Then came a series of red rewards floating in. In just a few seconds of video, Chunya and Wang Jingyan were sweating on their foreheads. Damn, is this what you call a gold medal libero? If a gold medal libero has this kind of strength, I might as well do a handstand and poop. I've long heard that the libero forum tends to underestimate the strength of liberos to the greatest extent, but I've never seen it until today. Now I've finally opened my eyes. The libero forum is quite harmful. If someone really believes that Anshin has gold medal level strength and rashly charges in, they probably won't even know how they died. Libero rankings: iron, copper, silver, gold, diamond, star. They correspond to the F level and A level of Star Warriors. Above the star rank is collectively referred to as top liberos, and the ID of a top libero is a unique rank. Chapter 12, The Hobby of the Big Shot. Truly simple and unadorned. Take care. You too. Chinya helped Cien into the car and thoughtfully handed him a pass. Just use this to enter through the main gate. Be careful on your way. After watching that video, Chinya's attitude was surprisingly good. And Cien would never join Jie before giving up his identity as a free person. Otherwise, it would violate the fundamental principle of the free forum, which is not to participate in any factional struggles. There was no need for the Federation to take action. All free persons of the free forum would make hunting down Cien their top priority. Before Wang Gang drove off, Cien leaned out and asked, "By the way, did you just reward me? 2 golden stars. What does that sound?" 1 golden star is worth 999 Federation coins, so 2 would be nearly 20,000. The free forum does not take a cut from gold medalists and above, so this 20,000 is pure profit. And Cien was very satisfied with the easy money. Thoughtful. He watched the pickup truck drive away. Wang Jingyan curiously asked, "With South and Fallen, how could a big shot of this caliber come here? Surely they're not here just to make a quick buck?" Chinya recalled the various scenic videos from different star cities he had seen on Cien's homepage and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "They might just want to see the scenery." Wang Jingyan was amazed. The hobbies of big shots are indeed simple and unadorned. After his astonishment, he looked down at the despairing, thin monkey on the ground. "Deputy Chun, what should we do about this person?" Chinya thought for a moment, then accidentally kicked the thin monkey, sending him completely into the gates of hell. Our Southern Army assists gold medal free persons in killing a terrorist of Jia. Such a death without a counterpart, huh? Deputy Chun leads with strategy. This method will surely clear our Southern Army of suspicion. "Hey, little brother, didn't you mention you're still a free person? A mere gold medal. What else there to say?" Wang Gang looked at Cien, who seemed indifferent, and exclaimed, "You really caught me off guard with this act. Our first meeting was in the lower class carriage of the train. But I remember, gold medal-free persons seem to have the privilege of staying in the higher-class carriage for free. There is such a policy. And Cien, also known as in Versailles, spoke casually, because the higher-class carriage is too well insulated against vibrations. Wang Gang, what kind of nonsense reason is that? And Cien noticed his confusion and explained, the lower-class carriage shakes gently like a cradle. It's so comfortable to sleep in. This reason left Wang Gang speechless. At that moment, he and Wang Jingyan communicated telepathically. The hobbies of big shots are indeed simple and unadorned. Using the pass given by Chunya, and Cien smoothly passed through layers of defenses. The moment he entered South and Star City, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has entered South and Star City, starting the check-in progress bar. Check-in progress 1, special welcome gift. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the home field rights of South and Star City. The downside of a fallen star city is this. Normally, when crossing the boundary stone into the protective range of a star, the check-in progress bar can be activated. But for fallen star city, one must enter the city itself. After a while, Cien noticed that apart from gaining 1 for entering the city, the progress bar had only increased by 0.01 since then, which gave him a slight headache. At this rate of increase, he would likely need to stay in South and for a while. Since I'm here, I might as well settle down, Cien thought positively. After all, the recently fallen South and Wu-Ti lack food and drink. So staying for a while wouldn't matter, as long as he checked in before the Federation withdrew its troops. Wang Gang drove the car, going against the flow of vehicles heading out of the city, which easily caused congestion. He observed for a moment and simply parked the car on the curb. Little brother, there are too many cars going out. We might have to walk in. All right. And Cien grabbed his backpack and cane and got out of the car. Wang Gang also picked up a backpack filled with sacks. After getting out, Cien sensed the surroundings and walked toward the city center. The South and Star is located in the city center, and being closer to it would speed up the increase in check-in progress. Cien planned to find a place to stay in the city center for the next few days. Wang Gang honestly followed behind him. After walking for a while, Cien stopped. We arrived in South and why aren't you going to pick up some money? Why are you following me? Wang Gang rubbed his hands and chuckled. I used to pick up trash in the wasteland. This is my first time in a star city. I have no experience and don't know where to start. Just pick up whatever is valuable. Do I need to teach you? No need. No need. Wang Gang scratched his head and tentatively asked, so, should I go then? Get lost. All right. Wang Gang ran a few steps but then turned back. Little brother, if I leave now, what will you do when it's time to leave South and, oh, you're worried about me? Cien replied, others would have run away without a trace by now. Don't worry about me. Just collect enough and retreat with the Federation. Well, am I really leaving? Cien waved his hand, but Wang Gang didn't move. He held his backpack with a conflicted expression. A few seconds later, he gritted his teeth, pulled something out of his bag, and handed it to Cien. Little brother, you saved me several times on this journey. I, Wang Gang, may not be educated, but I know how to be grateful. Keep this. If you can't catch up with the Federation's evacuation troops, it can help you a little. Without waiting for Cien to refuse, he turned and ran. Cien rubbed the iron box that Wang Gang had handed him. When he first met Wang Gang, he noticed that he had something on him that the omniscient vision couldn't penetrate. It could block the omniscient vision's investigation, ruling out human factors, and was likely a star mineral product. Cien opened the iron box and felt around inside. It contained a forehead protector, with a fabric strap and a thin metal piece in the middle, resembling a special product from the legendary eyes of the 5 villages melee. A ninja forehead protector? He examined the symbol on the metal piece with a strange expression. It wasn't a vortex pattern, which was disappointing. This old guy is really generous. Cien infused the forehead protector with star power and felt a sense of blockage. It was refined star mineral, though not of high purity. Nonetheless, such a large piece would definitely be worth a lot. It was likely that Wang Gang spent most of his money on this star mineral forehead protector. With this forehead protector safeguarding his brain from radiation, even if his body became deformed, he would only be half deformed. Wealthy people could even restore their normal state through live transplant surgeries or mechanical modification surgeries. This gift was indeed significant, and Cien felt quite touched as he put away the forehead protector and walked toward the city center. His seemingly slow pace quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Beneath the dark night, the evils of humanity surged. With South and declared fallen, everything was theoretically ownerless. This was not only a feast for garbage pickers, but also a carnival for the local citizens of South. And at this moment, Southen was in chaos. Burning, killing, and looting. As long as it wasn't tea in front of Federation soldiers, no one would care. The further inward one went, the fewer Federation troops there were, and the darker side of humanity was revealed more completely. However, none of this had anything to do with Incien. He leaned on his cane with his right hand and held his phone in his left, walking while recording. The camera captured the corpses on the streets, the billowing smoke from buildings, the robbers engaging in $0 purchases everywhere, and the thugs who fought each other over uneven spoils. The suppressed humanity was released, and the greed and brutality that erupted were unimaginable. Southen now resembled the wasteland even more. At least in the wasteland, few people killed for no reason, whereas here, some acted simply because they had never killed before and wanted to try it out. Incien felt he had gathered enough material and planned to put away his phone. He even thought of the title for this video: Men Silent, Women in Tears, the collapse of order in Nanan. Adding a shocking at the front should improve the click-through rate. Ancien was pondering this when suddenly a narrow alley came into the coverage of the omniscient perspective. Hey, I just felt something was missing. With order completely collapsed, how could there not be such a thing? Chapter 13. And set meal, not expensive Big Brother. The girls in the city are really tender. Of course, what kind of junk is there in the gathering area? Finally made it to the city, gotta have some fun. Two gaunt men in ill-fitting suits approached Chung Xin with sinister smiles. Chung Xin shrank into the corner, tears of helplessness and despair streaming down her face. She regretted deeply, wondering why she didn't listen to her parents and insisted on coming out to find food. The instant noodles at home were perfectly edible. Clearly, according to the number drawn, her family was scheduled to evacuate the day after tomorrow. Be Big Brother, please let me go. I'll go back and get money. I'll pay you. Hearing this, the two burst into laughter. The second one tried to reach into his suit pocket, but was hindered by the ill-fitting attire. He simply yanked at it, ripping it under his armpit. What kind of stuff do city folks wear? The price tags are exorbitant, and it's really uncomfortable to wear. As he muttered in dissatisfaction, he pulled out a handful of gold jewelry he had robbed from a jewelry store during the day, having also dealt with two clueless clerks. Money? I have plenty of money. I just want to taste the pleasures of the upper class in your city. He hurled the gold jewelry at Chung Xin, shouting, just let us have our fun, and afterwards, I'll spare your life. This is all yours too. I advise you to be smart. That woman in front bit me, and I chopped her into pieces to feed the dogs. The two tore off their suits and began to unzip their pants. Chung Xin, having grown up in the ivory tower of Star City, had never seen such a scene. Her mind went blank, and she could only tremble and sob. TSK. Not recording anymore, the old habit is back. A voice suddenly echoed in the alley, and Incien turned the camera toward himself. Lesson here. Thanks for watching this episode of the Star Chasing series. If you have money, please support with cash. If you don't, borrow some to support. See you next time. Who? Stop pretending to be a ghost. The two vagrants shouted, looking around. At the alley entrance, Incien put away his phone and knocked on the wall. Can't you see such a big living person? Are you too blind? The two quickly locked onto Incien's figure. The light was too dim for them to see his face, but from the voice and build, they guessed he was just a little kid, and their nervous hearts relaxed. You little brat, have you grown up enough to learn to play the hero? I'm not interested in men. Get lost. But Chung Xin seemed to see a savior and shouted for help. Help me. Just after she shouted, she thought again that Incien probably wouldn't be able to handle these two vagrants. Rushing over would likely mean death. No, don't come over. Go find the federal army. Damn. Seeking death. The older one's expression changed upon hearing federal army. Although they usually got away with wrongdoing as long as they didn't cross paths with the federal army, someone going to seek them out was a different story. Moreover, they were vagrants and already feared the federal army. The older one kicked at Chung Xin, who quickly closed her eyes, curling up in fear. Didn't you hear her asking for help? We haven't even discussed the conditions yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Am I invisible? Before the older one's foot could land on Chung Xin, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Incien, who had been at the alley entrance just a second ago. He drew a knife, placing the blade in the path of the older one's kick. The older one's face changed drastically. It was too late to retract his foot, and he crashed directly into the blade. Even if Hongji hadn't been unleashed, its sharpness was undeniable, cutting through bone as if it were nothing. The leg collided with Hongji, and the consequences were dire. Damn, my leg! Half of his calf flew off, and the older one fell to the ground, unable to rise, clutching his bleeding leg and screaming. And Xian had conjured a star power barrier in front of him, preventing the gushing blood from splattering everywhere. Just as he was about to proceed to the next step, a piercing sound wave attack suddenly erupted from behind. Time rewound to 10 seconds earlier. Chung Xian had braced herself for the impact of a kick, but the expected pain didn't come. Instead, a splash of scalding liquid hit her face. The acrid smell rushed through her nostrils and into her brain. After opening her eyes, she touched her face with her hands, finding them covered in bright red. For a girl who had only seen fish being killed, how could she not be terrified? In a normal scenario, Xian would gently comfort Chung Xian, telling her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." But unfortunately, Xian felt that being tender was not suitable for him. "Shoo, be quiet. You're disturbing me." Having lost his sight, Xian's hearing had heightened, and suffering from a sound wave attack was evidently not a pleasant experience. He even suspected that this girl was repaying kindness with enmity. Chung Xian quickly covered her mouth, her scream disappearing. The boy in front of her, who looked only a few years older than her, was her only hope. She absolutely couldn't offend him. Xian rubbed his ears and asked, "If I save you, what can you give me?" I. Chung Xian wanted to say money. But upon thinking about how the two vagrants weren't short on cash, she realized Xian probably wouldn't be lacking either. Tears welled up in her eyes, fearing that Xian would abandon her. In a moment of desperation, she blurted out, "My body. Yes, if you save me, I can. That." Her voice grew softer and sadder. Ultimately, she still couldn't escape. However, she secretly glanced at Xian. At first glance, he didn't seem stunning. But the more she looked, the more handsome he became, completely not tiring to look at. Definitely a looker. If she had to find a flaw, it might be that he was wearing sunglasses, obscuring his eyes. Those eyes must have a captivating effect. Chung Xian imagined a pair of starry eyes on Xian's face and couldn't help but blush. Her first time with him wasn't completely out of the question. Ugh, Chung Xian, how shameless. What are you thinking about? She quickly shook her head, dispelling her wandering thoughts. You're being forced by the situation. It's better than being at the mercy of two vagrants who likely wouldn't even spare your life. And Xian, what are you thinking? I saved your life, and you're thinking about my body? Stop talking nonsense. It's affecting my speed in drawing the knife. And Xian pulled a biscuit from his bag and began to chew, realizing he was really hungry since he hadn't had a proper meal. Can you cook? Chung Xian immediately nodded. My mom can. My house is nearby, and my mom is a great cook. Okay, we'll go to your house for a meal later. Upon hearing that all Xian wanted was a meal, Chung Xian began to doubt her own charm. They said she was the school flower and too arrogant. But in terms of beauty, she could easily attract a group of boys from other classes to hang around her classroom door as soon as class was over. Could it be, I'm not even worth a meal? On the other side, the older one, having regained his composure, knew that if he didn't take this chance to deal with the kid, it wouldn't just be a matter of a broken leg later. He suppressed the pain and signaled to the second one. The second one nodded in acknowledgement, tearing off the right sleeve of his suit to reveal his arm. The arm was covered with small, fragmented scales, with a bulge at the elbow that hadn't fully formed, resembling a tumor. The older one had no time to treat his broken leg. He leaned against the wall to stand up on one leg, pulling out a dagger. And Xian, back turned to them, seemed unaware, leisurely munching on his biscuit. The older and younger ones exchanged sinister smiles. After all, he was just a young brat. What could a little strength do? He was still going to die at their hands. Go. They both moved at the same time, as the footsteps echoed in the alley. Chung Xian sensed something was wrong and looked up, her pupils dilating. Watch out. They're coming again? And Xian stuffed the remaining biscuit into his mouth, his eardrums vibrating. Sharp hearing has instead become a flaw. Where can one reason this out? In the state of omniscient vision, the movements of those two people are almost like a zero. One X slow motion replay. Calmly swallowing a biscuit. He even has the mind to think wildly. The one with a broken leg is faster than those with 2 legs. It's quite astonishing. When the two rushed within a meter of Anshin, he supported himself with one hand, his body airborne, the power emanating from his waist, and his right leg whipped out like an iron whip. The force was so great and the speed so fast that it created a sonic boom. Bang! The first and second had gone faster than they came. With one leg, the two flew out, crashing into the wall, and the single-layer wall collapsed instantly. Dust filled the alley, and Anshin drove the star power to disperse the dust. He didn't hear the screams of the first and second, and couldn't help but mutter. Did I use less than half my strength? They wouldn't be dead, right? Using omniscient vision to penetrate the bricks and stones covering the two, he found they had only fainted. Thankfully, they weren't dead. Otherwise, the specially customized and family meal for beasts wouldn't be able to sell. People should always have some humanity. Otherwise, what is the difference from beasts? Anshin has an old habit. When he encounters inhumane beasts, his heart itches. The method to relieve the itch is simple. Sell the beasts an family meal. He used Honji to pry open the top layer of bricks and stones, pulling the two out. Slap! Slap! One person, 2 big slaps. The method is simple and brutal, with immediate effect. A cough, cough, cough. It hurts. Cough. It hurts. The two had sunken chests, continuously coughing up blood. Anshin leaned close to the first, smiling with friendliness and gentleness. Would you like an family meal? The first looked at Anshin in fear. He didn't want to die. Cough, cough. Was the family meal? Anshin adjusted his sunglasses and seriously introduced it. I'll spare your life, but you must pay the corresponding price. It's not expensive. Yes, I want it. Hearing that he could live, how could the first refuse? Congratulations, you have become the 173rd customer of the family meal. By the way, so far, there hasn't been a single negative review of the family meal. Anshin swung Hongji, and several cold flashes passed, severing the first S limbs at the root. Immediately after, before he could scream, Anshin quickly used star power to destroy his vocal cords, preventing him from even letting out scream. You still have breath. I said I'd spare your life, so I'll spare your life. The transaction is settled. Welcome. Oh, there probably won't be a next time. Anshin walked towards the second. And family meal, would you like one? Damn, who the hell are you? If you don't want it, you don't have to. Why does every word out of your mouth have to be profanity? Can't you be a civilized person like me? Anshin showed a look of disdain. And 2 seconds later, the sales of the family meal increased by 1. What? You say the second didn't want the meal? Anshin declared that forced sales are his specialty. After the familiar process ended, Anshin asked Chung Xian, do you think I have the potential to be a doctor? Without systematic training or professional equipment, I destroyed their vocal cords but didn't take their lives. This precision is definitely that of a medical expert. Chung Xian glanced at the 2 blood gourds beside her, now without hands or feet, only able to wriggle and unable to make a sound, and forced a nod. She felt a strange sense of sending away the wolf and welcoming the tiger. Chapter 14. Chung Mu's concerns at 3 in the morning in the Jinyang Garden community. The power had been out for 2 days. Unit 2, Room 302. A middle-aged couple sat in the living room, the weak candlelight reflecting their anxious faces. After a while, the woman could not help but get up and pace. That dead child said she was just downstairs at the supermarket, looking for something to eat. Why isn't she back yet? The man took out a cigarette, but as he pressed the lighter, the woman slapped it out of his hand. Smoking, smoking. All you think about is smoking. Xian hasn't seen you and isn't worried at all. I sigh. The man sighed with a furrowed brow. That was his daughter, and how could he not be anxious with no news at such a time? You stay at home. Don't open the door randomly. I'll go look for her. Hearing her husband was going out, the woman hesitated. She had seen how chaotic Nanan had become in the past couple of days. In the past, a death in Xingqing would have been a big case. Now, nobody cares at all. Lao Chung, why don't we call the police? The man put on his coat and spoke while putting on his shoes. If calling the police was useful, the old man next door wouldn't have had his head hanging from the tree in the garden. Then, fine, don't say any more. You go to sleep. I will definitely bring our daughter back. The man went to the kitchen and took a kitchen knife. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was suddenly knocked on. The knocking sounded exceptionally harsh in the quiet night. A few households made slight movements, each peering through their peepholes. The couple in the knocked-on house, however, froze like they had been struck by a spell. The knocking continued. The woman suddenly said, "Lao Chung, could it be our daughter coming back? I'll go take a look." The man raised the kitchen knife and tiptoed to the door, looking through the peephole. It shall xin. Although the hallway was almost completely dark, the silhouette outside was enough. How could he not recognize his daughter, whom he had raised for so many years? He opened the door, and the woman immediately rushed over to hug her daughter, tears streaming down her face. "Where have you been, you dead child? You scared your mother to death. What is that smell? Xin, you're covered in blood. How could there be so much? Boo-hoo. Shoo, don't shout." The man quickly covered the woman's mouth and pulled the agitated woman into the room. "Mom, em me fine, em me fine." Chung Xin also comforted her as she followed in. When the man was about to close the door, he noticed there was another person at the door. "Hello, uncle." In the dark, Ncien revealed a big white smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. "Who are you?" "My name is Ncien." The man watched Ncien warily, noticing the items he was carrying: cigarettes, alcohol, and some vegetables and fruits. He was momentarily stunned. "What's going on? Are you just visiting?" Chung Xin reassured her mother and jogged over, whispering in her father's ear. "Dad, I was in danger just now, and he saved me." Hearing that this was his daughter's lifesaver, the man lowered his guard and the kitchen knife, quickly changing to a grateful expression and stepping aside. "Please come in." At the dining table, Ncien was devouring his meal. Meanwhile, Chung Xin's family watched him cautiously. As Chung Xin washed off the blood, she recounted her experience to her mother, and Chung's father, who was waiting at the bathroom door, also listened in. They were grateful to Ncien. However, hearing about his methods made them instinctively fearful. They had been honest people all their lives, never having even killed a chicken, let alone a person. This seemingly familiar teenager, who ate so heartily, was a real killer, merciless and brutal. Ncien swallowed his food and took a sip of water. "Eat together. Why are you staring at me?" "Oh, okay. You eat first. Just eat well, don't mind us." Each of the three said a line. After eating instant noodles for 2 days, it was a lie to say they didn't want to eat fresh food. But Ncien hadn't finished eating. How could they dare to pick up their chopsticks? What if this murderer got unhappy and slaughtered their family? Ncien didn't push them and continued eating by himself. This meal was originally a reward for saving Chung Xin, and the ingredients were also provided by him, so he felt justified eating. Before long, Ncien was full and satisfied. "I'd like to discuss something. I'll be staying here for a couple of days. Is that okay?" Chung's father readily agreed. "Of course, there's no problem. Feel free to stay." "All right, for the next while, I'll trouble you with meals. In return, I'll provide you with ingredients and ensure your safety. It's very fair." This place is a short distance from the center of Nannan, and the progress of the check-in didn't reach its peak. Originally, Ncien planned to leave after eating. However, after the meal, he thought it wouldn't be unacceptable to slow down the check-in progress a little with a warm home-cooked meal to eat. Upon hearing Ncien say he would provide security, the Chung family was instantly overwhelmed with immense joy. They had been living in constant fear for the past few days, hardly daring to go out, even worried that a madman might break in at home. Chung's father and mother learned of Ncien's strength from their daughter. Chung Xin had seen it with her own eyes. With Ncien around, they would surely be safe until the federal army came to evacuate them. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chung's mother smiled broadly. "You saved Xin's life. How could we trouble you for a few meals? Just stay at ease. We'll handle the rest." Ncien used his omniscient vision to scan the Chung family's home. The 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment wasn't big, and aside from the things he brought, there was only a box of instant noodles left. I'll provide it. Otherwise, I want to eat comfortably, or with peace of mind." Ncien stood up and changed the subject. "Can I borrow your bathroom? Although I didn't get blood on me, there is a bit of a bloody smell, and it's quite unpleasant." "Sure, of course." Chung's father took out a set of new clothes from the packed luggage. "Wait, let my wife wash your dirty clothes. You can wear this first. I just bought it and haven't worn it yet. You can make do with it. That would be a trouble for you." "It's no trouble at all." Ncien entered the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water echoed from inside. The power was out, but the water was still running. It was just cold. In the living room, the family of three began to eat. Chang's mother wondered if she had neglected Xian in any way. At this moment, Xian was like a guardian in her heart, someone she wanted to support. Lao Cheng, don't eat yet. Go tidy up XINXN's room so it's ready for. Forget it, you're too clumsy. I'll go. Chang's mother, not caring about eating, quickly tidied up Cheng Xin's room until it was spotless. Returning to the dining table, she squeezed next to Cheng Xin, who was focused on her meal. Xin, you're both young and have common topics. Find an opportunity to communicate more with him. The meaning was clear. Let her daughter initiate communication with someone of the opposite sex or age. Cheng's father wanted to say something. Opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word of rebuttal, and then dejectedly closed it. The experiences of the past couple of days had made the pillar of the family deeply aware that he was powerless to guarantee his daughter's safety. Cheng Xin was taken aback and shouted at her mother in embarrassment and anger. Cheng's mother earnestly said, and is clearly a capable person, young and good-looking. Our family has no power or influence. After leaving Nanan, who knows where we might be assigned? By then, we might not even have a home. If you have someone to rely on, your dad and I will be at ease. One Tiwi? Cheng Xin fell silent, absently pushing the rice around in her bowl. This year, she got into college, now an adult with independent thinking abilities. After the embarrassment, a rational analysis reveals that my mother's suggestion is indeed an excellent choice. However, the moment I think of those two blood gourds, the excitement that had just emerged instantly dissipates. I can't dare to. Chapter 15 Boss. Give me 2 pounds of ribs. An old black car swayed as it drove down the street. Xian, feeling a bit unfamiliar, held the steering wheel leisurely. Within a 200-meter range of his omniscient vision, it was still manageable for him to drive at a turtle's pace. Cheng, what was her name again? All right, Jiang Xin. Xian asked curiously. Aren't you cold? The overcast sky drizzled with fine rain. He felt a bit chilly, looking at Cheng Xin. She was dressed in a cropped tank top and denim shorts, exposing her fair waist and long, slender legs to the air. Xian specifically used his omniscient vision to check and confirmed she wasn't wearing any legwear, just bare skin. And no, I'm not cold, Cheng Xin stammered, her teeth chattering slightly as she tightened her arms around herself. After a moment of silence, Xian held up a hand showing A6. On both sides of the road, there were sparse groups of people. They carried burlap sacks and knives, moving through various shops. Noticing the slowly moving black car, someone paused to look for a moment before turning away. There was nothing special about the car. It looked cheap, and chasing after it would likely lead to a wild goose chase if the driver pressed the gas and left. Better to check a few more shops instead. Xian seemed to drive aimlessly, but Cheng Xin was in turmoil. After an all-night conversation with her mother, she had mustered the courage to dress like this to prove something. But upon seeing Xian, the courage she had built up began to deflate. After pondering for a while, Cheng Xin felt she had to take the first step. Just as she was about to speak up, the car came to a stop. Xian picked up his cane and got out. His clothes were still wet from washing, and he wore a new suit that Cheng Xin's father had given him. The suit, meant for a middle-aged man who had put on weight, was 2 sizes too big for Xian. He tucked his white shirt into his slacks, and the loose jacket hung off him without being buttoned, which not only didn't look awkward, but added a bit of swagger. Cheng Xin followed him and glanced at the sign of the store in front of them, Huimin Fresh. It was a large chain fresh produce store in Nanan. Peering through the door, she caught a glimpse of the messy interior and felt somewhat puzzled. Xian suddenly jolted. Don't interrupt. Just speak properly. Oh. Cheng Xin blushed slightly, cleared her throat, and wanted to ask what they were doing here. Xian didn't give her a chance to ask and stepped inside. Cheng Xin hurried to keep up. Inside, the scene was as she had imagined. Almost everything that could be taken had been taken. Shelves were scattered, the floor was dirty and muddy, and some leaves had been trampled into mush. Filled with confusion, she jogged to barely keep up with Xian's pace. Xian seemed to be at home, turning corners, going downstairs, moving without pause, with a strong sense of purpose. 2 minutes later, Xian stopped in front of an iron door. The door bore marks from knives and axes, indicating someone had attempted to break in but had failed. A cold storage? Cheng Xin read the door plate instinctively. Anshin grinned. Let's go back and have Andy stew some ribs. Knock, knock. Anshin tapped on the door with his fingers. His long fingers made contact with the heavy iron door, producing a sound that echoed like a hammer striking metal. Boss, give me 2 pounds of ribs. Although the cold storage inside had lost power, thanks to its structure, some ice had not yet melted. A young couple was inside, dressed in winter clothes, wrapped in a quilt to keep warm. Honey, we have visitors again. Don't make a sound. If they find they can't open the door, they'll just leave. Just then, a blade tip protruded from the center of the iron door, leaving the man staring at it speechless. Under the dazed gaze of the couple, the blade moved effortlessly, cutting a perfect square as if slicing through tofu. Then the blade disappeared, and the square was pushed out, landing with a dull thud on the ground. What the hell? The man exclaimed. Is it a knife? That's a laser, right? This iron door is solid. Mun, Anshin put away the knife, bent down to the newly cut palm-size hole. Boss, give me 2 pounds of ribs. There's still good people out there. So much meat and vegetables, not a penny charged, and they even gave me a mink coat. Anshin sighed as he drove back. Chung Xian's mouth twitched slightly. With that kind of attitude, cutting a hole in the iron door, did they dare not give him what he wanted? From the rearview mirror, she glanced at the large bags in the back seat and rubbed her sore shoulder under the mink fur. All of this was what she had brought out, although she did end up with a mink coat. She had seen this mink coat before while shopping with her mother. It was said to be made of a rare breed's fur, worth several zeros behind an 8, more expensive than her family's house. She never expected someone would just give it to her. Life was truly magical. Thinking about it, she rubbed her cheek against it. Wearing a house's worth of clothing felt really warm. On the road, aside from the occasional federal vehicle coming to evacuate people, there was no one else. Anshin increased his speed slightly, returning faster than when he left. 20 minutes later, the car stopped downstairs, and Chung Xian called for her parents, who took 2 trips to bring everything upstairs. Anshin washed his hands with soap and said to the 3 of them, who were panting on the sofa, "Those things are enough to last until you leave." The 3 looked at the several large bags filled with meat, eggs, vegetables, and fruits, everything included. Not only is it enough to last until you leave, with the power out and no refrigerator, they might spoil. We can't even finish 1 bag. Chung Xian's mother glanced at the ingredients, then at Anshin, hesitating to speak. Can I share some of these with the neighbors? She quickly added, don't worry. It definitely won't affect your meals. She looked at Anshin with hope. This was an old community, and the neighbors were all familiar faces, many of whom had good relationships and deep ties. Someone must have seen them moving things upstairs. If they didn't share some, who knows what rumors might spread. Plus, they couldn't finish so much food, and rather than let it spoil, it would be better to help them out a bit. Chung Xian's father gave her mother a meaningful look, and Chung Xian tugged at her mother's sleeve, but her mother ignored them. I think it's fine, but you have to save the ribs for me. I want to make potato stew with ribs and cook corn rib soup. Anshin dried his hands with a towel, took out his phone, and started recording. Now I've got some video material. I already have a title in mind. The beginning of the tragedy. All because of this. With Chung Xian's mother's consent, she smiled brightly in front of the camera. I'm good at making ribs, don't worry. I'll make sure to prepare it well. With Anshin speaking up, Chung Xian and her father had no choice but to let her mother happily portion out the ingredients to send some benefits to those old friends. Before long, Chung Xian's mother went out with bags in hand. There was knocking on the door in the hallway. Sister Wang, look what I brought you. Xiao Xiao. I can't forget you guys when I have food. Suehua, I hope you can learn to be as generous as your sister. Last time you snatched my dance position, and I still saved some food for you. Listening to Chung Xian's mother's boasting voice echoing through the hallway, Anshin, recording by the door, was very satisfied with the effect. A good actor, focusing on being real. The father and daughter exchanged glances and sighed. One was a seasoned workplace veteran, and the other had recently come close to being violently harmed. The phrase "the human heart is treacherous" was deeply engraved in their minds. Helping friends is not a bad thing, but if wealth is exposed, it might attract trouble. Chapter 16. A bone, shattering his courage gnawing on ribs and sipping soup. Anshin felt that life was really comfortable. Cheng's mother was equally happy with her meal. Thinking of the grateful expressions of her friends just now made her feel elated. However, looking at Cheng's father and Chung Xian, her mood soured. The ribs in her mouth tasted bland, and she occasionally glanced at the door, worried that someone might burst in with a knife. As the sun set, the clouds dispersed, and the sunset filled half the sky. The homes of a few families who received gifts from Chang's mother were filled with the aroma of food. Unit 1, Room 101. Mom, I want to eat meat. Be good. Wait a bit longer. The soldier uncle will come take us, and then we can eat meat. After comforting her son, the woman sniffed the enticing aroma coming in and gnawed on the white steamed bun she had been eating for several days, which tasted like wax. The more she ate, the harder it was to swallow, so she kicked the silent man beside her. Look at the Chung family. How can they have so much food? Enough to share with others? You can't even bring back pickled vegetables. The man shrank his neck, not daring to retort. Seeing him like this only made the woman angrier. Useless. Go close the window. I can't even swallow my bun with that smell. As the man got up, a loud crash suddenly startled him, causing the bun in his hand to drop to the floor. The door was kicked open, and a yellow-haired man with a bag and a blood-stained kitchen knife walked in. The yellow-haired man glanced at the bun rolling at his feet and stepped on it. Then he turned his gaze to the woman holding the child, who looked scared, and spat at her. Hey, look at you, is there need to hide? The yellow-haired man approached the man, slapping his face with a knife, leaving fresh bloodstains on it. Old Deng, whose house is cooking. I don't. Although Chang's mother hadn't sent anything to her own home, they were neighbors, and he instinctively wanted to cover for the Chung family. However, the yellow-haired man's knife came down on the man's shoulder, spraying blood all over his face. Then he kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. The woman panicked and crawled over with all her limbs. Husband, are you okay? Wah? Wah wah wah. The child was also crying in confusion. The yellow-haired man wiped the blood from his face, laughing maniacally. Southern has fallen. How great. Usually, as a little thug, who would pay attention to me? Now, with a knife, I can chop anyone I don't like. Plus, I robbed a bag of money. When I retreat to another star city, I'll be someone important. Oh, by dang, you really think you can mess with me? The yellow-haired man raised the kitchen knife. About to advance again, the woman hurriedly said, I know. It's the Chung family. They have a lot of food, enough to share with others. Now you say it, it's too late. Her daughter is especially beautiful, looks just like a star. Oh, the yellow-haired man's eyes lit up. Really? Really? More real than gold. The yellow-haired man showed a lewd smile, feeling excited. Lead the way. If I find out you're lying, I'll chop your kid first, then chop you both. Unit 2, Room 302. Anxian turned on his phone to record, aiming it at the door. Cheng's family looked on with curiosity, but their attention was quickly diverted by the sound of knocking. Bang bang. Chung family, open the door. The woman from Unit 1 shouted loudly. All the fear on the way had turned into resentment towards the Chung family. It's all their fault. If they hadn't brought back so much food and cooked, how could there be such an aroma? The yellow-haired man wouldn't have been attracted. Hurry up and open the door. If you dare eat well, don't hide. Bang bang bang. The knocking gradually escalated into banging. Cheng's mother was displeased and stunned. She cast a pleading glance at Cheng's father. Cheng's father lowered his head. What would he do? Cheng's mother nudged Chung Xian, who stiffened and sought help from Anxian. Anxian, what should we do? Anxian, enjoying the spectacle, pulled out the red knife and handed it to her. Here, take it. After you open the door, just chop whoever you see. Chung Xian was stunned. What kind of terrible idea is this? Seeing she wouldn't take the knife, Anxian kindly offered a second suggestion. How about I arrange an in-family set meal for them? Chung Xian's face turned pale, and she quickly shook her head. No need. Those two blood-sucking leeches from yesterday were still haunting her dreams. She was already psychologically scarred. Taking a deep breath, Chung Xian grasped the curved ends of the cane with both hands. Heavy and substantial, she slowly walked toward the door, her hand resting on the doorknob. Cheng's father hurried over. Xin, let me do it. No, I will. Chung Xian's tone was firm and serious. She had realized this was an opportunity, a chance for growth. The experiences of just one day had completely changed her mindset. This world doesn't seem as beautiful as described in books. The previous 18 years had seemed peaceful, but were as fragile as bubbles, ready to burst at a poke. Now that this bubble had burst, should she escape reality, follow the federal army to another star city, and then drown in another bubble? Chung Xian asked herself seriously, and the answer was no. She wanted to try, to face this real, yet cruel world. Glancing back at Anxian, she felt a surge of confidence. With Anxian around, her life was assured. This was a perfect opportunity to step into the real world. Click! The door was opened. The woman who had been banging on the door stumbled and nearly fell. The yellow-haired man behind her saw Chung Xian and almost drooled. This figure, definitely goddess-level beauty. In the past, he would have only dared to squat on the curb to look. Now he couldn't wait to pin her down. He impatiently shoved the woman, blocking his way aside. Get lost. Don't get in my way. The woman scrambled away, but she didn't leave. She quietly peeked around the corner of the stairs on the second and third floors, wanting to see what would happen to the Chung family. This is humanity. Anxian, with his omniscient view, clearly saw the ugly expression on the woman's face. However, when he saw Chung Xian's hand trembling slightly as she held the knife, her expression remarkably firm, he was somewhat surprised. The title for this episode could be changed to The Awakening of a Beautiful College Student to attract some attention. Mr. N, will Xian be okay? Cheng's mother asked anxiously. Anxian took another bite of rib, the pile of bones in front of him growing higher. What could happen? Cheng's mother looked regretful. Did I make a mistake? Yes, but not for sending gifts to friends, but for not recognizing people clearly. Anxian slurped the meat off the bone and then tossed the bones outward. The bones flew past Cheng's father and Chung Xian, leaving a blood streak on the yellow-haired man's face as they went by. Then they smashed directly into the opposite door, shattering the peephole and embedding in the door. Ouch! From the opposite side, sounds of heavy objects falling and suppressed cries could be faintly heard. I remember you were the first to deliver to them. Seems like your friends aren't that great. They took the benefits, but when trouble arose, not one of them came out to help. The yellow-haired man held a knife. Not a gun. Not one dared to come out. This level of neighborliness had reached its limit. Cheng's mother looked dejected, no longer showing any trace of excitement. I have things to do. You all eat. Sorry for the disturbance. The yellow-haired man covered the bloodstain on his cheek, his voice trembling slightly. He was ruthless, but not foolish. Anxian's bone not only shattered the peephole of the opposite house, but also shattered the yellow-haired man's courage. He kicked on an iron plate. With a bone, he could smash the door from so far away, and it wouldn't budge. If it hit someone, it would definitely leave a bloody hole. What beautiful women, what delicious food, all vanished in an instant. The yellow-haired guy, now with money, thinks about his bright future. He can find any beautiful woman. There's no need to throw his life away here. What will happen to my material if you leave? As the yellow-haired guy turned to leave, he suddenly felt a grip on the back of his neck, his body uncontrollably dragged into the room. Chung Xian, standing close, clearly saw a faint, illusory hand on the yellow-haired guy's neck. She could guarantee that it was in Xian's hand. Star Warrior. Chung Xian's eyes widened as she murmured. For ordinary people, Star Warriors were almost synonymous with urban legends. They were known by name, but never seen. Before meeting in Xian, Chung Xian's only encounter with a Star Warrior was in high school. A classmate suddenly sensed star power during class one day and uncontrollably spat flames, burning the back of the student in front of her. Not long after, someone claiming to be from the Star Warrior Bureau came and took her classmate away, and she never saw her again. As for the burned student, he came back to school that afternoon as if nothing had happened. When asked how he recovered, he simply said it was the work of a Star Warrior, but the specifics were unclear. Later, Chung Xian learned from her teacher's vague words that the classmate taken away by the Star Warrior Bureau had skipped a grade and was sent to university in another star city, even securing a position in the federal system, landing a stable job. Chung Xian was envious at the time, and Xian let go of the illusory grip, and the star power dissipated. The yellow-haired guy fell to the floor in the living room. What are you dazed about? Come here. And Xian waved at Chung Xian with a smile. At that moment, he resembled a seductive devil from hell. Want to try the feeling of killing? Aye. And Xian pointed at the yellow-haired guy, severing his vocal cords. I didn't ask you. Shut your mouth. The bloodstains on the yellow-haired guy's body varied in depth. Clearly not from one person. Killing such a person posed no psychological burden for Xian. Meanwhile, Chung Xian's parents, wanting to say something, quickly sealed their lips, not daring to make a sound. The elderly couple thought to themselves, "Isn't it just letting our daughter kill someone? Go ahead." as long as our family of 3 is safe. Chung Xian's grip on Hong Ji's hands turned pale, her self-doubt evident in her voice. Can I do it? Believe in yourself, you can do it. A gentle voice, accompanied by omniscient vision, was sent into Chung Xian's brain by Xian. The words believe in yourself caressed her cerebral cortex, constantly swirling and amplifying in her mind. This was a trivial mental trick developed by Xian. Although insignificant, when displayed with his strength, it had a brainwashing effect on ordinary people. The awakening of a beautiful college student. What constitutes awakening? Is it realizing that the world is not beautiful? Or recognizing the wickedness of human nature? And Xian believed that these 2 points were merely prerequisites. When one truly stained their hands with blood and then looked at the peace and prosperity within the Star City, it would seem so ridiculous. Only by stepping out of the false Eden built by the Federation could one face the reality of the world, achieving a complete mindset shift and awakening. And Xian was more than willing to help a lost lamb recognize reality, and he was also eager to make her the protagonist of his current video. Ding! Does the host intend to develop in the direction of a missionary? If this path is chosen, the system will generously gift a Bible. And Xian's godly smile stiffened, and his expression quickly darkened. A sudden image flashed through his mind of himself in a white robe, holding a Bible in one hand, gently stroking others' heads with the other, softly reciting blessings. What nonsense! And Xian made a disgusted sound, causing a mental wave that shattered this image. He would never become a charlatan in this lifetime. Just thinking about it made him uncomfortable. However, Chung Xian had already been guided onto the path of awakening, and there was no reason to give up midway. And Xian thought Chung Xian had potential. He also had some guesses about the home field authority he obtained from every Star City. If she could take action, then giving her a chance to become a test subject wouldn't be a bad idea. Time ticked away. After Xian gnawed on 3 or 4 ribs, Chung Xian raised Hong Ji high and whispered softly. And Xian Ji, I understand now. Under the worried gazes of Chung Xian's parents, she resolutely brought down the blade. The yellow-haired guy, who had retreated to the corner, had nowhere to go, and he faced the arrival of Hong Ji in terror. Poof! The sound of a vibrant life extinguishing was both faint and heavy, and Xian raised a star power barrier to prevent blood from splattering onto the food. These ribs smelled good, and he didn't want them wasted. Congratulations on bravely taking this step. You will discover that your life from now on is filled with different scenery. And Xian clapped and praised. Chung Xian's vision was consumed by crimson. She looked at the yellow-haired guy, now cut in half with innards spilling everywhere, her brain short-circuited, leaving her in a daze. Chung Xian's mother felt nausea rising in her stomach and couldn't help but turn away to vomit. Chung Xian's father wanted to comfort her, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the visual shock from the yellow-haired guy's corpse caused vomit to surge from his throat. And Xian used star power to seal off his sense of smell, muttering to himself like a thief covering his tracks. I'm blind, I can't see, and I can't smell anything now, so there's no corpse, which is very reasonable. With this thought, and Xian felt even happier. Living a nomadic lifestyle, he had no need for cars or houses, and as a man, he wasn't interested in luxury goods. Food was one of his few hobbies, especially ribs that could be devoured easily. Absolutely amazing. In the stairwell, the woman who led the yellow-haired guy upstairs, seeing no commotion from the Chung family, mustered her courage to sneak up. Chung Xian, trembling with the knife, the retching Chung couple supporting each other, and Xian happily gnawing on ribs, as well as the 2 halves of the yellow. The yellow-haired guy is in 2 halves? I killed someone. She was so scared that she sat down on the ground, constantly retreating. Chung Xian was drawn by the commotion at the door. Stiffly turning her head, her delicate face, devoid of expression and splattered with blood, was chilling. The woman was so frightened by this scene that she lost control of her physiological functions, yellow liquid flowing beneath her. She suddenly retreated, rolling down the stairs, not caring about the pain, and bolted away. I killed someone. Chung Xian killed someone. Old Chung, will Xian be okay? At the bathroom door, Chung Xian's father and mother listened to the sound of the shower inside, their faces filled with worry. It had been an hour and a half. The living room was clean, spotless. Even the smell of blood had been masked by perfume. The yellow-haired guy. Ugh, don't mention the yellow-haired guy. Chung Xian's mother slapped Chung Xian's father in a fit of physiological discomfort. Don't worry, it's normal for the first time someone kills. You'll understand later. And Xian offered appropriate comfort. Unfortunately, seeing Chung Xian's parents force smiles, the effect of the comfort was not very good. And Xian shrugged and tapped on the door with his cane. Finish up and come out with me. Okay. A voice replied from inside, and the sound of water stopped. Soon, the bathroom door opened, and Chung Xian, pale as paper, stepped out, wiping her wet hair, meeting her parents' worried gazes, forcing a smile. I'm fine. At this moment, and Xian thought that it seemed inappropriate to take their daughter out in front of her parents at night. Just as he was about to suggest waiting until tomorrow, he saw Chung Xian's father bringing her a coat and shoes, while her mother kept urging her. Xian, hurry up, don't keep Mr. in waiting. And Xian slowly raised a question mark. Am I being too traditional in my thinking? Is it nerve-wracking to kill for the first time? Not now. Chung Xian gripped the steering wheel tightly, her mind highly focused. I just passed the first driving test, dude. Is it appropriate to let me speed up to 120? What is there to be nervous about? Floor the gas pedal. With me here, even if the car explodes, it won't hurt you. And Xian was completely at ease, still leisurely encouraging her to accelerate. Chung Xian rolled her eyes and didn't respond. This small action was exposed under the omniscient perspective, compared to her initial restraint. She was now much more relaxed and casual, and Xian secretly nodded, highly affirming her psychological endurance and the speed at which she adjusted her mindset. If a group of people were thrown into the wilderness, and Xian believed that Chung Xian would definitely be a strong contender to survive until the end. Killing was indeed one of the best ways to spur transformation. The arrival of nightfall was also the beginning of a carnival. The car swept through the streets, its cold white headlights dispelling the darkness. And Xian roughly counted. Just in the section they passed through, there were more than 20 ongoing murder incidents. He joked, "How about I take you to see some blood?" Really? Chung Xian quickly turned her head to look at Xian, her pink tongue licking her lips, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. So excited that she didn't notice the car swerved wildly, and if she hadn't corrected the direction at the last moment, she would have crashed into a telephone pole. Brother and Xian, are we going to kill people? This time, and Xian fell silent. No, I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? In the omniscient perspective, Chung Xian's features were magnified, revealing the micro-expressions on her face and every subtle emotion. Then, with his half-baked psychological knowledge, and Xian analyzed and ultimately concluded that Chung Xian's excitement was genuine. Oh no, this girl doesn't have a killing instinct, does she? Just messing around could turn her into a female killing god? Cough. Let us get back to business. We'll talk about the rest later. And Xian awkwardly changed the subject, and Chung Xian huffed lightly, while he pretended not to hear and continued speaking. I have an idea, but I'm sure an experimental subject, you all do it. You're making a decision without hearing me out? What if I need you to develop an S-set meal too? 0. Zhang Xin's my beaux Li. Then I'll do it. My life was saved by you, so you can take it if necessary. And Xian's tone rose at the end. Is that really how you feel? I knew I couldn't fool you. Chung Xian blinked her watery eyes, her honesty showing no signs of concealment. Given the current situation in Nan, and if your experiment is dangerous, you could just grab anyone. There is no need to use me as a test subject. After a pause, her voice took on the youthful playfulness that girls her age should have. After all, brother and Xian, you love eating the ribs my mom makes so much. If I die, my mom won't make ribs for you anymore. And Xian found himself increasingly appreciating Chung Xian. I enjoy talking to smart people. Nanan Square, the core of Nanan Star City. In the center of the square stood a half-spherical shape resembling an inverted bowl. This was the foundation of Nanan Star City. The Nanan Star? Most of Nanan Star was buried underground, with only the exposed top having a diameter of over 100 meters. At this moment, a couple of figures stood on the top of Nanan Star, which was several meters above the ground, and Xian took a deep breath. The concentration of star power here far exceeded that of the periphery. Chung Xian knelt beside him, afraid she might fall. After arriving at Nanan Square, she was immediately grabbed by Xian, who jumped several times to get up here. It was terrifying. Brother and Xian, why do we come up here? Do you want to take a piece of Nanan Star with you? And Xian's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings with his omniscient perspective. Below, there were many people wielding shovels, hammers, and various tools, trying to chip away at Nanan Star. Normally, soldiers guarded Nanan Star, and no one dared to do this. But now it was different. The star, or born under the blessings of the star, deep beneath, was worth its weight in gold. If they could chip off a piece of the star and sell it, they would definitely make a fortune. However, even Xian couldn't damage the star with his strength, so expecting this group of people to break off a piece with shovels was simply a dream. And Xian was down below, and by coming into contact with Nanan Star, he could verify his thoughts. The only reason he came up was purely out of concern that idiots would infect him. Unexpectedly, even after coming up, Xin was still affected. Where's that cleverness of yours? Didn't the teacher tell you not to damage the star when you were in school? Xin stuck out her tongue and defended herself softly. I saw you come up, so I thought it would be easier to knock on it. Shut up. Don't ask, don't move. Oh. Following the command, Xin obediently responded, and Xian half-squatted, pressing his palm against Nanan Star. The cold touch felt like an unknown material. Despite having no obstructions, there wasn't a speck of dust on the star's surface. He felt the star power cheering and boiling, faintly establishing a connection with Nanan Star. It was weak, but it indeed existed. System: every star city has a welcome gift. The main venue permissions of that star city should have other uses, right? Please explore on your own, host. I've come this far, which means I'm already 90 sure. Why are you still playing mysterious? Please explore on your own, host. Your T has once again gained my approval. If you don't speak, then forget it. The star power of each star has its subtle differences. So, for Star Warriors, there would be a distinction between home and away games. The first step Xian needed to take was to expel the star power in his body that did not belong to Nanan Star. However, he didn't expect that simply expelling the star power would trigger a noticeable phenomenon. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose. Like a dam bursting, a torrent of star power gushed out. It unexpectedly stirred up a wild star power storm in the air. Xin, caught in the eye of the storm, didn't feel anything unusual. She looked up at the sky. Under the pitch-black night, there were visible swirling winds. The star power, which should have been colorless, shimmered with vibrant fluorescence due to its excessive density, a sight that fascinated Xin. However, those below, facing the sudden gale, were far from as comfortable as Xin. The wind force gradually increased. They couldn't even stand, and in a panic, they grabbed each other, trying to huddle together for weight, but it was futile. It was merely the difference between being blown up separately and together. The gale lifted their bodies, the howling wind drowning out their cries for help. There were even unfortunate souls who collided with shovels and hammers also caught in the wind, instantly bleeding profusely. Some even lost their lives in this star power storm. And Xian didn't notice this scene. Even if he had, he wouldn't have stopped. People must pay the price for their greed. The star is the foundation for humanity's survival in the wilderness, humanity's absolute faith and protector. Stars cannot be damaged or insulted. As a transmigrator, and Xian didn't have a deep understanding of this aspect. Therefore, facing those who swung hammers at Nanan Star due to greed, he merely thought they were a bunch of fools. But if extremists saw this scene, Nanan Square would probably need to be renamed. For example, Nanan Slaughterhouse would be a good name. Chapter 19 Company, shareholders, employees of Nanan Star. Commander Yang hosted a banquet, or rather, imprisoned in the territory of the Star Marshal Division of Nanan. Yang Kai stood by the window, gazing at the storm above Nanan Square. Someone ran over to ask, Chief, did the star beasts attack the city? Yang Kai's face was serious as he shook his head. As the chief of the Star Marshal Division and a B-level Star Marshal artist, he could easily discern how the star power storm was formed. There were no violent fluctuations in star power. The process of forming the storm was very smooth. Clearly, someone was releasing star power in the simplest way possible. But the amount of star power sufficient to trigger a storm was definitely stronger than his own. When did such a person appear in Nanan Star City? Yang Kai poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Sigh, what a troublesome time. In a temporary command center on the city wall of Nanan Star City. Have high-level star martial artists been found near Nanan Star? He Zhao, appointed by the federal high-level officials, served as the temporary commander of Nanan Star City. While the Lord of Nanan Star was away, he managed all affairs in Nanan Star City, including military and political matters. I understand. Keep an eye on Nanan Star's brilliance. And don't let the Star Marshal Division's people come out, or you'll be in for it. After hanging up the phone, He Zhao cracked sunflower seeds while searching through the contacts, dialing a number after finding the target. Go check out Nanan Star. Someone down there has discovered Star Martial Artists. It shouldn't be from the Star Marshal Division, but I do hope it is. If they stay inside, honestly, I really have no reason to deal with them. The commander of the Nanan army? He probably fled long ago. He can't shake off the blame for killing the Star-Lord. All right, hurry up. Nanan Star City is the first pilot of the Federation's latest decision. If the first shot goes silent, think about the consequences. After hanging up the phone again, He Zhao called his aide. Stop the ammunition supply to the Nanan army. Commander, you have arranged the Nanan army to the front line. If you stop the ammunition, do you not understand what I'm saying? Or am I not clear enough? Understood. After the aide left, He Zhao sneered to himself. The Federation doesn't need disobedient troops. In a narrow alley of Nanan Star City, a strong man was running wildly, carrying a man who was more than 2 circles smaller than him. When a star power storm rose, he only took a glance and quickened his pace. Star-Lord, you must hold on. Otherwise, I'll be finished too, and Nanan will be completely doomed. Cough, cough. With the protection of Nanan Star, I can't. Cough, cough, cough. I won't go down easily. Blood foam kept spraying onto the strong man's cheek, and he panicked immediately. Oh my God, please stop talking. As the star power storm dissipated, and Xian completed the release of star power. While releasing it, he didn't forget to draw star power from Nanan Star. Perhaps because he was so close to Nanan Star, the absorption speed was no slower than the release. The back and forth kept his internal star power in a full state. After the star power exchange was completed, and Xian felt his connection with Nanan Star deepen further. His consciousness swam through the star, as if returning to the warmth of the mother body, which made him inexplicably at ease. Although this feeling was good, and Xian did not indulge for too long. Soon, he broke free from it and continued to the next step, merge with Nanan Star, and then seek part of the authority that belonged to the star. And Xian speculated that the key to home court authority did not lie in the home court itself, but in the authority. Different focal points meant vastly different implications. If the home court were seen as a company, then other star martial artists in the home court were all employees of this company, and Xian was just one of them. They were all receiving salaries and did not have actual decision-making power. However, after obtaining the authority, Xian would become a shareholder. Although there were stars ahead, he was not the only one, but his status and rights would far exceed those of ordinary employees. This point was what Xian valued and wanted to verify. For example, recruit an ordinary person to become a new employee of this company. As Xian continued to explore, his smile grew wider. At a certain moment, he raised his right hand. Xin, get ready, here I come. After he raised his hand, streams of illusory star flow, condensed by star power, rose from Nanan Star. The dazzling star flow surrounded Xian, making him look like a celestial being. Xin saw Xian smile, retracted her neck, and said softly, Brother Xian, please don't smile, I'm scared. If she remembered correctly, Brother Xian smiled like this when he was promoting the In-Families package to those 2 refugees. Xian's smile stiffened, and he suddenly felt the urge to disperse the star flow. Forget it. I'm here now. Come here. Xian curiously observed the star flow and moved forward. So beautiful. But it's not just beautiful. Xian's right hand suddenly landed on Xian's head. Under his control, the star flow poured into Xian's body. Xian felt as if someone had thrown a flash in her face, and her mind buzzed for a moment, instantly losing consciousness. Her last thought before losing consciousness was, I guessed right, Brother Xian is up to no good. The fluorescence of the star flow penetrated Xian's skin, and Xian maximized the all-knowing vision. Xian's clothes disappeared, followed by her flesh, until her body was exposed in Xian's mind. He was still not satisfied and further magnified it until he reached the cellular level before stopping. The moment the star flow poured into Xian's body, it disintegrated and flowed to her limbs and bones. The star power washed over Xian's flesh, transforming and stimulating her body cells, allowing each cell to have the capacity to contain star power. Seeing this, Xian immediately realized he succeeded. This was the correct way to open home court authority. Transforming an ordinary person into a star martial artist had never been heard of in the entire history of the Federation. Some had attempted to let a group of star martial artists take turns infusing star power into an ordinary person for a whole year. The result was that the ordinary person only became a bit healthier with no other changes, and the world abandoned the idea of creating artificial star martial artists. Making a person into a star martial artist was an authority unique to the stars. And today, this authority had gained a new owner. Xian suddenly had the thought of killing Xin. Exposing this ability would likely bring trouble in the future. After thinking for a while, Xian still abandoned this idea. Xin was his first test subject, and he truly felt a bit reluctant to act. Moreover, Xian gently stroked his staff, revealing a kind smile. If anyone truly came looking for trouble, the kind-hearted would team mind sending them to see the scenery of the underworld. Xian reduced the supply of star power to the all-knowing vision, removing his observation of Xin. Transforming an ordinary person into a star martial artist was a complex process, and the transformation would take about half an hour to complete. Having done what he needed to do, there was no place for him to intervene next. Staying here idly for half an hour, letting the cool breeze blow, would only be foolish. Xian sat down, pushed himself with his hands, and slid down like on a slide. After standing up, he walked straight out. While walking, he took out his phone. He sent the 2 videos he had recorded earlier to a silver badge freelancer with the username Little Taylor through the free forum. Star Chaser, a video with a good-looking edit. Little Taylor happened to be browsing the free forum and replied quickly, first with a crazy emoji, followed by text. Little Taylor, bro, I'm a tailor. I edit clothes, not videos. If you need editing, go find a professional video editor. Star Chaser, your dad, the old tailor, told me that I just need to edit the video and send it to you. The little tailor is typing. The Traveler Chasing Stars, Episode 1 video. Reward a piece of E-Class Aberration Skin. 1 million views, C-Class. 10 million views, B-Class. Over 100 million views. And so on, with no upper limit. If there are billions of views, I will also get you the S-Class Aberration Skin. The little tailor is silent. The little tailor is drooling. The little tailor deletes a long string of text in the input box. Little tailor, my dad is right. I need to edit the video. Just send it to me. Chapter 20. The tragedy triggered by charging hello. Is anyone there? Xian stepped into the resplendent hall, and in an instant, more than a dozen guns were aimed at him. A leader, clearly dressed differently from the other soldiers, spoke up. Nan Star is closed for business and not accepting visitors. Xian smiled, exuding friendliness. He took out his phone and lit up the screen, which displayed a low battery reminder. My phone's dead. Can you help me out? It's hard to find a place with electricity in Nanan right now. The leader gestured, and a soldier ran over, snatched Xian's phone, and smashed it violently on the ground. It was an ordinary phone, not made of special materials. Upon hitting the ground, it cracked, the screen shattered, and internal components flew several meters away. Charging? What a joke. Get lost, or you'll end up like those corpses at the door. Xian's smile slowly faded, and he squatted down expressionlessly, retrieving the SIM card from the pile of debris. You owe me a new phone. For the sake of the Federation. I won't hold it against you. Oh, hold it against me? The soldier took off Xian's sunglasses and threw them to the ground. Noticing Xian's slightly sunken eye sockets and chuckling a blind, Xian reached out and gripped his neck with a slight exertion. His fingers pierced the skin, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The soldier collapsed, his head hanging limply, his eyes quickly losing color. Xian shook his bloodied hand and frowned slightly. Looks like I need to change clothes again. Why you dare to kill? The leader was stunned for a moment, then took a while to react. Xian asked curiously, why wouldn't I dare? Because it's the Federation army. We already gave you a chance. But you look down on us. Not only did he look down on them, but Xian also couldn't tolerate him. Open fire. Kill him, the leader ordered. And the soldiers simultaneously pulled the triggers, bullets spitting out like flames, weaving a net of bullets that sealed off all of Xian's escape routes. Wake up, Hongji. Xian held his staff upright, the tip pointing down, uttering the initial release command. The wooden staff shattered, and a blade named Hongji took its place. Blood Mist Shield. Star power surged into Hongji, released from the blade's tail, coalescing into a blood-red light shield. Dense bullets struck the Blood Mist Shield, but not even a ripple was raised before they were extinguished, leaving no trace. This gave Xian a sense of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It seemed that simply using star power to form a shield was enough. He didn't even need Hongji. The bullets continued to pour, but the leaders sensed something was off. A star warrior, and a strong one at that. He might be the one who caused the storm on Star earlier. His expression changed dramatically, and he immediately turned to flee toward the elevator. People from the Star Marshal Division are upstairs. Have them shoot this blind man. And Xian naturally noticed the leader's escape, but didn't pay it any mind. He came here just to charge his phone. His main intent was to see what the group of Star Warriors gathered here was up to. After acquiring some authority in Star, he discovered that as long as he was willing to investigate, he could vaguely sense the locations of Star Warriors within Star City who had absorbed the star power of Star. There were a few scattered ones he wasn't interested in, but over 100 were congregated at Star Shine, including one who was relatively strong, which piqued his interest. If the leader wasn't foolish, he should be going to find that group of Star Warriors. After you've shot for so long, it's my turn now. Bloom, Hongji. The surface of the Blood Mist Shield suddenly sprouted countless light arrows, shooting out along the trajectory of the incoming bullets. In an instant, the hall of Star Shine turned into a slaughterhouse. The screams were incessant, the spraying blood stained the walls, and the ground became a river of blood, pooling and flowing out the door. Just as the leader's elevator door was closing, he happened to witness this scene, his body going limp with shock, barely managing to lean against the elevator to keep from collapsing. At the entrance of Star Shine, a few people had gathered, aiming to make a big score. This place was renowned as a gold mine in the Star City. Even a small robbery could sustain them for a lifetime. Brother, there's blood. Blood? The brother squinted, noticing that the blood flowing out from the entrance was already at his feet, and he leaped back in shock. Holy crap, so much blood. Are they slaughtering pigs inside? A younger member gathered his courage, dashed a few steps to the entrance, peeked inside, and hurriedly covered his mouth, racing back. Brother, it's people. There's a whole floor of dead people inside, all federal soldiers. At a critical moment, a brilliant idea struck. If federal soldiers are dead, can't we just rob them? The genius looked at the vast Star Shine, his eyes sparkling with dollar signs. I heard the lamps inside are made of gold. We're going to get rich. Slap. The older brother slapped him awake. Get rich? Hurry up and leave. Someone just killed the federal army. If we go in, we be serving ourselves up as food? Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, Chief Yang. Chief Yang, open the door. The leading officer frantically pounded on the banquet hall's door. He hadn't locked it from the outside, not expecting the people inside to barricade it. Since he was instructed to guard the Marshal Division, his desire to get the people inside out had reached its peak. Initially, it was to frame them. Now, it was to save his own life. Inside, the members of the Marshal Division were toasting and enjoying the performance, their pent-up frustrations from the past few days evaporating. Yang Kai, in high spirits, downed 3 cups in a row. Chief, shouldn't we help him? What's wrong with that? Yang Kai added another table behind the hall door, sealing it off even tighter. We've been imprisoned. We haven't left the banquet hall at all. If something happens outside, it has nothing to do with us. But he called for help. If we don't go, we'll be blamed for not saving him. Yang Kai signaled for someone to turn up the volume on the speakers. In the banquet hall, besides the music, no other sounds could be heard. He used star power to channel his voice into the ears of the person who had spoken up. What? Help? What do you need help with? I didn't hear anything. Young Kai, you're finished. I'm going to report you. The leader, unable to open the door, began to curse loudly, pulling out his phone to call He Zhao. Just as he unlocked it, a hand reached over. Yours is fancier than mine. It's still fully charged. And Xian took the phone, but encountered a block while trying to restore it to factory settings. What's the password? The leader's face showed signs of struggle, and Xian increased his mental output. What's the password? This time, the struggle on the leader's face disappeared, and he stammered, 0426. Moments later, the phone erased all data, returning to its original state. And Xian inserted his own SIM card and put it in his pocket. Your brothers are waiting for you. I'll take you over. Thud. A head dropped to the ground, and Cien paused at the door for a moment before turning to leave. He had checked earlier. The surveillance in Nan and Starshine was off. Everyone who had seen him was dead, and those inside had never seen him, so they naturally couldn't identify him as the one who killed the federal soldiers. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about a federal warrant, and since his purpose for this visit was achieved, there was no need to complicate matters. So it was the people from the Nanan Star Marshal Division. The Nanan Army was assigned to logistics, while the Marshal Division was locked up here. No wonder the aberrant species attacked the city, and it was declared fallen in just a couple of days. Having figured out the identities of the people inside, and Cien weighed his new phone in his hand, his tone sarcastic. This Federation, TSK. Chapter 21. The pink-haired little lowly Hey. You've been following me for a while now. What do you want? Under the moonlight, and Cien stood still. Not long after leaving South and Starshine, he sent someone following him, a Star Warrior. And Cien initially considered eliminating the follower, but after using his omniscient perspective, he decided to let it be. Fine, let them follow. They'll probably leave soon. To his surprise, they followed him all the way to South and Square. The surroundings were silent, and Cien was not in a hurry. He waited quietly. After a while, a pink-haired little head peeked out from a corner behind him. The girl was entirely pink, not just her hair, but even her eyebrows and pupils were light pink. She was a small lowly, timidly walking up to Cien, barely reaching his waist. She wore little sandals and a sleeveless dress that looked like it hadn't been washed in a long time. It was dirty, but one could vaguely tell it was originally white. A cool breeze blew by, causing the little girl to shiver. And Cien took off his suit jacket and draped it over her. Where are your parents? The little girl clutched the edge of the suit jacket without answering, blinking her big eyes, her messy hair sticking up with a little tuft that trembled. And Cien understood. She probably had lost them. He pointed in the direction of South and Starshine. Stop following me. Go over there. There's a big house with its lights on. Take the elevator to the 88th floor and find those people inside. They will help you. He figured the people from the South and Star Warrior Division would be more than willing to assist a little Star Warrior. The little girl said nothing, and Cien started to walk, but she continued to follow him, shifting from hiding to now following openly. And Cien felt helpless. He hadn't sunk so low as to kill a child. Why do you keep following me? This time, the little girl spoke up, her crisp voice sweet and pleasant. Fragrant. Fragrant? The little girl sniffed, and Cien felt a wave of star power. You smell fragrant. And Cien looked down and sniffed as well. Aside from a faint metallic smell of blood, he couldn't detect anything else. After a moment of thought, he made a guess. The earlier wave of star power must have been the little girl's ability. At that moment, the little girl said, "Good person, very fragrant." And Cien's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected that the first good person card he received in his life would come from a little girl. Am I a good person? He thought of the people he had killed back at South and Starshine. He hadn't even washed the blood from under his fingernails. Big brother, good person. The little girl nodded firmly, believing in her sense of smell. It was precisely because of her keen sense that she had managed to survive alone until now. Otherwise, with her doll-like delicate appearance, she'd surely attract the wrong kind of attention. And Cien chuckled. Even if you say I'm fragrant, you still can't follow me. Go find those uncles I mentioned. They will be more fragrant. The little girl's gaze dimmed, tears welling up in her eyes. However, she had long understood that tears were of no use. She thought to herself that she must be useless, which was why the big brother didn't want her to follow him. With instinct guiding her, the little girl activated her star power, thinking of something, and like a little dog, she twitched her nose. Then she quickly ran in a certain direction. And Cien thought she was going to find someone from the Star Warrior Division. But unexpectedly, after running a short distance, the little girl returned pushing a wheelchair. Panting, she brought the wheelchair in front of Cien. Big brother, sit. And Cien fell in a deep thought. Was it because he was using a cane that she brought a wheelchair? I'm blind, but not crippled. I don't need a wheelchair. Upon hearing this, the little girl stood there at a loss, unable to control herself, and tears began to fall. A few days ago, she had woken up in bed with no memory of anything. Relying on her innate abilities, she had survived in the chaotic South and searching for food and avoiding all dangers. But in just a few days, the sense of crisis at South and brought her grew stronger. To her, South then had become a ferocious beast with a gaping maw. She knew that staying in South and meant certain death. She wanted to live and had to leave South and with someone else. However, the scents she picked up from the Federation Army and passers-by were all unpleasant. Following them would lead to a bad outcome. Then Insien appeared, and she could smell his fragrance from far away. She had deceived Insien. The fragrance she sensed didn't mean he was a good person, but rather that following him would lead to a better future. But the only person she had found courage to follow didn't want her. At that moment, the little girl felt the wheelchair she was holding move. If you can push me to South and Square, I will agree to let you follow me. Insien sat in the wheelchair. He didn't look overweight, but due to the body-enhancing effects of star power, he wasn't light either. The little girl smiled happily, quickly wiping away her tears and struggling to push the wheelchair. Ahead was a slight incline. She pressed her body against the wheelchair, inching it upward bit by bit. Her small frame was entirely hidden behind the wheelchair, with only a single tuft of hair swaying in the wind. It took her over 10 minutes to push the wheelchair up a gentle slope of just a few meters. Insien didn't speak to dissuade her or secretly lend a hand. Everyone has the right to fight for a chance to live. However, some have the opportunity to fight, while others don't even have that chance. Insien gave the little girl a chance. He was confident that following him would ensure her survival. As for whether she could seize that opportunity, that was not his concern. This wasn't cold-heartedness, it was respect. He hoped that in the future, when the little girl thought back on today, she would proudly say that she had fought for her own opportunity, rather than it being a gift from Insien. In the next short distance of 200 to 300 meters, which should have taken only a few minutes to walk, the little girl struggled for half an hour. When they finally arrived at South and Square, she suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Arrived, brother, arrived, murmuring a few words. The little girl lost consciousness, and just before she fell, Insien swiftly caught her. Feeling the light weight in his arms, Insien placed her back in the wheelchair. Well, we really made it. His tone was ambiguous, sounding both contemplative and admiring. Insien laid the cane across the wheelchair and pushed it forward, switching roles with the little girl. At the top of South and Star, he entered the omniscient perspective range. However, he didn't find Chung Xin there. Instead, he discovered two other people. One was a burly man, and the other was a normally built man who seemed to have suffered severe injuries. As Insien appeared on South and Star, the burly man immediately became alert, channeling star power. People from Yizhao? Yizhao? I don't know them. Insien sensed the power of South and Star, which was maintaining and slowly healing the injured man's body. As far as he knew, only one person in each star city received such treatment. Oh wait, with myself added, it should be two now. The Lord of South and Star? It was a question, but his tone was exceptionally certain. The burly man's killing intent surged. The fact that the Star Master was still alive could not be revealed. Chapter 22. Only by living can one qualify as a defector before the strong man could make a move. The Star Master spoke up to stop him. Old Lee, you're getting on in years. Don't let your temper get the best of you. Star Master, if that he knows you're still alive, he will definitely cause trouble. You're still injured, so you can't afford any accidents. Cough, cough. The Star Master waved his hand dismissively and then said to Insien, Little brother, I am the Star Master of Nanan, Song Yinwen. Oh, Insien replied, why should I care? When you two arrived, did you see a girl up there about 18? Not bad looking? The two were surprised by Insien's reaction and shook their heads. No, there was no one when we came. All right, Insien turned to leave. Song Yinwen couldn't help but ask, aren't you surprised that I'm still alive? Should I be surprised? Insien was confused. No one had told him that the Star Master of Nanan had died. Never mind. Insien slid down the slide again, and as he reached the bottom, his brain started to work. The person next to the Star Master seemed strong as well, likely the commander of the Nanan army. These two looked like thieves. And then there was the commander of the Star Marshal Division trapped in Nanan Star Radiance. The three leaders of Star City were all present. None of them on the battlefield. Interesting. He rubbed the staff in his hand, revealing a hint of malicious amusement. Let me add some fuel to the fire. Insien pressed his hand on the Nanan star. At the same time, a vibrant star flow surged straight into Song Yinwen's body. Song Yinwen didn't know what was happening, but he could feel the vitality in the star flow. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic, guiding this star flow to heal his injuries. The life-threatening wounds were visibly healing at an incredible speed. Once the matter was resolved, he could leave quietly, keeping his achievements to himself. Once healed, would he have to fight the current commander next? And Xian maliciously speculated as he walked over to the wheelchair, tucked the little pink-haired girl under his arm, and kicked the wheelchair over, disappearing from the spot, leaving only a slowly dissipating afterimage. Deputy Chun, we're running out of bullets. In the midst of the smoke, Wang Jingyan, who was clearly a civilian, was carrying a machine gun and firing. Next to him, Chunya was calmly aiming with a sniper rifle, then coating the bullets with star power, sniping the star beasts mixed among the aberrations. The recoil from the sniper rifle had already swollen his shoulder, yet he remained silent and focused on his targets. How much longer can we hold on? Wang Jingyan pulled out a piece of paper with hastily written notes detailing the current situation. At this rate, at most half an hour. Then hurry up and send someone to urge for supplies. No supplies, the supply line has been cut. Wang Jingyan's eyes turned red. The Nanan army had been pushed too far forward. The distance between the first and second lines of defense exceeded 1,000 meters. The second line of defense had stopped suppressive fire, and the gap between the two lines was immediately filled with aberrations. This meant the Nanan army was now surrounded by aberrations, with enemies in front and behind. Chinya fell into silence, firing bullet after bullet steadily. The reason the Nanan army hadn't suffered casualties was due to suppressive fire, but once the ammunition ran out, he looked towards the aberrations hundreds of meters away, some clad in scales, some with sharp claws, and others massive in size. Without firearms, ordinary humans stood no chance against aberrations. Breakout, retreat. What? Wang Jingyan stared incredulously at Chunya. The machine gun had stopped firing. I said, breakout, retreat. Chinderi pitit flatly. Wang Jingyan was shocked. Aren't we just becoming defectors? No way. We need to secure the supply line. Then we will have ammunition. Wang Jingyan, seemingly possessed, hoisted the machine gun and started walking towards the front line. Right? Secure the supply line. We just need to. Bang. Chinya punched Wang Jingyan in the face. Wang Jingyan fell to the ground, his cheeks swelling rapidly. Chinya grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close, whispering fiercely, "Stop being naive. The Nanan army has been abandoned. We have been abandoned. That bunch of bastards wants us dead. Impossible." Wang Jingyan shouted. The Nanan army is the most elite force in Nanan City. How dare they? They dare not. Deputy Chun, trust me. I'm a strategist, trust me. It must be that the aberrations behind are too strong, so we couldn't hold. We just need to secure the supply line. Chunya released his grip, letting Wang Jingyan slump to the ground. He understood Wang Jingyan's feelings. The betrayal by the Federation he had pledged loyalty to for a lifetime was something that ordinary people couldn't bear. But he didn't have time to console Wang Jingyan. Chunya recalled the long conversation he had with the commander's last words: "Preserve the strength of the Nanan army to the greatest extent. Once I bring back the Star Master, there's hope for everything." Chunya searched for the highest point and climbed up. He had to carry out the commander's orders. He wanted the commander to return and see all 13,446 soldiers of the Nanan army. Not a single one missing. Nanan army order. Chunya used his star power to amplify his voice as much as possible. All the Nanan army soldiers who heard Chunya's voice perked up. Breakout to the east. Retreat. Upon receiving the retreat signal, the Nanan army was in a similar state to Wang Jingyan's initial condition, but military orders are like mountains. And they quickly reacted, shouting hoarsely. Nanan army order. Breakout to the east. Retreat. Nanan army order. Breakout to the east. Retreat. Nanan army order. Breakout to the east. Retreat. Waves of sound carried this command into the ears of all the Nanan army soldiers. The defensive line gradually shrank, and Chunya reached the far east of the positions. He put on his armor, threw down the sniper rifle, and picked up a long knife mixed with some star. "Deputy Chun, we can't retreat. We can't retreat. If we retreat, we'll be defectors." At this moment, Wang Jingyan stumbled over and grabbed Chunya. Chunya called over two soldiers. "Protect Officer Wang." "Yes, yes. Deputy Chun, we can't retreat. We can't retreat." Wang Jingyan's voice grew fainter, and Chunya murmured to himself, "Defectors. To live is to qualify as a defector." Then he raised his long knife high and, under the cover of bullets, charged first towards the aberrations. Covering fire, break out. Looking at the fierce aberrations, Chinye's gaze was resolute. He would tear a hole through this, bringing every soldier of the Nanan army back through the eastern city gate. Commander, it's bad. The Nanan army has run away. The door of the temporary command center was burst open, and a person rushed in, looking panicked. He Zhao's reaction was calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Understood, you may leave. Yes. He Zhao's subordinate, He Lang, spoke up. Cousin, MM? Oh no, Commander. The Nanan army is about to run. You knew this all along? He Zhao scoffed. One of the outcomes I calculated was that they would flee in the heat of battle. He Lang asked, so now we classify them all as defectors? Not urgent. Wait a moment. Their fleeing indicates that the commander of the Nanan army is still here. We'll wait for them to regroup and pass sentence together. But I think. There's no but. The Star Master of Nanan is dead. I have the final say here. Seeing his confidence, He Lang no longer argued and turned to discuss another matter. Didn't Tu Sand, he made in Nanan, start to take a look? She brought back a girl who seems to have just become a star martial artist. Just became a star martial artist? Didn't they say there was a star power storm? He Zhao pondered for a moment and said, First, let's close it off and wait for me to finish these documents before reviewing. Jinyang Garden Community, Building 2, Apartment 302. Are you two still awake? Anxian held the little pink-haired girl in his left hand and gripped a cane in his right, with a large bag hanging from the elbow of the cane. After careful consideration, he felt that having the little pink-haired girl follow him was a bit unreliable. Instead of having her accompany him through hardships and living in uncertainty, it would be better to entrust her to the Chung family. They raised Chung Xian, have experience taking care of children, and with Chung Xian as an older sister, the environment would be good. Since he had made up his mind, he simply stated it directly. Anxian held the still sleeping little pink-haired girl and presented her to the elderly couple. Mr. Chung, do you want a daughter? Just say the word. I'll give her to you. Mr. and Mrs. Chung exchanged glances, surprised that he came back with a daughter after just going out. They looked at the little pink-haired girl. Although her face was dirty, it couldn't hide her delicate features. She resembled a porcelain doll, even more beautiful than Chung Xian was as a child. They both reached out cautiously to take the little pink-haired girl. However, as soon as their hands touched her, she suddenly opened her eyes like a startled rabbit, quickly hugging Anxian and looking timidly at Mr. and Mrs. Chung. The elderly couple awkwardly withdrew their hands. Mr. and, this girl really clings to you. Anxian pulled the little pink-haired girl down and placed her on the ground. The child was a bit shy. She just needed some time to get familiar. Mr. and Mrs. Chung didn't respond. To be honest, they didn't really want another daughter. It wasn't that the little pink-haired girl wasn't pretty or that they didn't like her. It was just that they were about to evacuate tomorrow, and no one knew what the future would hold. With their own family in such a precarious situation, they couldn't afford to care for another little girl. But directly rejecting Anxian also made them uneasy. They had only spent one day together, and although Anxian seemed easy to talk to, in reality, he was someone who could kill without blinking an eye. How about we discuss this with Xian first? It was clearly a polite refusal, and Anxian could easily tell. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Even without eyes, relying solely on his omniscient perception, he instinctively looked down. What's wrong? The little pink-haired girl had tears streaming down her cheeks, her pitiful sobs tugging at his heartstrings. Did I make brother unhappy? It felt like a missile had struck Anxian's heart, leaving him at a loss for words. Then why don't you want me? I clearly pushed brother to the square. The little pink-haired girl's voice grew smaller, her dejected emotions laid bare. Who could withstand this? Anxian felt overwhelmed. He wanted to explain the pros and cons of following him versus staying with the Chung family, but facing that endearing little face, he could only let out a long sigh. All right, I was wrong. Anxian turned to Mr. Chung. Where's Chung Xian? Have her give the little pink-haired girl a bath. There are new clothes in a bag to change her out of these dirty ones. Mr. Chung was taken aback. ISN Xian with you? Huh? She didn't come back early? No. We've been waiting for you in the living room. We haven't seen Xian. As Mr. Chung spoke, Mrs. Chung showed signs of anxiety. What does this mean? Xian went out with Mr. and now she's missing? Anxian furrowed his brows, concentrating his mental energy. Try to locate Chung Xian using his authority in the main venue. Within Nanan Star City, apart from the group of star warriors from Nanan Xingyao and the two at Nanan Square, there were also scattered groups of 5 throughout the city. However, based on the intensity of the star power emanating from them, none were newly born star warriors, clearly ruling out Chung Xian. This is troublesome. Anxian rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. There were 3 possibilities in this situation. First, the transformation failed, and Chung Xian did not become a star warrior. Second, Chung Xian had left the city and was beyond his perception range. Third, the worst-case scenario, she was dead. Brother, the little pink-haired girl tugged at Anxian's clothing again, determined to prove her worth so as not to be abandoned. I will find someone. She climbed onto the table using both hands and feet, bouncing to take down the family photo from the wall, then pointed at the girl in the middle, asking, "Is this the sister we need to find?" Before Anxian could respond, Mrs. Chung hurriedly nodded. "Yes, that's her. Her name is Chung Xian. She is my daughter." Seeing the expression on Anxian's face, Mrs. Cheng's heart sank. When the little pink-haired girl said she would find someone, Mrs. Chung, in a panic, pinned all her hopes on her. Anxian, who planned to stir the source star power in Nanan Star and trigger a star power ride in the city to expand his sensing range, halted his actions. If the little pink-haired girl had a way to find Chung Xian, he didn't need to resort to extreme measures. Triggering a star power riot that could affect an entire star city was something he could only barely manage after gaining partial star authority. The consequences of such an action would mean that before the riot subsided, all star warriors, including himself, would be unable to absorb the star power from Nanan Star. As for how long it would take to settle down, Anxian, having never done this before, had no idea. It could be a few hours, a day or 2, or even a week. Who could say for sure? Anxian ruffled the little pink-haired girl's hair, her stubborn tuft flattening before springing back up. "You can do it." "Okay." The little pink-haired girl, encouraged by Anxian, looked intently at the photo of Chung Xian, memorizing her appearance. Then she closed her eyes, repeatedly picturing Chung Xian in her mind, her little nose twitching as it turned gray. Her star power was quickly diminishing. Her small body could only hold so much star power, and it was soon on the brink of exhaustion. Anxian transferred his star power through his palm to replenish her energy. The entire process was done with great care, fearing that he might accidentally overwhelm her. With the energy issue resolved, the little pink-haired girl's pale face regained its color. After a few minutes, she pointed in one direction. "Over there." After excitedly saying this, her voice quieted down again, tinged with guilt. "I only know it's very far over there." That direction was the battlefield between the Federal Army and the aberrant species. Chung Xian had no reason to go there, given her speed. It wouldn't be possible for her to reach outside the Star City in such a short time. It seemed someone had taken advantage of his absence to capture her. But at least she was alive. Anxian gently patted the little pink-haired girl's shoulder, speaking softly, "You did well. I'll take care of the rest." He took the little pink-haired girl's hand and handed her to Mrs. Chung. "Could you please give her a bath?" She asked, starting to smell. As he finished speaking, his figure vanished. In the living room, Mrs. Chung was downcast while Mr. Chung comforted her. "Mr. N is so strong. He will definitely bring Xian back. Brother will definitely make it," the little pink-haired girl said firmly, sensing that the outcome of this journey was promising. "So let's hope so." Mrs. Chung forced a smile, taking the little pink-haired girl's hand as they walked toward the bathroom. "We're going to take a bath. When Mr. N comes back and sees you clean, he want to abandon you." "Okay." The moon was bright and the stars were few. Anxian wove through the buildings, each time appearing several hundred meters further than the last. The little pink-haired girl's ability seemed a bit extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, he had lightened his initial burden of having her with him. Bringing her along might be a good choice. Perhaps she could help him find his eyes. The lost pair of pupils had always been a thorn in Anxian's heart. After 2.5 years without a single clue, a breakthrough had finally emerged. And he certainly didn't want to give up. As he sped forward, the buildings around him gradually grew shorter, nearing the pickup truck he had abandoned when entering the city. Had he reached the limit of the main venue's perception range? A few hundred meters ahead, the sound of cannon fire from outside the city roared in his ears, and the towering city walls came into view. Anshin withdrew his thoughts. Perhaps it was because Chung Xin had become a star warrior through him, even though he was out of the range of the star's perception. Being closer to Chung Xin allowed him to sense her location. That location was right on the city wall. At the base of the city wall, he didn't look for the stairs. He bent his knees slightly, then straightened them forcefully, his body shooting upwards like an arrow. The cold wind howled past his ears, and a murderous intent surged in Anshin's heart. After going out for a while, he returned to find his home was robbed. Since coming to Nanan, this was the first time he felt this angry. Daring to capture my experimental subject, I want to see how many hands are enough for me to chop off. A few words in parentheses, 2444 is an unlucky number. Chapter 24. The 19-year-old newly risen star warrior. What's her name? Jiang Xin. A local from Nanan? Yes, sir. Tomorrow is my family's turn to evacuate. I haven't committed any crimes. Why should I be arrested? I asked you to answer, not to ask questions. He Zhao said coldly. After seeing Chung Xin, he confirmed that she was not the one who triggered the star power storm. She couldn't even control the star power at the most basic level. The leaked star power fluctuations were so weak that it was obvious she had just become a star warrior. As for who caused the storm, he had his suspicions. Not long after the storm, the Nanan army broke through, and that storm was very likely a retreat signal agreed upon by the commander and the Nanan army. All right, let's go. After seeing that Chung Xin was just a newly risen star warrior, He Zhao lost interest in her. As for other aspects, Chung Xin was beautiful. But given He Zhao's status, he had seen all kinds of beauties and didn't need to add a stain on himself. Chung Xin didn't dare to say much and got up to leave after being released from the handcuffs. Just then, someone brought He Zhao a file containing Chung Xion's basic identity information. He Zhao glanced at it, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. You just became a star warrior? The soldier at the door blocked the way, and Chung Xin, who was about to leave, stopped and stiffened as she replied yes. How old are you this year? Real age. He Zhao suddenly appeared in front of Chung Xin, his piercing gaze fixed on her face. Chung Xin was startled by his urgent questioning and blurted out her age without thinking. 10, 19. After getting the answer he wanted, He Zhao's lips curled into a manic smile, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. A star warrior born at 19, good. 18 is the last chance to become a star warrior. After 18, it's impossible to become a star warrior. This is common knowledge and an iron law. However, at this moment, a newly risen star warrior at 19 appeared before him, which could mean there was a way for ordinary people to become star warriors. He Zhao excitedly paced back and forth. If he grasped this method, star warriors could be produced in batches. Not to mention the changes in the world pattern, the He family would surely leap to become a top-tier financial conglomerate. He Zhao, would qualify to enter the Federal Assembly and even serve as an executive member. He Zhao scanned the room, dismissed others, ordered the surveillance to be turned off just in case, and even used means to block signals around the room. A few minutes later, only He Zhao and Chung Xin remained in the room. Once again handcuffed and imprisoned in the chair, Chung Xin had a bad premonition. She shrank back in fear, cursing her bad luck. Contrary to her expectations, He Zhao did not pounce on her, but instead acted unusually. With a bright smile and surprising enthusiasm. Chung Xin, Miss Chung, right? He Zhao pulled over a chair and sat directly across from her, making it convenient to ask. Can you tell me how you became a star warrior? Chung Xion's mind raced, analyzing the current situation. It was common knowledge that one could not become a star warrior after 18, but this knowledge only applied to star warriors, the Federation, various financial conglomerates, the Silent Knight, the Welcome Light Council, and similar forces. For ordinary people, their understanding of star warriors was limited to just names. Clearly, Chung Xin belonged to the ordinary people category. However, this did not prevent her from using her smart mind, certified by Xian, to analyze why He Zhao had let her go and then changed his mind. Chung Xin looked up at He Zhao. To have the highest authority in Nanan show her such enthusiasm meant that the method that Xian used to make her a star warrior must be extraordinary. I don't know, Chung Xin replied firmly, even though she knew that if she mentioned Xian's name, she could go home safely. Oh, really don't know? He Zhao narrowed his eyes, his smile unwavering. Little girl, He Zhao, as the third heir of the He family conglomerate and the commander of Nanan. Promise you that if you tell me the method, I will give you whatever you want. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. If I confirm it's true, even if you want to be a Star Master, I will satisfy you. Star Master. These two words struck Chung Xian like a hammer to her heart, leaving her stunned. The city master of a star city is the Star Master, the highest authority in a star city within the Federation. Due to the limitations of the wasteland and various aspects of the Federation system, the Star Master is almost equivalent to a local emperor in a star city. This was an enormous temptation for Chung Xian, who had been an ordinary citizen for over 10 years. Chung Xian paused for a moment. Just as He Zhao thought he had the victory in hand and was ready to reap the rewards, she suddenly shook her head, her voice more resolute than before. I don't know. He Zhao's smile faded. Then what were you doing alone in Nanan so late? I was taking a walk. Yes. I want to take a walk in Nanan Square after dinner. As far as I know, your home is not short distance from Nanan Square. Given the current situation in Nanan, do you think I'm an idiot for going to take a walk in Nanan Square? Chung Xian refused to respond, insisting that she was out for a walk. In her mind, the rational and emotional sides were in a fierce battle. Rationality said, just say in Xian's name. Wealth is within reach. Even if you can't become a Star Master, you can use He Zhao's promise to make several leaps upward from the commoner class. With a bright future ahead, emotions said, your life was saved by Xian, and becoming a Star Warrior was also thanks to him. If you betray him, wouldn't that be ungrateful? One cannot be without conscience. Chung Xian kicked the two little figures aside. To be fair, even though Xian saved her life, they had only known each other for a day or two. Did that short friendship really warrant her sacrificing her future and even her life to protect Xian? Even if she was determined to protect him, could she really do so? Chung Xian had the answer in her heart. She was gambling, betting her life and future on Xian. For some reason, even though what He Zhao revealed was almost overwhelming compared to Xian, she still inexplicably chose the latter. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense? Once the decision was made, there was no room for regret. Chung Xian faced He Zhao's gradually cold gaze calmly. Sir, I'm telling the truth. After dinner, I went for a walk because we are evacuating tomorrow, and I wanted to see Nanan Star City one last time. As I walked, I arrived at Nanan Square, and when I got there, how could I not pay my respect to Nanan Star? That is the guardian deity of us, Nanan people. I didn't expect that after my prayer, I suddenly became a Star Warrior. Perhaps it was the blessing of Nanan Star. Blessing? He Zhao's smile darkened, but then blossomed again, this time with a different meaning. He lifted one of Chung Xian's hands. Her fair palm and long fingers were outstanding even when placed in a hand mold. Such beautiful hands. He Zhao extended his other hand, releasing star power to form a slender needle. I hope your Nanan Star will continue to bless you. Chung Xian, seeing this, trembled slightly. Wanted to pull her hand back, but her strength was on a completely different level than He Zhao's, making her efforts futile. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, and her eyes lit up. Xian. He Zhao turned his head without looking back. Keep your little thoughts to yourself. There's no one else here, and I've turned off the surveillance. You call. Before he could finish, a light tap landed on his shoulder, and a soft voice entered his ears. I believe I have the qualifications to represent Nanan Star and grant her blessings. Also, can you not use your filthy hands to touch my experimental subject? Who? He Zhao's right hand clawed out as he turned. Just as he did, a curved cane rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. The cane struck He Zhao's face, sending him flying and crashing against the door with a dull thud. This scene fell into Chung Xian's eyes, and she grimaced, feeling the pain just by looking at it. The two soldiers standing at the door exchanged glances, silently sharing a knowing smile that men often understand. Such a commotion? No wonder he's the commander-in-chief. He knows how to play. Inside the room, I told you to answer, not to ask. And Xian pretended to speak seriously and then muttered quietly. This phrase is quite the high-end vibe, perfect for showing off. Chung Xian felt like she had heard this somewhere before, and after a moment's thought, she instantly recalled that it was something He Zhao had said to her before. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Xian. Brother Xian, you've been here all along. Ah, I've been discovered. And Xian walked over to the groaning He Zhao, reversed the grip on his cane, hooked He Zhao's collar like a dead dog with his elbow, and dragged him to Chung Xian's chair. Your handcuffs were put on by me. Chung Xian. She was in a daze, recalling the second time someone had put handcuffs on her. The originally vague figure in her memory slowly overlapped with Xian. Chung Xian was shocked. How did I not notice it back then? And is this something to be proud of? Xian smacked his lips, but didn't answer. The specific process was somewhat complicated. It ultimately boiled down to the use of mental power. With overwhelming mental strength and precise interference from an omniscient perspective, he made them ignore his presence. However, this method consumed too much energy, and the effect was mediocre. It wouldn't work against higher-level Star Warriors. To deal with professionals, one must use professional means like illusions. A bullet thrown and a bullet fired from a gun are completely different things. The eye technique obtained from the system sign-in does include illusions, but unfortunately, Xian had no eyeballs and couldn't use it. Thinking of this, Xian's desire to retrieve his eyeballs became more urgent. Stop pretending. You were holding back when I hit you. Xian found the keys on He Zhao and unlocked Chung Xian's handcuffs. He Zhao, seeing through, realized his plan to fool them and issue a wanted notice after Xian took Chung Xian away was shattered. He stopped groaning, wiped the blood from his nose, and got up from the ground. I have to say, He Zhao, in his early 30s, had a serious expression that exuded leadership. Xian gestured for Chung Xian to get up, then sat down on the chair, crossing his legs. While I was away, you capture my person. Tell me, how should we handle this? Do you know who I am? I told you to answer, not to. Forget it, I've said that before. Xian changed the subject. Of course, I know. Acting commander of Nanan, He Zhao, right? Since you know, then you. Stop. If it weren't for your skin, the thing that just hit your face wouldn't have been a cane. Xian jabbed forward with the cane, piercing He Zhao's right forearm. I hope you understand that the reason you can still talk is that your skin is a bit thick. Killing you would be troublesome. But it doesn't mean I wouldn't dare. He Zhao grunted, clutching the wound on his right forearm. His heart sank to the bottom. Looking at Xian, he realized this kid was not just reckless, but had some confidence. Chung Xian stood behind Xian, perceptively massaging his shoulders. Xian wanted to turn around and give her a knowing look, but without eyes, had to give up. At this moment, 3 big words flashed through Chung Xian's mind. I bet right. At the same time, a wave of fear swept over her. Brother Xian had been here all along, and he had seen her performance. If she had succumbed to greed earlier and revealed Xian to He Zhao, she would probably be dead by now. She hadn't forgotten how decisively Xian acted when selling the family package with a smile. Xian waited for a long time without a response, dissatisfied. Why are you acting dumb? He Zhao closed his eyes. A person who could sit in this position was someone who knew the times. Today I admit defeat. The person who captured her, I'll send over for you to deal with. Xian stroked his cane, seeing Chung Xian's performance, knowing that she hadn't wasted her feelings. He felt quite satisfied, and his killing intent diminished a lot. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, He Zhao really couldn't be killed, at least not on the surface. Otherwise, there would be many follow-up problems, and he didn't like trouble. All right, just send the person over. He Zhao walked toward the door, and a warning sounded behind him. Do not entertain thoughts that shouldn't be entertained, or you could try to see if that old man can protect you. He Zhao's footsteps paused, and a storm surged in his heart. The old man. In the camp, the only one who could be called an old man was probably his clan uncle. As the third heir of the He family conglomerate, there were naturally people to protect his safety. That was his security assurance, and also his strongest trump card. The previous successful assassination of the Star Master of Nanan Star City was mostly due to his clan uncle's efforts. However, Xian discovered him, and he had no reaction, which meant that this young man was stronger than his clan uncle. He Zhao instantly dispelled the idea of calling for an airstrike on the room after leaving. Conventional firearms were ineffective against someone of such strength. I understand. He Zhao cut off his thoughts, opened the door, and didn't even step out. Call Hime over. After giving the order, he closed the door and closed his eyes, not making any unnecessary movements. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and in came a middle-aged woman with short hair, probably in her 40s or 50s. Hime, similarly a protector-like figure. However, she was not He Zhao's, but his cousin He Lang's. Compared to He Zhao's clan uncle, Hime's strength was somewhat lacking, at the peak of sea level. barely touching the threshold of B level. This was very normal. Even if the He family conglomerate was large, it couldn't assign B-level bodyguards to every descendant. B-level was the cutting-edge combat power of most star cities, and it was already good to assign a few to the core members. Commander, Hime entered the room and glanced at the situation inside, somewhat puzzled. But she didn't ask much, just called out He Zhao and waited for orders. He Zhao didn't speak either. The person was delivered, and how to handle it next was in Xian's business. And Xian pointed at Hime. Is it her? Jiang Xin not dead? It's her. Chang Xian remembered very clearly. It was this person who caught her as easily as catching a chick and brought her here. The situation in the room was somewhat complicated, and before Hime could analyze it clearly, and Xian was already beside her. While I was away, you stole my things. I want your life. Doesn't that seem reasonable? Reasonable, huh? Hime's face changed drastically, and the alarm rang wildly as she immediately tried to run outside. Just as her hand reached for the doorknob, a cold flash of light appeared, and her arm was instantly severed. Blood sprayed from the wound, splattering He Zhao, who was standing near the door, all over his face. Was it this hand that caught her? And Xian swung the Red Princess. And Hime's other arm was also cut off. No, it could have been this hand. My hands! Losing both arms, Hime screamed in pain. Her slightly wrinkled skin stretched tight, and Xian delivered a kick, sending her flying back. He then pulled out the Red Princess's staff, shooting it into her chest, half embedded in the wall, pinning her there. I brought her out, and when I returned, she was lost. And Xian's voice grew colder, each word striking Hime's heart. You made me return to the Cheng family. Facing her parents was very awkward. After saying that, and Xian tossed the Red Princess to Cheng Xian. You're the one who was captured. It's not too good for me to take action. The rest is up to you, okay? Cheng Xian grasped the Red Princess and nodded firmly. The moment she held the Red Princess, her entire demeanor changed. Earlier, watching Xian sever Hime's arms and pin her to the wall had made her a bit scared. But now all that was left was the thought of killing Hime. If it weren't for Xian coming quickly, even if they were rescued later, they would still have to experience the pain of 10 fingers connected to the heart. In contrast, Xian walked towards He Zhao, trying to minimize his presence, placing a hand on his right shoulder and speaking in a negotiating tone. Old He, as the saying goes, grievances have a head and debts have a master. This person has been dealt with, but I feel a bit unsatisfied. After all, it was your order, right? He Zhao felt as if his shoulder was trapped in iron, unable to break free. What else do you want? I want. Zila. Ah. And Xian tore the severed arm at the broken end and forcefully shoved it into He Zhao's screaming mouth, then let out a sigh of relief. Now it feels much better. Chapter 26. Transactions South and Star City. The Medical Research Institute, after being shut down for several days, was powered on again. Dozens of medical staff who had not yet evacuated were urgently summoned here to conduct various tests on a severed arm. Most of these people were the pride of their respective hospitals, but at this moment, they all lowered their heads, unable to meet He Zhao's eyes. My hand can't be reconnected? He Zhao took a sip of water and spoke, breaking the silence. The crowd exchanged glances, and an elderly man stepped forward. Commander, although this arm looks normal on the outside, it's almost been ground into pulp on the inside. There's no hope of reconnecting it. He Zhao's expression remained unchanged, but the cup in his left hand was clenched tightly, proving that his heart was far from calm. A low-pressure atmosphere engulfed the room, and the doctors hung their heads in silence. The freelancers are so relaxed. Their work is really absolute, He Zhao murmured as he stood up to leave. At the door, he instructed the soldiers accompanying him, a group of quacks who can't even reconnect a hand. Don't let them go out and harm others. Yes, the soldiers replied. Just as He Zhao's car drove away, a violent explosion occurred at the Medical Research Institute, and the blazing fire lit up the night sky. He Zhao returned to the command post on the city wall. As soon as he entered, someone grabbed him by the collar and pushed him against the wall, demanding, "Why did Hime die? Tell me why Hime died." He Zhao focused and realized it was Yilang. He frowned and kicked him hard in the stomach. Yilang was knocked down, and He Zhao straightened his collar, stepped forward, and stomped on Yilang's head. "Yilang, have I been too kind to you? Who gave you the guts to speak to me like this?" He Zhao swung his leg violently, landing another kick on Yilang's chest, causing him to crash into 2 tables and chairs before finally stopping against the wall. Want to know? Then I'll tell you. He Mei was killed by someone I sent. Are you satisfied? He Zhao squatted in front of He Lang, his indifferent voice high and mighty. I know He Mei is your mother. So what? She's just a lucky commoner who climbed into my He family's bed and was given the surname He. As for you, I'm only happy to recognize you as my cousin. Otherwise, what are you? He slapped He Lang's face, gradually increasing the force, the sound echoing. Then he leaned down and whispered in He Lang's ear, just a bastard. He Zhao's words pierced He Lang's heart like a sharp blade. He no longer glared at He Zhao, but bit his lip tightly and lowered his head. Yes, He Mei was his mother, his biological mother. Protecting him was also He Mei's own request. Otherwise, with his identity, he would have no guardian at all. He Lang felt somewhat confused. Was this what he had always prided himself on? Being a member of the He family financial conglomerate? Then why, when his mother was gone, could he do nothing? Don't talk about revenge. Even showing a hint of murderous intent to someone like He Zhao would result in He Zhao killing him without anyone caring. Or perhaps, when nothing happens, relying on the He family's power to take revenge on Xian, only to continue being He Zhao's dog afterward. He was unwilling. He wanted to personally twist off He Zhao's head and use the blood of this true culprit to honor He Mei. Still not leaving? What are you waiting for? He Zhao sat in a chair and took out his phone. He Lang supported himself against the wall, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The previous kick had broken his rib, which seemed to have pierced his internal organs, causing him immense pain with every movement. He endured the pain and moved outside, one hand clutching his chest, the other clenched into a fist, his nails digging into his palm, blood dripping down. His lonely silhouette resembled a dog with a broken spine. Stop! He Zhao's voice rang out, and He Lang stood still without turning around. Clean up the blood on the ground before you leave. It's annoying. Yes. Gold medal freelancer, the traveler chasing stars. A charming voice came through the phone, making Xian's heart flutter, causing him to call her a fairy while feeling a shock in his heart. This person was strong, at least stronger than himself. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. The waters of this world run deep. It's me. The gold medal freelancer has the right to contact top freelancers once a year to seek help from the free forum. However, this must not violate the fundamental principles of the free forum and must be within a reasonable scope. Moreover, according to the rules, after resolving your issue, you also need to do something for the free forum. If you refuse, you will be downgraded. The woman's voice affected Xian, her alluring tone ringing in his ears. And he seemed to see hundreds of beautiful women posing seductively. And Xian hurriedly mobilized his mental strength to protect his brain, keeping his mind clear to avoid being trapped. The free forum is fundamentally different from other forces. It is essentially a mutual aid association with no class distinctions. The so-called star diamond, gold, silver, bronze, and iron badges are merely labels of strength for freelancers. However, for an organization to exist long-term, it is unrealistic to have no management. The strongest top freelancers naturally deserve to be part of the management. Each top freelancer has the right to participate in decision-making within the free forum, and it is a paid position. Freelancers below gold medal status can post updates to receive tips, and the portion taken as a cut will be evenly distributed among the top freelancers. Gold medal status is a dividing line. Those below gold medal who need help can only post updates on the forum to seek assistance, while those at gold medal status and above can directly seek help from the free forum itself, with the free forum acting as a middleman to arrange for suitable freelancers. The cost is to do something for the free forum, usually to fulfill another freelancer's request. However, Xian did not want to be bound by conditions. What he wanted was not assistance from below, but an equal transaction. Forget about seeking help. I want to make a deal with the free forum. A deal? The woman became interested, specifying that she wanted to make a deal with the free forum itself, and she wanted to see what Xian could offer. Let's hear it. The He family conglomerate will pressure the free forum. They may unite with other conglomerates or use federal channels. I need the free forum to withstand the pressure, and it would be best if they can push back. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Can you repeat it? The woman sounded a bit unsettled, the allure in her voice gone. You mentioned the conglomerates union and then talked about federal pressure. Are you joking? Xian repeated it verbatim. The woman fell silent, and then Xian's phone line was met with a busy signal. Not participating in any power struggles and ensuring absolute neutrality is the foundation of the free forum. Listening to your tone, are you trying to borrow the free forum strength to resist the united conglomerates or even the federal government? The woman couldn't understand how a gold medal freelancer dared to say this. And Cien called again, but it was hung up on him. He called again, then hung up again, repeating this several times. Finally, the woman impatiently answered, thinking that if Cien hadn't contacted her through the free forum's internal contact method, she would have blocked him. Is this not over yet? I'm telling you it's impossible. I said before that it was a reasonable request. This is obviously unreasonable. Not curious why they would apply pressure? And Cien held the cards in his hand, calm at heart. Not curious. Your request violates. I can turn ordinary people into star warriors, including those over 18. Cough, elaborate. The transaction terms. Meet my needs. Don't let the conglomerate or alliance disturb me. And you can send someone to South and to find me. I'll turn him into a star warrior. 1? Not enough. At least 3. Deal. And Cien hung up the phone, revealing a faint smile. It was done. This is the benefit of the free forum. They won't investigate how to turn ordinary people into star warriors. In any other force, he would have likely been dragged into an interrogation room and subjected to 24 hours of relentless questioning. On the other end of the phone, the woman listened to the busy tone and fell into deep thought. Is it really going to be reduced? Making ordinary people into star warriors. Unheard of. I hope I'm not being deceived. For ordinary people, becoming a star warrior means gaining extraordinary power, especially for those whose time is running out. It can mean extending their lives. The woman opened the pinned group chat in the Freedom Forum. There were 8 people in it. Unlike the golden and silver badges of other free people, their badges were their unique nicknames. On the surface, the 8 top free individuals, each with combat power exceeding a level, all had the capability to destroy a city. This is the foundation of the Freedom Forum. President Sue of the Beauty Association, everyone. There are 3 slots to become star warriors. No age limit, but the risks are unknown. I want 1. The rest you could divide among yourselves. Get the people to me as soon as possible. Chapter 27. The ugly face of greed on Xingu. Have I caused you trouble? Chung Xian whispered as she drove the military vehicle provided by He Zhao after finishing her call. It's only a matter of time, An Xian replied casually, showing no sign of tension. He knew he couldn't avoid using his abilities forever, and once he did, it could lead to exposure. When he decided not to kill Chung Xian, he had mentally prepared for this moment. It was just a little sooner than expected. With the Freedom Forum's banner raised, the Federation and the tycoons dared not make things difficult for him openly. At most, they would use some underhanded tactics that wouldn't cause significant harm. While trading with the Freedom Forum, An Xian had been cautious. He specifically mentioned Nanan, limiting the area of transformation to Nanan Star City, so he would have an excuse to evade any situations that might arise later. The military vehicle arrived at Jinyang Garden Community without further conversation. As they entered the community gate, An Xian raised an eyebrow and implied, "Someone wants you to kill again." Chung Xian slammed on the brakes, her gaze fixed intensely on An Xian. "Inside, they're inside." An Xian pointed helplessly, indicating a few people with flashlights, shouldering bags, coming out of one unit and preparing to head to another. They probably couldn't find anything on the street and decided to rob house by house in the community. Seeing this, Chung Xian's face turned anxious. Her home was in the second unit. "My parents are still at home." She unbuckled her seatbelt, got out of the car, ran a few steps, then turned back to stand in front of An Xian. An Xian was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Chung Xian kept glancing at An Xian's cane, hesitated, then squeezed out a word. "Knife." An Xian couldn't help but laugh and lightly tapped her on the head. "First of all, this is my knife. Second, you're a star warrior now. What do you need a knife for to deal with a few ordinary people? If we don't go now, they might get into your house." Chung Xian's expression changed, and she no longer cared about the knife. She quickly scanned the surroundings, grabbed a section of the railing, and forcefully pulled off a piece of iron rod before sprinting towards the second unit. An Xian clicked his tongue in amazement. Just became a star warrior and already has this strength, not bad potential. He walked slowly with his cane, and as he reached the stairs of the second unit, the screams echoed continuously, but the noise faded as he arrived downstairs. In the stairwell, Chung Xian was panting heavily, gripping the iron rod tightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly. In front of her lay several lifeless bodies. Ordinary people, even strong ones, stood no chance against a low-level star warrior. Of course, there were prerequisites. The age difference couldn't be too great. Otherwise, even a newly born natural star warrior could take down anyone. Chung Xian instinctively activated her star power, wildly swinging the iron rod. The robbers had no ability to fight back. The iron rod struck them before they could react, resulting in severe injuries. Broken hands and feet were common, and one unfortunate soul had his head smashed, brain matter splattering everywhere. Looking at her handiwork, Chung Xian was somewhat dissatisfied with the iron rod. If only I had Anxianji's knife, it would cut cleanly no matter where it struck. But this iron rod doesn't do the job. A few doors in the stairwell had cracks, showing eyes peeking out to observe the commotion outside. They all recognized Chung Xian, the daughter of the Chung family. However, at this moment, with the iron rod in her hand and covered in blood, she was unrecognizable compared to the pretty and obedient girl they remembered. When Chung Xian picked up the robbers' bags, someone finally overcame their fear and jumped out. Xin, I'm your Aunt Wang. Those robbers just stole a gold chain and 30,000 from me. Let me take my things first. And me? I had several tens of thousands in there too. Give me back the gold ring from me and my wife. Hearing the commotion upstairs, Chung Xian's parents rushed down excitedly upon seeing Chung Xian. Their arrival relieved Chung Xian, who was feeling somewhat at a loss. These neighbors were familiar faces. She could swing the iron rod mercilessly against the robbers, but not against them. Mom, what should we do? Chung Xian whispered to her mother, her voice barely audible, but it echoed in the stairwell. Aunt Wang heard it and immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Xin, what do you mean? You don't want to return my things? Hurry and let everyone take their things. It's late, and everyone should be sleeping. Old Chung, how did you teach your daughter? Exactly, these are our neighbors. Do you think you could just take everything for yourself? How shameless. Seeing Chung Xian's parents gave them an inexplicable confidence, and they ignored the blood and bodies in the stairwell as they began to point fingers. What does it matter if Chung Xian killed those robbers? They're still her peers. It's common sense, even a child knows not to pick up lost money. Chung Xian's mother lost her composure and said helplessly, let them take it. We shouldn't take advantage of this. Oh, Chung Xian threw the bags forward. This action triggered another round of scolding. My watch is in there. It's a brand name item. If it's broken, you'll have to pay for it. What kind of girl are you? Honestly, you should be teaching your daughter better. Look at her now, showing no respect to her elders. Chung Xian pouted, feeling infuriated. If I had known, I should have just protected my own home and let them take their things. The group didn't relent with their words, and their actions continued. The contents of the bags were quickly divided among them. Chung Xian's eyes widened. How did you take everything? Most of it belonged to those in the first unit. She clearly remembered that when the robbers came out of the first unit, the bags were very large. They had only robbed 2 households on the second floor before coming down. Aunt Wang, who claimed she had lost a gold chain and 30,000, pulled her sleeves to hide 2 gold bracelets and 3 gold rings, stuffing more money into her pockets while glaring. What do you mean? I'm just taking my things. It's all from the first unit. They clearly robbed us. Stop slandering. If you have the guts, call them out and let them say where they actually stole from. I just remembered my wife and I had over 100,000 and some jade besides the stolen rings. Chung Xian was trembling with anger at the ugliness of these people. Brother. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in the stairwell. Chung Xian saw a flash of pink and ran towards the staircase on the second floor. Just as she reached the stairs, Anxian, who had just gone upstairs, noticed the small figure rushing towards him and opened his arms to catch her. The little girl jumped into Anxian's arms, unwilling to come down. Anxian simply held her with one arm, the scent of shampoo mixed with the child's body fragrance wafting into his nose, which smelled wonderful. He took a couple of steps, feeling a tickle on his cheek. Through the omniscient view, he noticed a tuft of hair brushing against his side. Did you wash up? Yes. Then what's this tuft of hair? Maybe I should just cut it off. Without hesitation, Anxian gathered star power, and the tuft of hair seemed to sense his intent, instantly drooping down. Seeing this, Anxian released his star power and took a few steps forward, only to find the tuft of hair standing up again. Anxian, Fine, you win. Keep sticking up then. He walked over to Chung Xian, facing the bustling crowd in the stairwell. Everyone, return what doesn't belong to you. Who are you? You're not Chung Xian's boyfriend, are you? Don't say that. We're only taking our own things. Forget it. Just put everything back. Xian smiled kindly. I'm talking to you nicely. Don't make me hit you. Xian. Ant is an experienced person, such a man. Slap. The crisp sound of slap echoed. The cane was thrust into the ground, and with the left hand holding the little pink-haired Xian, I appeared in Aunt Wong's position, slowly retracting my right hand. Aunt Wong flew backward, knocking down several people in succession. Her head buzzed, her cheek quickly swelled, and she spat out blood-stained saliva, along with several teeth. This slap stunned everyone. After a while, Aunt Wong's mind returned to normal, and she let out a sharp scream. Woo-woo, Wolia, and Xian frowned. At this moment, a pair of delicate little hands covered his ears. The little pink-haired girl scrunched up her face and nestled in Xian's arms, clearly scared by Aunt Wong's scream. But her first reaction was to help Xian cover his ears. The long-lost concern made Xian feel a mix of emotions, and he appeared in front of Aunt Wong again. Shut up, or you won't be able to open your mouth again in the future. Aunt Wong covered her mouth in fear and nodded repeatedly. Xian gently stroked the little pink-haired girl's hair, which was particularly smooth after washing, feeling incredibly good to the touch. It's time for the little pink-haired girl to sleep. I'll say one last time, put everything back. He turned to go upstairs, his calm voice reaching everyone's ears. Those robbers steal without killing, but I'm different. Whoever hides a penny, I'll chop off a finger. If there are no fingers left, I'll use their head. The Chung family. Chung Xian returned with several burlap sacks. Xian scanned with his omniscient vision, smiled, and laughed mockingly. There really are people who want money, but not their lives. 103, 106, 107, 201. Chung Xian, you. Forget it, you know them, it's not easy to act. I'll go. Before Xian could get up, the little pink-haired girl volunteered to jump out. You go? I can help my brother. Xian's fingers twirled around the little pink-haired girl's hair. Chung Xian didn't have time to ask her parents where the little pink-haired girl came from. But seeing Xian really intended to have such a cute little girl kill, she panicked. I'll go. Saying this, she was about to walk out. What's wrong with being familiar? I've been holding back my anger for a long time. Come back. The star power in the air thickened, restricting Chung Xian's steps. If the little pink-haired girl wants to go, let her go. Xian began to activate the red G, infusing it with a bit of star power, and handed it to the little pink-haired girl. The little pink-haired girl was young, not fully developed, and was a natural star martial artist with auxiliary abilities. Even though she had been a star martial artist longer than Chung Xian, her combat ability was far inferior to Chung Xian's. Letting her hold the red G, which contained a bit of his power, could prevent unexpected situations. Remember these 4 families, 103, 106, 107, 201? Remembered. The little pink-haired girl took the red G with both hands, and at her height, she could only drag it along. With a determined gaze, she walked outside, the blade of the red G carving deep grooves in the ground. After the little pink-haired girl left, Chung Xian's confinement was lifted. Why did you let her go? She's still a child. Oh, Xian casually replied, always paying attention to the little pink-haired girl's movements. Chung Xian was angry and intended to go down to help the little pink-haired girl, but the feeling of restriction returned. If she wants to follow me, killing is a matter of time. If she doesn't get used to it in a safe environment, when she's forced to pick up a knife, she is likely to not survive. Besides, this is also her way of showing her value to me. So for her sake, I hope you don't make any unnecessary moves. Chung Xian wanted to refute, but she had no reason. She recalled the 2 homeless people from that night, when she had no power to resist and didn't even dare to fight back. But now, how long had it been? If she went back to that time, dealing with them would surely be easy. I understand. The screams in the corridor occasionally rang out, becoming more frequent as time passed. About 10 minutes later, Aunt Wong on the 2nd floor was clutching a gold necklace and a wad of cash, running towards the Chung family in terror, as if being chased by a flood or a beast. 10 minutes ago, she was still smug, thinking that those who returned all the money were fools. Several burlap sacks, and besides, the old Chung family doesn't know what's in them. If I secretly hide a little, how could they possibly find out? hiding a penny and chopping off a finger. Such scaring words are believed. She deserves to be poor for a lifetime. But at this moment, she regretted that her parents hadn't given her 2 more legs. That little girl was too terrifying. Downstairs, Brother Liu was cut down by her in an instant. Hurry faster. Aunt Wong took 3 steps at a time, rushing to the 3rd floor and directly into the Chung family's vicinity. Old Chung, save me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden the money. I'll hand everything over. I'll hand it all over to you. She clung to Chung father's leg, wailing in terror, emptying her pockets of valuables onto the ground. Now it's really all gone. I've handed everything over. And Xian eagerly enhanced his omniscient vision, confirming that this person was the one he had given a big nose to, her teeth still missing. Just a moment ago, she was slurring her words, and now she spoke so fluently. The potential of a person is indeed limitless. Chung father remained unmoved, and Aunt Wong turned to plead with Chung mother. Women are ultimately soft-hearted, and Chung mother, feeling compassion, looked towards Chung Xian. Speaking in front of Mr. and will surely be more effective than what I say. Chung Xian turned her head away, remembering Aunt Wong's previous attitude, feeling angry. How could she risk lowering her impression in Xian's mind to help her plead? Chung mother was at a loss and approached Xian with a forced smile. Mr. And look, she has returned everything. Why not let it go? At this moment, the little pink-haired girl, panting, returned dragging the red G. Her physique was still a bit lacking. The red G was a burden for her, and she ran much slower. Otherwise, Aunt Wong wouldn't have had the chance to escape. She stood next to Xian, staring blankly at Aunt Wong. Angry. Why does this person have to run? She made me fail to complete my brother's task. Brother, she got away. The little pink-haired girl said, looking aggrieved. Blood stained her clothes, and her fair face and pink hair were splattered with large patches of blood. Her light pink eyes, under the backdrop of blood, appeared incredibly enchanting. The pink hair dyed with blood became a deeper hue, and Xian ignored Chung mother's plea, reached out to wipe the blood off the little pink-haired girl's eyebrows, and gently encouraged her. Then I'll give you another chance. Okay. The little pink-haired girl's eyes lit up, her arms exerting strength as she swung the red G in a perfect arc, striking towards Aunt Wong. Poochie. Blood splattered on the spot. Brother. I did it. Great. The two smiled at the same time, their smiles remarkably similar. Chung mother, caught off guard and splattered with blood, felt a chill in her heart. And even Chung father wasn't in a much better state. The dead person was after all a familiar acquaintance, and it was impossible not to feel anything. Greed kills. Self-inflicted. The only one in the family who had no reaction was Chung Xian. She saw her own shadow in the little pink-haired girl and felt a sense of intimacy. Look at you getting all dirty. Go take a bath with your sister. Okay. Hand in hand, the two took clean clothes and walked into the bathroom. And Xian sat on the sofa in deep thought. Just now, he used his omniscient vision to monitor the little pink-haired girl's heartbeat and brainwaves. There were no abnormalities throughout, even when killing. I don't know whether to say she's thick-skinned or if it's her nature. And Xian was speechless. Could it be another Chung Xian? His luck was truly something else. Woo-woo. Chung mother leaned on Chung father's chest, sobbing softly. The death of a familiar face before her eyes finally broke the tension in her mind. What is wrong with this world? How did it end up like this? She misses the simple life of her husband going to work, her daughter going to school, and herself being a housewife, plain, warm, and happy. The life where people die at the drop of a hat, where even her obedient and gentle daughter starts killing, fills her with fear. She is afraid that the next to die will be herself, her husband, or her daughter. Cheng's mother's cries grow louder, her wailing reaching the bathroom, causing the whispers inside to disappear. Chung Xian listens and feels uncomfortable. Cheng's father gently pats Cheng's mother's back, letting out a long sigh. Nanan has fallen. Their home is gone, and they are filled with sorrow. But encountering Anxian has allowed their family to be safe, and their daughter has gained the ability to stand on her own, which makes them much luckier than others in this regard. What more could they be dissatisfied with? At least they are still alive, right? Anxian listens to Cheng's mother's cries and thinks, what's there to cry about? Is it because Aunt Wong is dead? That can't be blamed on herself. Facing those robbers, Aunt Wong was so honest, handing over both her necklace and money. But when it comes to herself, Chung Xian starts to act recklessly, not only wanting the necklace and money, but also trying to take what doesn't belong to her. It's simply outrageous. As the saying goes, good people are easily bullied, but is Anshin a good person? He ponders for a moment and concludes no, not all. So it's quite clear, those who bring trouble upon themselves deserve to die. However, letting Cheng's mother keep crying is quite annoying, and he can't just strangle her vocal cords. So Anshin decides to intervene. This person can't be saved, so why not give you a live one? Cheng's mother's cries abruptly stop. No, there's no need to trouble yourself. She stops wailing, becoming quiet and obedient. She's afraid that if Anshin gets upset, he might grab someone for a live dissection. Who could withstand that? Certainly not her. She's older now, and if she gets too stimulated, who knows? She might not catch her breath and end up meeting Chung Xian's grandfather. Chapter 29. The Chung family refuses to evacuate the next day as dawn broke. A nearly full bus drove into Jinyang Garden Community. In Unit 2, Room 302, Chung Shan, Li Xiaoying, and Chung Xian came down with their identification and necessary luggage to board the bus for evacuation, limited to 10 minutes. Exceeding this time will be considered giving up. After the bus driver shouted 3 times through a loudspeaker, he pressed the timer beside him. In Unit 2, Room 302, there were several suitcases in the living room, filled with local specialties, such as Aunt Wong's gold necklace. Chung Xian found them bothersome and simply gave them all to Chung Xian. The Chung family sat on the sofa, lacking the excitement of imminent evacuation, and instead wore worried expressions, especially Chung Shan and Li Xiaoying, who were particularly obvious in their distress. Old Chung, are we really not leaving? Li Xiaoying asked repeatedly. Chung Shan remained silent, puffing on a cigarette and occasionally glancing at Chung Xian. In just 2 days, the role of the family's pillar had subtly shifted to Chung Xian. Chung Xian anxiously tugged at her hair. Of course, she wanted to evacuate to Safety Star City, even for her parents' sake. But what was the use of wanting? Just yesterday, she had offended the commander of Southin, and there was no way she could board that bus downstairs. Who knew if the bus was heading to Safety Star City or to He Zhao's office? This approach wasn't a solution. Chung Xian walked toward what used to be her bedroom. If she could leave with Xian, then everything would be fine. Halfway there, the bedroom door opened, and Xian emerged wearing a shirt, followed closely by little pink hair in cartoon pajamas. Chung Xian's gaze shifted between the two, pondering for a moment. And Xian, she's still young. And Xian responded, what do you mean? Are you trying to ruin my reputation? Last night, little pink hair, fearing Xian would leave her behind, had directly fallen asleep in Xian's room. And Xian simply let her in. Chung Xian's bed was a large double bed, more than enough for one big and one small. He couldn't be bothered to explain to Chung Xian. He felt no guilt. And Xian walked over to the dining table and handed a piece of the omelet made by Chung Xian's mother to Little Pink Hair. Little Pink Hair refused, saying she hadn't brushed her teeth and wouldn't eat. If you don't want it, then I will. And Xian finished the omelet in a few bites, and with his capabilities, he could easily keep himself clean. Jengxin a protekan Xian. Are you guys leaving Southin? In principle, the evacuation batches and quotas had been predetermined, but the contents of the suitcases had a remarkable effect on breaking those principles. Hearing this, Chung Shan and Li Xiaoying both looked at Xian with hope. If Xian nodded, they would be able to cheer. Unfortunately, Xian shook his head. The progress was barely halfway through, and they definitely couldn't leave. Or else, it would have been a wasted trip. He turned to Little Pink Hair, who quickly hugged Xian's leg. If we don't leave now, Little Pink Hair won't leave with me either. Oh, Chung Xian felt a bit disappointed and sat back down on the sofa. Time ticked by. Little Pink Hair finished washing up and was eating the 2 omelets Xian had left her. Chung Xian's mother stood by the window, gazing longingly at the bus downstairs, while Chung Shan's ashtray had 2 more cigarette butts in it. They were confused, refusing to comply with the federal evacuation. What would they do in the future? They couldn't possibly follow Xian for the rest of their lives. Chung Shan glanced at his daughter. If it were just her, it wouldn't be impossible. He then looked at Xian and sighed. As a man himself, he could sense that Xian had no interest in his daughter. If only he could bring the two together, how wonderful that would be. In Unit 2, Room 302, Chung Shan, Li Xiaoying, and Chung Xian had exceeded the 10-minute time limit and were considered to have given up their evacuation qualifications. The engine roared, and the bus slowly started to leave the community, disappearing at the end of the street under Chung Xian's mother's sorrowful gaze. The bus was gone. There was no chance left. Even if they wanted to evacuate, it was no longer possible. Why do they all look so gloomy? And Xian had eaten and drunk enough. It was just an evacuation, a small matter. In the next few days, the free forum, never mind. All you need to know is that someone will come looking for me. And when the time comes, you can just go with them. Surely the free forum won't mind helping to take 3 people out, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the Chung family instantly perked up. Just as Li Xiaoying was about to shout her thanks, and Xian preemptively avoided the situation, grabbing his cane and taking Little Pink Hair out. Chung Xian, come be the driver. Little Pink Hair's new clothes got dirty yesterday, so go find her a couple more outfits. Coming. At the command center on the city wall, He Zhao received a report from his subordinate. The Chung family has given up on evacuation. The idea of using Chung Xian as a breakthrough point to obtain the method for ordinary people to become Star Warriors was shattered. However, he wasn't too angry. Whether he could capture Chung Xian was not crucial. He had already guessed that the person who possessed this ability was actually Xian. When Xian had come to him yesterday, he had inadvertently referred to Chung Xian as an experimental subject, which fully proved this point. A gold medal-free person? He Zhao muttered to himself, noting that the right arm, which should have been torn apart by Xian and rendered completely useless, now had a replacement, obscured by a black robe. Suddenly, he slammed his right hand against the wall. Without using star power, he shattered the wall instantly with pure physical strength. And Xian, just wait a few days. When the free forum can't withstand the pressure and hands you over, you'll be in for it. Knock knock. Commander, their S-intelligence. Kumein. He Zhao lowered his right arm. There was no sign of abnormality under the black robe. The newcomer bowed his head to report. After the Southern Army entered the city, they stopped moving near South and Xingyao. The men below spotted the commander of the Southern Army, and beside him was someone wearing a tiger mask. Ha! I knew the commander of the Southern Army wouldn't escape. He Zhao smiled with satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. As for the person wearing the tiger mask, he speculated it was Yang Kai. The South and Star Warrior Division and its head, Yang Kai, were imprisoned in South and Xingyao. The Southern Army just happened to stop near South and Xingyao. It was hard not to think of Yang Kai in this context. With Yang Kai's strength, it would be easy for him to slip out unnoticed on the surface. He was under imprisonment, and wearing a mask to conceal his identity was reasonable. Get going. Yes. After the messenger left, He Zhao dialed the phone of the leading officer executing the task of imprisoning the Star Warrior Division. As long as someone went to the banquet hall to take a look and confirm that Yang Kai was not there, he could smoothly issue a warrant for his arrest. Thinking of this, he felt great. He could finally catch those turtles hiding their heads. However, the prompt that came through the receiver, the number you dialed is turned off, wiped the smile off his face. They couldn't even meet the basic requirement of being on standby 24 hours during wartime. This batch of soldiers was truly incompetent. He found another number to call, but this time it wasn't a turned-off prompt, but a series of busy signals. No one answered. He Zhao realized something was wrong. South and Xingyao had phone service. It was impossible for their phones to be dead. One person not answering could be excused as not paying attention. But 2 people definitely indicated that something had happened. Someone, go check on South and Xingyao. If something's wrong, immediately bring all the Star Warriors over. Sumei, true to her name, exuded charm without any need for words or actions. In her 30s, holding the titles of top free person and president of the Beauty Association. She was truly powerful and wealthy. If she could enjoy this soft life, it would be a step straight to the top. Thinking of Linyake Star City number 931. Compared to the official name of the Star City, people preferred to call it the capital of beauty. The soil here was suitable for growing various raw materials for beauty products. So many well-known beauty companies and groups established their headquarters here. The beauty industry has established a communication hub, and the Beauty Association is also located here. At Linyake Airport, in front of a private jet, Sumei glanced at the boy in the wheelchair and made a video call. After a short while, the video connected, and it was bustling on the other end. In a busy market, the camera showed a scruffy old man sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a flag behind him emblazoned with the large characters, 1 fortune, 1,000 gold. Old charlatan, where are you off to deceive people now? Before the old man could greet her, Sume shot back. His expression changed dramatically, fearing that others would overhear him. He quickly pressed the volume button to lower the phone's sound. Sued, are you trying to ruin my reputation? Huh? Isn't the annual dividend from the free forum enough for you to spend? Your reputation, if exposed, will ruin the free forum's name, which is a top-tier fraudster's disgrace. You don't know anything. I've never made a mistake in my fortune-telling. Is that why you said someone was in danger? Then followed him for 2 days only to find nothing. And, at night, you hit him with a brick? Back when Sume hadn't yet become a top-tier free person, she genuinely believed this charlatan had real skills. Until she witnessed his fortune-telling process, her belief dissipated immediately. The old man turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, and began to speak in incomprehensible terms like the fortune-teller's business. Causality is fixed. And acting on behalf of heaven, Sume felt a headache coming on and rubbed her temples. Shut up. I don't have time for this. I want to ask you, what does it mean that the Star Warrior quota you were supposed to go for has been sold off? The old man cleared his throat, his flushed face returning to normal. What do you mean sold? I just thought he was pitiful and wanted to help him. Pitiful? Sume looked at the boy's wheelchair, which had a shining star logo, made entirely of pure star ore. Besides being rich, it didn't look like anything else. The boy politely smiled back, smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothes made from A-grade mutant fur, exuding an air of nobility with every movement. Honestly, how much did you take? What money? How vulgar? 2 tons of ore. Are you sure? Star ore, submitted to the forum, uniformly distributed. The old man became anxious, but Sume didn't give him a chance to speak and directly hung up the phone, sealing the conclusion. At that moment, a medical vehicle arrived, accompanied by 2 business vans. After the vehicle stopped, 2 people quietly took a medical pod from the medical vehicle. The top of the medical pod had a simple octagonal shape with a large 8 in the center. One person respectfully addressed Sume, President Su, this is Mr. Huna from our number 8 Research Institute. We will be relying on you from now on. Sume clenched her fists, her teeth itching with anger. You really have the gall. You generously allocate 2 spots, and then you turn around and sell them, right? If I had known, I would have swallowed them all and not given you a single one. She dialed another number, and as soon as the call connected, Sume yelled into the microphone without caring about her image. Whatever you took, submit it all to the forum. Otherwise, wait for me to come find you. With a snap, she couldn't control her strength and crush her phone. She took out the SIM card, threw the broken phone to her subordinate, who then took out his own phone, reset it, and handed it to Sume. Boarding. Sume's face was frosty as she strode forward, her high heels clicking loudly. The boy in the wheelchair, with a thought, moved up the ramp to the plane without any assistance. The 2 people from No. 8 Research Institute carried the medical pod up, followed closely by several accompanying doctors and bodyguards. Once the group entered, the spacious interior of the plane suddenly felt crowded. Sume coldly said, the young master of the Xingyao Consortium didn't bring a single attendant. Does this old man have a higher net worth than him? President Su, Mr. Huna is in charge of a very important project, and we must ensure his safety. We hope for your understanding. Sume smiled, pointing at herself. Do you know who I am? The president of the Beauty Association, the top free person in the free forum. Did you think I wouldn't know? A top free person needs your bunch of stinking fish and rotten shrimp to protect his safety? Sume's voice turned cold. Immediately right now, get out. I'm in a bad mood, and I hope I won't have to say a second time. All right, we appreciate your help. Brother, I found another chain. In the once bustling shopping street, there were now only 3 people, 2 adults and 1 child. The little girl with pink hair ran out of a store holding a gold chain and handed it to Ncien. A moment later, Chung Xin walked over with her head hanging low. Why does the little pink-haired girl find so many while I can't find a single one? Where did you find it? The shopping street has been turned upside down. The little girl wrinkled her delicate nose and said matter-of-factly, it's simple. Just smell it to know where it is. Chung Xin tried to smell around, and the result was self-evident. Ncien hung the gold chain around the little girl's neck. Not to mention Chung Xin. Even he knew that unless he used his omniscient vision to search thoroughly, it would be impossible to find it. All right, go pick out 2 outfits. Don't bother with this stuff. It's useless. and Xian's Versailles-style statement deeply pierced Chung Xian's heart. That's gold. And in your mouth, it's just a useless thing? If Xian knew what she was thinking, he would definitely nod seriously. For ordinary people, gold is a luxury item, but for powerful star warriors, it's just SOSO. Who wears that stuff? A proper set of jewelry made from star, or is what is considered high-end. Before long, the three of them each carried a few bags. Clothing like this, aside from those made from mutant fur or high-end brand apparel, few would bother to grab. Moreover, each person could only take a limited amount when evacuating, risking their lives to run out with clothes they couldn't take just to wear for a couple of days. How mentally ill would one have to be to do that? In a women's clothing store, the cash register had been overturned and clothes were scattered everywhere, most of which were unopened. Chung Xian eagerly rummaged through the ground, immersed in the thrill of $0 shopping, unable to extricate herself. Originally, she was just supposed to find a couple of outfits for the little pink-haired girl and leave. But now she was getting carried away. She found a pleated skirt in her size and entered the fitting room. And Xian, bored, sat there in a daze. He enjoyed visiting scenic spots and thought it was a pity not to check out local specialties in different star cities. But he had no interest in the shopping street. The little pink-haired girl, perhaps too young, also showed no interest, hugging her two outfits and dazing next to Xian. At this moment, Chung Xian poked her head out of the fitting room. And Xian, don't peek. And Xian, lost in thought, spoke without thinking. I don't need a peek. You got a white lace top and a sea blue bottom with a little dolphin. Chung Xian froze, shocked, and screamed. And Xian instantly snapped back to reality, wishing he could slap himself. This damn mouth. No filter. Chung Xian lost interest in shopping, quickly changed into another outfit, hugged the others, and blushed as she ran to the car. Well, whatever, as long as it's over. As Xian and the little pink-haired girl returned to the car, he suddenly noticed a vehicle entering his omniscient vision. He stopped in his tracks. The car was approaching quickly, less than 100 meters away. The car drove straight into the shopping street and stopped right in front of Xian. And Xian raised an eyebrow. Is it coming for me? He tugged at the little pink-haired girl's tuft of hair. Head back to the car. After sniffing, the little girl replied, Okay. Chapter 31. The arrival of Helang. My name is Helang. Oh, Himei's my mother. Himei? I don't know her. The woman you killed. With the surname He and being a woman, the two key elements combined, and Xian recognized her. How strange. It was usually the young attacking the old. But this time it was reversed. Hongji drew out a 1-inch silver-white blade, its cold light piercing Helang's eyes. So, you're looking for me to take revenge for that, Mei? Himei. Not important. Very important. The numb Helang suddenly roared angrily. Fine, very important. And Xian chose not to entangle with a dying person. Besides, his mother was gone, so he could empathize. Hongji pulled out the blade little by little, and Helang's expression changed as he hurriedly spoke. Mister, you misunderstood. I'm not here for revenge. And Xian paused, filled with doubt. Then why are you here? To chat with me? Or to say something like 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? Thud. Helang knelt heavily, bowing his head to Xian with such force that blood burst from his forehead, cracking the stone floor. I want to ask you to kill He Zhao. The He family was his only background, and now this support had become the target of revenge. He realized he had no power at all. If he had any means, he would have come to seek in Xian's help. Although He Zhao was the culprit, it couldn't be denied that the one who acted was Xian. Interesting. And Xian smirked, and Hongji returned to being an unremarkable Cain. You want me to take action, and you don't hate me? Hate. Honestly, your lies can't fool you. The unhidden fluctuation of star power enveloped Helang, making him feel as if he were completely seen through, from head to toe, inside and out. The feeling of being utterly bare without a shred of secrecy made him extremely uncomfortable, yet he didn't dare to have any thoughts of concealment. To move in Xian, he had to make Xian feel his sincerity, the most genuine sincerity, without any embellishment. He Zhao couldn't do anything to you, and could only pressure the freedom for him to achieve his goals. The only person I can turn to is you. Killing He Zhao is indeed not difficult, but... And Xian leaned on his cane and walked past the kneeling Helang. Killing him brings me no benefit. It's a losing deal, and I want to do it. A submarine, the Star Marshal technology from Research Institute No. 8, can navigate the sea of radiation and reach the underwater star city. The sound of the cane hitting the ground abruptly stopped, and Ncien turned around with a smile, using star power to lift He Lang up, then extended his right hand. A pleasant cooperation. Command center of the city wall. Oh, old He, that new arm was installed so quickly. Ncien pinched He Zhao's right arm, which was exceptionally strong, not made of metal. A half-mutated arm. It's hard to even show it to people. Why not install a mechanical one? Then you could remove your left arm and have a pair of mechanical arms. How cool would that be? In the radiation, the half-mutated ones that stop deforming can have their partially perfect mutated organs transplanted onto normal people. This is the result of the so-called Research Institute for Mutants, officially referred to as Research Institute number 33. When it was announced, it caused a huge sensation, with some deranged individuals expelling ordinary people and even star martial artists to the wasteland, letting them mutate in the radiation. Those who mutated into mutants were killed on the spot, and half-mutated ones were kept like pigs or dogs, waiting for demand to harvest organs for sale. This technology was promoted quickly and banned even faster. Within 2 months, it was explicitly prohibited by the Federation for violating human rights. But looking at He Zhao, one could tell that this ban only applied to ordinary people. He Zhao's expression turned grim as he received the news that the soldiers guarding the Star Marshal Division were all dead. He had just settled the personnel brought here in the military and hadn't had time to inquire when Ncien arrived. Listening to Ncien's words, he wanted to point at Ncien's nose and say, "You know nothing. This arm is a B-class half-mutant with extraordinary power. What are you here for?" In the end, he couldn't say it out loud. Ncien felt quite bored. He wasn't there to complete the transaction with He Lang. He had to wait for He Zhao to leave Nan'an. Otherwise, even a fool would know who was behind it. He took out a map of Nan'an and pointed to a location. This place can be powered. He Zhao leaned down to look. An amusement park? Wanted to take the kids to have some fun? Good. The power facilities in Nan'an were intact. The entire city was blacked out simply because there was no one at the power plant and the equipment malfunctioned, affecting the evacuation work, so it was all shut down. Providing power for an amusement park wasn't a hassle. With just one call, He Zhao arranged it. Seeing him so straightforward, Ncien walked away regretfully. There was no reason to pull at his left arm. It was uncomfortable. Watching Ncien leave, He Zhao sneered. My He family has already united with several financial groups to pressure the Federation and the Freedom Forum. Just let you be arrogant for a few more days. As he spoke, he revealed a pained expression. To unite with those financial groups, the He family had paid a considerable price, almost giving up all their shares in the 2-star cities. The more He Zhao thought about it, the more it hurt, and pushing his family to do this. He had bet his qualification as the third heir. You can't catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. The initial investment is inevitable. As long as he could obtain a way to mass-produce star martial artists, everything would be worth it. Starshine Happy World, the largest amusement park in Nan'an Star City, covering over 700 acres. After lunch, Ncien took Little Pink Hair and set off for Starshine Happy World with Chung Xian's family. As they drove, the loudspeaker sponsored by He Zhao on the roof of the car continuously broadcasted at maximum volume. Starshine Happy World has power restored and is open for free. Interested parties can come and play. This was Ncien's idea. The amusement park needed to be lively, or else it would be too lonely for just the 5 of them in such a large place. Although most people had evacuated and Nan'an was not peaceful, there were always those who were bold. The attractions in Happy World were not cheap, and now there was a chance to play for free, which was a huge temptation for young people and children, prompting them to call friends and set off immediately. As Ncien's car passed near Nan'an Starshine, he noticed some familiar figures. The Nan'an Army? What are they doing here? In his understanding, the Nan'an Army should be organizing the evacuation. Chung Xian stopped for a moment. All right. The car stopped, and Ncien got out, heading towards the direction of the Nan'an Army. During turmoil, every little disturbance must be known to feel at ease. In the back seat, Little Pink Hair, with her watery eyes, watched the direction Ncien disappeared, sniffed hard, then fell silent again. After the Star Marshal Divisions, people were taken away, the Nan'an Army station here. The world only knows that the Starshine Hotel is the gold mine of the Star City, but beneath it is the emergency military arsenal of each Star City. The Starshine Hotel is one of the pillar industries of the Starshine Consortium. with its presence in almost every star city. Being able to grow so large relies on the support of the Federation. Establishing emergency military arsenals beneath the Starshine Hotel was one of the conditions for obtaining that support. The Nanan army, lacking guns and ammunition, was labeled as deserters and could not return to their camp, so they set their sights on Nanan Starshine. The key to this arsenal was held by the Star Lords of each star city, and Shinya planned to use violent means to open the arsenal. However, upon arriving here, he was captured by two masked individuals. In the alley, Shinya remained vigilant as one person removed their mask in front of him. Shinya's body trembled, and he exclaimed in surprise. The military lord, with a sturdy build and a resolute face. It was none other than the military lord of the Nanan army, Li Gong. These past few days, Shinya had been dreaming about when he would return. Shinya had bandages wrapped around his chest, with fresh blood seeping through. Despite being severely injured, he remained silent. Upon seeing Li Gong, he seemed to snap, unable to hold himself together any longer. He hastily wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, standing straight and giving a standard military salute. Commander, I have not disgraced my mission. The Southern Army should have 446 men. We have exactly 446 men. Not one less. Li Gong grinned and slapped Shinya on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain as it tugged at his wound. Good kid, I didn't misjudge you. Let's see who this person is. After Li Gong finished speaking, the person next to him also removed his mask. Shinya's gaze was locked onto the person's face, unable to look away. After a long time, he finally spoke, his voice trembling. Star Lord, you, I'm not dead, right? Song Yinwen voiced the words he had not said out loud. Shinya nodded, then shook his head, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Li Gong told me everything. I'm Fina. Song Yinwen put the mask back on. Don't reveal our identities. First, go to South and Xingyao to get the military supplies, and then deal with the He family. Li Gong also donned his mask and kicked Shinya in the rear, who was lost in excitement. You go in front. Yes. Cough. Good afternoon to the three of you. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the three became alert as Xian jumped down from the wall. You all have a pretty good vibe going on. I didn't want to interrupt, but since I'm here, it would be impolite not to say hello. So, shall we go have some fun at the amusement park? It should be quite lively later. Song Yinwen, Li Gong, and Chunya. At a time like this, you're inviting us to an amusement park? Is that appropriate? Chapter 32. Good words hard to persuade the death-seeking ghost rejecting Xian's invitation. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive after he left. At this moment, Nanan was in a state of chaos. Having a powerful figure with an unclear stance and unknown reasons for being a Nanan was undoubtedly bad news. Shinya, do you know him? His name is Xian, a gold badge freelancer. Shinya detailed what happened when Xian entered the city. A freelancer? Huh. Song Yinwen ignored the gold badge part before freelancer. Who would believe in the ratings of the freelancers forum? Realizing Xian was a freelancer, he felt both relieved and troubled. When a situation is stable, freelancers are the most reassuring. When the situation is turbulent, they are also the most worrisome. The organizational nature of the freelancers forum meant that the entry conditions were particularly loose, allowing any powerless star martial artist to join, resulting in a mix of all kinds of people. Most of them live ordinary lives during stable times. Freelancers are no different from common folks, and one doesn't have to worry about them at all. However, when ordinary life is disrupted and order and law disappear, no one knows what this group of capable freelancers without organizational constraints will do. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Song Yinwen decided not to think about it anymore. Shinya was puzzled. With your strength, dealing with him should be quite easy, right? Song Yinwen recalled that star power storm and shook his head with a bitter smile. With Li Gong and Yang Kai, the three of us might be able to try to take him on. Shinya felt silent. The video of Xian slashing a giant snake reappeared in his mind, coupled with Song Yinwen's personal confirmation that it would take the combined efforts of the three major powers in Nanan to even attempt to engage him. He couldn't say they could take him down. The troublesome freelancers forum, with that kind of strength, just gives out a gold badge, right? The car continued to move forward. Cheng Xian curiously asked, "And Xian Gu, where did you go?" "I ran into three people I knew and went to say hello." Oh, and Xian's mind was no longer on the amusement park. Having just heard their conversation, they were planning to stage a coup. Wouldn't that require snacks and drinks to watch the show? Maybe record it on the phone. Forget it, better not record it. Involving federal power struggles would probably get it stuck in review, making it hard to post. An hour later, they arrived at Happy World. It was quiet inside, completely empty. However, in some hidden spots nearby, Ncien noticed a few shadows. They probably saw no one inside, fearing some conspiracy, and didn't dare to enter. The car stopped at the entrance, and Ncien held little Pink Hair's hand. Chung Xian linked arms with Cheng's mother, and Cheng's father carried the bag. The five of them walked in under the gaze of many eyes. The first one to enter had a hard time, but the others found it much easier. And I mean psychologically. Not long after Ncien and his group entered, some people gathered the courage to follow, and soon, a large crowd flowed in. The entire amusement park instantly came to life. The temptation of free admission was enormous. At that moment, Happy World even recreated the bustling scene of its opening day. These entertainment facilities held no attraction for Ncien, so he handed little Pink Hair over to Chung Xian and walked eastward. After taking just a few steps, little Pink Hair broke free from Chung Xian's arms and ran toward Ncien. You go play with her. I'll come over later. Little Pink Hair blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes clearly defined. I want to see the little animals. Oh, how did you know I was going to the animal area? Little Pink Hair pointed to her nose without speaking. Ncien still underestimated this ability. It was worth developing well. Ncien took little Pink Hair's hand and said to Chung Xian, who was running over, let Uncle and Aunt take you to play. She'll follow me. I'm grown up. Why should I let my parents take me? Okay. The dismissive voice faded away as Chung Xian angrily pulled Cheng's mother toward the roller coaster. Meanwhile, as Ncien and little Pink Hair moved further east, there were fewer people. After walking for a while, they reached a tightly locked gate with a three-dimensional sign that read animals. Standing at the entrance, they could hear the roars from inside. Besides Ncien and little Pink Hair, there were three young people, two boys and a girl, trying to figure out how to unlock the door. When one of the boys saw Ncien approaching, he said, Hey man, you here to see the animals too? See the animals? Ncien showed a strange smile. Sort of, but I suggest you don't go in, just play outside. Another boy had been fiddling with the lock for a while without success, and, feeling embarrassed in front of the girl, was already in a bad mood. Hearing Ncien tell them not to go in, he immediately got angry and spoke in a particularly harsh tone. What? Is this your place? Why do you care? Ncien raised an eyebrow and pulled little Pink Hair, who wanted to teach that boy a lesson. He thought, go ahead and enter. I was being too meddlesome. He didn't say the second part aloud. After all, good words are hard to persuade a death-seeking ghost. The animal area was not short of large carnivores. Usually, it was fine with keepers feeding them. But after being closed for several days, they must have been hungry for several days as well. One could guess what the situation inside was like. Another girl saw little Pink Hair and her eyes lit up. So pretty, so cute. She jogged a couple of steps over, wanted to tease little Pink Hair, but little Pink Hair retreated behind Ncien. Ncien instinctively placed his cane in front of her, blocking the girl. She doesn't like to interact with strangers. The girl's expression froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as she turned to look at Ncien. A glance, he looked okay. A second glance, he was somewhat handsome. A third glance, he was really handsome. In just a few seconds, her impression of Ncien changed 3 times. Hello, my name is Yuan. These are my friends. My friend was rude just now. Don't take it to heart. I don't have a habit of getting angry with the dead. Wow, who the hell are you calling dead? The boy with a confrontational tone, seeing Yuan's attitude toward Ncien and hearing Ncien's words, immediately exploded. He was about to charge at Ncien to teach him a lesson when Ncien stepped forward to the gate, drew his sword, and with a single slash, the lock of the gate was cut without any resistance. With a creak, the gate opened, and Ncien sheathed his sword, facing the boy behind him. Want to make a move? The boy swallowed hard, looking at Ncien's cane, secretly cursing him as insane, hiding a knife in his cane. Really sneaky. It's fine. Yuan ran between the two as a peacemaker. Ncien led little Pink Hair into the animal area. TCH, he told us not to go in, but he himself took a kid in. The boy, feeling embarrassed, seemed to want to regain face on this matter and raised his voice. I have to go in and take a look today. That would be great. A faint smile appeared on Ncien's lips. Little Pink Hair thought of that boy and suddenly smelled a foul stench quickly waving her delicate little hand in front of her nose. After sniffing hard, she finally recovered. Brother, he's going to die. Clearly seeking death. At the entrance to the animal area, the boy strode inside, not hearing any footsteps behind him. He turned to look, and, sure enough, no one followed. Juan, if you're scared, then don't come in. After saying that, he provocatively turned to the other boy. A big man like you is scared too? The animals are all locked up. Can they jump out and eat you? The other boy didn't respond and turned to leave. If you want to go in, then go. I'm going to play outside for a bit and then go home. My family is evacuating tonight. I don't want any accidents to happen now. You Juan kindly advised. Feng Xin, why not just let it go? You Juan's kind advice, however, sounded to Feng Xin like he thought he was incapable. He couldn't take that insult and shouted as he walked inward. If he can go in, why can't I? Now that the animals aren't being fed, they must have started eating each other. This scene isn't something you get to see every day. If you don't go, you'll regret it. Chapter 33, The Sadness of the Week. Where did those two go? Feng Xin regretted coming in shortly after entering. It was too creepy. Hungry animals with red eyes kept banging against the glass, as if they wanted to burst out and devour him alive. Feng Xin had seen cannibalism among the beasts. Logically, he should have left now that his purpose was fulfilled, but he was unwilling to leave without seeing Xian. He had to let that kid see that Feng Xin also had the guts to come in. If Xian knew what he was thinking, he would undoubtedly applaud and praise him for being so awesome. Damn, look, if you have the ability, come out and eat me. After searching for a long time without finding anyone, Feng Xin was very irritated and kicked the glass. The tiger inside roared and charged violently at the glass. Little trash, you can only rage helplessly inside. He took out his phone and suddenly caught a whiff of an unknown aroma wafting through the air. Who is barbecuing? It smells so good. Feng Xin Sui Lao. He hadn't had any meat for days, and his mouth felt bland. He wanted to follow the scent, but after glancing at the tiger, he decided to take a selfie to show you Juan how fierce he looked. He pulled out his phone, flipped the camera, then squatted down in front of the glass, showing off a bold expression. At that moment, he heard a click. What was that? I didn't press the shutter. The click grew louder, and Feng Xin located the source of the sound. He stared in horror as the cracks appeared on the glass behind him. The cracks spread out like a spider web, quickly expanding. Feng Xion's legs went soft, and his body couldn't move. 2 seconds later, the huge single piece of glass shattered with a loud bang. Roar! The tiger lunged at the barely standing Feng Xin. The phone fell, splattering fresh red across the lens. Cries of despair mingled with the sounds of chewing. And in the end, the former faded away, leaving only the sound of large bites being chewed. He is dead. Eat your bird. Oh. The little pink-haired one held a leg that was half the size of her head, eating with grease all over her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she devoured it quickly. Slap! And Xian flicked her forehead. The little pink-haired one looked up in confusion, her light pink eyes full of innocence. Eat slowly, don't choke. Okay, this bird, called the red-feathered sparrow, ranked just below ribs in Xian's heart. If both were presented before him, he would definitely choose the red-feathered sparrow. It was that the ribs weren't delicious, but the red-feathered sparrow was too rare. Every time he wanted to eat one, he had to sneakily borrow one from the zoo. The key was that most zoos didn't have them. Here, he had only found 5 in total. While eating, he pondered, if the little pink-haired one could find Feng Xin, then finding some bird shouldn't be a big problem, right? Dad, your son is calling. Dad, your son is calling. The urgent and high-pitched ringtone interrupted Xian's fantasy of eating sparrows freely. He first turned over the one who had changed its name from red-feathered sparrow to naked sparrow on the fire. Then used star power to clean the grease off his hands and answer the call. Mister, and this is Lang. What is up? We've discovered traces of high-level star beasts outside the city. He Zhao doesn't want the people from the Southern and Star Marshal Division to go to the battlefield and is worried about the heavy casualties of the Star Warriors he brought. So he ordered a withdrawal early tomorrow morning. What about the people from Southern and who Haven T had time to evacuate? As soon as the question was out, Xian realized he had asked a stupid question. What to do? Don't think about doing it grandly. The Federal Army is withdrawing, allowing aberrant species and star beasts to enter the city, and those who haven-T evacuated inside can basically kiss goodbye, announcing their offline status. Sure enough, Lang on the other end of the call replied, "Abandon them. All those who haven-T evacuated will be abandoned." I'm curious about what you all are thinking. Why not use the Star Warriors? What is the point? Lang was silent for a while, and Incien thought the call had dropped. This is the federal government's latest decision, a plan codenamed 108. I don't know much. Only that He Zhao's mission is to prompt the fall of Southern and to bring back all the people from the Star Marshal Division. Prompt the fall of Southern? And Cien didn't know what expression to show. If this plan is real, he could only say that the level of stupidity of the federal high-ups could rival that of the dog system. All right, I understand. Lang, seeing that Incien didn't intend to leave, became anxious, and Cien was his only means of revenge against He Zhao. "Mr. N, aren't you leaving?" And Cien pulled up the clock in progress bar, 58. 21. I still need to stay for 2 more days. Don't worry. I will definitely take care of He Zhao. What you need to do is to prepare the submarine. Don't let me need it and you can't provide it. Then I wish you safety. Out of 5 sparrows, and Cien had eaten 4.5. The little pink-haired one could only eat half and was now full. She kept burping and looked longingly at Cien as he ate. After filling up, he returned the same way and casually killed the tiger that was happily eating the kind-hearted person who had brought it food. This guy can't be let out. The amusement park people were called by him. It would be inappropriate to have them in danger without doing anything stupid. The sky was getting darker. After playing with the little pink-haired one for a few hours, and Cien found Chung Xian and the others, it was time to go back. Sitting in the passenger seat, and Cien discovered an unread message in the back end of the Freedom Forum. President Su of the Beauty Association expected to arrive in Southern in 8 hours. He hadn't seen the 8 top freedom fighters of the Freedom Forum, but he had heard of them. Was it her who took my call? She actually came in person. The message had been received a few hours ago, so she was probably close. "Auntie, please make the remaining ribs when we get back. A few guests will come tonight." And Cien understood the basic etiquette of hosting. Look, his favorite ribs were already out, but it was a pity the sparrows were gone. Otherwise, he would have prepared to make the treatment complete. Cheng's mother didn't ask who it was, only how many people were coming. 1 President Su, plus 3 spots for, no wait, and Cien felt he had said too little. There should be at least 2 accompanying personnel, right? In short, just prepare more. The rest will be wasted. I received news that the Federal Army will withdraw early tomorrow morning. If nothing goes wrong, those few people will take you away tonight. The Federal Army is withdrawing. Just as he moved the car out, Chung Xian gasped at Cien's words. What about these people? She pointed to Happy World. The flow of people here was not decreasing, but increasing. Under the dim sky, the dark Southern and the brightly lit amusement park looked particularly beautiful, filled with laughter and joy. There were couples with children riding the merry-go-round, sharing tales of parenthood. There were love-struck couples on the romantic Ferris wheel, enjoying a bright future. There were also elderly people strolling in the lively atmosphere, reminiscing about the past Southern. In just a few days, this scene made them feel like they had been away for a long time. At this moment, this place was the only peaceful era of Southern. Perhaps it would soon become the last ray of light to shine in Southern. The people inside were still hoping for the Federal Army to come and take them away, unaware that the Federal Army would leave early tomorrow morning. And Cien gently stroked the little pink-haired one's head as it leaned over from the back seat. Not just them, but all the others who hadn't evacuated would also fall with Southern, accompanying this star city to its burial. His tone was neither happy nor sad. Chung Xian felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her emotions quickly sinking. Clearly, these people were not related to her, but it felt very uncomfortable. Her heart heavy. Is there really no way? And Cien tugged at the little pink-haired one's tuft of hair, using the omniscient perspective to repeatedly check if there was any hidden secret inside. For Chung Xian's question, he thought for a moment and finally shook his head. The vast federal government has given up on Southern. What else can be done? Should I expect a blind man like me to do something? The little pink-haired one grabbed in Cien's mischievous hand, and Cien held it back, feeling the small, warm, and delicate bundle in my hand. I couldn't help but squeeze it a little. The little pink fur ball tilted its head in confusion and returned the squeeze. The force of the response was not strong, but it felt exceptionally real. This is the sorrow of the weak. Life and death are decided by others without their awareness. Chung Xin, I have opened the door to the Star Warrior for you. How far you can go depends on yourself. Only by being strong enough can you ensure that your fate and the fate of those you care about will not be decided by others. Chapter 34. The relationship between leisurely speculation and change under Cheng's family building. On his way back, Xian encountered the Southern army heading towards the city gate. He had originally given up on watching a play because he couldn't record any material, but now he felt a strong urge to go. After thinking it over, he decided that it would be a pity to miss out on a free show. You guys go back first. I have something to do. After getting off the carriage, Xian unexpectedly invited Xiao Fenmao. Do you want to come with me? Xiao Fenmao was stunned for 2 seconds, her little hair swaying adorably. Then, her light pink eyes sparkled with amazing brightness, and her chubby face showed visible happiness. Yes. Xian took Xiao Fenmao's hand. Let's go. After the two left, Cheng's mother, frustrated, said to Chung Xin, look at you. You're even worse than a little girl. Cheng Xin suit how Xian doesn't have any feelings for me. I can't just climb into his bed at night, can I? Cheng's mother sighed. She was just venting her feelings. If Chung Xin were to actively climb into bed, she would be the first to object. Cheng's father, however, was more open-minded. Children are naturally likable, especially someone as pretty and well-behaved as Xiao Fenmao. It's normal for Mr. And to like her. Exactly. I also really like Xiao Fenmao. Didn't you say that Xian wants her to be your daughter? I think that's a good idea. Then she will be my sister. Cheng's mother pretended to hit her, and Chung Xin quickly shut up. Cheng's father continued. What was before is one thing, now is another. Just look at how Mr. and treated Xiao Fenmao earlier. It's clear he intends to keep her by his side. Sigh. If only I could follow Xian. Cheng's mother shot Chung Xin a sideways glance. What? Are you dissatisfied with your father and me? How could I? I was just saying that casually. Cheng's father and mother exchanged glances, silent. They understood whether their daughter was just speaking casually or seriously. The two elders went upstairs, and Chung Xion's feigned happy expression vanished. Clearly, she hadn't moved on from Xian's words. She just didn't want to worry her parents. On the second floor, in the stairwell, Cheng's mother looked at her dazed daughter through the window. After all, she was her flesh and blood. How could she not see through her concealed emotions? Yes, Xin, okay. Cheng's father pulled her upstairs. I'm fine. People need to grow up. She'll be fine once she gets through this phase. System. I want a flying check-in reward for this Star City. And Xian, holding Xiao Fenmao, jumped from rooftop to rooftop while conversing with the system in his mind. Jumping around like this feels so cheap. Check-in rewards are not controlled by the system and are completely random. Hearing random, and Xian's temper flared up. Stop talking nonsense. I'll be clear with you. If this time it's still a pupil technique, I'm taking Xiao Fenmao to find eyes and settle down in a Star City after we find them. You should know that my current strength isn't invincible, but it's more than enough for self-protection, especially after I get the eyes. There won't be any problems. I've been running for 2.5 years, and I'm tired. I want to earn some money to buy a house and raise Xiao Fenmao as my daughter, stepping into old age ahead of time. The system was silent for a long time before the mechanical voice sounded again. Detected that the host has received 5 pupil technique rewards, triggering the minimum guarantee mechanism. This check-in reward will exclude the pupil technique category. Xian sneered, confirming the speculation that had long existed in his heart. It seemed that going to various system check-ins was something the system needed from him. With this confirmation, the situation flipped dramatically. The relationship shifted from him needing to rely on the system to check in for rewards to the system offering rewards as he checked in at Star Cities. Although the process remained unchanged, the essence was different. The former was a subordinate relationship, while the latter was an equal partnership. What Xian needed was an answer. He wasn't pushing for it. Equal cooperation, mutual benefit, and reciprocity could lead to longevity. He still needed to obtain check-in rewards. Being too aggressive wouldn't benefit either side. The Southern Army had a considerable number of troops, and since they were in the city, their pace wasn't particularly fast. Xian quickly caught up with them. And with a ride available, he certainly wouldn't run. Scanning from the back to the front with his omniscient vision, he was blocked by a military vehicle closer to the front. Noticing that a Star Warrior was investigating, Li Gong immediately ordered a halt. He was worried that He Zhao had sent someone to intercept them. That guy was quite cunning, and even the Star Master had fallen for his tricks, nearly losing his life. Star Master, I'll go down and take a look. Song Yinwen nodded. Be careful. If things get tough, call for help. Good evening, gentlemen. The car door opened, and Xian casually greeted them, sitting in the vehicle with Xiao Fenmao. Song Yinwen and Li Gong were stunned. Are we that familiar? Mr. N, what are you doing? Just giving my sister a ride. I assume you two great figures won't mind, right? Song Yinwen glanced at the little girl snuggled in Xian's arms. According to Chenya's report, Xian didn't have this girl when he entered the city. She must have been picked up in the past few days. One had to admit, encountering such a well-behaved and beautiful little girl who was homeless would make anyone want to take her home and raise her as a daughter. You should know what we're going to do. If I didn't know, I wouldn't be going. Song Yinwen understood. This guy was just there to watch the excitement. The feeling of being watched like a monkey was quite unpleasant. However, what could they do? They couldn't just start a fight. He could endure it, but Li Gong couldn't. As the commander of the Southern Army, he was straightforward and had a bad temper. His eyes widened, ready to explode. Song Yinwen, familiar with him, quickly pressed him down. If you offend Xian now, and he ends up siding with Yi Zhao, you'll have nowhere to cry. Li Gong, furious, turned his head away, choosing to ignore him. Song Yinwen pointed at Xiao Fenmao. It's fine to give you a lift, but bringing such a small child is inconvenient, right? And Xian used his omniscient vision to lock onto Song Yinwen and Li Gong, confirming that their star power supply had been released. He realized he could pierce through their star power barriers. This indicated that their strength was inferior to his, so he confidently smiled. Let's not talk about whether we can fight or not. If you manage to hurt her even a little, I'll consider myself defeated. Smack! Li Gong slapped the steering wheel. Who do you think you are? N? I've been tolerating you for a long time. Then let's fight. Fight if you dare. Who is afraid? Li Gong. Li Gong was called to a halt, glaring at Xian for a long time, and finally grumbled an apology before ordering to continue moving forward. His temper might be explosive, but that didn't mean he lacked sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting in the position of commander. After being called to a halt, his mind quickly cooled down. The matter at hand was important. Offending Xian wasn't a wise decision. City Wall Command Center. Yi Zhao received the news that the Southern Army was advancing toward them. What do they want? Are they trying to meet up with the commander? Feeling bold enough to try and seize power? What a joke. He's the commander, not the monarch. The highest command of the Southern Army isn't something he can just take. In theory, the only authority above him was the Southern and Star Master. But he had already been killed by his clan uncle, and Yi Zhao had personally confirmed his death. The body was still lying in the hospital's cold storage, waiting to be taken away during the evacuation. He planned to tamper with the body to pin the blame for the Star Master's murder on Li Gong. Yi Zhao felt it was time to retrieve the Star Master's body. When the Southern Army arrived, he would frame Li Gong in front of the entire army, leaving him with no way to explain himself. Gulme, bring the body from the cold storage, number 412, of the Southern and 4th Hospital. City Wall Command Center. Yi Zhao looked at Xian, who entered with a little girl, and his head throbbed. What are you here for again? After getting off the car early, Xian entered and gestured for Xia Fenmao to move the chairs. He then opened Yi Zhao's desk drawer and took out 2 unopened bags of sunflower seeds. Raising the seeds in his hand, he flashed a bright smile that gave off a sunny boy vibe. Can't you tell? I'm here to watch the show. By the way, Laohi, do you have any soda? Get 2 bottles. Yi Zhao watched as Xia Fenmao flapped around, moving 2 chairs, and then scampered off with his ashtray. No wonder they are together. Their thick skin is just the same. And how'd you know I had sunflower seeds in my drawer? Xian ripped open a bag of seeds and was about to spit the shells on the floor when Xia Fenmao lifted the ashtray up to him. Brother, here you go. Good. Xian took the ashtray, dumped the ashes on Yi Zhao's desk, and spat the shells in after cracking a couple of seeds. The big and small ones completely disregarded Yi Zhao. Their almost insulting actions made him seethe with anger. Since childhood, has anyone dared to act so arrogantly in front of him? Are you mad? Xian chuckled, his cheeky demeanor making Yi Zhao tremble with rage. If he weren't afraid of losing, he'd have torn Xian apart. Xian, don't go too far. I'm going too far. What can you do about it? He pointed in the direction of the city, where the sounds of the Southern and Army convoy were already clear. If you turn against me now, be careful I help them deal with you. Upon hearing this, He Zhao calmed down instead, sneering. You're from the Freedom Forum. This is an internal matter of the Federation. If you dare to interfere, the Freedom Forum won't let you off first. Due to identity restrictions, all Anshin could do was talk tough. If it came down to action, would he dare? After coming to this realization, He Zhao felt much better. As long as he ignored Anshin, it wouldn't be long before Anshin became furious. Anshin fell silent, further confirming He Zhao's thoughts. Unexpectedly, Anshin spoke up, his tone slightly strange. I was thinking you're not that old. How come you're acting senile? Forgetting that you just captured my people not long ago? He Zhao didn't care. So what? The person was taken away unharmed by you. Yume was killed by you. And I lost an arm. Wanting to use this excuse to interfere in the Federation's internal affairs is impossible. If I were to target you alone, how would you respond? Interfering in Federation affairs is thankless work. It wouldn't benefit Anshin at all. The Federation's matters have nothing to do with me. But I have no problem seeking personal revenge, right? Of course, no problem. The absolute neutrality of the Freedom Forum is premised on no one provoking the Freedom Forum. This statement wasn't made by He Zhao, nor did Anshin ask and answer himself. Who? He Zhao slammed the table and shouted angrily. Anshin turned and walked towards the door, his expression serious as he pulled Xia Fenmeo behind him, while Hong Ji quietly began to unlock. The all-knowing vision sensed an extremely massive star force outside the door. Without full opening, let alone probing, even getting close was difficult. The office door opened. A charming figure swayed in, and the alluring aura captivated the heart. Outside the door, the soldiers on the city wall fell into a daze, drooling towards the command center. The woman took her seat, her red lips slightly parted. Her soft, charming voice was soothing to the ears, reaching straight to the heart. The Freedom Forum was originally established by a group of star warriors who didn't want to get involved in any power struggles, wanting to unite in chaotic times to ensure their safety. Now everyone only remembers the Freedom Forum's absolute neutrality, but forgets it is a sanctuary for all free people. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on someone from the Freedom Forum can see if they can withstand the wrath of the Freedom Forum. The woman raised her gaze to the door. Old man, am I right? Hizwa, He Zhao's clan uncle and also his guardian during this mission, appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. He approached the woman and bowed slightly as a sign of respect. I am Hizwa of the He family consortium. I wasn't aware President Su was visiting, and I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. Hizwa shot a glance at He Zhao, who jolted and quickly stepped forward. President Su, hello, I am He Zhao, the current temporary commander of Southern. I was negligent. This person is Su Mei. As the plane approached Southern, and apart from the Southern and Starshine and Happy World, the rest of Southern was pitch black. The convoy of thousands near the city wall, with their headlights shining like a flowing stream of light, naturally caught her attention. Su Mei thought of heading there first to understand the current situation in Southern, and so she ordered the plane to fly directly to Southern Airport and then jumped from several thousand meters in the air. Just as she arrived at the command department's entrance, she heard the conversation between Anshin and He Zhao. She looked at Anshin with a smile. She hadn't even gone to find him yet, and here they were crossing paths. What a coincidence. Anshin had seen Su Mei's photo on the Star Network and knew her appearance. Unfortunately, the all-knowing vision couldn't penetrate, and without eyes to see directly, he had been unable to confirm the visitor's identity. Hearing the words from the He family duo, he felt a surge of joy. Someone from his side. Presidensu, you finally arrived. Look at me and my sister. We've been bullied by these two. They're taking advantage of the Freedom Forum. Anshin shouted loudly, startling both Hizwa and He Zhao. Xia Fenmeo pouted, tears welling up. Anshin secretly praised their cooperation. I'll reward you with an extra chicken leg. Meanwhile, Su Mei Fathepalmeth, finding Anshin's poor performance amusing. If it weren't for the situation, she would have suggested he take some acting lessons. However, she quickly found herself unable to laugh. Just then, Anshin changed his tone and pointed at He Zhao's nose, declaring arrogantly, Hey, what did you just say? I wouldn't dare to act. I see you've got some guts. You were the one who first targeted my people. Are you trying to provoke a war between the Freedom Forum and the Federation? A series of changes left He Zhao feeling as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something bad. With Su-mei present, he didn't even dare to retort. Anxian smacked his lips, feeling great, straight to the crown. Is this what it feels like to have a big shot backing you up? He had always been seen as a big shot in others' eyes, and today he finally got to hold onto someone else's thigh. He had to enjoy it. Not satisfied yet. Anxian continued, I tell you, our Freedom Forum is never afraid of war. At worst, we'll go all out. And the first to deal with will be your He family consortium. Anxian wanted to say more when suddenly, a star force flicked his forehead. Eshu mij was dumbfounded. How could this kid be so good at acting? Going all out? You really dare to say that? The Freedom Forum is not what it used to be. Back in the day, if someone was bullied, they would dare to stand up together. Now it's fine to scare people a bit, but beyond that, haha. Do you know how outsiders secretly refer to free people? A paper tiger with empty strength, a soft-footed shrimp. If a war were declared, even if 8 top free people called for it, if 1/5 of the free people responded, it would be a blessing from the heavens. Coming back to her senses, Su-mei hurriedly sent a warning to Anxian. Her voice condensed into a line that entered Anxian's ear. You better be careful. If the Federation takes you seriously, no one will join your madness. Chapter 36, is that a name? This thigh isn't strong, it's just fat, or rather, it's fake fat. Unreliable, truly unreliable. It turns out I still have to rely on myself. Being my own stronghold is the most dependable. Anxian regretfully concluded his reckless remarks. Let's call it a day. I want to hold it against you. He pulled little pink hair along and went out with his cane. Su-mei and the 2 He family members had nothing to say either, following out and taking a chair that little pink hair moved. Anxian didn't argue with her and sat on another chair with little pink hair. The big and small were munching on sunflower seeds, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Nanan army. Su-mei reached out her hand. Anxian pretended not to see. Su-mei's hand stretched forward a bit more. The white and tender palm was right in front of Anxian, but he remained unmoved. Wasn't she just pretending to be impressive with me? Can't even spare a sunflower seed? Su-mei couldn't help but speak up. Anxian took off his sunglasses, his hollow eye sockets aimed at Su-mei. Huh? What? Su-mei fell silent. A strange sense of guilt surged in her heart. Going down from the 18th floor in the middle of the night, not taking the elevator, not using the stairs, but walking on the rooftop. What? She wouldn't die from falling thousands of meters? Then it's fine. Su-mei quickly realized that not having eyeballs didn't mean he couldn't see. She sneered immediately. So you're pretending here, huh? Cough, look at what you're saying. Anxian handed over a bag of sunflower seeds. Not that he didn't want to give them to Su-mei, but because Su-mei's star power was entwined with her being. In the omniscient vision, it wasn't Su-mei's hand that reached out, but a mass of rich star power. He couldn't accurately pinpoint the position of Su-mei's hand. He could do it with full omniscient vision, but it would be noticed by Su-mei. They weren't familiar with each other, and probing recklessly could lead to misunderstandings. Urgency and a sense of crisis surged in Anxian's heart. He needed to either enhance his strength or find eyes. At least one of them had to make progress. Otherwise, if he encountered a truly hostile strong opponent, he would really be blind. Su-mei was also thinking about what means Anxian had to see without his pupils. She infused her star power into the air, expanding the range of her mental perception, but she still couldn't detect anything. The 2 of them munched on sunflower seeds, each with their own thoughts. Zhao Zhao had someone bring over some fruits and drinks. Before Su-mei arrived, he didn't let anyone throw anything at Anxian, all out of respect. But once Su-mei was here, it was a different story. The essentials had to be there. Little pink hair jumped down from Anxian's arms, picked up 2 bottles of drinks, first giving one to Anxian, then going in front of Su-mei. Sister, this is for you. Calling her sister made Su-mei's heart blossom. No woman can ignore her age, and no matter how strong Su-mei was, she couldn't escape this curse. They say children don't lie, and it seems she really is very young. Little one, what is your name? She looked at the truly pink and tender little pink hair, her tone revealing unhidden affection. Little pink hair, my brother calls me little pink hair. Su-mei, is that a name? Sensing a look filled with confusion, Anxian turned his head to avoid it. It seems he had never asked little pink hair for her name. He had always just called her little pink hair. Little pink. Cough, your Aunt Sue. Oops, I misspoke. Your sister Sue is asking for your name, not how I call you. My name? Yes, but I don't have a name. Little pink hair lowered her head, intertwining her fingers as if she had made a mistake. I only know that my brother calls me Little Pink Hair. Anshin fell silent. A strange sense of guilt surged in his heart. Going down from the 18th floor in the middle of the night, not taking the elevator, not using the stairs, but walking on the rooftop. What? He wouldn't die from falling? Then it's fine. He rubbed Little Pink Hair's head, racking his brain for a long time. It's okay. You'll have a name from now on. You can take my surname in and be called in you. No, let's change it to the fisherman SU. We want to be the ones catching fish, not the fish that are caught. On you, Little Pink Hair. Now you should be called in you. Looking up at Anshin, her eyes gradually lit up. Anshin smiled back and nodded affirmatively. Yes, and you. On you. On you. And you kept murmuring her name, diving into Anshin's arms. And soon, Anshin felt his chest getting wet. A name so simple that everyone has for her was a sense of belonging and a connection with Anshin. A little child wakes up, having lost all memories, and no one knows how desperate she was before meeting Anshin. Even in the 2 days she had been with Anshin, she often woke up in the middle of the night. The first thing she did was look for Anshin, fearing he would disappear. At this moment, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. She knew Anshin would not abandon her. At the same time, Anshin had an epiphany. He was once a traveler from another world, always feeling out of place in this world. But now he had an Yu, which was like a root for a drifting weed. And Yu was not just an ordinary sister to him, but a link to this world. With this thought, suddenly the range of his omniscient vision surged, reaching a diameter of 300 meters. In an instant, the rippling star power waves were captured by Su Mei. Is this his means of perceiving the outside world? After a bit of analysis, she concluded it was nothing special. If she wanted, she could even completely conceal herself from Anshin's perception. Little Pink Hair, you really are my lucky star. Anshin, still calling her Little Pink Hair, felt a surge of emotions. It had been a long time since he had seen such an increase in the range of his omniscient vision. Although he hadn't touched the threshold of the next realm, it was indeed good news. Not only the range expanded, but also the intensity. The minimum star power, maintaining the operation of the omniscient vision, could now perceive Su Mei's position, no longer just a completely indistinct mass of star power, but had faint outlines of a human figure. At this moment, Su Mei became playful. And you, right? Look how inattentive your brother is. Why not come with me? I have money. I'll buy you whatever you want, treat you like a princess. As she spoke, she actually felt a bit tempted. A woman in her 30s, unmarried, without children, having a well-behaved, sensible, cute, and beautiful little girl to raise would be simply wonderful. In her view, and he was also a natural star warrior, which undoubtedly raised the level of cherishing her even higher. However, looking at whether you cared about her, she didn't even lift her head. Su Mei then turned to Anshin. She is the one you picked up in Nanan these past 2 days, right? The bond ISNT deep. How about letting her go with me? You can set any conditions. Even if it means wiping out the He family conglomerate, it's not impossible. In the back, He Zhao, who came to ask Su Mei if she needed anything, just happened to hear this sentence and stumbled in panic. A force that exceeds A-class can be considered a top-tier force, and the strongest in the He family is only A-class, and their S just one. If Su Mei took action, the He family would definitely not withstand it. And Yu's breathing became heavier, and Anshin gently patted her back to comfort her. I don't think it's a good idea. And Yu felt reassured, and so did He Zhao, tiptoeing and holding the wall as he left. It's better not to make their presence felt. If things go wrong, the He family could be wiped out, and that would be quite a mess. No room for negotiation? No room for negotiation. Chapter 37, Confrontation with Su Mei. Su Mei squinted her eyes, her star power surging. The star power beyond grade A was vast. The almost tangible tidal wave of star power spread out. Soldiers on the city wall fell in large numbers, pinned to the ground, unable to lift their heads. Outside the city, on the battlefield thousands of meters away, the waves of aberrant species halted, stopping their assault for the first time. The instinctive fear made them cower on the ground, not knowing what had happened. Meanwhile, in the rear, a pair of enormous eyes opened, an invisible momentum emanating, dispersing the star power affecting the aberrant species. Su Mei cracked sunflower seeds, looking ahead, and casually said, "What if I were to forcefully take it?" And Xian was the first to bear the pressure, his body slightly bending under the weight. He sat up straight against the pressure, not wanting you to be affected, then immediately grinned, wild and arrogant. Let us give a try. Red G hovered in midair, the blooming red light revealing a large phantom of a woman. The omniscient vision was set to the highest level. Sumei's expression changed as she felt a strong sense of being spied upon. The mixed power of star power intertwined with spiritual energy pierced through her defenses without any gaps. "Good boy," she exclaimed softly, condensing her star power into a tangible layer that covered her body, just barely avoiding being seen through. "I really underestimated you." Sumei did not retract her star power, and Xian's actions did not cease. Although it was a small victory, the overall situation remained overwhelmingly disadvantageous. Xuanti let this woman think that trying to consume him would be without consequence. Perhaps she really regarded him as a soft target, and Xian's thoughts stirred. And at the core of Nanan's star, a faint light arose, with specks of original star power emerging in response to his call. Outside, with Sumei planning to take action, and Xian had no other thoughts but to escape. But here it was Nanan. He had partial star authority over Nanan. With the blessing of the stars, it was like fighting an enemy with the advantage of a spring. When it came to a life-and-death struggle, he might still have the strength to fight back. A surge of star power, bolstered by Nanan's star, burst forth. It crashed violently against Sumei's star power. The collision of star powers was silent, but the effects were anything but. At the center of the collision, a strong wave erupted. In that moment, the air within 100 meters was evacuated. The city wall cracked inch by inch, and the soldiers who had been pinned down were directly lifted off the ground. The weaker, low-level aberrant species outside rolled their eyes and fainted outright. Even the massive creature in the rear vanished without a trace, not daring to show itself. In the command room, Hezor resisted the residual waves with all his might, ensuring that He Zhao was not affected. "He Zhao, report to the Federation. Xian, we can't handle this." He Zhao, frustrated, thought, how can Xian be so strong? He could actually compete with Sumei's star power. After a moment of powerless rage, he resigned himself. Indeed, the He family could not handle it. Even if the several financial conglomerates allied with the He family were included, it wouldn't work. Reporting to the Federation to seek some resources to mitigate the initial losses was the only thing to do. Damn it. Inside the city, the Nanan army, having reached the foot of the city wall, urgently defended against the sudden surge of star power. Star warriors were supposed to be those who controlled star power, while martial artists focused on body refinement. However, due to the overwhelming nature of star power, star warriors surpassed martial artists, and the latter were no longer mentioned, with star warrior becoming synonymous with star users. The Nanan army was the most elite force of Nanan, with a vast majority being martial artists who had practiced martial arts since childhood. Even those without a martial arts foundation, after joining the Nanan army and benefiting from preferential resources, showed extraordinary strength. Although the soldiers of the Nanan army could not match star warriors, they could easily take on dozens of ordinary people. They gripped the vehicles, their legs seemingly nailed to the ground. Ahead, Song Yinwen, Li Gong, and Chunya formed a barrier of star power, trying their best to withstand the storm. The three sensed Xian's momentum among them. Song Yinwen said, "Old Li, didn't you want to fight him?" Li Gong's face turned red, and he couldn't utter a word. "Fight? With my head. I don't want to go up and be a punching bag." Chunya exerted all his strength to release star power, having no time to speak. His strength was too low, and it wouldn't make much difference whether he was there or not. Song Yinwen suddenly sighed. Given some time, the Free Forum will have another top-tier free person. Li Gong couldn't hold back and retorted, "A top-tier free person in their 20s? Is that even human?" On the city wall, the two faced each other for a long time. Sumei suddenly withdrew all her star power, but the layer attached to her body remained unchanged. She had not used her full strength. As a top-tier free person known to be able to slaughter cities, her power was far from simple. It was just unnecessary to continue. Testing the waters didn't mean she wanted to fight. She sensed the power of the stars within and Xian's star power. While there were many star warriors who could harness star power, there was only one who could master the stars themselves. No wonder she had the confidence to say she could turn ordinary people into star warriors. "Look how nervous you are." "I was just joking, sister." Red G sank down, transforming into a staff as Xian simultaneously retracted his star power. Not all. I just wanted to see how great the gap is between me and a real powerhouse. Did you find out? Quite a bit. The two exchange casual banter, their tone calm and their attitude friendly. If it weren't for the cracked city wall and the collapsed command center, one would have guessed that just a moment ago, they were on the verge of drawing swords against each other. Sume focused her attention on the curved staff in Xian's hand. She and T noticed it before, but just now, it had given her a life-threatening feeling. After staring at it for a while, she realized it looked somewhat familiar. Did you go to Jing Shui, Star City 2 years ago? Yeah. And Xian remembered very clearly that Red G was obtained from there. Besides that, there was another matter that Xian remembered vividly. Sume's expression became strange. Did you also meet an old fortune teller who said you had a blood disaster? 2 days later, you got hit on the head with a brick? And Xian suddenly turned his head, grabbing Red G tightly and gritting his teeth as he questioned, "Are you in cahoots with him?" What a humiliation, an absolute disgrace. He had activated the omniscient vision and clearly spotted that old man, yet his body couldn't move. Watching that old man carefully choose a brick, he ended up getting hit on the back of the head. It left him bleeding profusely, and when he woke up, he was in a hospital, brought there by that old man. Not only that, but there was also a note on the bedside table. The note read, "Old man said you have a blood disaster. So you must have a blood disaster." And Xian swore at that moment that he would definitely find that old man to give him a fortune-telling too. No, one fortune-telling wasn't enough, at least 10. The kind that S calculated and responded to on the spot. Sume silently mourned for the old fortune-teller. This kid is so strong at such a young age. Old man, your good days are numbered. I'm not in cahoots with him, but I know who he is. When you reach S grade, I'll trick. Bring him here. It's a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 38. I have high hopes for you. Star Master song. The fluctuations of star power ceased, and the aberrant species retreated. The Federal Army was simultaneously rescuing their unconscious comrades while urgently building defenses. They all knew that the retreat of the aberrant species was only temporary. The next attack would be even fiercer. At the foot of the city wall, Song Yinwen glanced at the not-so-good state of the Southern Army and ordered them to stay put. He and Li Gong put on masks and followed Chunya up the city wall. As they ascended, they were shocked by the alarming cracks that caught their eyes. The three were genuinely startled, as the star power was always active, ready to escape at the first sign of a collapse. Fortunately, their concerns were unfounded. At the beginning of the Star City's construction, the requirements for the city wall were extremely strict, and, after multiple reinforcements with new materials, it was not easy for it to collapse. Chunya, who was leading the way, was the first to peek over the edge. On the nearly flattened city wall, Sume, sitting in a chair, and Xian, holding Yu, were quite prominent. The two followed suit and peeked out. Seeing Xian was expected, but the person next to Xian, Star Master, is this woman the one who clashed with Xian's star power? Chunya asked in a low voice. Song Yinwen did not respond. He stared at Su Mei's face, feeling it was unusually familiar. Haven't seen a woman? Don't you know this is quite impolite? The soft and charming voice reached his ears, and Song Yinwen shivered, instantly recalling who she was. The top-tier free person, Su Mei. Li Gong and Chun Yu quickly connected the dots with the image in their memory. Unlike other top-tier free individuals, Su Mei also held the position of president of the Beauty Association, hence her high exposure on the Star Network. Song Yinwen and Li Gong no longer cared about hiding their identities and unexpectedly approached Yi Zhao. The two took off their masks and quickly walked to Su Mei. President Su, I'm the Star Master of South and Star City, Song Yinwen. This is Li Gong, the commander of the Southern Army, and his aide Chunya. Su Mei remained silent, but Xian was not pleased, twisting her mouth sarcastically. Oh, now you see her and call her President Su, and you're so polite. When you first met me, why didn't you act like this? Especially you, Commander. The first time we met, you wanted to silence me. Huh? TSK. Looks like you've learned your lesson. The three clenched their fists simultaneously, and Li Gong turned his head away, fearing he might uncontrollably punch Xian. Why does such a petty person have to be stronger than me? The heavens are blind. Sume couldn't help but laugh, not even bothering to stand up. With her strength and status, she didn't need to pay any attention to a Star Master, let alone one from Fallen Star City. At that moment, a loud roar echoed from the city wall. Li Gong, He Zhao, and He Zhua emerged from the half-collapsed command center, and he immediately spotted the burly figure. You conspired against the Star Master and still dare to come out? I advise you to surrender, or you want to even get the chance to go to a military court. Li Gong and Chunya turned around without saying a word, waiting for Song Yinwen to respond. What a clever scheme of framing. Song Yinwen, true to expectations, stood with his hands behind his back, his voice calm and full of presence. He Zhao frowned. Who are you? Do you dare to meddle in federal affairs? Song Yinwen turned around. He Zhao, take a good look, who am I? His posture and emotion were perfectly on point, and Xian hurriedly cracked a few sunflower seeds, wanting to applaud. And he was also munching on seeds, watching with great interest. Sume, however, was different. You brought you here. You're not here to watch them fight for power, are you? Of course. This straightforward answer left Sume unsure of how to respond. She couldn't understand what was so interesting about fighting for power. As the president of the Beauty Association, she dealt with members of the association daily, resolving internal power issues, and she was already sick of it. Seeing Xian so excited and you staring with her light pink eyes, Sume couldn't bear to interrupt. She simply pulled out her phone and started browsing. The fall of South and didn't affect the internet's smoothness. The 8th Research Institute, also known as the Star Marshall Research Institute, specializes in star marshal technology. The Star Network is their masterpiece. She doesn't understand the specifics. All she knows is that it builds a vast star power network with each star as a node. Wherever there is a star, there is a network. On the other hand, He Zhao was staring at Song Yinwen, his eyes nearly popping out. Even He Zhua, who was older, looked the same. Song Yinwen, you were confirmed dead. How did you come back to life? In front of everyone, He Zhao made a call. Where are you? On the other end of the line was a subordinate He Zhao had sent to retrieve Song Yinwen's body. He had arrived at the place He Zhao mentioned, and the freezer numbered 412 was wide open. All the ice had melted, and there was nothing inside. Just as he was about to contact He Zhao's call came in. Commander, I'm in the underground cold storage of the 4th Hospital of Southend, but I didn't find the body. Take a good look. Are you sure it's 412? Yes, I've opened all the freezers in this room, and there's no body you're looking for. He Zhao hung up the phone expressionlessly, staring at Song Yinwen's face. After staring for a long time, he couldn't find a trace of disguise. The soldiers were cleared out by the clash of star power between Xian and Sume, leaving no outsiders around, except for the freeform. He Zhao simply laid it all out. South and Star saved you? After asking, he didn't wait for Song Yinwen's answer and answered himself. Right? Besides the power of South and Star, no one else has the ability to bring you back to life after being confirmed dead. As for whether anyone has the ability to revive the dead, Song Yinwen remained non-committal. However, he did not deny that South and Star had saved him. The Star Master is a very unique existence. In a star city, there will always be a lucky person who receives the favor of the star, becoming the star's favored one. A Star Master is not necessarily the star's favored one, but 99% of the time, the star's favored one is the Star Master. This is because the star's favored ones naturally have an advantage over their opponents when competing for the position of Star Master. It's not just about being a pure NT, doing reckless things daily, and still managing to succeed in the election. This is the star's choice. Within the Star City, the star's favored ones receive comprehensive enhancement from a star. Although it's not to the extent of having the power of the star like in Xian, who can soak in hot springs and fight enemies. It's akin to having a powerful buff. At the moment of his near death, it was indeed South and Star that protected his last sliver of consciousness and his fading life force. In short, bloodlock. Later, after he slightly recovered, he was found by Li Gong and rescued from the freezer, then headed straight to South and Star, where he first encountered Xian. He Zhao quietly stared at Song Yinwen. Do you think you've already won? Song Yinwen revealed a confident smile. Otherwise, what? I hope you can still be happy when you see this. He Zhao took a document from He Zhua and threw it to Song Yinwen. If you had come earlier, I might have had a headache, but unfortunately, you came too late. Song Yinwen took the document. It was a simple piece of paper, and he read it quickly. The smile gradually faded from his face, and his expression turned ashen. At the end of the document, The words permission to evacuate deeply pierced his eyes. Since you want this mess, I'll give it to you, but I want to leave you any soldiers or military supplies. He Zhao walked to Song Yinwen's side and leaned in to whisper, I hope you can hold this Star City. If you do, you might leave a name in history. I have high hope for you, Star Master Song. Chapter 39. 3 Punches Defeat Hizhua. The 4 great ninja turtles make their appearance. Why aren't we fighting? And Xian muttered, feeling slightly disappointed. Meanwhile, in Yu's dazed gaze, he pinched a handful of peeled sunflower seeds from her small hand. And Yu looked at the few remaining seeds in her hand, feeling wronged. She had been cracking them for a long time, planning to save up enough to eat in one go. She looked up and happened to see this scene. And Sume cast a disdainful glance at Xian. Stealing from a child's things, you really have some nerve. What do you know? Experts say it's not good for children to eat too many sunflower seeds. Which expert said that? Expert in, with such a thick skin. Sume had nothing more to say. At that moment, and Yu handed the remaining sunflower seeds to Xian's mouth. Brother, eat. And Xian made a puzzled sound. And Yu's eyes sparkled as she earnestly said, You love to eat, so I'm giving it to you. After you finish, I'll peel some more. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. Faced with Su Mei's disdainful gaze, and Xian showed no reaction, but in the face of Yu's sincerity, his conscience ached. Then he chomped down on the sunflower seeds in Yu's hand. Su Mei's expression changed from disdain to shock, then to contempt. And Yu was stunned, her little hair swaying, her big eyes filled with confusion. Normally, shouldn't my brother praise me for being sensible and then peel some seeds for me? Why'd he eat my seeds? In order to avoid condemnation, and Xian had kicked his conscience aside, but upon noticing the little pink-haired girl's reaction, he understood all too well. Ha! Little pink hair, you're too inexperienced compared to me. You still need to practice. And Yu fell silent. In terms of dog-eat-dog tactics, and Xian was invincible. She grabbed a handful of seeds, turned her back, and cracked one to eat. She would never give Xian another opportunity. At this moment, she learned a lesson. Some people have no conscience. The tuition isn't expensive, just a handful of sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, the soldiers who'd been knocked away gradually returned to the city wall. They saw Song Yinwen and began to discuss among themselves. Hey, look, isn't that the Star-Lord? Impossible, the Star-Lord is dead. Holy crap, it really is the Star-Lord. The Star-Lord is alive? Where is he? Let me see. Move a bit in front. You're blocking me. Blessed by Nanan Star. The Star-Lord is okay. Most of these soldiers were from Nanan. The military strength of Star City is not small. The Nanan army is the most elite force. But it is not the only one. Otherwise, relying solely on 13,000 Nanan troops would not be enough to defend the vast Nanan Star City. Seeing that Song Yinwen was still alive, they were all exceptionally excited. Upon seeing this, Song Yinwen felt a glimmer of hope, only for He Zhao to jump out at just the right moment and burst his bubble. You want to keep them here to guard Nanan with you? He Zhao snatched the document from Song Yinwen's hand, shaking it lightly, the paper rustling. Look closely, this is the evacuation order from the Federal Council, representing the will of the Federation. As a Star-Lord, what do you have to go against it? This tone made Xian feel angry just listening. The Song family can really endure. If it were me, I would have broken one of his legs by now. So you're a free man, not a member of the Federal Army. Sume smiled slightly, with deep understanding. The struggle for power is like this. Taking action means tearing up the face, breaking the rules, which is the last resort of flipping the table. And Xian retorted, but it was He Zhao who flipped the table first. He attacked Song Yinwen a few days ago, right? Can anyone prove that? Sume said casually, no, since you can't sit firmly. It means there's no such thing. You understand the principle of presumption of innocence, don't you? And Xian fell silent, putting himself in Song Yinwen's position and getting angrier the more he thought about it. What is the point of living like this? It turns out I'm really not cut out for the system. Being a free man is better. After provoking Song Yinwen, He Zhao went to provoke Li Gong again. What a pity. You let Song Yinwen live. You've saved your life. Otherwise, the charge of murdering a Star-Lord would be enough to put you in a military court, and if it's serious, the death penalty wouldn't be a problem. You. Li Gong clenched his fist, glaring at He Zhao. Angry? Come on, if you have the guts, hit me. He Zhao leaned forward in front of so many soldiers. If you dare to make a move, I'll have someone take you down. Frustration. So much frustration. And Xian started to fan the flames from the side. Old Li, go for it. Bring out that explosive temper of yours and give that face a punch. And this isn't your place to speak. Bang. And Xian sitting you down and punched He Zhao in the face. Got addicted to pretending? Can't tell the big and small kings apart? They don't dare to make a move. Do you think I won, T? Xian, Dad is here, and he has been unhappy with you for a long time. So stop showing off. And Xian dodged to He Zhao's front, and He Zhuo reacted quickly, blocking in Xian's punch in time. He didn't speak to Xian, but shouted at Su Mei. President Su, your forum intervening in federal affairs isn't in accordance with the rules, is it? Su Mei was scrolling through her phone, not even looking up. Old man, what are you shouting for? When did I intervene in federal affairs? It was clearly him who provoked me first. And Xian moved his hands, clenched his fists, and prepared to strike. Hitting He Zhao was meant to teach him a lesson. He never intended to kill him, so he didn't use much strength. Hitting this old man wouldn't do. He has some strength, so he needed to raise the intensity. With a punch that created a sonic boom, it landed right at the center of He Zhuo's crossed arms. Old man, tell me, which law states that a federal commander can provoke others at will, while others cannot retaliate? A tremendous force surged, and He Zhuo's forearms cracked loudly. His face turned suddenly flushed, with blood rushing to his head. The next punch came even faster. Can't answer? There's no federal law about this. Is it perhaps your He family's family rule? This punch completely shattered He Zhuo's forearm bones. He was violently pushed back, carving 2 deep grooves in the ground until his heels hit the city wall, finally stopping. He Zhuo's arms hung powerless, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression utterly wilted, and Xian, taking advantage of the situation, unleashed a third punch. What? Is your He family a celestial dragon, born above everyone else? As the question left his lips, the third punch landed on He Zhuo's chest. A dull sound echoed, the sound of He Zhuo's ribcage breaking. With no retreat left behind him, he was directly blasted off the city wall. Spitting, and Xian stood at the edge of the city wall and spat down. What a thing, jumping out to block blades for others. Do you have that kind of strength? He walked to the chair. Su Mei raised her eyes. Feeling good? That was really satisfying. And Xian picked up Yu, grasped his cane, and left. Going home, this show was uncomfortable to watch. The only fight scene was contributed by me. What a joke. Passing by Song Yinwen, Li Gong, and Shen Yasi, and Xian couldn't help but say, so cowardly. Your homes are gone, and you're still here enduring? Your 3 masters must be a bunch of mice. Just as he was saying this, he noticed a figure carrying the unconscious He Zhuo coming up, and Xian smiled. Is this person the commander of the Star Marshal Division? Great. All 4 great ninja turtles are here. Wherever Xian went, the soldiers consciously parted ways, not daring to block the path of this fierce god. Until he disappeared. He Zhao, who was trying hard to reduce his presence, didn't dare to make a sound. In the corner, he lang hid among the crowd. And seeing Xian defeat He Zhuo in 3 punches, he suddenly became excited. He has that kind of strength. Killing He Zhao would definitely be no problem. And Xian got off the city wall and drove away the last vehicle of the Nanan army convoy. Su Mei appeared in the back seat at some point, but Xian ignored her, starting the engine in an orderly manner and turning around. However, just as he began to accelerate, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the direction of the city wall. The sound, wrapped in star power, spread exceptionally far. I, the Star Master of Nanan, the follower of Nanan, Song Yinwen, declare that Nanan has seceded from the Star City Federation. Nanan, independent. Xian suddenly slammed down on the gas pedal, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He could still be considered a man. Su Mei, with great interest, twirled her hair. A few days earlier, the Federation had declared Nanan fallen, and now Song Yinwen, in his capacity as Star Master, announced Nanan's independence. It was akin to slapping the Federation in the face. The actual damage was minimal, but the insult was severe. On the city wall, Song Yinwen shouted loudly, feeling refreshed. This declaration of independence shocked everyone, and, crucially, given his identity, he could indeed represent Nanan. The Star Master is the heavens of the Star City. He Chao was shocked, pointing at Song Yinwen and cursing. Are you crazy? This is treason. You will surely be hunted down by the Federation. Li Gong's face broke into a smile as he kicked He Chao down. Get lost. Nanan is about to be gone, and I'm afraid of the Federation's hunt? He Chao wanted to say more, but Yang Kai, who had brought He Zuo over, threw He Zuo in front of He Chao. Get out of Nanan. Otherwise, no one could save you at this time. After saying that, Yang Kai bowed before Song Yinwen. Yang Kai, the commander of the Nanan Star Military Division, vows to advance and retreat with the Star Master. Old goat, only you know how to take advantage. Li Gong muttered and also bowed before Song Yinwen. Li Gong, the commander of the Nanan army, vows to advance and retreat with the Star Master. He Chao's expression darkened as he ordered people to take He Zuo down for treatment. A hero doesn't suffer immediate losses. He jumped onto the half-collapsed command post and raised the evacuation order in his hand. Federation order, the whole army withdraws, set off tomorrow morning. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was still immersed in Song Yinwen's Declaration of Independence was instantly awakened. Withdraw? What about Nanan? Is the Federation going to give up on Nanan? They had already given up. They announced its fall a few days ago. No, I mean the people in the city. There are still at least hundreds of thousands of people who haven't evacuated. He Chao scanned the entire area, taking in everyone's reactions, and then warned loudly. Anyone who disobeys the Federation's order will be considered a traitor. All Federation citizenship will be revoked, and a nationwide manhunt will be launched. Suddenly, there was silence, and slowly, some began to pack their things. By the end, almost everyone was moving. Li Gong saw this and became anxious. Star Master, what should we do? Song Yinwen watched this scene, and wherever his gaze fell, no one met his eyes. He said softly, Nanan is already gone. I cannot ask them to accompany me to bury it. Li Gong was dumbfounded. You declare independence first, then say Nanan cannot be defended? Are you kidding? Song Yinwen noticed his confusion and showed an apologetic expression. Just consider it my moment of willfulness. The Federation has abandoned Nanan. These soldiers have abandoned Nanan. Everyone can abandon Nanan, but I cannot. I am the Star Master of Nanan. Everything I have is given to me by Nanan Star. This is my home, my everything. Song Yinwen looked towards the city, which was pitch black, but he could accurately pinpoint the location of every building. Everything about Nanan City was imprinted in his heart. I will do my best to resist the aberrant species and allow those who have not yet evacuated to leave. If I'm still alive by then, restoring Nanan will be the only goal of my later life. I, Song Yinwen, vow to pull Nanan out of the fallen zone and let Nanan Star shine again on the human map. Yang Kai disregarded his image and sat on the ground, looking up at the starry sky. Star Master, you know, I'm just a lonely old Yang. I've been with you for a lifetime, and I can't get used to anyone else. Anyway, I'm sticking with you. Hey, I didn't expect you, old goat, to have some backbone. Then I, old Li, can't fall behind. Star Master, I am the same. With the three of U.S. giants of Nanan here, a mere aberrant species is nothing. Li Gong walked to the edge of the city wall, looking at the long line of illuminated vehicles below, which belonged to his Nanan army. Just as Song Yinwen said, he could bet everything for Nanan, but he couldn't let others do the same. Many in the Nanan army were fathers or sons. Their families were still waiting for them in other star cities. After the evacuation, the Nanan army would definitely be disbanded and reorganized, but they were the most elite soldiers of Nanan and would surely be reused. They all have bright futures. Li Gong suppressed the mixed feelings in his heart, raising his right hand above his head. Nanan army, present. Thousands of voices echoed. This is the elite of Nanan, the Nanan army. Li Gong took a deep breath, closing his eyes and unable to bear to look at the Nanan army below. Commander S. order. From now on, the Nanan army is disbanded. A long silence. Some other soldiers who were packing up looked at the Nanan army with disdain. What elite? Aren't they just like us, running away when disaster strikes? He Chao also sneered. Disband the Nanan army? With just the three of you, how long can you hold out? Bringing back a 10,000-man army would be a great achievement. Li Gong stepped down from the city wall, and in an instant, white hair appeared on his head, making him look over 10 years older. At that moment, Qinya approached. Li Gong forced a smile. Qinya, you also pack up and go with him. Thud. Qinya knelt on one knee. Nanan army. Deputy Officer Qinya vows to live and die with the commander. Li Gong was stunned, wanting to pat Qinya's shoulder, but his hand stopped in midair. Suddenly, A wave of kneeling sounds came from below the city wall. Nanan Army, Vanguard Camp Wang Hu, vows to live and die with the commander. Nanan Army, Combat Department Su Guang, vows to live and die with the commander. Nanan Army, Staff Wang Jingnian, vows to live and die with the commander. Nanan Army, Reconnaissance Company Xiao Kun, vows to live and die with the commander. Nanan Army, Logistics Department Hua, and vows to live and die with the commander. The waves of sound surged, one wave higher than the last. Li Gong's strong body trembled slightly, and his tiger-like eyes even glistened with tears. Song Yinwen felt quite emotional. "Old Li, your soldiers are impressive." Yang Kai also said, "Back when I competed with you for the commander position, I didn't compare to you and went to the Star Military Division. Now it seems I really am not as good as you." Li Gong rubbed his eyes. "Huh. The wind is a bit strong tonight. The sand got in my eyes." He regained his former glory, standing straight. This army, which he had built with his own hands, was his lifelong pride. Chapter 41. This high-end game has gone quite far, and Xian could still hear the voice on the other end, feeling extremely angry. "I've left. So the good show has started, right?" He couldn't turn back, as his pride wouldn't allow it. He had just scolded Song Yinwen and left in a very carefree manner. And now he was rushing back. What kind of nonsense was that? What a loss, such a loss. In his anger, he pressed down on the accelerator. With a 300-meter omniscient view, not only did the range and intensity increase, but so did the speed of the car. An Yu, who had been held in the back seat by Su Mei, stood on the seat, pressing Xian's head down. "Brother, don't be angry." "All right, let's not be angry. Anger is harmful to the body." Su Mei turned around, gazing toward the city wall. It seemed she could see something intertwining above the Southern Army, coalescing but not dispersing. It was actually the military soul. What? The commander is where the army's heart lies, and all soldiers make up its body. When the mind and body are completely integrated, indistinguishable from each other, there's a chance to give birth to a military soul. Sound impressive? And Xian curiously inquired. So what's the use? This level of military soul has a chance during combat to sense what companions are thinking, enabling better coordination. Is that it? And Xian lost interest, thinking he could summon some divine beast to come out and kill enemies. Su Mei rolled her eyes. This is just the most basic level. At the beginning of the Starfall, the Star Warriors who gained star power were not strong. What allowed humanity to continue was the army composed of warriors. The military soul is essentially a condensation of mental power. Thus, an army with a military soul can effectively attack star beasts and encircle them. At that time, there were many armies with military souls. Those who fully developed their military soul had interconnected thoughts, shared mental power, shared blood energy, and shared star power. Everyone in the army was united as one. According to records, there was once a commander who was an ordinary person. He contained the military soul within himself and killed an S-class star beast with his bare hands. Hiss! And Xian gasped, thinking this sounded quite impressive. He began to calculate in his mind, and Su Mei saw right through him. "You want to form an army too? What do you think?" Su Mei couldn't be bothered to respond to him. It was just wishful thinking. Nowadays, there are nearly 1,000 federal star cities. With thousands of armies, there are at least 8,000. Yet, those with a military soul are fewer than the fingers on two hands. Now that the birth of military souls is so difficult, some speculate it's due to environmental reasons, while others believe it's because of the use of firearms, making it impossible to fight the aberrant species with real weapons. For the latter, there was indeed a commander who made his army abandon firearms and switch to swords and knives to fight the aberrant species. As a result, the aberrant species expressed great delight. They had never enjoyed such a feast before. They arrived at the Jinyang Garden community, at the foot of the second unit. A car was waiting for them. It was sent by Su Mei, who had previously asked in Xian for the address. They went straight here after getting off the plane. The car door opened, and the first to get out was Ling Xing, who was in a wheelchair. Following him were two aides who looked like background characters. They successively carried down 2 medical pods. "These 3 need your help to transform into Star Warriors." Su Mei smiled and introduced each of them. "This is Ling Xing, the young master of the Xingyao group, only 23 years old, a genuine business genius. It is said that the Xingyao group's biggest cash cow, the Xingyao Hotel, was negotiated by him alone with the Federal Ministry of Commerce when he was just 15. Ling Xing smiled modestly. Hello. And Xian instinctively nodded in response. Sumei continued. This person is from the number 8 Research Institute, named Huna. Walking to the last medical pod, Su Mei's eyes lowered. This is Su Han, my younger brother. He was injured in the soul by a star beast when he was very young and has been in a coma ever since. And Xian used his omniscient view to scan and felt a chill down his spine. This high-end situation, Ling Xing's cells were continuously self-devouring, wanting to become a star warrior. He must be using star power to nourish his cells. Huna, this old man, was on the verge of death, wanting to extend his life. As for Su Han, it seemed Su Mei wanted to see if he could awaken under the stimulation of star power, making Huna, who was nearly dying, the most normal one among them. Gathering these three was indeed a challenge for you. And Xian said meaningfully. Su Mei clearly didn't have Xian's thick skin and didn't know how to respond. And Xian took Yu's hand and walked upstairs. All right, I'll keep my word. Let us eat first, and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Room 302. Living room. The two background characters were watching over the medical pods to prevent any accidents. And Xian, and Yu, Su Mei, Ling Xing, along with the Cheng family of 3, were gathered around the dining table. Cheng's father had gone to someone else's house to get a table in advance to avoid it looking crowded. The two tables were filled with dishes. Su Mei looked around. Braised ribs, roasted ribs, stewed ribs, stir-fried ribs, rib soup. And Xian took Yu to wash their hands, and, after returning, he didn't hold back and picked up a piece of rib to start eating. Eat. What are you staring at? Su Mei smiled without speaking, unable to decide how to start with a table full of ribs. Ling Xing picked up a rib with his still-functioning right hand, skillfully gnawed the meat, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. His brisk and generous manner made Xian feel quite comfortable. Earlier, he had wondered if his young master would have some of those bad habits of wealthy people, picking and choosing at a simple home-cooked meal, trying to make it feel like a fancy restaurant. That would be pure madness. Eat more. If it's not enough, there's more. Ling Xing swallowed the meat in his mouth before politely smiling. Thank you. His physical condition necessitated that he needed to replenish a large amount of energy. Coming here in a hurry, he hadn't brought any special nutrient solution and had been hungry all the way. These ribs were like a timely rain to him. And you looked in Xian, mimicking him, quickly mastering the essence of gnawing on ribs. Unlike these few, the Cheng family of 3 appeared particularly reserved. They didn't have Xian's strength. Both Ling Xing's inherent nobility and Su Mei's unintentional aura of a strong person put them under great pressure. And Xian noticed this, secretly releasing star power to create a weak barrier around the Cheng family of 3. Su Mei noticed this scene and instantly understood, giving the Cheng family an apologetic smile while deliberately restraining her own aura. The Cheng family didn't deserve her doing this. It was simply to give Xian face. Cheng Xian looked at her again, already unable to sense anything unusual. It was as if she was looking at an ordinary beauty who was just very pretty, without any other characteristics. After they had eaten enough, Xian touched Ling Xing's wheelchair. Made entirely of star or with a high purity, he truly was a wealthy person. Why not switch to a mechanical body or half aberrant organs? High-level aberrant organs would greatly resist the self-devouring of cells. Ling Xing looked at Su Mei with confusion. Su Mei shook her head. I didn't tell him about your situation. This kid is very perceptive, and I almost got seen through. Ling Xing's expression turned serious, giving Xian more importance. Because I like my body. That's a lie. And Xian ruthlessly exposed him while gnawing on a rib. You think you can lie in front of the omniscient view when your strength is inferior to mine? What a joke. Don't you know the omniscient view is also called the omniscient lie detector? Any abnormal fluctuations in your body are clearly visible. Of course, if he wrapped himself in star or armor, and Xian wouldn't say anything. Ling Xing, exposed, didn't feel embarrassed. He looked back at Su Mei. This one. Just call me Xian. After Xian spoke, Su Mei continued. She knew what Ling Xing wanted to ask. Under his explosive power, most A-class star warriors are not his match. Given time, he will become a top-level free person, and his stance is very firm. So he won't speak recklessly, right? The final question was directed at Xian. Anxious raised an eyebrow, slurping a spoonful of soup, testing his own stance. Don't worry, Sister Sue. As long as the Freedom Forum hasn't wronged me, I'm not interested in running to another power and being ordered around. Lingxing understood. May I ask how old you are this year? 22, Anxious replied immediately. 24. 1 year older than me, so I'll call you Brother Xian. Adding a title after the surname and a title after the first name indicates different levels of intimacy. Lingxing was well aware of the way to flatter. And such a young, strong person, with limitless potential, plus possessing the ability to create star warriors, Anxious importance in Lingxing's heart soared, even subtly surpassing Su Mei. Making friends was a must. Brother Xian, can we talk privately for a moment? Anxious raised an eyebrow, realizing that some matters couldn't be discussed openly. Forget it. It wasn't much of my business. Best not to say anything. The more you know, the more trouble you invite. Anxious preferred to keep his distance from unnecessary troubles. The Taotai experiment. Lingxing thought Anxious was angry and blurted out. As soon as those 4 words were spoken, Su Mei raised her finger, isolating Anxious and Lingxing from the others to prevent their conversation from leaking. The 2 extras showed no reaction, and the Chung family was momentarily stunned, treating it as if nothing had happened. And Yu, nibbling on corn, suddenly sensed Anxious' absence. Her light pink eyes filled with panic as she hurriedly looked up. Seeing Anxious still beside her, she leaned closer, but still couldn't sense him, as if the person in front of her was just a shadow. At that moment, Anxious wiped the grease from his right hand and rubbed in Yu's hair, releasing star power to dispel Su Mei's blockade against her. Su Mei looked up. She is mine. Su Mei fell silent, and Yu simply sat on Anxious' lap, continuing to eat. She didn't care what Lingxing said, as long as Anxious was by her side. Lingxing continued speaking. At 18, I couldn't become a star warrior. I was young and impulsive, unwilling to be an ordinary person. So I funded experts from the 30-Second Research Institute, focused on gene research, to develop my body. The experiment involved modifying my cellular structure to achieve the goal of infinitely enhancing my abilities through energy absorption. In the end, the experiment resulted in unknown variables, causing my cells to constantly devour themselves. The experiment was half successful. My cells were indeed consuming things continuously, but they could never be satisfied, let alone enhance my strength. Instead, I ended up becoming useless. Then just change your body. What can't you replace if you have money? Lingxing's expression darkened, and he directly grabbed a rib to chew, eating several pieces before speaking again. The Xingyao Consortium is formed from multiple powers. Although I became the young master, due to facilitating the Xingyao Hotel project, it doesn't mean I have a guaranteed victory. The Xingyao Consortium requires the leader to be a normal human. If I change to a mutated or mechanical body, it means losing my qualification to lead. So you hear that someone can create star warriors, even without any precedent, and still wants to take the risk to try? I don't have much time left. Truly troublesome. Anxious muttered, suddenly feeling less inclined to help Lingxing become a star warrior. If he did, wouldn't the hatred of his competitors be drawn over by himself? Headache, really a headache. Brother Xian, as long as you help me become a star warrior, I'll be your younger brother from now on. Everything of mine is yours to take. Lingxing was no longer the refined gentleman he was before. The aura of a noble disappeared without a trace. The Xingyao Consortium is the most financially robust consortium in the Federation. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. Are you using this to test me as a cadre? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Anxious admitted to his shameful temptation. The gains far exceeded the costs. Even if there were some troubles, what did it matter? Anxious hooked his arm around Lingxing's shoulder, smearing grease all over him. Brother Xing, what are you saying? Who doesn't know that a spit for me is like a nail? Since I promised Sister Sue, helping you become a star warrior is only right. Lingxing wasn't at all disgusted by the grease on Anxious' hands. He raised the rib, tearfully grateful. Brother Xian, all the words are in the ribs. I'll take a bite first as a sign of respect. The air was filled with a hypocritical atmosphere. Su Mei watched their brotherly camaraderie, her mouth twitching. She promised to record Lingxing's appearance and post it online. Some of his supporters, who claimed to be nobles, would immediately turn against him. The young master of the Xingyao Consortium, truly disgraceful. The meal ended amid satisfaction from everyone except Su Mei. Anxious suddenly remembered something. This bed isn't enough. How about you all sleep on the floor for one night? Look, is that something a person can say? making the top free person and president of the Beauty Association sleep on the floor with the young master of the Xingyao Consortium? It's laughable. No problem. Brother Xian, you're the host. I'll listen to your arrangements. Su Mei was speechless, leaving with a remark of "see you tomorrow morning" and turning to leave. The next day, anxious, and you walked out of the bedroom. Mother Chung was busy preparing breakfast. Father Chung sat on the sofa reading, and Chung Xian was in the bathroom freshening up. Of course, last night they wouldn't actually make Lingxing sleep on the floor. Anxious was just joking. Nanan had almost become a ghost town. It wasn't hard to find a place to stay, and making him sleep on the floor would be a bit disrespectful. After Su Mei left, the two extras brought 2 medical pods and left with Lingxing. After you're done with those people from last night, you can leave with them. Mother Chung ran out of the kitchen upon hearing this, exclaiming in surprise, "Really?" Anxious nodded. "But I can't send you specifically. Wherever they land in the Star City, you get off the plane there. If you don't want to live there, you can go elsewhere." "Great." Mother Cheng's hand, holding the spatula, trembled with excitement, her joy evident on her face. She had been anxious all night, worrying about not being able to leave Nanan. Although Anxious said he would arrange their evacuation, without solid assurance, it was hard to be at ease. Now it was confirmed. Father Cheng also put down his book. "It's fine. We VE benefited from your kindness. We have quite a bit of money, so we can live anywhere." Chung Exin, in the bathroom, listened to her parents' voices, letting the cold water flow over her fingertips, with no joy on her face. "Are we leaving?" She wondered if she'd have another chance to see Brother Anxious. There should be, right? Brother Anxious is so strong. He will definitely be a big figure in the future. At the very least, I can see his presence online, and that would be enough. The girl's thoughts turned, and she splashed cold water on her face, wiping it dry and revealing a bright smile. Outside Nanan Star City, rows of military transport vehicles were lined up. He Zhao boarded the command vehicle, about to give the order to set off, when a team of Nanan soldiers blocked the vehicle. Li Gong appeared, tapping on a glass. He Zhao pressed down the window, coldly saying, "Li Gong, what are you doing?" "People can leave, but the military equipment stays." "Not possible." "Then no one leaves." Li Gong waved his hand, and 2 Nanan soldiers opened fire, bullets hitting the windshield. Although they didn't penetrate, they left 2 spiderweb-like cracks. "You dare to shoot? You bastard, if it weren't for the Star Master not allowing it. I want to kill you." Li Gong grabbed He Zhao by the collar. "I'll say it again, leave the military equipment, and everyone else can roll." He Zhao stared into Li Gong's eyes. If it weren't for He was still being unconscious, he would have already ordered the encirclement and killing of Li Gong. His right arm was a B-class mutated limb, but Li Gong himself was a B-class Star Warrior, so there was no chance of winning in a fight. Even if he had other Star Warriors under his command, it wouldn't help. Level B, not cabbage. This time he only brought Hizua and was wasted by Xian. "And Xian, when I get back, I will report to the Federation." After cursing inwardly, He Zhao looked around and didn't see that figure with sunglasses and a cane. Secretly relieved, after suffering losses at Xian's hands several times, he had developed psychological shadows. He planned to reason with Li Gong. According to the Federation's regulations, evacuation must leave military supplies as much as possible. Li Gong punched He Zhao in the left eye, clearly indicating he had no intention of discussing reason. Otherwise, sending Yang Kai would be more reliable than Li Gong. "Stop talking about Federation regulations. Nanan does not belong to the Federation now." He Zhao's left eye was black and blue, knowing that without leaving military supplies, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. "Fine, I'll give it. That's more like it." Li Gong patted He Zhao's face with his other hand, fully insulting him. "Leave the stuff and get lost, you eyesore." As long as the Star Network was not cut off, the news of Nanan declaring independence spread rapidly. For ordinary people, it was a topic of conversation over tea and meals. A few days ago, it announced its fall, and now it was declaring independence again. There was no shortage of news about Nanan. For the major powers, this news was like a deep water bomb. In the Federation Congress, 108 members sat around a circular platform. In the innermost circle, 36 people remained silent. The outer circle was not as calm as them. Already in an uproar, the luxurious Congress was as noisy as a market. Nanan must be dealt with, ordering several surrounding star cities to send troops to encircle and suppress. This precedent cannot be set. Otherwise, how will the subsequent plans proceed? If everyone learns to declare independence like Nanan, want to be chaos? I propose to deploy the Judgment Army for a devastating strike against the Nanan traitors. 108. The first battle of the plan encountering obstacles is indeed not a good omen. Before he finished speaking, a nearby member covered his mouth. Shut up. Are you crazy? He cautiously looked at the inner circle, and after seeing that the 36 did not react, he breathed a sigh of relief. The person whose mouth was covered kept blinking, indicating that he understood. The noise continued for an unknown amount of time, and among the 36, one extremely young-looking person, like an 18-year-old boy, spoke up. Nanan has announced its fall. Independence cannot be real, but the Nanan remnants openly declaring independence is considered treason against the Federation. We will send the 7th Judgment Team to capture the ringleaders, and the rest will be executed. As soon as these words were spoken, all sounds disappeared. Since he spoke, it meant a final conclusion. There was no need for further discussion. Moreover, with the 7th Judgment Team dispatched, Nanan's independence? That's a joke. Subsequently, various matters were brought up for discussion, and no one in the inner circle spoke again. Hours passed, and everyone dispersed. The 36 in the inner circle, however, did not move, sitting in their places like stone statues. In a star city, green plants covered concrete and steel, with mutated species fighting and star beasts wandering. At the center of the city, a giant beast was greedily absorbing star power. Below it, numerous young ones were wriggling. Clearly, this star city had fallen for a long time, long enough that no one knew its name except for historical records. In a remote corner of the star city, under the ruins, there was a sizable underground facility. This was the temporary headquarters of the Silent Knight. Nanan's independence. What do you think? We can attempt contact. The enemies of the Federation are our friends. Perhaps they can understand our ideals. 2 months ago, I saw the Nanan army. That army showed signs of having a military spirit and had the potential for recruitment. Fine, send someone to make contact. Even if we can't recruit them, we must avoid conflict. A single spark will eventually ignite the prairie. Everyone, let us strive together. In the darkness, a few people sat around a wooden round table. Was it our people who caused Nanan's independence? No news received. It shouldn't be. What a pity. Yes, what a pity. Nanan jumped out too early. We can't extend a helping hand. It's just the darkness before dawn. Just hold on a little longer. The owner of the voice walked to the door and suddenly flung open the curtain. Light from the outside poured in, dispelling the darkness in the room. He opened his arms as if to embrace the light. Colleagues of the Welcome Light Council, the light will one day shine upon the earth. We shall be the welcome ones. The Freedom Forum. They can forget it. The top-level Free People's chat group didn't have a single message. Nanan's independence? What does it have to do with free people? Don't say Nanan. Even if the Federation is gone, they won't panic. As long as there's food and drink. Tomorrow is not a worry. A bunch of slacking players. As long as the sky doesn't fall on them, it's fine. Nanan Star. They have already obtained some star authority, with Chung Xin as a precedent. And Xian skillfully drew out the original star power and infused it into Huna's body. As for why he was the first, every experiment needs a guinea pig. Isn't it to let the clients see and feel at ease? Ling Xing isn't Xian's good brother, and Su Han is Su Mei's brother. The selection of the guinea pig is obvious. The waiting time is long, and Xian held his head, lying on the star, swinging his legs. Chung Xin, who came along, letting you to play in the square. The remaining Ling Xing and Su Mei stared intently at Huna, who was casually thrown onto the star by Xian after being pulled out of the medical pod. Ling Xing looked at Huna's wrinkled skin, which was slightly firmer, and the dark color had faded somewhat, feeling overjoyed. Su Mei's strength was strong, and her perception was even more acute. Huna's weak life magnetic field grew stronger and stabilized. His body cells, nourished by the original star power, burst with vitality. When Xian drew out the original star power of Nanan Star, Su Mei tried to capture it. She succeeded, but once she got it, there were no other characteristics except that it was richer than normal star power. She could achieve this level by compressing star power. Huna might have suffered from a decline in bodily functions, taking significantly longer than Chung Xin. After about 40 to 50 minutes, Huna finally made a sound and opened his eyes in confusion. His consciousness was still stuck at the moment he agreed to be transformed into a star warrior and lay down in the medical pod. However, Before he could sort out the current situation, Xian grabbed him and threw him aside. Now that you're awake, go play. Are you coming one by one or together? Ling Xing and Su Mei exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Together. The two were eager to witness Huna's transformation and couldn't wait any longer. Xian picked Ling Xing up to Nan and Star, planning to go get Su Han. Su Mei acted before him, opening the medical pod and pulling Su Han out. She didn't want her brother to be like Huna, having Xian smash the protective cover of the medical pod with a punch and drag him out by his hair. Gently laying Su Han down, she signaled Xian to start. Xian was not idle. Two streams of star power shot out and flowed into Ling Xing's and Su Han's bodies. With the power of the stars, it's not a problem to transform 200 people at once, let alone two. Throughout the process, Su Mei watched Xian's actions, observing for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reasoning. Eventually, she gave up. The power of the stars was not something ordinary people could grasp. At this moment, Huna was fully awake, feeling the vitality in his body and the mysterious power he had never experienced in his life, shocked beyond words. He had initially agreed with a mindset of death, but unexpectedly, it had succeeded. Unheard of, unprecedented. His eyes sparkled as he quickly ran to Xian, wanting to study him. The next moment, Xian suddenly acted, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. "Old man, I just gave you a new lease on life, and you want to return it to me?" Chapter 44. Ling Nanf and the unwaking Su Han, Huna's aging face, turned crimson as he struggled against the grip around his neck, feeling death's return. He desperately clawed at Xian's hand, emitting indistinct whimpers from his throat. Su Mei, witnessing this scene, did not intervene. So what if Huna was a researcher at Research Institute No. 8 and held an important project? In her heart, she weighed the value of Huna and Xian, and death was just death. Besides, turning ordinary people into star warriors was unprecedented. It was normal for someone as old as Hunan not to survive the transformation, wasn't it? Surely those researchers accustomed to experimental failures would understand. However, Su Mei remained silent, and Xian still had to give him some face. After all, he was brought in by her. "Old man, just this once. Don't think that because you're old I have to indulge you. If you don't catch on, you'll stay in Nanan." Huna was thrown towards the ground from the peak of the star, a height difference of more than 10 meters. After rolling down and bumping into things, he ended up bruised and battered. He curled up, gasping for air as the oxygen filled his lungs, driving away the pervasive deathly aura. "Where are the people?" Huna pushed himself up slowly, the dark handprint on his neck exceptionally clear. Looking around, in Nanan Square, besides Xian and the others above the star, and the playful Chung Xian, An and Yu, there was no one else. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Did Research Institute No. 8 not send anyone to protect him? For a powerless researcher to go out, having a bodyguard is standard. Moreover, he was overseeing an important project. Why was there not a single bodyguard? This made Huna, who was used to being served, feel extremely uncomfortable. Realizing he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. The old man became obedient, sitting down with a frustrated expression against the star. Above, Xian noticed that the original star power consumed for Ling Xing's transformation was immense. The original star power sufficient to turn an ordinary person into a star warrior had only barely completed 1/7 of the task with him. What loss? This guy can't be a spirit of Nanfu, can he? One person is worth 7. Xian complained while moving. He placed one palm against the star and suddenly raised it, unleashing a surge of star flow. With a new supply, the cells in Ling Xing's body, while being transformed to accommodate star power, continuously devoured the original star power to enhance themselves. The all-knowing vision detected the anomaly, and Xian became interested, drawing out the star flow once more. This time, the star flow connected with Ling Xing, condensing without dispersing, letting him eat. "I want to see how far he can go." Su Mei didn't ask him to do the same for Su Han. There's a balance to everything. One should stop when it's enough. Su Han couldn't withstand such a massive amount of original star power. So kind? Based on her short understanding of Xian, Su Mei thought this guy definitely belonged to the type who would not put in 2 efforts for 1 reward. Successfully turning Ling Xing into a star warrior would count as him having a conscience. but supplying Ling Xing with unlimited original star power did not fit his character. To be honest, I've always been warm-hearted. And Xian patted his chest, adding that Ling Di was like a brother to him. What is wrong with feeding him more original star power? It's only right. Hee, I really can't see it. Sumei helped Su Han adjust his body, making the transformation by the original star power smoother. After holding back for a while, she couldn't help but remind him. Don't take Ling Xing's words too seriously. The faction struggles of the Starshine Consortium are not childish play. He became a young master at 16, and at 18, he became disabled due to an experiment. With a disabled body, he held onto the position of young master until he was 23. One cannot achieve that without some means. Businessmen, after all, either do business without sharpness or do business without deceit. And Xian condensed the original star power into small beads, tossing them into his mouth and crunching them one by one. If he asked the former, then he asked my brother. If he asked the latter, then what I can give him I can also take back, teaching him step by step how to write back with interest. Arrogant. The casual tone entered Su Mei's ears, and the words sprang to her mind. Do you think the Starshine Consortium is on the same level as the He family? What they consume? Even the Federation doesn't dare to say it can easily be retrieved. Is that so? And Xian remained non-committal, having checked in at 8 star cities. Maybe he didn't have that power, but what about more? The total number of star cities in this world is 3,000. He suddenly laughed, speaking to himself without context. People in this world should truly be grateful I'm a salted fish with no ambitions. Sumei glanced at him without responding. Su Han's transformation was at a critical moment. Whether he could wake up depended on this one moment. Her breath quickened involuntarily, a top-tier freeman, even nervous enough to sweat in her palms. Little Han, you've slept for 18 years. It's time to wake up. Sister misses you so much. Su Han lay flat on the star. Over the 18 years, thanks to Su Mei's care, his body not only did not develop poorly, but instead was exceptionally robust. His sharp features revealed determination, contrasting sharply with Su Mei's soft facial lines. If it weren't for their similar brows and eyes, it would be hard to believe they were siblings. The all-knowing vision enveloped Su Han, and Su Mei instantly mobilized star power. Don't stop, let me see. The condensed star power dissipated. She had witnessed Xian's abilities and couldn't help but cast a look filled with anticipation and tension at him. The all-knowing vision peeled layers from Su Han's body. A pure human soul is different from a star beast that is half star power and half soul. Without employing other means, the current all-knowing vision could not probe further. Currently, Xian also had no need to use other means. He only needed to observe Su Han's brain. Quietly, the star power transformation completed, and even without actively absorbing it, the star power gradually supplemented the deficits in his body. However, what made Xian uneasy was that Su Han's brain activity showed no change from before. Seeing Xian's slightly furrowed brow, Su Mei's heart sank. Suddenly losing control over her body, she slumped to the ground. She hurriedly grabbed Su Han's hand, carefully using star power to probe. Her brother had become a star warrior. She was certain of that. So why hadn't he woken up? Su Mei was bewildered, revealing a faint helplessness. Tears streamed down her skin like sheep-fat jade, dripping onto Su Han's hand. At the same time, tears also welled up in the corners of Su Han's eyes. Seeing this, Su Mei froze for a moment and quickly called out to Xian. Look, quick, look. Is little Han about to wake up? Can he hear what I'm saying? Xian pointed at Su Han's profile. A faint blue light flickering under his fingertip and vanishing quickly, so fast that Su Mei didn't even notice, thinking he was just wiping away Su Han's tears. After retracting his hand, Xian shook his head with a hint of regret, stating a cruel fact that would shatter Su Mei. He has always been able to hear and sense the outside world, but his soul was damaged, severing the link with his body. For 18 years, this body has been a cage to him, his soul imprisoned within, visible to the outside but untouchable. Little Han has always been able to sense outside. Xian's words exploded in Su Mei's mind. They shattered her thoughts into blankness as she stiffly turned her head. 18 years, unable to do anything, imprisoned for 18 years. Just imagining it was enough to evoke unparalleled despair. At this moment, Sume would rather her brother had died 18 years ago. At least he wouldn't have to suffer this torment. And Xian nodded. He had seen it with his own eyes, and the facts were as such. With confirmation, Sume instead became calm. She embraced Su Han, resting her chin on his shoulder, silent. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart, and nothing could compare. There were no resources, no background. At the age of 30-something, she became the youngest top free fighter, joining the ranks of S-class powerhouses. As a commoner, she outshone numerous wealthy nobles, becoming the president of the Beauty Association, a symbol of exorbitant profits. No one knew how hard she fought for this. The belief that sustained her through the years was Su Han. 18 years ago, when Su Han was just learning to walk, he blocked a star beast that was supposed to attack her. For the past 18 years, she had sleepless nights, desperately trying to grow stronger and gather resources, all to awaken Su Han. Research institutions number 8, 32, and 33, the Federal Holy Healing Hospital, even begging the 36 inner members of the Federal Council, forming fleets to delve deep into the underwater Star City. She had tried every method she could think of. Now, the last method of making Su Han a Star Warrior was not working either. She didn't know what else could awaken Su Han. Scenes replayed in Su Mei's mind. Suddenly, she looked at Xian. If there was a way, it must be with him. The reason for this thought was simple. Throughout history, only Xian could turn ordinary people into Star Warriors. What others couldn't he do? Xian might. Xian felt uncomfortable under her gaze, pushing off the ground with his feet, moving behind Ling Xing. This action further confirmed Su Mei's thoughts. If Xian could wield the power of the stars, what couldn't he do? 18 years of effort had yielded no glimmer of hope. Perhaps in a desperate state, she could only grasp onto Xian as a ray of light. Wanting to awaken Su Han, she had been thinking about it for 18 years. The emotions of those 18 years erupted at that moment, instantly suppressing her rationality. You can save Xiao Han. No, I can't. You definitely can. Su Mei set Su Han down and instantly stood before Xian. At that moment, her face bore no charm, only a fervent desire to awaken Su Han, transformed into unwavering faith in Xian. Like a zealot, witnessing the presence of a deity. She wasn't a zealot, and Xian wasn't a deity. But apart from believing in Xian, she had no other way. Her burning gaze pierced through Xian's sunglasses, reaching his soul. Xian stood up, a head taller than Su Mei. An unreasonable woman is the most troublesome. His voice softened. President Su, I've arranged for the 3-star warriors you asked for. The rest has nothing to do with me. I can't save him, and I'm not obligated to save him. Some abilities, when exposed, could truly be deadly. Xian leaped down from Southern Star. Little pink hair, Chung Xin, is gone. Xian, the abundant star power, surged above the stars. Xian remained unflustered. Even Hong Ji Henti started to untie yet. Su Han was still lying there. He didn't believe she would dare to act. He released star power to prevent Yu and Chung Xin from being affected. Chung Xin, you might not be able to go with them anymore. Just said in the morning, and now you want to backtrack. Even Xian felt a bit embarrassed. But don't worry, at the latest the day after tomorrow morning. Once I finish my business, you can follow me. Really? That's great. Cough. I'm not in a hurry with my parents. We can leave whenever. Chung Xin's eyes sparkled with joy, then quickly suppressed it. Xian fell silent. You just wanted to say, that's great, right? Not in a hurry. Your mom is almost dying of worry. If she were here, she'd definitely give you a couple of kicks. Above the stars, the transformation of Ling Xing was complete. As his eyes opened, the star flow connecting with him dissipated. The ever-present hunger vanished. An unprecedented power filled his body. He felt he could explode a star with one punch. Thinking this, he aimed a powerful punch at Southern Star. Today, Ling Xing, will be the first to shatter a star. Crack. Ling Xing's expression changed. His expanding heart contracted, and his hand bone shattered. Good upbringing prevented him from crying out in pain. The fastest way to shift pain is to distract oneself. He stood up. Hey, he stood up. Damn. He actually stood up. To hell with good upbringing. Get as far away as you can. After being disabled for 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? Ling Xing trembled with excitement. The sensation of having control over his body intoxicated him. slowly lifting his leg. He landed, taking his first step in 5 years, a significant step in his life. The dragon emerges from the abyss, ready to soar in the sky. Ling Xing, come back. Bang. The overwhelming star power surged in, interrupting his exhalation of pent-up frustration. Having not walked in 5 years made his legs feel somewhat unfamiliar. Ling Xing lost his balance and fell face first on his southern star. Now, his nasal bone was broken. The intense pain stimulated his brain, combining with the pain from his broken hand bones, resulting in an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Ling Xing ultimately couldn't hold back, crying out in grievance. He tilted his head, trying to find his brother Xian. During the transformation, he couldn't sense the outside world, but he felt the initial star power was almost depleted when a continuous supply of star power immediately replenished him. Having witnessed Huna become a star warrior, he knew the later star power was additional. The only one capable of doing this was his forever good brother, Xian. But as he scanned the area, he didn't see in Xian's figure. Only Su Han, lying there, and Su Mei with her back to him. Just as he was puzzled, Su Mei suddenly shouted in Xian's name. The pleading and faint threat in her tone instantly filled his mind with 800 episodes of melodramatic drama. A romance between a queen and a commoner. Had a year passed without him realizing? Why was he feeling a bit confused? Ling Xing used his clever little brain, which was securely seated as the young master of star glory, to rack his brains, but couldn't figure out the love-hate relationship between Su Mei and Xian. When he came, they could only exchange a couple of words, mere strangers. They weren't even friends, barely acquaintances. As a businessman, subtlety is a common means of handling problems. Ling Xing also prepared to do so. However, this time he wanted to downplay himself. Since he couldn't understand, he would just shut up and watch. And Xian and the others were about to leave the square when he suddenly remembered the car was parked next to Southern Star. But if he went back to drive, would the whole thing collapse? After hesitating for a few seconds, he picked up and damn it, let us walk back. Watching Xian walk further away, Su Mei finally made a move. She flashed in front of Xian and suddenly knelt down. Xian, as long as you let my brother wake up, I will give you anything you want. Xian ignored her, instead pondering something. This sentence sounded familiar. Someone with the surname, he and someone with the surname, Ling, seemed to have said the same. Now, when seeking help, are they all using the same formulaic template? Chapter 46. A Life for a Life. Su Mei's sincerity. Seeing Su Mei kneel, Ling Xing and Huna were stunned. This was a top-tier freeman, one of the 8 giants of the free forum. How could she kneel to Xian? Why? Compared to Huna, who had no understanding of human emotions and only focused on research, Ling Xing thought of much more. Generally, when a strong person made a weak person do something, it would be through orders. If they did not comply, there would be threats and coercion. Kneeling in supplication only happened when facing someone of equal strength or even someone stronger. Did this not imply that Su Mei believed in Xian had at least the strength to fight her? Ling Xing was shocked. The bigger the business, the larger the intelligence network. And Xian had the strength to fight Su Mei, yet he had never heard of Xian's name. It was known that even B-level combatants would be recorded by the Xingyao Consortium. Absurd, simply absurd. Ling Xing's eyes flickered, further solidifying his intention to keep his promise. Building a good relationship with Xian could only be beneficial. With such a powerful ally, it could deter many competitors who might resort to underhanded tactics. The invisible benefits were terrifying. Seeing Xian silent, Su Mei's eyebrows curved, tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful like a flower in the rain. Chung Xin felt a pang of pain in her heart upon seeing this. And Yu's response was simple. She turned her head and buried it in Xian's chest, then kept sniffing to block out the emotional impact. Xian remained unmoved. In the lowest tier, all-knowing vision, Su Mei appeared as a vague star power light cluster, with her face indistinguishable. So what was there to pity? Sister Su, why bother? You must have more connections than I do. You must have sought help over the years, right? They couldn't help, so what can I do? Xian's earnest tone sounded genuine. It was a well-known iron rule that soul injuries could not be healed. If there were a way, those star warriors who had gone silent due to soul injuries would have gone mad. It was also a known iron rule that one could not become a star warrior after the age of 18. Brotherin, you're really impressive. Zhang Xin, who had specifically learned about this in the past 2 days after becoming a Star Warrior, unconsciously chimed in. And Xian? Okay, so you're backstabbing me. Huh? Sumei blinked, tears still hanging on her eyelashes. And Xian held in you and stepped forward, not believing it, playing a trick just like everyone else. Whether you believe it or not, I really can't do anything. Sumei remained kneeling, silent for a long time. She was making a very difficult decision. So difficult that this choice would gamble her entire life. Hu Xiaoan, you blocked a disaster for your sister. So it is only right for your sister to give something back. She exhaled deeply, and with a wave of her hand, star power condensed, enveloping herself in Xian and in you. Just a step away, Qing Xin could not see in Xian beside her. Beside her was a rapidly flowing, chaotic star power, sharp as a knife. When her clothes accidentally touched it, they were instantly reduced to ashes. Ling Xing and Huna also could not see the figures of Xian and Sumei. Instead, there was a long, slender rectangular shape formed by condensed star power, shimmering with starlight. Enveloped, and Xian stopped, with barely a meter of space on either side. And the small amount of released star power was immediately shattered. He sensed Sumei approaching him step by step, and Xian put down in you. The star power within him circulating, always in a state of readiness. Was she going to make a move? Sumei said nothing, walked in front of Xian, stared at him for a long time, then suddenly raised her hand to press against her forehead. Xian was puzzled and wary of her actions. Before long, a faint but visible shadow appeared above Sumei's body. It was her naked form. That was her soul. When one had over A-level strength, their soul could be revealed. Normally, the all-knowing vision could not probe the soul within a person's body, but if it was actively revealed, then it could be. And you peeked out from behind Xian, half of her head showing, her light pink eyes filled with curiosity. She saw that its Sumei's soul body. A soul body about the size of a coin was being extracted from her forehead. It looked like a hollow iron pipe being pierced in her forehead, through her brain, and then pulled out. The pain in her soul, particularly in the brain area, caused Sumei's features to twist in agony, with veins bulging on her pale face. Extremely distressing. Despite the intense pain, she continued her actions in silence, and Xian seemed to understand what she was about to do. Half of the soul body was extracted, and Xian pressed his hand on hers to stop her. Sister Su, why bother? The same question, but a different tone. There was no more perfunctory sincerity, only helplessness. Soul injuries cannot be healed. If I can't wake Su Han up, when you try to put this part of the soul back, the cracks won't heal. At your age, it's certain you'll advance further in the future. But with a broken soul, you'll be stuck here. Is it worth gambling everything for a possibility? Sumei's eyes shone brightly, and Xian did not outright refuse. He really had a way. Xiao Han, you have hope. It's worth it. Xiao Han is the pillar that has brought me to this point. In other words, everything I've done is for Xiao Han. 18 years is too long. I can't bear to let him be imprisoned for another 18 years. I'm afraid I'll go mad. Sumei's red lips curved into a smile, and the smile on her vein-ridden face did not appear ugly. Instead, it had a breathtaking beauty. She used her other hand to pull Xian's hand away and suddenly exerted force. The soul body at her forehead was completely pulled out. Previously, one could see through it to the back. Sumei let out a muffled groan, her complexion suddenly pale, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The pain of losing her soul was hard to bear, even for an S level. Sumei gasped lightly, after regaining her composure. She raised her hand and offered it to Xian. In her palm was a pure ball of mental energy transformed from her soul body. S-level mental energy would drive star beasts crazy with desire. And Xian smiled, his smile gradually fading, revealing a complex expression. Do you know what this means? The soul at your forehead, once given to you, life and death are in your hands. Sumei answered quickly and firmly. I was presumptuous before. Healing soul injuries is far more important than creating star warriors. Low-level star warriors are rare, but not scarce. Top-tier forces are not much tempted by them. They only see high-level star warriors. If the iron rule of soul injuries being unhealable is broken, it will be different. Every year, many star warriors fight against star beasts, and many suffer soul injuries, including strong ones. If this ability is exposed, all forces will scramble for it. If they can't get it, they would rather destroy it than let others have it. So, I guarantee with my life, if you swallow it, your mental power will increase. And you can fully trust me. Sume extended her hand again, sensing a feeling of being watched rising in her heart. This time she did not condense her star clothes, allowing Insien to probe. Handing over her forehead soul meant, to put it bluntly, that she was Insien's slave. Whether it was wealth, status, body, soul, personality, dignity, everything belonged to Insien. Suhan sacrificed a life to save her. Today, she is giving a life for Suhan. It is reasonable and justified. Women can be so ruthless to themselves. Insien inhaled, absorbing the soul body in Sume's palm. Unlike dead star beasts, which would shatter after death and be absorbed directly into their own souls, the actively given forehead soul, while also enhancing mental power, was an independent entity. The part of the soul body that Sume lost was equivalent to being stored within Insien. It did not disappear. The impact on her was that aside from having her life and death controlled by someone else and her strength unable to grow, she would not be like a skinny monkey missing arms and legs. With the money received, it was time to get to work. Sume wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, unable to hide her joy. Just as she was about to retract her soul, Insien's hands burst forth with rich blue light, and he actually caught her soul with his bare hands. Sume was stunned. What are you playing at? Chapter 47. Life and Death Together. The dual-handed master life is fate, and the soul is nature. Life and soul together are called the dual-handed master, the all-knowing vision, the slashing blade of Hongji, and the dual-handed master of the 8 strange techniques. The rewards obtained from checking in at the 8-star cities, 3 of which are non-eye techniques, have all been revealed. Insien activated the blue hand, and a light blue glow flowed over Sume's soul like a stream. A warm feeling enveloped her body from the inside out. In her incredulous gaze, the hollow in the center of her soul was slowly healing. It stopped once it healed to the size of a pinhole. Almost there. This level 1T affect your cultivation. Insien roughly stuffed Sume's soul back into her body. The missing mental power needed to be replenished by hunting star beasts, little by little. And after the strength breakthrough, the missing part in the center of her brow would expand, requiring her to come back to find me. He could completely repair it. But one must always guard against others, leaving a gap. The part of the soul that Sume had peeled away was still the soul in the center of her brow. Her life and death were still in Insien's control. Sume was ecstatic in her heart, without a hint of dissatisfaction. The repair of her soul was already beyond her expectations, and she didn't wish for too much. If possible, she certainly wouldn't want to stop here. To achieve a win-win situation would be the best result. She paused, unsure what to call him. Just like before, as if this had never happened. If I need anything, I will come find you. Insien built a connection between his soul and Sume's soul in the center of her brow. He found that it was not as simple as he had imagined. After all, it was not his own soul. The complexity of perfect connection was far more difficult than suturing an organ onto a body and having it function normally. Possessing the dual-handed master, it would take some time to complete. He planned to set it aside for now and discuss it later. Let this thing dissipate and go see your brother. Okay. Sume set up a barrier to block the line of sight. Chung Xin, understanding, didn't ask questions and walked towards the stars when Huna ran over. Having spent years secluded in the research institute, his thinking patterns had long since solidified. If their essay problem, he would speak up, and he usually wouldn't be rejected. This also fostered his strong curiosity. He really wanted to know why Sume had knelt down to Insien. Unfortunately, he forgot that this wasn't a research institute, and Insien wasn't his colleague. Before he could speak, Insien's hand glowed blue and grabbed his head. Despite the uniqueness of the dual-handed master in this world, he had rarely used it on people. But wouldn't it be foolish not to use such a powerful ability? More than once, he had practiced on star beasts when he was alone. Unexpectedly, using star beasts without physical bodies to train the dual-handed master proved to be remarkably effective. As one star beast after another burned themselves, lighting up Insien's sacrifice, the proficiency of the dual-handed master smoothly reached the mastery level, comparable to the all-knowing vision. And Xian deleted all of Huna's memories after he woke up. The method of deletion was somewhat rough, accidentally injuring the soul's essence. Definitely an accident. It's normal to be unskilled since ENT used it much on people. The soul was shoved back by Xian, and Huna rolled his eyes and fell into a coma, continuing upwards to the top of the stars. And Xian noticed Yu in his arms, persistently grabbing something at the center of his brow, causing his forehead to turn red. "What are you doing?" And Yu didn't respond, leaping down from Xian's arms and running to Su Mei, gesturing for her to crouch down. "Sister, how did you just bring out your translucent self?" Hearing Yu's quiet inquiry, Su Mei curiously asked back, "What do you want to bring your soul out for?" And Yu secretly glanced at Xian, his hair tufts swaying. "I also want to give the soul in the center of my brow to brother. That way I can always follow brother and won't have to worry about him not wanting me anymore." Su Mei was amused and helpless, but still patiently explained, "You're still too young, and your strength isn't enough. When you're as strong as your sister, you can bring out your soul." Upon hearing this, and Yu let out a somewhat dejected "oh," and Xian approached Ling Xing and noticed his condition, greatly surprised. How did this kid break his hand and his nasal bone? The all-knowing vision scanned the surroundings carefully, pondering that there was no one else here, so it couldn't have been himself who did it. After a moment of thought, unable to comprehend, and Xian smiled. Xing, up there, seeing Huna's predicament, Ling Xing knew what Xian intended to do to him. "Brother Xian, can I finish watching?" "Of course. Who told us to be good brothers? It's not an unreasonable request. It's just a matter of waiting a little longer." So he satisfied him. And Xian activated the blue hand and landed on Su Han's forehead. Su Mei stood aside, nervously watching. Spiritual power overflowed from Su Han, gathering above. A translucent, smaller naked figure appeared, and Xian instantly covered Yu's eyes. "Little kid shouldn't he look? Or they LL get needle eyes." "Okay." And Yu turned his back, and Xian then continued to the next step. Suan soul was exceptionally agitated, gesturing excitedly toward Su Mei. His mouth opened and closed, but unfortunately, he couldn't make any sound. Little Han. Su Mei reached out her hand to Su Han's soul, her fingers touching it and passing through. She wanted to say something, but Xian grabbed her arm and pulled her away. "What's the rush? There will be plenty of time to talk later." The blue light surged, and Su Han's situation wasn't too troublesome. The soul damage wasn't severe, but the injured area was quite awkward. Coincidentally, it was where the connection between the body and soul had broken. What Xian needed to do was simply to draw a line to reconnect the two. The difficulty was many times simpler than repairing the hollow in Su Mei's soul. With a flash of blue light, the connection was successful. He casually modified part of his memories, making Su Han believe that he woke up after becoming a star warrior. After completing everything, Su Han's soul lost its vitality and became dull. Su Mei hurriedly asked, "What happened to little Han?" "It's nothing. Just think of it as him falling asleep. He'll be fine when he wakes up." While saying this, Xian stuffed Su Han's soul back in. Even downloading a game requires a loading process. Let alone fabricated memories, the brain must receive them. The soul returned to its place, and Su Han let out a faint snore, turning over. This scene fell into Su Mei's eyes, and she instantly burst into tears. He moved. For the first time in 18 years, little Han moved on his own. Thud! Bang! 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 Su Mei heavily knocked her head 3 times against Xian. Thank you. And Xian waved his hand, turning to Ling Xing. "It's your turn now." Ling Xing was already shocked beyond measure. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought Xian would knock Huna out and then use illusions or similar methods to make him forget this memory. He never expected that it would be a complete deletion of this memory from the soul level. Treating a person's soul like a toy, holding it in hand to mold at will, is this a method that humans can possess? Methods to damage the soul are rare, but they do exist. The simplest is to tie a person up and throw them to a star beast. The star beast will eat that person's soul, causing damage or even complete devouring. Yet no one or force has ever mastered the method to heal the soul. But what did he just see? Xian casually drew a line and repaired the flaw in Su Han's soul. Soul injuries cannot be healed. Another ironclad rule has been broken. Who exactly is Xian? He didn't have time to think or any opportunity to think. The blue hand covered his face, and memories vanished. He also read Ling Xing's memories after he woke up and learned the reasons for his nasal bone and hand bone fractures, revealing a strange expression. A punch to shatter the stars? A dragon emerging from the abyss? Is the heart of a noble young master this wild? Chapter 48, Is That Not a Beast? Nannan Airport. 2 extras and Huna have already boarded the plane. The Chung family, pulling their suitcases, are incredibly excited. They can finally leave Nannan. Chung Xian looks at Xian with sorrow. Xian promised to leave with him. Ling Xing, with his right hand wrapped in bandages, keeps moving around. After sitting in a wheelchair for 5 years, he doesn't want to be idle for even a moment. As for his right hand, he can only say it was a calamity he had to endure. After Lan Shou deleted his memories to prevent any gaps, Xian used the red hand to repair his broken nasal and hand bones. So when Ling Xing woke up, he once again became arrogant. However, this time, someone was watching, so he restrained himself a lot and quietly showed a little of his power to Nannan Xing. Wasn't this what fate had in store for him? Ling Xing's wheelchair was occupied by Su Han, with Su Mei pushing him along. Su Han had been a vegetable since childhood, and after waking up, he had to learn to walk from scratch, so he could only sit in a wheelchair for now. The group gradually boarded the plane, and the sulking Chung Xian didn't even say goodbye to Xian. Mr. N, we're leaving. If we have the opportunity in the future, please come to our house as a guest, and I will definitely treat you well. After Cheng's parents boarded, Ling Xing exchanged contact information with Xian. Brother Xian, if you need anything, just let me know. Anything that can be solved with money is no big deal. Ga. Unload. Su Han struggled to speak, producing a vague sound. This thank you was something Su Mei had taught him several times along the way before he learned it. Su Han's soul can perceive the outside world, but he had never truly spoken. It would take time to adjust to normal speech. After sending Su Han up, Su Mei turned back, and Xian frowned slightly. I said it would be fine as before. I've handled their memories, so let's not complicate things. Su Mei smiled nonchalantly. Over the years, I made quite a commotion to save Xiao Han. Very few people don't know that you saved him. If I were too indifferent to you, it would instead raise suspicion. And Xian thought about it and agreed, so he didn't say anything more. Su Mei became serious and spoke about her reason for coming back. This time, I want to nominate you to become a top-tier free person. With this identity, the Federation will think twice before trying to trip you up. Forget it. And Xian firmly refused. In Nannan, with the permission of the star, he has the strength to match a top-tier free person. The final outcome is not optimistic. He can run but cannot win. The gap in strength is still there. Once he leaves Nannan, he won't even be able to compete. It's all about running, lacking strength, but having a title may seem like a small trouble has been avoided. But if someone is determined to kill Xian, they will surely prepare to deal with him as they would a top-tier free person, and then it would be a big mess. I think the gold medal is pretty good. You are already a top-tier free person. What do you need to do in that capacity? You can completely do it through me. What a load of rubbish about the gold medal. I see you just want to trick me. You have A-level strength, but hold the title of a C-level corresponding gold medal free person. If playing dumb to eat the tiger is what you understood, anyone who goes against you would be incredibly unlucky. Seeing in Xian's expression, Su Mei rolled her eyes. As long as you're happy. The plane took off. Now everyone is gone. What about me? All right, there is still you. And Xian tried for the 1000th time to suppress his stubborn tuft of hair, but failed again. Taking in Yu's hand and walking toward the airport exit. Why do you insist on following me? Even if you don't follow Ching Xian's family. Following Su Mei can let you enjoy life as a rich young lady without worries. Isn't that better than running around with me? And you said nothing. Just held in Xian's hand tighter. You at first glance look like you have no luck. Teasing him. He picked up on you and quickly flashed away. The Chung family wouldn't be going. He planned to stay on Nannan Star for now. Staying close to Nannan Star would also speed up the checkpoint process. If all goes well, he could complete it by tomorrow. Hey, why not let them wait for me? And Xian fell into deep thought. On the plane, Su Han watched the video tutorial, pronouncing each syllable, eager to learn to speak quickly. Su Mei held back her long-standing longing and did not disturb him. After leaving the private room, she saw Chung Xian sitting alone in a corner. Chung Xian was discussing how to decorate their future home or what work to engage in with her excited parents. She sat by the window, staring blankly at the clouds. Su Mei crossed her legs, tapping her high heels as she sat beside her. Thinking about Xian? No. Chung Xian instinctively replied, quickly changing her tone. She withdrew her gaze from the window, her face turning slightly red. What is there to hide from me, your sister? Maybe I can help you. Chung Xian's eyes brightened for a moment before quickly dimming. This time she didn't hold back, whispering softly, her voice so low that even Su Mei might not hear without her skills. The gap between me and brother Xian is too big, and he has no interest in me at all. First point, Su Mei affirmed. The gap is indeed large. That kid is purely a monster. In his early 20s, he has strength exceeding that of an ordinary A-level, plus an endless array of strange abilities. The whole world can't find someone like him. Second point, Su Mei continued to affirm. Not to mention you. He has no interest in me either. Su Mei knows very well how much allure she has for men. If not for various factors over the years, she would have lost her virginity countless times. After giving Xian the soul mark on her forehead, she was prepared to devote herself, but Xian didn't even mention it. Later, when she went to the bathroom, she specifically condensed a full-length mirror with star power, looking at herself from head to toe repeatedly, confirming that her charm had not diminished. Suddenly, Su Mei thought of a certain pink-haired little girl. Do you think there is a possibility that Xian likes younger girls? If they have pink hair, pink eyebrows, and pink eyes, that would be even better. Chung Xian instantly thought of you and blurted out without thinking. Isn't that a beast? The two exchanged silent looks. Half a minute later, Su Mei deflected. You said that. I didn't say anything. On Nanan's star, Xian, who was connecting the soul with the soul mark on his forehead, sneezed. Could someone be cursing me? Completely unaware of the rumors, Xian took the tissue you handed him, wiped his nose, and continued to focus on his work. Meanwhile, Su Mei felt that this topic could not continue any longer. Otherwise, perhaps a giant river crab beast from the far side of deep space would cross the barriers of time and space and destroy this world with one strike. What are your plans for the future? Continue studying? I don't know. Chung Xian felt lost, asking herself, after the experiences of these past few days, could she really sit in a classroom again? How about following me? Su Mei displayed a smile reminiscent of a big bad wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Whether as a pure star warrior or choosing to go into business, politics, or the military, I can provide help for you. President Su, you're really quick. Before he arrived, his voice had already reached. Ling Xing ran over quickly from the other end, and Xian, unburdened, found it not easy to show goodwill toward him. The Chung family, with whom he had interactions, was a good entry point. Su Mei shot him a warning glance, directly using star power to forcefully isolate Ling Xing. Ling Xing was furious, hating himself for focusing solely on restoring his normal body and forgetting about the main business. Otherwise, with his background from the Xingyao Consortium and his keen intuition, he would never be slower than Su Mei. The barrier set by Su Mei was not something he could break through. Ling Xing's eyes flickered. Chung Xian, I'll let you have her. I'm going to find her parents. 2 against 1. Plus they are elders. It's a guaranteed win. Inside the barrier, Chung Xian matched Su Mei's face with a picture she had seen on the Star Network. Sister Su, are you the president of the Beauty Association? Su Mei nodded slightly, her gentle smile radiating kindness. Chung Xian's mouth dropped open in surprise. Young girls living in Star City hardly ever go without cosmetics. She might not know the top freeman of the Free Forum, but she certainly knew about the Beauty Association. After hesitating for a moment, Chung Xian timidly asked, Sister Su, may I ask what it is about me that you noticed? Nothing, it's simply because of Xian. Su Mei replied quickly and straightforwardly. Education? You're just starting university. What education do you have? Strength? Su Mei could see at a glance that Chung Xian had just become a star warrior, and it was undoubtedly due to Xian. Appearance? While Chung Xian was beautiful, in the beauty capital, you could hit a brick and find several beauties. And what about family background? Don't even mention that. Without Xian's money, whether they could live normally in the new Star City was a question. To be honest, apart from her connection with Xian, Chung Xian didn't even have the qualifications to have Su Mei look at her. The fact that Xian didn't erase your memory shows that he considers you one of his own, and that alone is enough. Chung Xian stared at Su Mei seriously and suddenly broke into a smile. Thank you for not lying to me, Sister Su. From now on, I'll follow you. Sume lightly held Chung Xian's hand. A smart choice. Having climbed step by step from the bottom, she understood the importance of having a strong backing. In the past, she had no backing. Now, she wanted to be someone else's support. You may not mean much now, but in the future, I will make sure everyone knows your name. No need. I just want to be a little closer to brother and Xian, even if just a little. Sume was taken aback, then her eyebrows curved slightly. You will get your wish. The cracked city walls. Li Gong looked outside with a serious expression. The aberrant species had returned. Their overwhelming numbers enough to trigger a fear of clusters. Star Master, we don't have enough manpower. We can't hold them off. He Zhao had taken the troops away. And with just 13,000 South and troops, they couldn't suppress this many aberrant species. A city doesn't just have one wall. Song Yinwen asked, how's the evacuation situation? Yang Kai, in charge of the evacuation, reported it's hard to say. When He Zhao left, he took the evacuation list with him. So we don't even know how many people are still here. The most critical transport vehicles coated with star lacquer are only going out, not coming in. There aren't many left. We expect to evacuate another 30,000 people. Even the people concentrated here waiting for evacuation can't all leave, those still in the city. Damn it. Song Yinwen slammed his fist against the wall. Qingya. Yes. Take 2,000 men, leave the necessary military supplies, and distribute the rest to the people in the city. Let them drive ordinary cars out. The pollution level will rise, but it's better than waiting here to die. Understood. Moments later, 2,000 vehicles loaded with weapons, with loudspeakers broadcasting nonstop, spread out into South and Ligong, Yangkai. Here, all 13,000 South and troops stay here. Each person will guard one of the remaining 3 walls. Is there a problem? I'll go to the east wall. Rest assured, Star Master. As long as I'm alive, this bunch of scum won't get into the city. Good. Put on your armor and set off immediately. High-level star warriors. One person can become an army. Unexpectedly, just after the order was given, there was a sudden loud crash from the east wall. Under the terrified gazes of the 3, that towering city wall collapsed. Roar. 100-meter giant beast roared skyward, the sound waves shaking their eardrums. Then, the aberrant species and star beasts seemed to receive orders and frantically charged into the star city. The star beast had a clear target, heading straight for the center of the city, south, and while the aberrant species followed the scent of blood and flesh, searching for living humans. The residents of the East District faced a bloody massacre. B-level. Damn it. This is bad. Li Gong cursed. The wall had fallen, and the city was broken, disrupting the entire plan. The more it came to this, the more one had to remain calm. It was impossible to defend. Even if the other 3 walls could hold, it would be meaningless. Let Shinya bring all the discovered people here and hold this wall. Song Yinwen glanced at the time. 5 hours. Hold for 5 hours. Get everyone to break out. I'll go deal with that B-level aberrant species. You all split up and rescue as many as you can. Understood. Understood. South and Star. Done. That massive soul at the center of his forehead firmly adhered to Xian's soul. He felt that the amount of mental energy he could hold had increased by about 1/5. Unfortunately, what comes from outside ultimately does not belong to him and cannot directly elevate his own realm. To level up, he still needed to enhance the strength of his own soul. Otherwise, with the blue hand, he could grab people everywhere to fuse their souls and recklessly charge ahead, becoming invincible. At this moment, Xian had a feeling and placed his palm on South and Star. Seconds later, he stood up straight, facing the direction of the east wall, his tone surprised. The city has fallen? Trouble. Can't it wait another day? Then I could just walk away without caring about South, and now that it's broken, it's really a headache. Once the star beasts entered South, and their bodies absorbed the star power of South and Star, allowing Xian to sense them. Xian sensed a large group of star beasts approaching the star, pondering, to retreat or not. Little Pink Fur. Huh. And you, who was dazed on the star's surface, responded. Are you afraid of the star beasts coming? And you tilted her head and thought, what are star beasts? Xian explained simply, monsters that eat people. That makes sense. And you sprang up, her watery light pink eyes fixed on Xian. Can brother beat the star beasts? What if you can't? Let the star beasts eat me first. Once they're full, They won't eat brother anymore. And Xian laughed, ruffling her hair. What if I can beat them? And you asked back, puzzled. Then why be afraid? Haha, you're right. I'm not someone who can't win. Why should I give this to them? And Xian laughed happily, tugging at Yu's hair. Wake up, Red Princess. The Red Princess began to take shape in his hand, and a powerful wave of star power was unleashed. An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the entire South and Square. Standing on South and Star, the star power continuously replenished, and Xian whispered towards the direction of the incoming star beasts. Knowing that my expanded mental energy capacity isn't full yet, you're so eager to come knocking on my door. How considerate. Razor, Red Princess. And Xian leaped down, swinging the sword for a strike. A wave of light compressed to the extreme slashed out. The deep red crescent covered dozens of meters, eliminating all the star beasts in front. The star beasts pouring into South and Square suffered a devastating blow, causing those behind to halt. Star beasts are smarter than aberrant species, especially those that have consumed human souls. After simulated learning, they even possess intelligence comparable to humans. They feared Xian, but were also enamored with the star power of South. And Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. The corpses of the dead star beasts shattered, gathering into a torrent of mental energy rushing towards him. Although the quantity looked large, the actual quality wasn't high. To fill this up and expand the mental energy reserves, he was still far from enough. Since we are here, let's settle down. The star beasts had various forms, some simply chaotic beings that were intimidated. But Xian instead held his sword and advanced forward. Since you've come here, let's bury it here. I think my belly is a pretty good resting place for you. What do you think? As he spoke, he arrived in front of the star beast group. His seemingly casual swings of the sword were harvesting the lives of the star beasts with streaks of red light. The star beasts, which terrified ordinary people, were no match for Xian. Within a 10-meter radius around him, there wasn't a single living star beast left. It had completely turned into a slaughterhouse for star beasts. The remains of star beasts that hadn't been absorbed were scattered all over the ground, from the streets to the alleys, and countless were visible at a glance. Brother. Suddenly, a shout from Yu came from the direction of South and Star. Feeling a bit tipsy, Xian, who had already left South and Plaza, immediately calmed down and turned back. South and Star re-entered the detection range of the omniscient vision. At some point, a dark cloud had suspended in the sky above South and Star, and it was descending at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The intense fluctuations of star power and mental power from the dark cloud indicated that it was a star beast, an A-class star beast. Having focused on the outside of South and Star, Xian admitted that he had been careless. Seeking death, Xian, filled with anger, threw out the Red Princess, aiming it directly at the dark cloud. With a whoosh, a streak of red light seemed to tear through space. In the face of this strike, the dark cloud split open, allowing the Red Princess to pass through without causing any damage. Xian's figure flickered into the air, grabbing the soaring Red Princess. Just as he was about to turn and perform a razor-thin strike with the Red Princess, he remembered Yu was right below and retracted his hand in time. The dark cloud, which had an intelligence comparable to that of an adult, realized that capturing Yu could restrain Xian, causing its descent to speed up. Xian's expression darkened, and he threw the Red Princess downward again while using star power to propel his body downwards quickly. The dark cloud repeated its previous trick, avoiding the Red Princess. Xian smiled. This throw wasn't meant for the dark cloud. The Red Princess successfully landed next to Yu on South and Star. Little pink hair, take the knife. And if it comes over, just chop it. Okay. The Red Princess emitted a faint red glow, which was the star power Xian had reserved. Yu raised the Red Princess. Her small face tense, her pink hair tousled in the wind, her light pink eyes fixed on the dark cloud, always on guard. Xian couldn't help but feel emotional. In the face of crisis, she didn't cry or make a fuss, nor did she show the slightest bit of panic. The mindset of most adults was far inferior to that of Little Pink Hair. He had truly found a treasure, and with some training, she would undoubtedly become his right-hand assistant. His body fell rapidly. Seeing Xian's actions, the dark cloud swirled, forming human facial features, revealing a mocking expression. A human, giving up their weapon to engage in close combat? Surely they must be insane. Did they not know that star beasts could devour souls? It loosened its defenses, opening wide to let Anxian dive into its body. Feeling Anxian enter its body, the dark cloud smile stretched from the corners of its mouth to the corners of its eyes. Never had it seen such a foolish human. Running into its belly, it didn't even have to spend the effort to eat. The dark cloud condensed and compressed, attempting to devour Anxian's soul. As for the physical body, it didn't eat that. It would consume the soul to feed the mindless aberrants. After all, the aberrants that besieged South and had exerted most of their strength. And this human's body would be a great supplement for them. As it reveled in this pleasant fantasy, an intense pain suddenly erupted within its body. Anxian was enveloped in a faint blue light. His hands tore at the dark cloud as if ripping cotton, pulling off a piece and stuffing it directly into his mouth. Blue hands, the nemesis of star beasts. The dark cloud was dumbfounded. It thought this kid was a delivered meal, but unexpectedly, he was here for a buffet. The dark cloud quickly diluted and expanded, trying to expel Anxian. However, the light from his blue hands spread to the dark cloud, dyeing its body with faint blue light, turning it from ethereal to solid, firmly grasped by Anxian. Trying to shake me off? Don't you know that it's easy to invite a deity, but hard to send one away? One hand grasped the dark cloud while the other continued to tear its body and stuff it into his mouth, praising as he ate. The spiritual energy contained in the body of an A-class star beast was far more than that of the inferior ones. One word: delicious. The dark cloud was utterly defeated, turning completely black. Its main body expanded to nearly 1,000 meters, yet it still couldn't shake off Anxian. Below, Anyu's face was filled with admiration. Brother is amazing. At that moment, a foul odor surged in, invading her nostrils. Anyu's expression suddenly changed. Such a level of stench could kill. Her eyes quickly darted around and discovered a wisp of slightly murky air, and upon closer inspection, it was a wisp of cloud mist. She swung the red princess toward the drifting cloud mist. I can't let it get close, definitely can't. The dark cloud was helpless against Anxian. He was too strong, and his abilities countered the dark cloud. It wasn't that the dark cloud was too weak. As an A-class star beast, it naturally possessed terrifying power to match. Just by itself, its cloud body spanning hundreds of meters, if it descended in a bustling area, it could instantly devour the souls of everyone within its coverage. Without an opponent of the same level intervening, within a day, it could turn an entire star city into a dead city. This wisp of cloud mist attaching to Anyu would restrain her soul to force Anxian. Anyu understood this, and without regard for her own safety, she poured out her star power, wielding the red princess with impenetrable defense. I will definitely not become my brother's burden. Anxian noticed below, but did not act immediately. He hoped to see more potential in Anyu. A faint wisp of cloud mist could pose a deadly threat to Anyu, yet it also provided Anxian a chance to intervene. This was the perfect test. Seemingly sensing Anxian's scrutiny, Anyu bit her lip, and star power continuously flowed into the red princess through her delicate arms, making its glow even brighter. Anxian felt a bit disappointed. She wanted to showcase herself too much, overdrawing her star power recklessly. The consequence would only be that once her star power was exhausted, she would be left vulnerable to the thin cloud. Wait! Anyu's sweat dripped down. She closed her eyes, her nose twitching continuously. The high-intensity consumption of star power made her feel exhausted, but she held back her fatigue. Her mental power focused like never before. The red princess swung defensively around her. The thin cloud floated unpredictably, waiting for an opportunity to break through. Until a moment when Anyu opened her eyes, exerting all her strength to slash the red princess toward a specific spot. There, she smelled a fragrance. Under her gaze and Anxian's omniscient vision, the blade of the red princess struck a wisp of cloud mist. Red light burst forth, and the cloud mist dissolved. With a clang, the red princess slipped from her hand, and Anyu collapsed onto the star. She tilted her small head back, revealing a happy smile to Anxian. I did it. Anxian also smiled back, giving her a thumbs up, his lips moving as he formed the words, great. Receiving affirmation, Anyu smiled even more happily. However, at that moment, the cloud mist, diluted to the extreme and merging with the air, suddenly coalesced next to South and Star. Chapter 51. Devouring the Shadow Cloud. The mist formed into a faceless, childlike figure. In an instant, it materialized behind you, and you felt no fear, only guilt. Realizing she had caused trouble for her brother again, Ancien's smile faded, and without a word, he charged towards you. The shadow cloud naturally would not allow him to rescue you. The diluted cloud rapidly coalesced. The cloud waves rolled and intertwined, obstructing Ancien's advance. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Its abilities were unpredictable, but both its defense and attack power were inferior compared to those of the same level. As Ancien activated his blue hand, he blasted through layer after layer of clouds, which dissipated and merged back into the shadow cloud's main body. Stop! A voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed through the sky, emitted by the shadow cloud's imitation of human vocal organs. If you go any further, I will consume her soul. The cloud child behind and you release some mist, enveloping her body. Ancien halted, his star power wrapping around his body, suspending him in midair. Once the small, pink-haired figure approached, he spoke for the first time. Let her go, and I will let you leave. His calm voice was a declaration, not a concession. The shadow cloud laughed. Let me go. The situation has reversed. The initiative is in my hands. 3. First, return the soul you intend to consume. 2. Human, I will give you a way out. If you let me consume half of your soul, I will let the past be the past. 1. Ancien suddenly smiled. You had your chance. He took off his sunglasses and casually tossed them aside, tilting his head slightly, opening his mouth and eyes wide. In his hollow eye sockets, a faint blue light began to emerge. The light intensified, not just in his eye sockets, but a light blue mist began to pour out from all 7 orifices. The shadow cloud sensed something was wrong. Human, stop your actions. Ancien ignored it, as the blue light gathered above his head, subtly revealing his form. I warn you one last time, if you don't stop, I will take action against that girl. The shadow cloud grew impatient. Its cloud body surged towards Ancien, attempting to interrupt him. In an instant, a small figure draped in blue light formed above Ancien. This was his soul with A-level power, allowing the soul to leave the body. Only star warriors beyond A-level could reveal their souls, breaking the iron law. As life is the essence, the soul is the nature, cultivating both life and soul. Essentially, the dual cultivation focuses on body and soul. The red and blue hands are merely methods of application. Ancien covered his soul with the blue hand's ability, completing the out-of-body experience. He opened his eyes to look at the shadow cloud, only to find he still couldn't see. Damn it, one day I will see the world with my own eyes. Unable to hold back a curse. He had previously tried to repair his eyes with the red hand, and the result was self-evident. A strange energy prevented anything other than his own pupils from appearing in his eye sockets. He had asked the system, but the answer was mismatched. Asking again yielded the same result. Ultimately, the thought of creating his own pupils fell into the curtain of laughter, comforting the system's mother. The shadow cloud looked at Ancien's soul, furiously enraged. Good, since you want her dead, I will. Too late. Ancien lightly spoke. The soul appeared beside you, moving much faster than the body. The soul grabbed the cloud child. The faint blue light surged, directly refining it. Then, he turned to face the shadow cloud. I initially planned to eat my fill and let you go. Why do you insist on seeking death? The shadow cloud remained silent, diluting its cloud body, intending to flee. It realized it couldn't provoke this person. With him around, it couldn't enjoy the star power of Nan and Star. It strategically retreated, planning to return once he left, believing he couldn't stay here forever. Want to leave? A bit late for that. Ancien had used all means to assist his soul's out-of-body experience, sensing a blank spot in the omniscient vision at the corner, fearing he might be discovered. If he let it go just like that, wouldn't that be a loss? The shadow cloud, suppressed on Nan and Star, became faint. Ancien's soul body charged into the shadow cloud. In an instant, blue light exploded. It engulfed the entire body of the shadow cloud. Even the mist that had merged into the air was not spared. Under the blue light, the sky appeared as if a blue filter had been added. He returned his soul to his body and opened his mouth to unleash a violent suction. A faint blue storm swirled in midair, pulling all the shadow cloud that had been solidified by the blue hand into it. At the bottom of the storm was Incien. He intended to devour the shadow cloud while it was still alive. The body was gradually being consumed. The shadow cloud felt fear, continuously begging for mercy in human language. With no mercy granted, it began to emit incomprehensible sounds. Incien knew this vile creature was not saying anything good, so he increased his swallowing speed. His stomach felt like an endless pit. It only inhaled without exhaling. The stomach should have expanded. Yet there was no change at all. The storm gradually weakened, and the shadow cloud's consciousness became increasingly blurred. As the last breath was swallowed, a level star beast, the shadow cloud, perished. Burp. Incien rubbed his stomach with one hand and his temples with the other as he descended. I'm full, truly full. The excess mental power capacity had long been filled. The rest was purely forcing himself to finish eating. Now his head felt swollen. Outside Nanoplaza, he had lost all interest in the large area of Star Beast remains on the ground. The Sage mode had entered thoroughly. Brother, and you propped herself up and ran over, throwing herself into Incien's arms. I am so weak. Incien rubbed her head. Her pink hair was damp with sweat, not feeling very pleasant. You did great. And you peeked out, glancing in one direction, and leaned closer to Incien's ear. With a breath of warm air and a cat-like voice, she said, Brother, there's a bad smell over there. Oh, you noticed it too? Incien was genuinely surprised. He had already noticed there was someone with B-level power, skilled in concealment. The star power enveloped them tightly, revealing no trace. However, being too clever led to being too clever by half. In the low-level omniscient vision, that blank spot was more obvious than an 800-watt light bulb at night. Otherwise, Incien, who was highly focused on the shadow cloud, wouldn't have discovered it so quickly. Friend, you've been watching for so long. Isn't it time to come out? Incien setting you down, a friendly smile appearing on his face. In the shadow between the wall and the ground, a figure emerged. It was a man in a mask and white combat attire. On the left chest of the combat suit was an embroidered design of wings, with a sword in the middle. He quickly approached Nan and Star, and facing Incien's friendly smile, extended his hand for self-introduction. Hello, I am a member of the Federal Judgment Team 7, responsible for reconnaissance, code-named Shadow 7. Puffed under his astonished gaze. Incien's hand pierced through his chest at the embroidered position. Grasping a vigorously beating heart, Incien's friendly smile remained unchanged, his hand blossoming with red light, appearing incredibly enchanting against the backdrop of blood. The light in Shadow 7's eyes dissipated. The red hand activated, and his body began to dissolve from the heart. Incien's other hand activated the blue hand, extracting Shadow 7's soul and similarly erasing it. Moments later, this person completely vanished from the world. Only the battlesuit with a damaged chest remained, proving he had been there. You chose to spy on what you shouldn't have, and now look what happened. Incien mumbled, then turned to Inu. Are you scared? Inu did not answer, but picked up the battlesuit and handed it to Incien. Her eyes bright and expression serious. This also needs to be burned. Outside Nan and Star City, in a tent layered with star, or 9 individuals dressed like Shadow 7 stared at the instrument, observing the life signal of Shadow 7 disappearing. Shadow 7 is dead. In Nan and Star City, there shouldn't be anyone who can kill Shadow 7. It could be a mutant. Shadow 7's abilities are enough to evade an A-class aberration, which is still outside the city. Could it be a Star Beast? Most likely. The captain of the Judgment 7 team, codenamed Judgment 7, has put away his equipment and given the order. Enter Nanan. Chapter 52. The White-Haired Behemoth Nangang, East District. The roars of the aberrant creatures intertwined with the wails of humans. Under the keen sense of smell of the aberrant creatures, humans had nowhere to hide. A real-life battle royale unfolded here. Among them, a 100-meter giant beast stood out remarkably. The beast was covered in white mane, with robust forelimbs and unusually short hind limbs, resembling a wolf or dog with sharp fangs. It sniffed the air, its powerful abilities making its sense of smell several times more acute than ordinary aberrant creatures, allowing it to easily detect the scent of human blood. Roar! The giant beast's eyes, the size of water tanks, gleamed with excitement as it leaped in a particular direction. Each time its massive body landed, the buildings beneath seemed as fragile as paper, collapsing without resistance. The humans hiding within had no chance to escape, instantly crushed into meat paste. The beast did not halt its steps. It sensed ahead that there was more delicious blood food. At a distance of 10,000 meters, given its size, it reached its destination in no time. It was a large supermarket. Inside the supermarket were hundreds of people, armed with military supplies distributed by the Nangang army, vigilantly watching the outside through various gaps. If one were to be at ease here, they would notice Wang Gang, who had not been seen since arriving in Nangang, was present. Judging by the situation, he was still the leader of this group. Wang Gang peered out from a window on the third floor. Half an hour ago, he had been in a residential area. Years of scavenging in a wasteland had given him a sixth sense for danger, which had proven useful this time. Feeling anxious, he had encountered the Nangang army, distributing supplies, and learned of the aberrant creatures surrounding the city, likely unable to hold the line. Wang Gang immediately organized the people in the residential area to gather their supplies and concentrate in this looted supermarket. Only by uniting could they have a chance to survive. As hundreds of people arrived at the supermarket, the East City wall had been breached, and at this moment the giant beast arrived. Concentrate fire. At Wang Gang's command, everyone opened fire on the giant beast. They were all ordinary people who had never touched a gun in their lives, so their aim was poor. However, the beast's massive size meant that none of the bullets were wasted, hitting its body. Some laughed, calling the beast a dumb giant that wouldn't even dodge. But Wang Gang couldn't laugh. He lifted a shoulder-fired rocket launcher and pulled the trigger. The Nangang army had given them a total of 5 precious rounds of this powerful weapon. The rocket fired, and the recoil knocked Wang Gang down onto the ground. He quickly got back up and looked outside. The giant beast had raised its forelimb and swatted at the rocket. Boom! A blinding flash of fire engulfed the giant beast in an instant. The shockwave from the explosion shattered the supermarket windows, leaving hundreds of people with ringing ears. After a moment, a young man beside Wang Gang shouted loudly, "Brother Gang, this monster is stupid. It doesn't dodge bullets or shells. It got hit squarely." Wang Gang pushed the young man away, his face grave as he reloaded the rocket launcher. He didn't believe that one rocket could kill the giant beast. While some star beasts might not adhere to this rule, the vast majority of aberrant creature strength was proportional to their size. There was also a saying that applied universally. The small aren't necessarily weak, but the large are definitely strong. He had only seen a 100-meter beast in a video from Onxian. Wang Gang finished loading the shell, and the flames in front of the supermarket slowly dissipated. The white-haired giant beast revealed itself. It stood there unscathed. Not only was it not dead, but it hadn't even been injured. The damage from the rocket had merely scorched its right limb's white fur. The people inside the supermarket who had been cheering for killing a giant beast were instantly dumbfounded. Wang Gang was no exception. Their strongest weapon couldn't break through the enemy's defenses, and the disparity in power was despairing. Clang! The rocket launcher he had been shouldering dropped to the ground. There was no point in firing it anymore. It was meaningless. Wang Gang stared blankly ahead, and someone hugged him from behind. It was a woman in her mid-20s. Her appearance was charming, giving off a refined vibe. Her petite stature formed a stark contrast with Wang Gang's. The familiar scent filled his nostrils, and he felt dejected. "I'm sorry. I might not be able to take you out of here." Li Huihui rubbed Wang Gang's back, a smile revealing her dimples. "Without you, I would have died 2 days ago. Living for 2 more days is a big gain." In the midst of despair, gunfire had long ceased. The giant beast's forelimbs touched the ground, seemingly indicating that these foods had given up resistance, and now it was time for it to enjoy its meal. Walking like an ape, each step it took created a pit in the ground with its powerful forelimbs. By the time they reached the supermarket, Wang Gang on the 3rd floor could no longer see the giant beast's full form, only a sea of white fur. A sense of insignificance surged in his heart, and he turned to embrace Li Huihui, waiting for death to arrive. However, he did not notice that a thick white mist had unknowingly risen in the air. The density of the mist rapidly increased, soon reaching a point where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Roar! Suddenly, a change occurred. The star power contained in the mist made the giant beast feel uneasy. Its senses were cut off, and it instinctively retreated to an open area, taking a defensive stance. Within the white mist, a figure slowly emerged. It was Song Yinwen. It should be called Li Gong coming. Song Yinwen murmured to himself, as he disliked fighting against white-haired giant beasts, which were aberrant creatures with full defenses. The brute Li Gong engaging the giant beast head-on, striking it from a distance to damage its internal organs, was the most effective method. He sighed and began to disperse the white mist inside the supermarket. Those who were too frightened to speak, upon seeing his figure, immediately reignited their hope. The Star Master. The Star Master has come to save us. Old Pai, we're saved. We don't have to die. We don't have to die. Song Yinwen inquired. Who is the leader here? Wang Gang, descending from the third floor, happened to hear this question, and all eyes turned to him. They trusted Wang Gang. 2 days ago, a dozen people had come to their residential area, killing and robbing indiscriminately. It was Wang Gang who had used the gun he brought from Bayan to shoot down those people, allowing them to survive. Song Yinwen sized up Wang Gang. You are not from Nangang. The bandit aura around Wang Gang was not something an ordinary person living in Star City should possess. At this moment, the people of Nangang were desperately trying to escape. The only ones left behind, apart from the scavengers, were those with unknown motives for staying. Wang Gang did not deny it. The Star Master has keen insight. It doesn't matter whether or not. You take them and go. Song Yinwen's voice paused, unsure where to direct them. The situation in the East District was different from other places. The East City Wall had collapsed, and aberrant creatures roamed everywhere. Trying to escape to the city wall protected by the Nangang army would be a fool's errand. He needed to stay behind to deal with this aberrant creature and couldn't spare the time to escort them. The white mist surged violently, and the giant beast had been quiet for a long time, growing increasingly agitated as it pounded the ground. It could only hold out for another 5 minutes before the mist dispersed. Song Yinwen pondered deeply. At that moment, he saw an astonishing sight above Nangang Star. Someone was devouring an A-class star beast. In Nangang, individuals with such strength. Song Yinwen's eyes lit up. Go to Nangang Star. If we can gain his protection, we will definitely survive. Chapter 53, Vocabulary 1. Commander of the Nanan Army, Li Gong. After rescuing thousands from the world of joy, Li Gong escorted them to the city walls where the Nanan Army was stationed, only to be suddenly blocked by 3 people. Seeing their white combat uniforms, with wings and swords on their chests, Li Gong's heart skipped a beat. The Judgment Army. He slowly uttered these 3 words, his expression gradually becoming serious. The moment he decided to follow Song Yinwen, he anticipated being hunted down by the Federation. But he never expected that day would come so quickly. It was indeed the Judgment Army executing the task, showing they had some regard for Nanan. The name of this elite army was like thunder in the ears of Li Gong, a soldier. The Judgment Army, under the guise of judgment, judged all guilty individuals. 100-man army, divided into 10 squads, with 10 members each. A pure star warrior army, with a B-level entry requirement. The squad leader must be a level to qualify. It operates under the direct jurisdiction of the Federation Council. It is the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone in the Federation. The 7 squads of the Judgment Army, Flame 7, Imperial 7, Strength 7, acting on a Federation order, they came to arrest the former master of Nanan Star, Song Yinwen, the former commander of the Nanan Army, Li Gong, and the former head of the Nanan Star Martial Arts Department, Yang Kai. Flame 7 put away the photo, confirming their identities. Li Gong, will you surrender, or do you want to be beaten and taken away? Li Gong kursa silanli, dam fadaratiun. After Nanan fell, they sent a Hijao to create chaos. After Nanan's independence, they sent the Judgment Army to suppress it. What the hell? When the Judgment Army goes on a mission, it usually consists of 10 people. This means that the weakest member is at least A level, with 9 B level members. He understood that resistance would be futile. The 3 in front of him were here to capture him, while the others must be going after the Star Master and the old goat. Li Gong looked back at the thousands of eyes behind him, filled with confusion and panic, many of which belonged to children. He had to ensure their safety. For this, he suppressed his anger and lowered his stance, his tone revealing a plea. Gentlemen, they are innocent. I can go with you, but please save them. Save them? Flame 7 sneered, flames blazing in his hands. He bent his knees slightly and leaped above the crowd of 1,000. Then he pressed his hands down, igniting the flames with star power, instantly transforming into a sea of fire. The surging sea of fire descended, and the tongues of fire spewed forth, radiating terrifying heat. The grass on the ground turned yellow, and thousands of people gasped, tearing at their clothes, sweating profusely. The moisture in their bodies evaporated rapidly, and soon some began to scream in agony, as if they were about to catch fire. The sea of fire continued to descend, and within seconds, over 100 people could not withstand it, becoming dehydrated corpses. "Stop!" Li Gong shouted loudly, gathering power in his right fist and smashing down. The fist shadow, condensed with star power, aimed to shatter the sea of fire. At that moment, Imperial 7 moved. He used the least amount of star power to conjure barriers, dozens of them appearing successively to continuously absorb the power of the fist shadow, extinguishing it before it could break the sea of fire. Why kill them? Are you crazy? Li Gong charged forward, his robust body moving at a considerable speed. Strength 7, who had been inactive, blocked his path. Li Gong threw a punch, and he retaliated in the same manner, not losing ground. The Federation order had a latter part: kill all but 3 in Nanan, including the remaining members of the Nanan army. The remaining people included them as well as your Nanan army. As the barriers fell, the sea of fire completely descended. The world fell silent for an instant, and apart from the crackling flames, all sounds vanished. Li Gong's mind went blank, and his eyes turned red in an instant. Federation, damn you. The ones betraying were him, Li Gong, the Star Master, Yang Kai, and the Nanan army. But these people, how innocent they were. He thought that surrendering and letting the Judgment 7 capture him would lead them to spare the Nanan army and save the remaining people of Nanan. In the end, it was all wishful thinking. They wanted to kill everyone. Li Gong swung his fist at Strength 7, each punch creating sonic booms. The clashes between the B-level strength type Star Warriors caused buildings to collapse. In another exchange, Strength 7 laughed heartily. Awesome. This is the way men fight. Li Gong, right? I find you pleasing to the eye. Since Shadow 7 is dead, why not let me help you apply to join Judgment 7 to atone for your sins? Atone for my sins? I have no sins. The sight of corpses jolted Li Gong's nerves, his anger transforming into power as he charged fiercely at Strength 7. Kill him. Kill him. Flame 7, having dealt with over 1,000 people, sat shoulder to shoulder with Imperial 7 on a high building, watching the show. What a brute. Imperial 7 looked at him coldly. Flame 7 fell silent. He had forgotten that this guy was not much better off. Relying on high defenses, he often sparred with Strength 7 in the base. I think you're right. Too uncouth, Iron Brute. Hey, have you changed your ways? I told you following him has no future. It's better to follow me. I'll output from behind, and you protect closely. ISNT that better. As Flame 7 spoke, he felt something was off. This voice didn't sound like Imperial 7's. And while he was chattering, Imperial 7 had already taken a defensive stance. Who? Flames ignited rapidly on Flame 7's body as he turned to look. He saw a boy leaning on a cane, wearing broken sunglasses, appearing behind him. Beside him was a pink-haired little girl with a delicate and beautiful appearance. If he took off her mask and was on a mission, he would definitely tease her. Flame 7 moved a bit behind Imperial 7, his alertness rising. Imperial 7 was not good with words, only continuously thickening his defenses. The newcomers were in Xian and in Yu. After consuming some of the dark clouds, the momentary feeling of fullness quickly dissipated. The essence of Star Beasts has no physical form. To fill their stomachs, they still had to eat properly. After pondering, he thought it better to consume the ingredients in the world of joy than to leave them for the aberrant species. After walking toward the world of joy for a while, he felt a fluctuation of star power and, crucially, the aroma of roasted meat. And Xian excitedly planned to go and mooch some food, but after walking a bit further, the meat smell turned to a burnt odor. He became somewhat displeased and quickened his pace, wanting to see which brat was wasting ingredients. Facing Flame 7, and Xian did not answer, but instead asked, "Did you roast the meat?" "Roasted meat?" Flame 7 was taken aback, then revealed a strange smile. From a certain angle, he indeed had just roasted meat. "Do you want to eat?" and you tugged at Xian's sleeve. Standing here, she had already seen the unextinguished flames in the distance and the large number of corpses. And Xian bent down, and you quietly told him what she saw. A wave of nausea surged, and Xian fell silent. The thought that the roasted meat he had followed the scent to find was actually a pile of corpses made him feel sick. The disadvantage of the omniscient perspective was fully exposed. Within 300 meters, he could almost see everything, but beyond 300 meters was a complete blind spot. If he had eyes, he definitely wouldn't have to endure this disgust. Why aren't you talking? Flame 7's expression was mocking, except for Song Yanwen, Li Gong, and Yang Kai. Everyone else in Nan'an must die. This person, since he was in Nan'an, was naturally also a target to be killed. He sensed that Xian's strength was not weak, but being young, how strong could he be? If he could sneak up behind him, he probably had stealth techniques comparable to Shadow 7. Even if I can't beat you, there are still others in the captain, right? Yanqi reached into his pocket and pressed a few buttons blindly. After notifying the captain, he decided to probe Xian's bottom line. While staying alert, he further provoked. How about I get you one to try? There are all sorts of ages, but the older ones are tough meat, and the women have more fat. A lot of grease. I recommend the younger ones, tender meat. If you're not satisfied with those, I can catch more. No need to catch. You have a ready-made one beside you. Want it rare? I can roast it right now for you to eat. Hearing that he was going to roast himself for Xian to eat, and Yu's mouth curled up, his eyes crescent-shaped. A pair of crystal-clear light pink eyes revealed a hint of pity. That's great. I've learned a new term today, seeking death. Huh, you really disgust me. After a long silence, Xian finally spoke, his face devoid of any smile. The stillness was almost deadening, sending a chill down Yanqi's spine. Damn, I actually got intimidated by Young. Punk. He took 2 steps forward, but quickly retreated behind Yu Qi. It was safer that way. However, upon second thought, he felt he was overthinking it. As a member of the Judgment Army, he had seen geniuses come and go. At Xian's age, the strongest would only be at sea level at most. In Yanqi's mind, he assessed Xian's strength to be B-level, on par with himself. It was unbelievable. By common reasoning, it was definitely an overestimation. If someone at this age reached B-level, they would have been famous in the Federation, sought after by various factions. And it was impossible for him to have never heard of them. But just in case, Yanqi decided to play it safe and wait for the captain to arrive. If something went wrong with a small fry like Nan'an, they would be laughed at for a lifetime. He smiled at Xian, keeping his tone casual and relaxed. Hey, I'm just joking. Just as he spoke, Yanqi's gaze suddenly turned fearful. Xian appeared in front of Yu Qi, stabbing out with one hand. A bony hand easily broke through the layers of defense that Yu Qi had gathered, effortlessly penetrating the star power barrier and sinking into his proud body. Immediately after, he held a bloody piece of flesh, stabbing through his back. That was Yu Qi's heart. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Even if the captain wanted to kill the defensively renowned Yu Qi, it wouldn't be so easy. Who the hell is he? How can he be so strong? This strike shattered Yanqi's plans and also crushed his understanding of life up to that point. Such a young star warrior with at least A-level strength. He had never heard of such a thing. Just now you said, joking? Xian crushed Yu Qi's heart, his thin lips forming a cold curve. What if I took it seriously? But it's not me. The ingredients and the diner are all played by you alone. Yanqi's body stiffened, fully locked in by the omniscient view. He dared not move. The alarm bells ringing madly in his head warned him that any movement would mean death. He could only watch as Yu Qi lost all signs of life. Xian withdrew his hand, and Yu took out a wet towel from the small backpack he picked up on his way here, wiping the blood and bits of flesh off his hands. Earlier on, Nan'an Star, there was someone named, it seemed like Ing Qi, who also died like this. He asked one of your group, right? Upon hearing this, Yanqi's pupils constricted. Ing Qi didn't die at the hands of a star beast. He was killed by him. Xian's voice continued. Looks like you're all no good. One peeking at me to kill an A-level star beast, and another here disgusting me. I really have no intention of looking for trouble with you. But if you insist on seeking death, how cheap are you? Yanqi's mood grew heavier. Xian said Ing Qi peeked at him to kill an A-level star beast. He had no need to lie. Considering the timing of Ing Qi's death and the distance from Nan'an Star to here, he didn't have much time to recover. Moreover, seeing that he had no injuries apart from the broken sunglasses, It meant that the boy in front of him had killed an A-level star beast without much effort. He wanted to inform the captain not to come. It would be sending himself to death. But unfortunately, every move was under Xian's watch, leaving him no opportunity. Yin Qi felt desperate. Before coming, he thought this mission would be easy, just a casual trip. He didn't expect to encounter such a fierce person. The Judgment 7 squad might end up being wiped out. After wiping most of the blood off his hands, Xian pulled out the Red Princess. And set meal. Care to try? Near the city wall where the Nan army was located. After apprehending Yang Kai, the Judgment 7 arrived here. They initially intended to wipe out the Nan army, but found that they had a military soul. Armies with a military soul are extremely rare. Not to mention practical combat. Just the research value alone is significant. He reported up and received a new order to detain the Nan army together with Song, Li, and Yang. For now, they wouldn't bother with them. They'd capture Li Gong first. An army with a military soul will always prioritize the orders of its commander. Forcing them won't work. The Judgment 7 planned to catch Li Gong first and then take over the Nan army. For now, let them defend against the aberrant species. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation over there, he received a signal from Yin Qi. Did they fail to apprehend? The Judgment 7 was puzzled. 3 people had gone to Li Gong, all with B-level strength comparable to Li Gong's, so it shouldn't have gone wrong. He didn't call to ask. The signal indicated that Yin Qi was in a situation that made it inconvenient to speak directly. He might be in battle or in danger. At that moment, someone approached the Judgment 7. Captain, Song Yinwen is currently engaged in battle with an aberrant species. What should we do? Let them fight. Just make sure to apprehend Song Yinwen alive in the end. The Judgment 7 handed over the unconscious Yang Kai to the newcomer. You came at the right time. Keep an eye on him. Yin Qi ran into some trouble. I'll go check it out. Okay. Old Li, you're doing well. Li Gong was in combat with Li Qi. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. The two immediately distanced themselves, alertly looking toward the source of the sound. Xian? Yin Qi. The former was Li Gong, who didn't expect to see Xian here. The latter was Li Qi, who saw Xian holding up the dismembered, bloodied Yin Qi, whose limbs were lost and had some self-healing signs of the severed ends, but was still bleeding profusely from being shredded by star power. And Yu was panting behind Xian, struggling to carry the Red Princess, which was draped over his shoulder, with 2 arms and 2 thighs attached to it. The battle suit on top indicated it belonged to Yin Qi. What did you do to Yin Qi? Not obvious? Xian shook the half-human chimera in his hand. Just borrowing some fire. I'm taking him to eat something good. You. Li Qi was furious, but saw Yin Qi shaking his head wildly, his eyes almost overflowing with warning. He clenched his fists, forcing back the words that almost escaped his throat. With Yin Qi in this state, it was likely that Yu Qi, who had yet to appear, was not in a good situation either and was probably dead. Having taken down 2 people without suffering any injuries, this boy was far beyond his capability to contend with. He couldn't send himself to death. He had to find a captain. Did you hear? Does either of you have fire? Lend me a light. Xian repeated. The 2 remained silent, engaged in close combat, their clothes almost torn to shreds. Where would they find fire? Broke ass. Xian muttered, turning to leave under Li Gong's astonished gaze. Wait, are you just leaving like this? You killed 1.5. Why not take out Li Qi too? Li Gong shouted anxiously for help. Xian, lend a hand. Help kill him. Xian paused, and Li Gong was overjoyed, raising an eyebrow at Li Qi. Your death is imminent. Li Qi took half a step back, looking for an escape route out of the corner of his eye. The situation was pressing. He had to retreat. However, contrary to expectations, Xian's attack did not come. Why should I help you? Xian wore an expression as if saying, Are you teaching me what to do? I have no grievances with him. Why should I kill him? Li Gong was dumbfounded and hurriedly looked for an excuse. Yin Qi had brutally burned over 1,000 people to death. That was indeed a beast. Before Li Gong could feel happy, Xian changed the subject and shook Yin Qi by the neck. So I plan to kill him. As for the rest, it's none of my business. Chapter 55. A good sound is a good head, but Li Gong was at a loss for words. After fighting with Li Qi for a long time, he knew that their strengths were evenly matched. If they continued to fight, when the other members of the Judgment Team 7 arrived, he would definitely be the one to lose. If Xian didn't lend a hand, he had no way to deal with Li Qi. His not-so-smart brain racked for a while and finally came up with a sentence. They are in cahoots. And Xian was shocked. Which era are you from? Still talking about collective punishment? He had reasons to kill Yu, and Yen. One was a good person who didn't learn, but instead peeped at things he shouldn't have seen. One was unable to weigh the situation and stopped him from dealing with Yan Qi. The last one made him sick, and, even after it was over, provocatively pressed his face. If it didn't die, who would? As for Li Qi, he was such a straightforward person. Not a single harsh word had been said from beginning to end. And Xian wasn't a madman. Why would he kill Li Qi without any grievances? Killing Li Qi was hard. It was like squashing an ant. He could wait for him to jump before squashing him, and if he didn't jump, it was fine to spare him. And Xian was too lazy to deal with Li Gong and turned to leave. Suddenly, Li Gong had a flash of inspiration. His 7 orifices all opened. To make Xian take action, it wouldn't work from an outsider's perspective, unless it involved himself. Li Gong shouted with all his might. Their goal is to kill everyone in Nan'an. You and your sister are among them. Oh. And Xian paused and quickly moved in front of Li Qi. The distance was so close that Li Qi could clearly see the cracks on Xian's sunglasses and the blood that had accidentally splattered on his face. He said, "You want to kill me and Xiao Fenmao?" The all-knowing vision crazily thrust into Li Qi's body. Li Qi's expression became unnatural. His heart pounding like drums in a battle. Thump, thump, thump. His Adam's apple rolled slightly as he swallowed his saliva, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. And Xian understood. Xiao Fenmao, brother, someone wants to kill us. What should we do? And you looked up at Li Qi, her silly hair swaying. Her silver, bell-like childish voice innocent and pleasant. Kill him first. Boom. Before US words could hit the ground, Li Qi swung a punch. He was confident that at such a close distance, this kid wouldn't be able to dodge. Wait until the next punch opens his head. If Xian knew what he was thinking, he would definitely laugh. Dodge? In the all-knowing vision, an attack initiated by someone weaker than him could not be dodged. It was only a matter of whether one wanted to dodge or not. This time, he didn't want to dodge. He lightly raised his hand, appearing to have no strength at all. And Xian's arm, with a normal build, was 2 or 3 circles thinner than Li Qi's robust arm. The difference was even greater in their hands. Li Qi's hand could even wrap around his. Li Qi wanted to lock onto Xian's head. But no matter what, he couldn't get rid of Xian's raised palm. And let us break your hand first. The visual disparity between the fist and palm clashed. There were no violent shockwaves, no earth-shattering sounds. It was so calm that even 2 children bumping into each other would make more noise. Li Qi's full-powered punch felt like a mud cow entering the sea. And Xian smiled, grabbing Li Qi's fist and twisting it in the opposite direction. A series of dense cracking sounds echoed, and Li Qi's arm was twisted into a twist. The piercing pain surged through his body, turning his face a deep purple. 5 seconds later, he finally couldn't hold it anymore. Ah, I thought you could endure more. And Xian whispered, suddenly exerting force, brutally tearing his arm off. The flesh and blood at the break were uneven, and the stark white bone stubs were exposed to the air. Star power surged into the severed arm, making it incredibly strong, like a divine weapon. And Xian swung it around and smashed it towards Li Qi's head. Boom! A good sound is a good head. With a thud, Li Qi's headless corpse fell like a golden mountain and a jade pillar, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. And Xian dropped the severed arm and, holding the bloodshot Yan Qi, faced the stunned Li Gong. Although you didn't lie to me, I don't like being used. If they're essay next time, he will be your lesson. Xiao Fenmao, we're leaving. All right. After dealing with Yan Qi, and Xian didn't want to go to the amusement world for a barbecue. Right now, he had no appetite for grilled meat at all. The 2 of them returned to Nan'an Star. On the way through the commercial street, they each found some clothes and quickly took a shower. After dawdling, they returned to Nan'an Star just as night fell. Are you hungry? And you rubbed her flattened little belly and honestly admitted, hungry. Wait a moment. And Xian jumped down from Nan'an Star. The star beasts feared in Xian's might, and, not daring to step into the square until they confirmed he had left, all wandered outside the square. When they saw Xian approaching, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. But if running was useful, The dark clouds wouldn't have died. He randomly selected a lucky F-rank star beast and killed it. Back on the star, and Xian brought the dead star beast to an U.S. mouth. Eat it. And you blinked in confusion, her pink lips slightly parted, adorably naive. She leaned in to inhale. Under Xian's guidance, and you swallowed her first star beast. The lowest level F-rank star beast. She had no problem fully consuming one. After the star beast was in her stomach, she felt energized and no longer hungry. This thing couldn't replace real food, but it could alleviate hunger. Just make do today, and tomorrow we'll find something to eat. Having solved the hunger issue, the two lay down side by side. Nan and Star constantly released star power, warm in winter and cool in summer. The upper area was quite large, almost undetectable as a sphere. Lying on it felt like lying on a hardboard bed. After lying for a while, Xian heard the sound of car engines. From the sound, there were quite a few cars, and you climbed up to take a look. A convoy was driving in from the direction of the Eastern District. Brother, someone is coming. Xian didn't move at all. Don't worry about it. Outside are all star beasts, and they probably got eaten clean before they even got here. Oh, and you responded and lay back down. Driven by curiosity, she crossed her hands against the star, resting her chin on them, watching the movements over there. Brother Wang, why are there all star beasts? I said after the city was breached. Not a single star beast was seen. They all ran here. Wang recalled a cold fact he had seen before. After a city was breached, star beasts were the least of your worries. They would settle near the star at the first opportunity, and only after the novelty wore off would they start hunting humans. This excitement phase would last about 5 to 7 days. Taking Song Yanwen's advice, Wang drove hundreds of people toward Nan and Star. Watching the star beast beside the car, which didn't even react when run over. Instead of feeling assured, he felt even more anxious. Star Master, oh Star Master, are you sending us to Nan and Star as lambs to the slaughter? Li Huihui looked at a star bee's head poking in through the car body, frightened to move. Her voice trembling with a hint of crying. Brother Gang, should we leave? Wang gritted his teeth. We can't leave. Keep going forward. The Star Master has no reason to harm us. In the current situation in Nanan, anywhere we go is death. Listening to the Star Master might just let us live. Notify the back to speed up and charge through. The place where 1,000 people were burned to death. When Judgment Team 7 arrived here, they looked around and found not a single person could breathe. The flames had already extinguished, and everywhere was blackened. Among them, a bright scarlet was particularly eye-catching. It was Yin Qi. Having lost both hands and legs, he was impaled on a pole, his white battle suit completely stained red with blood. As Judgment Team 7 approached, they found his mouth stuffed full of half-cooked meat. He looked down and saw a thigh from which several pieces of flesh had been cut off. Raising his hand, a beam of light dispelled the darkness, enveloping Yin Qi and his severed limbs. After the light dispersed, both he and his severed limbs vanished. The Judgment 7 floated in the air, with eyes like those of a hawk, surveying the area nearby. In the end, he found Yu Qi on a rooftop, his chest pierced and heart missing. In an open area, he discovered Li Qi with a broken right arm and no head. The Judgment 7 team, 10 members reduced to 4. He didn't even know who the enemy was. The Judgment 7 stood still, the surging anger nearly consuming his reason. Good, good, good. Little Nanan, very good. Brother Gang, have you noticed that the closer we get to Nanan Star, the fewer star beasts there are? Li Huihui leaned against the window, scanning the surroundings. In the outer area, there were piles of star beasts, with body parts occasionally probing through the vehicle. But here, the star beasts on both sides were few and far between. Wang Gang noticed this too, a look of confusion appearing on his face. It shouldn't be like this. Star beasts are supposed to gather towards the stars. There should be more as we go deeper. Moreover, even if the stars' gravitational pull suppress their desire for human souls, there's no reason that not a single star beast would eat food presented right in front of them. Li Huihui glanced at him sideways. Are you hoping the star beasts will attack us? That is not what I meant. I just can't understand. It's too illogical. If star beasts were so docile, they wouldn't be such a great threat to humans like the mutated ones. Li Huihui accepted his explanation, then pondered thoughtfully. Brother Gang, do you think it's possible that there's a more powerful presence inside that is intimidating them? Wang Gang stepped on the brake. It's not impossible. If there's a star beast with a strong territorial instinct wanting to monopolize the star, it makes sense that it wouldn't let other star beasts approach. But how strong would a star beast have to be to intimidate so many others? Through the front windshield, Nanan Square was right ahead. The Nanan star in the center of the square was so conspicuous. Suddenly, he spotted a hint of pink on Nanan star. What is that? Could it be the eye of that powerful star beast? Wang Gang struggled for a moment, then slammed down on the gas pedal. It doesn't matter. We're all going to die anyway. Since we're here, let us go in and take a look. Chapter 56, Not Leaving? Then don't leave. The white mist was thick, and the white-haired giant beast was trapped within it. Roar! Roar! Angry roars echoed through the sky. Damnumans! If you have the guts, come face me head-on. Initially, its white fur almost blended into the white mist. However, at this moment, large patches of fur had fallen off, and its massive body was covered in bloodstains. Suddenly, the white mist condensed and attacked from behind the giant beast. The beast, with its senses dulled, could not dodge in time and received another wound. Pain stimulated its nerves, causing it to angrily smash everything around it. The supermarket where Wang Gang and others had hidden before had already become ruins. The two-story underground parking lot had been smashed through. In the mist, Song Yinwen covered his chest, not daring to show his face. His complexion was as pale as paper. He had been careless and had taken a punch from the giant beast, just one punch, which almost made him see his great-grandmother. Next time he encountered such a mutant, it would be better to let Li Gong handle it. Being in Nanan, the power of the stars was healing his injuries. The continuously replenishing star power wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Song Yinwen once again manipulated the white mist and launched an attack on the giant beast. After grinding for several hours, he had the blessing of the stars, but the giant beast did not. The giant beast was about to exhaust its strength. If he could hold on a bit longer, it would be at his mercy. At that moment, a strong light pierced through the thick mist. The blazing light seemed to reach the heavens and the earth, making the night as bright as day. Song Yinwen squinted and looked toward the light source. He vaguely saw a figure with wings on its back. A bird person? The figure slowly descended. The thick mist was dispersed by the light, and the giant beast regained its senses. It saw Song Yinwen not far away, and the accumulated rage erupted. Roar! With a furious roar, it charged forward on all fours. Powerful forelimbs slammed into the ground, quickly closing the distance to Song Yinwen. Song Yinwen activated the star power, trying to condense the white mist once again. However, just as the mist began to rise, it was dispersed by the light. This is bad. The giant beast was closing in, and he crossed his arms in front of himself. He was prepared for a double arm fracture, but the attack never came. He looked in surprise. A beam of light fell from the sky and pierced the giant beast's head, killing it instantly. Dead. Dead? Song Yinwen's mind went blank. If it weren't for you injuring it, I would have had to go through a lot of trouble. The figure in midair landed, and the wings behind it turned into glowing points that dissipated. Its voice awakened Song Yinwen. Thank you for your assistance. Assistance? Huh, I was just too lazy to wait. The owner of the voice stepped out from the light. Captain of the Judgment Team 7, Judgment 7, under federal orders to apprehend the criminal, Song Yinwen. Dozens of vehicles drove into Nanan Square, instantly making it feel overcrowded. Under Wang Gang's command, they tried to stay away from Nanan Star, parking at the edge. Inside one vehicle, Li Huihui kept her eyes on Nanan Star and whispered, "Brother Gang, it seems quiet up there." Wang Gang glanced around after entering Nanan Square. The height difference of over 10 meters made it impossible for him to see what was above the star. The unknown is often the most terrifying. I'll go take a look. Li Huihui was startled and hurriedly urged him to give up. Don't go. Who knows what's up there? It's too dangerous. Wang Gang paused for a moment, pointing at the sunroof of the car. Want me to climb on top of the car to take a look? Li Huihui's face turned red, realizing she had misunderstood. Then, be careful. Wang Gang stopped talking, manually opened the car's sunroof, and cautiously poked his head out. After waiting a few seconds and seeing nothing unusual, he used his arms to pull himself up and squeezed out through the sunroof. Li Huihui watched him struggle and wanted to ask why he didn't just get out of the car and go off in the hood. It would be much easier. After hesitating for a long time, seeing Wang Gang climb out, she decided not to ask. Otherwise, wouldn't that make him look silly? Wang Gang stood upright on the car roof, feeling a chill from the night wind that made him shiver. He tightened his collar and muttered, "I'm freezing to death." Rubbing his arms, he gazed up at Nanan's star. Without power, the night in Nanan was terrifyingly dark. The moon was taking a break today, and the starlight was inexplicably dim. In summary, 3 words: can't see anything. Wang Gang squinted and peered around for a long time. He couldn't see anything. At that moment, someone nudged his ankle. Startled out of his focus, Wang Gang almost stumbled and fell. Regaining his composure, he saw it was Li Hui and breathed a sigh of relief. "Hui, what is up? Here, take this." Li Hui handed him a phone with very little battery left, but it could last a while longer. Wang Gang took it in confusion. Li Hui said helplessly, "It's a camera. A camera." "Oh." Wang Gang slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. "What is wrong with my brain?" Li Hui sighed, thinking that the man she chose might be a bit silly. Wang Gang opened the phone's camera, switched to night mode, and zoomed in to the maximum. Click. He waited for the circle on the phone to spin. Due to the darkness, it took a full 10 seconds for the image to process. Before he could even look at it, Li Hui urged from below, "Brother Gang, did you take it?" "Let me see. Here." Wang Gang handed the phone through the sunroof, and then, under Li Hui's complicated gaze, returned to the driver's seat. Just as he settled down, a surprised exclamation rang in his ears. "It's a person." Li Hui covered her mouth, staring intently at the phone screen. She loved taking photos, so she bought a phone focused on photography features. Even in such a dark environment, it could capture a rough image. A person? Wang Gang leaned in closer. In the picture, there stood a figure with pink hair on top of the star. Next to her, there seemed to be a slightly raised area, as if someone was lying there. Could she be the one the Star Master said would protect us? Li Hui hesitated for a moment, but looking at the height, she seems to be a child, above the star, and you use star power to cover her eyes, taking in the scene of the convoy not far away. As Wang Gang climbed onto the car roof, she stood up to see what he was doing. When she saw Wang Gang take a photo and then retreat, and you sniffed the air, not detecting any bad odors. "Brother." She called softly but received no response. And Xian was asleep, maintaining an omniscient vision. All the events within 300 meters entered her mind, which was mentally taxing. Now, with the star below regulating the temperature, simulating the most comfortable sleeping environment, and with her little pink-haired companion on alert for danger, and Xian slept soundly. She hesitated for a while, holding her staff at the curved end, and drew Red Princess. "If they don't leave," and you thought, gripping the staff tightly, "then don't leave." Chapter 57. Despicable Schemes, forcing Li Gong to show up. Brother Gang. A little girl is coming over. Li Hui shook Wang Gang and pointed ahead. With pink hair, it was the one they had just photographed. Not only her, and he was also boldly walking over, drawing attention from many people. Pairs of eyes were watching her through the front windshield. "I'm going down to take a look." Wang Gang opened the car door and got out. Li Hui thought to herself that with his burly figure, he surely wouldn't be as good at dealing with children as she was, so she hurried to follow. "I'm going too." Seeing Wang Gang and Li Hui get out, a few brave ones followed. The group stood in front of the convoy. Li Hui's cousin, Li Jin, looked at Yu, who was already 10 meters away, and muttered softly, "She is still holding a knife? She doesn't come with good intentions." And you stopped 3 meters in front of the crowd, holding the knife. Hongji, in front of her, "Please leave here and go somewhere else." The petite and cute girl, holding a knife almost as tall as herself, created a strong contrast. A few people didn't take it seriously, smiling as their tense moods relaxed in an instant. "Nanan Square isn't your home. Why should we leave? We finally found a safe place. We're not going anywhere. The Star Master sent us here. If you have the ability, let the Star Master chase us away." "Exactly. This is a public place." A few spoke up, seeing you as a child and not saying anything too harsh. But they couldn't help but squeeze out a couple of remarks about leaving when their lives were at risk. "Really impressive. You big guys are arguing with a little girl?" Li Hui stopped them and showed a gentle smile to Yu. "Little sister, we're your adults." And you pressed the knife's tip down, halting Li Hui's steps toward her. Her small face was tense, and she didn't answer. "What is a child doing with a knife? What if someone gets hurt? Be good and give the knife to your brother." Li Jin, wanting to help his cousin, pretended to snatch the red knife from Yu's hand. If she were an ordinary child, he might have succeeded. But wasn't you an ordinary child? With her calm and confident demeanor, she certainly was not. And you stepped back and immediately swung the knife down mercilessly. Just in time, Wang Gang grabbed Li Jin by the collar and pulled him down to the ground. Li Jin landed hard, and as he was about to complain about what Wang Gang was doing, he saw the missed strike of the red knife hitting the ground instead. A portion of the blade embedded itself into the hard stone bricks of Nanan Square. Cold sweat broke out on Li Jin's forehead. His earlier dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by gratitude towards Wang Gang. Thank goodness Brother Gang caught me. Otherwise, if that knife had hit me, I wouldn't think my bones could be harder than the stone bricks. Li Jin, having escaped with his life, stood up trembling. His gaze toward Yu took on a layer of ugly filter. Ignoring her delicate and cute appearance, he shouted angrily, "Are you trying to kill someone?" And Yu pulled the red knife from the stone bricks, her star power flowing, and her light pink eyes revealing a chilling coldness. "Leave here. Shut up." Wang Gang punched Li Jin in the face, silencing him. Then he bent down, so Yu wouldn't have to look up at him, his tone taking on a hint of flattery. "Little sister, do you know Xian? Do you know your brother?" And Yu tilted her head slightly, her tense little face relaxing a bit. Misunderstanding. We are all on the same side." Hearing her refer to Xian as brother, Wang Gang was overjoyed. As soon as Yu approached, he felt the red knife looked familiar, but it was too far away and not well lit, so he couldn't see clearly. Only when Li Jin was about to be struck did he recognize the familiar curve of the wooden cane in Yu's hand. "I'm an acquaintance of your brother. I even brought him to Nanan." "Really?" Wang Gang raised 3 fingers on his right hand, looking earnest. "I swear it's true." And Yu remained silent, pondering whether Wang Gang was lying. After a long pause, the red knife fell. "If you're lying to me, when my brother wakes up, he'll kill all of you." Saying this, she turned and walked towards Nanan Star. "My brother is sleeping. Be quiet, don't wake him." Until Yu disappeared from view, Li Jin angrily walked over to Wang Gang. "Brother Gang, is it really necessary?" Wang Gang saw his swollen face and a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Then he said seriously, "I know the Star Master sent us here to seek someone as protection. I have some connections with him. As long as we don't cause trouble, we won't be chased away." Once these words were spoken, everyone was astonished. "Oui, you found a good man. Wow, Brother Gang, your connections are really strong. Even someone who can intimidate so many star beasts is your friend. Brother Gang, introduce us." Wang Gang felt a bit elated, but didn't promise anything. He knew his connection with Xian wasn't that deep. Saying he brought Xian to Nanan was more like he benefited from Xian's influence to arrive smoothly in Nanan. In important matters, Wang Gang never hesitated. With the experience of traveling together, he could shamelessly let Xian not chase them away. However, asking for more would be unreasonable. Nanan military camp. Here, apart from the 13,000 Nanan soldiers, there were 10 times more ordinary people. All had gathered after receiving news, preparing to escape together. In the tent, Chinya glanced at the time anxiously, feeling restless. They had agreed to leave in 5 hours, and time had long passed. The Star Master, the military commander, and the commander had gone out and had not returned, making him anxious. What Chinya didn't know was that the Star Master and the commander he was thinking about were not far from him, in a room a few hundred meters inside the city wall. Song Yinwen and Yang Kai were gagged and tied to chairs. The small room besides them had 5 judgment soldiers. Creaking, the Judgment 7, who had found no trace of Igong, pushed the door open and sat down. "Haven't you said anything?" "No. No matter how we ask, we don't know where Li Gong is." Judgment 7 gradually lost patience. Without Li Gong, it wouldn't be easy to take down the Nanan army. It was that the Nanan army was strong. Even a random Judgment soldier had the power to annihilate the Nanan army. The problem was that what Judgment 7 wanted wasn't the corpses of the Nanan army, but an intact Nanan army. Having Li Gong command them, or taking Li Gong to order the Nanan army to voluntarily stop resisting and follow him was the most reliable plan. Now that Li Gong was hiding and not showing up, Nanan Star City wasn't small. He didn't have time to search inch by inch. "What is the situation with the Nanan army?" Judgment 7 inquired, and Su Chi, responsible for monitoring the Nanan army, answered. "There are very few mutated species outside the city, and the Nanan army hasn't suffered losses. They have gathered over 100,000 Nanan people, seemingly planning to take them away with them. Gathered over 100,000 Nanan people? Judgment 7 tapped his fingers on the table, the rhythm quite pronounced. If Li Gong doesn't come out, then force him out. Go control the Nanan army. Throw 1,000 Nanan people to feed the mutated species. 1 hour, no, half an hour to throw a batch. I want to see how long he can hide. Chapter 58, The Little Tailor, Riding the Heat, woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. As the voice of Judgment 7 fell, Song Yinwen and Yang Kai twisted their bodies wildly, making incomprehensible sounds from their throats. Are they going to confess? Judgment 7 raised his hand to command. Let them speak. Yes. With 2 fingers, he pointed at the 2 men's Adam's apple, and a flicker of star power surged. Song Yinwen and Yang Kai instantly regained their ability to speak. Federation dogs. Let me go. I'll kill you. Beasts. Grass mud horse. Did you hear that? Grass mud horse. Judgment 7's face darkened. Shut them up. Act immediately. Take them with us. Let them see how the people of South and fill the bellies of the mutated beasts. Yes. Judgment 7 flicked his sleeve and led the way out. Floating in the air, he looked toward the direction of South and Star. After searching for Li Gong for so long, he naturally wouldn't let the location of South and Star go. As he approached South and Square, he found star beasts surrounding the outer area, afraid to step inside. Judgment 7 felt a sense of foreboding and chose to retreat. As expected, the people on South and Star were the murderers of Ing, Yu, Li, and Yin. After the mission is completed, I will deal with you. He descended and headed toward the city wall with the other 5 judgment troops who had brought Song Yinwen and Yang Kai. On South and Star, Li Gong found some medicine in the armory below and simply treated his wounds. As he was leaving, he casually dealt with a few low-level mutated beasts. Li Gong. Commander Li, where are you? Li Gong heard a horn calling for him. Following the sound, he spotted a vehicle. Inside was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Are you looking for me? The man looked at Li Gong, stunned for a moment, then became extremely excited. Commander, get in the car. We finally found you. Li Gong's thick brows furrowed, his gaze like a laser, scanning the man. Something's off, very off. What do you want with me? The man's eyes darted, avoiding his gaze. It's the Star Master. The Star Master sent us to find you. Is that so? Li Gong pondered. The judgment troops sent someone to capture him. They wouldn't let the Star Master and the old goat go. He was lucky to encounter in Xian. They might not have such good luck. Suddenly, he smiled, feeling relieved. He opened the car door and got in. Let's go. All right, let's go. The engine roared, and the car sped away, the man eager to floor the accelerator. As they approached the city wall, he did not hear the familiar sounds of cannon fire, only the cries of begging and despair. The driver, hearing the sounds, felt sweat trickling down his palms onto the steering wheel. Li Gong kept his head turned, looking out the window at the city he had lived in for a lifetime. Familiar to the bone. The car stopped at the foot of the city wall, and a man got out to open the door for Li Gong. See, Commander, we're here. His voice was barely audible. Li Gong patted the man's shoulder, not saying a word. He had already seen what blocked his escape route, as well as the judgment troops in white combat uniforms on the city wall. At that moment, the man suddenly broke down, kneeling on the ground and crying. Commander, Commander, I can't do it. They want to feed my daughter to the mutated beasts. My wife is dead. I can't lose my daughter too. I can't do it. I really can't do it. I'm sorry. Get up, it's okay. Li Gong calmly helped the man up, then looked at Judgment 7. Can you let them go? They're just ordinary people who know nothing. I want the Southern Army. Fine, but you have to let them go, Judgment 7's knee struck Li Gong's abdomen. I'm informing you, not negotiating with you. After losing 4 team members, his anger was burning fiercely, and he had no mood to waste time with Li Gong. Let Zhu Qi bind Li Gong, a cold voice drilled into his ears. None of them can live. This is the council's order. Honestly cooperate with me to take the Southern Army away, and I can let them die painlessly. With that, a burst of light surged from his fingertips, piercing the head of the crying man. Just like this. Ding, ding, ding. The phone kept ringing with notifications. And Xian stretched lazily, waking up to find the sun already high in the sky. And Yu was bored, playing with her hair. When she saw him wake up, she did a quick flip. Brother, she called out, immediately clutching her stomach with a pitiful expression. I'm hungry. The feeling of fullness brought by the star beasts was only temporary. To put it bluntly, it was about swallowing star beasts to trick the stomach into feeling full. But once it realized there was nothing, it immediately started to protest. Not even human. Tricking your own stomach. I'll take you to find something to eat later. Okay. The omniscient vision that had rested for a night opened up, revealing the convoy parked at South and Square, which he detected. They weren't eaten by star beasts. He hadn't noticed so many vehicles entering the square yesterday, indicating how deeply he had slept. Suddenly, and you thought of Wang Gang. There's a big guy in there. He said he's your acquaintance. He brought you to South and Wang Gang? And Xian said instinctively, that old guy is still around? I thought he had evacuated with the Federation. And you secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't lie to himself. Thankfully, he didn't kill anyone last night. And Xian shrugged it off and took out his phone. There were 99 messages, all private messages sent to him on the Freedom Forum. What's going on? He was a bit confused. He rarely received 2 private messages throughout the year, but now there are 99 overnight. The Little Tailor. A video has over 100 million views? That's fast. The day he sent 2 videos to the Little Tailor for editing, they were uploaded the same day. How long has it been? And Xian noticed a significant difference in the view counts of the 2 videos. The first one, Men Silent, Women in Tears, South and After the Collapse of Order, had less than 1 million views, while the second one, The Awakening of a Beautiful College Student, had already surpassed 100 million. The difference in their reward amounts was also huge. What? Just because the second episode features Chung Xian? Is this the power of LSP? It shouldn't be. Chung Xian is beautiful, but not to this extent. He was puzzled. However, he still had to give the promised reward. He replied to the Little Tailor, who was still sending messages. Traveler Chasing Stars. Over 100 million views. You won't miss out on the fur of a B-level mutated beast. However, some are too large to carry, so I can only give you enough to fill a backpack. Lastly, a restriction. Each video can only earn a reward once. And the view count is valid for 1 month from the date of release. The last 2 restrictions were supplementary clauses to prevent the Little Tailor from exploiting any bugs. Otherwise, a video could gradually accumulate views. Moreover, every time a threshold was crossed, a reward was to be collected. He wouldn't dare to exploit the system like that. The Little Tailor was very satisfied with this, sending several messages of thanks, and then provided his shipping address, promising to pay upon delivery. In front of the computer, the Little Tailor looked at the trending list on StarNet, seeing the hot search soaring to the top, and chuckled foolishly. The president of the Beauty Association, Su Mei, appointing Chung Xian as the secretary of the Beauty Association and granting her full authority to handle all affairs of the association. Under this hot search, the first hot comment was from the Little Tailor. Little Tailor, the 19-year-old college student Chung Xian. Who is she? Please click the link to learn more about the growth journey of this beautiful college student. As the Little Tailor thought about receiving a piece of B-level mutated beast fur, he was so excited that he slammed his fist on the table. Chung Xian is amazing. Riding this wave of heat feels so good. Unfortunately, he was so overwhelmed by the surprise that he clearly forgot that the popularity had just begun. He then sought in Xian to cash in. Otherwise, in a month, reaching 1 billion views wouldn't have been impossible. Chapter 59 Danger. Esteemed Judge 7. This is the Federal Military Department. How may I assist you? Connecting to the General Army. All right, please hold on. The captain of the Judgment Army has the authority to contact the Federal General Army. However, it is customary to first contact the Military Department, where an operator confirms if the General Army is available before transferring the call. After about 3 minutes, the operator confirmed. The General has agreed to the communication request and is connecting you now. Beep, beep, beep. Judge 7. The simple 3 words entered Judge 7's ears through the receiver. He seemed to see a towering mountain, a heavy and majestic aura rushing towards him, forcing him to lower his head. General, speak. There was an accident during the Nanan operation, and an unknown powerful individual was discovered. 4 members of the Judgment Army were lost. A few seconds of silence felt like centuries to Judge 7. He lowered his head even further, his heart pounding so fast it felt like it would burst out. The general on the other end held the power of the Federal Army and was responsible for all military operations. Huh. The general suddenly chuckled lightly, with an unmistakable sarcasm in his laughter. Why come to my military department about the affairs of the Judgment Army instead of reporting to the Federal Congress? Judge 7 didn't dare to answer. If he did, he would surely offend someone. The military department oversees the Federal Army's affairs, while the Judgment Army is a military unit directly under the Federal Congress, which is against protocol. Moreover, a Star Warrior has emerged in the military and will be immediately transferred to the Star Warrior Division. According to common sense, the two departments should be clearly defined. However, the Judgment Army and the Decision Army, which is composed of Star Warriors, have been established despite the irregularities. Faced with the Federal Congress is a blatant power grab. The general of the military department and the commander of the Star Warrior Division had no way to respond and dared not voice their anger. After all, nominally, the Federal Congress is the highest authority in the Federation. The military department and the Star Warrior Division are under the Congress. The few things they could do were essentially to ignore the existence of these two armies and to create some obstacles within the scope of executing Congress orders, just to annoy the 72 foolish congressmen. Is there anything else? I'm busy. The general's voice was deep and clearly impatient. I would like to request the military department to initiate a bombing on Nanan. Judge 7 steeled himself to state his purpose. After dealing with the Nanan army, he weighed his options for facing Anshin and found the odds were not great. However, the federal order was to execute everyone in Nanan except the target personnel. Anshin was naturally included in the execution range. Moreover, with 4 of his younger brothers dead, if he just threw down his responsibilities and ran away, how would the remaining team members look at him? How could he still be the captain, unable to fight back and unable to leave? Judge 7 thought long and hard and decided to request a bombing from the military department. Unsure how long Anshin would stay in Nanan, he figured that seeking help might be too late, so he decided on a high-intensity, all-encompassing cleansing bombing for a one-time solution. Bombing Nanan? The general was about to retort, suggesting that the Congress issue the order first, when he suddenly remembered an application he received that morning. He pulled out a document from the top of his drawer. No. 8 Research Institute. Application for test explosion of Star Core missile. Opening it, the first page had a simple introduction. Star Core missile, pending testing and improved Star Warrior technology based on excavated prehistoric nuclear bomb data. Most materials have been replaced with high-purity star ore, and then infused with star power day and night by 1 S-class and 10 A-class Star Warriors, maximizing the star power contained within the star ore. The Star Core missile will detonate the star power in the star ore after a nuclear explosion at the target site, causing a secondary explosion and resonating with the star power in the air, exponentially increasing both the range and the power. The general pondered for a moment. Bombing Nanan is acceptable, but I require the Judgment 7 team to unconditionally execute 10 tasks for the military department. Judge 7's eyes widened in disbelief. Unconditionally execute 10 tasks? If he dared to accept that, the Congress could have his family confiscated. Impossible. At most 3. All right, the general agreed, saying that a few tasks were not important. He would have the Judgment 7 team dress in women's clothing to stand at the military department's entrance. He would then have someone record it and post the video online, and even spend his own money to hire some water army. When the incident escalated, some in the Congress would likely be so furious they wouldn't be able to sleep. Seal the city, retreat. Purpose achieved, Judge 7 commanded. 1,000 star transport trucks, urgently requisitioned from other star cities overnight, carried 13,000 soldiers from Nanan out of the city. After the last truck exited, the city gates slammed shut, trapping the 100,000 soldiers from Nanan inside. Judge 7 had promisedly gone to make their deaths quick. When the missile detonated, it would kill them instantly. How quick that would be. Soon, all the trucks stopped on a plateau 10,000 meters away from Nanan Star City. In the lead vehicle, the 6 members of Judge 7's team sat with Song, Lee, and Yang. Not going to take another look. Soon, Nanan Star City would exist only in history. Judge 7 stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking in the view of Nanan Star City through the front windshield. Song Yen-1 and the other 3 closed their eyes and said nothing. If it weren't for their breathing, they would appear to be 3 lifeless statues. They continued to try to awaken their star power, but it was futile. Under the constraints of Ju Chi's abilities and Judge 7's enhancements, the star power within them was almost locked down, and at that moment, aside from their high physical strength. They were no different from ordinary people. Not receiving an answer, Judge 7 didn't mind. His gaze shifted to Nanan. He wanted to personally witness the destruction of this city, the people within it, and the murderer who killed his 4 team members in the bombing. Behind the Nanan army convoy, a driver from Genia followed. Too late. Did you see clearly? Are you sure it was the Judgment Army that took them away? There's no mistake. I saw Judge 7 when they left the city. Trouble. The 2 men in black frowned. In the past, whenever something happened, the Federation was always the last to arrive. This time, they were surprisingly fast. What to do? Wait a little longer. An army with military spirit is too rare to give up on. Look over there. One pointed out the window, and the other followed his gaze to see a vehicle hidden 200 to 300 meters away. The style of the vehicle was very different from that of the Federal transport truck. The 2 exchanged glances. Have we stumbled upon fellow travelers? Meanwhile, the people in that vehicle also noticed them, hiding and sneaking around. It was obvious they were from Genia. The driver sneered in mockery. The person beside him chimed in. We don't seem to be very above board either. We are the Radiant Council, representing light. But we are still hiding here. The driver fell silent in anger. Change it. When we get back, I'll apply to have this clueless, oblivious teammate replaced. Nanan star. Anshin felt a thought stir. The progress bar appeared. 99, 16, I thought I would get it by evening. At this rate, it won't TB long before it's full. Anshin slid down from Nanan star. I'm going to get some food from Gongzi. Aye. And you was about to say to go together when an extreme stench suddenly emerged. Her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. The crisis in her brain nearly causing her to faint. Her fair, delicate arms propped against the ground as she staggered to get up. Anshin, through his omniscient perspective, sensed in Yu's abnormality and quickly returned to the star. He helped in Yu up, one hand red and the other blue, while sorting out in Yu's body and soothing her soul. Are you all right? Under the effect of his full hand, and Yu soon regained consciousness, her face showing panic. Danger. Danger. Brother, there is danger. Chapter 60. Treasure Hunter? I already am. Danger? What danger could there be? And Xian take it seriously. What is a deadly danger to Yu is nothing more than a small matter to him. However, Yu's next words dispelled his thoughts. Unlike the black clouds. This time I want to bring my brother in too. Still dangerous. Upon hearing this, Xian put away his nonchalance, and his expression gradually became serious. Do you mean that there is danger even for me? Yes, yes. And Yu has repeatedly proven her abilities. Therefore, Xian did not doubt her judgment. The fact that Yu was panicking to this extent and could only speak normally with his help suggested that it might be quite troublesome. Xian gently stroked Yu's pink long hair, using his hand to continuously brush away her anxious emotions. It's okay. I'm here. The sky won't fall. Yu leaned closer to Xian and indeed felt a lot more at ease. Can you sense where the danger is? Xian planned to take the initiative and eliminate the so-called danger in its cradle. Yu timidly glanced around. The feeling of imminent death just now left her with lingering fears, making her dare not try again. Xian did not force her. He still had trump cards he hadn't revealed and was confident in dealing with everything. The southern star beneath his feet further amplified his confidence. I'll go get you something to eat first. Xian gestured for Yu to let go so he could go down and get some food. Eating something might help a bit. At this moment, not wanting to disappoint him, Yu steeled her resolve, closed her eyes, and quickly twitched her nose to sense her surroundings. The color rushed out of her delicate face. In the blink of an eye, her rosy little apple cheeks turned pale as paper. She swayed and hurriedly hugged Xian's leg to avoid falling down. There's S everywhere. Yu seemed stunned, her distinctly defined eyelashes trembling, and the terror in her light pink eyes was about to overflow. Suddenly, she tugged at Xian's sleeve and urged him to run down. Brother, let us go. We need to leave here. There's danger everywhere. South and is full of danger. We can still make it if we run now. Yu's incoherent state made Xian feel nervous. Danger is everywhere in Southen? The answer seemed obvious. Is the Federation going to bombard the place? He still couldn't quite understand. Since Southen had become this way, was it really necessary? It couldn't possibly be just to kill him, right? If the general staff knew what he was thinking, they would surely say it was a misunderstanding. To put it bluntly, When Xian had exposed, so far was indeed not enough for the Federation to eliminate him with missile strikes. Unless the dual-handed method, which could heal souls, was exposed and he had joined the opposing camp, there was a possibility. This time it was purely bad luck, encountering the destruction of South Un and the trial explosion of the Star Core missile. And Xian sensed the progress bar. 99-18. It felt a bit regretful to leave at this moment. Should he tough it out? And Xian felt conflicted. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it. Conventional firepower weapons were ineffective against him. As for missiles, he couldn't say he was completely immune, but protecting himself and you shouldn't be a big problem. However, he hadn't forgotten that there were still a few members of the Judgment Army alive. If he overexerted himself and let those few old dogs take advantage, he would have to reveal his trump card, which could lead to disaster. Forget it, better to dodge for now. At worst, he could come back after the explosions. And Xian held the Red Princess, picked up in you, and jumped down from South and Star. Do you know how much time is left? And you curled up in his arms, recalling the crisis she sensed. About half an hour. That's enough time. Little brother. Wang Gang had been paying attention to the direction of South, and since he woke up in the morning. And Xian didn't get up. He didn't dare to disturb him. Now that he had finally hoped for Xian to come down, he immediately went over to greet him. Gongzi. And Xian responded and decided to take Wang Gang with him. He had 2 hands, and carrying someone else wouldn't affect his speed. South and is going to explode. I need a driver. Come with me. The joy of reunion froze on Wang Gang's face. No, big brother. Just as we meet. You tell me South and is going to explode? We haven't seen each other for a long time, though it hasn't been that long. That's not important. What is important is that we should sit down together and reminisce about the experiences of these past few days, right? He stammered a question. You said. I said South is going to explode, and before long, boom, it's going to explode. And Xian grabbed Wang Gang by the collar and was about to leave. Why ask so much? You just need to know that I can help you see tomorrow's sun. Wang Gang's mind went blank. From seeing in Xian to imagining the reunion with an old friend to being told that South and was about to be gone. And then being lifted up, it all happened in less than half a minute. Not far away, Li Huihui was always watching Wang Gang. When she saw him being picked up, she thought Xian was going to harm him. Completely focused on Wang Gang, she immediately panicked. Gongzi, what are you doing? Let go of Gongzi. Who is this again? And Xian frowned slightly. Hearing Li Huihui's voice, Wang Gang quickly came to his senses. He struggled hard, and his collar was torn apart before he finally got down from Xian's hands. Huh? What? Don't you want to live? And Xian was puzzled. In his impression, Wang Gang was someone who valued his life. Before Wang Gang could speak, he took the initiative to save himself. This old fellow actually didn't want to? I want to live, but I can't leave. Wang Gang hugged the rushing Li Huihui tightly, and Xian understood. He hadn't seen that side of him before. He was quite the romantic. Really not considering coming with me? When you came, didn't you say that after returning from South and you would buy equipment and become a treasure hunter? Wang Gang grinned foolishly, tightening his embrace around Li Huihui. I already am. TSK. And Xian said no more, lightly tapping his toes, and quickly soared into the distance with Yu in his arms. Little brother, you're a good person. Gongzi wishes you smooth sailing in the future. As his voice fell, he stared blankly in the direction Xian had left for a long time. Just now, he had personally given up the hope of living. Li Huihui looked up at Wang Gang, her face full of guilt. Hearing their conversation, she realized what Wang Gang had lost. Gongzi, what are you doing? Don't you want to die together with me? No. That is not what I mean. Li Huihui quickly waved her hands, and seeing the smile on Wang Gang's face, she realized she had been teased. She wasn't angry, but she didn't continue the topic. Who is that person? Oh, he has called in Xian, very capable. He will definitely be a big shot in the future. Wang Gang showed a proud expression. To meet such an impressive character is because of my Wang Gang's accumulated virtue in my past life. Li Huihui pouted, feeling a sense of sourness arise. Isn't it because you met me? Why are you jealous of him, guy? Come on, both of you are. If you hadn't met him, I wouldn't have met you either. Isn't the logic? Humph. Wang Gang suddenly scooped her up in a princess carry, causing Li Huihui to exclaim in surprise. Let's go up to South and Star. I've never seen what it looks like up there. At this moment, The countdown to the arrival of the Star Core missile at South and was ticking down. 0, 23, 21. Chapter 61. Difficult to repay human kindness. Hard to betray true feelings, little pink hair. What exactly is your ability? Ancienne asked inquiringly while rushing. After such a long time, and you had already returned to normal. She rubbed her nose, pondering how to organize her words. I think of a thing or a matter in my heart, and then consume star power to be able to smell either a fragrance or a foul odor. The two smells represent positive and negative results, and the intensity of the smell is linked to the degree of the outcome. Is that so? Although it is auxiliary, if developed well, it is indeed remarkable. By the way, brother, if I encounter a great danger, like the black clouds last time or just now, I would sense a strong foul odor even if I don't actively smell it. It also has a warning function. Ancienne suddenly thought of a question. So, when you first met me and said you smelled that I was a good person, was that actually a lie? Anu's swaying hair stood still, and she quickly buried her head in Ancienne's neck, not saying a word. Can anything be more tragic than receiving a good person card for the first time in life from a little girl? Answer. The good person card from the little girl is fake. Ancienne felt a blow. 2 years ago, he was not as hurt as he was now when the old man took the black brick. Little pink hair, you can't lie to me anymore. Do you understand? Ancienne said earnestly. He didn't want to constantly impose his omniscient perspective on Anu. Otherwise, it would make him seem very hentai. Anu quickly responded, fearing that if she was slow, Ancienne would think her heart was not sincere. While rushing, Ancienne deliberately released star power. The powerful star power intimidated the passing aberrant species. When passing by the Jinyan Garden community, Ancienne stopped. He remembered that his bag was still at the Chung family. Since he was passing by, he might as well take it with him instead of leaving it behind. The Jinyan Garden community was desolate, with no one around. Ancienne locked onto Chung Xian's bedroom window, leaped, and broke in through the window. On the desk lay a regular black backpack. Ancienne grabbed the bag, paused for a moment, and reached inside to take out a forehead guard. It was the star or forehead guard that Wang Gang had given him when they parted ways in the city. Instantly, a myriad of emotions flooded his heart, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Brother, what is this? It is a reliance for surviving in the wasteland, and it was the most precious thing from that big guy. But not anymore. Ancienne shook his head and laughed. Now the most precious thing to him is his treasure. As he spoke, he couldn't smile anymore. Human kindness is hard to repay, and true feelings are hard to betray. Ancienne could watch South and be destroyed, with hundreds of thousands dying before him, and not feel a thing. He could even press the missile launch button as long as the benefits were in place. That wouldn't be a problem. But regarding Wang Gang, who, when he had almost nothing, gave his most precious thing to his silly big guy, having the ability yet not saving him. That hurdle in his heart was not so easy to overcome. And you looked at the forehead guard. The plain straps and the star or piece with hardly any patterns gave off a strong sense of poor craftsmanship. She wondered if this thing was precious. The fragrance at her nose told her the answer. Brother, do you want to save that big guy? Ancienne remained silent for a long time before counter-questioning. I need to know, what is your standard for judging danger? In terms of my situation, is it based on the ability I have displayed? This is very important. If it endangers myself, whether it's Wang Gang or Li Gang, personal safety is always the priority. Living means having a chance to feel guilty. However, in a situation where I wouldn't be affected, if I could save but chose not to, that not would take root in my heart. Anu's slender brows furrowed slightly, her small face showing a troubled expression. This question was difficult to answer. She only knew that a good outcome smelled good, while a bad outcome smelled foul, but she really couldn't specify the criteria for judgment. Seeing this, Ancienne understood. So you are unclear about your own ability. Got it. He picked up little pink hair and jumped downstairs. After putting her down, the red Heim stood in front of him. Bankai Canet. Ancienne uttered 4 words, and a massive woman's phantom slowly solidified behind him. At that moment, Anu's eyes suddenly widened. It's gone. The foul odor is gone. Although there was no fragrance produced, the absence of the foul odor meant that there wouldn't be any accidents. She curiously stared at the woman's phantom behind Ancienne. As soon as this sister appeared, the foul odor disappeared. How powerful! Ancienne cut off the supply of star power. The semi-phantom red Heim dissipated. The half-broken cane shell restored itself. A smile then appeared on his lips. It seems your ability is based on known information to make judgments about things. The ability I haven't shown you counts as unknown information and is not within the consideration range. And Xian put away the forehead guard, picked up in you, and turned back to South and Star. Wang Zi, oh Wang Zi, your life is really good. A mere missile cleaning is nothing to mention. As for those judgment troops, and Xian quickened his pace. The Red Heim had already been summoned. Now, he didn't need to consider whether he would be ambushed, but rather whether he should go catch them. It's not necessarily the case. To settle a score is his life principle. The Federation used missiles to bomb in Xian, and in Xian killing a few judgment troops, it's a fair exchange. Countdown to the arrival of the Star Core missile at South in 007:36. And Xian returned to South and Star. He found Wang Gang and Li Huihui passionately kissing on the Star. Furious, and Xian kicked both of them from behind. I'm exhausted running back and forth, and you two are quite happy. Who dares? Little brother, how long does it take to go from furious to surprised? Wang Gang felt that a millisecond was enough. How did you come back? After Li Huihui got up, she shyly shrank behind Wang Gang under an Yu's gaze. Hearing Wang Gang's inquiry, she also showed a curious expression, and Xian unhappily took out the forehead guard. Do you know what this is? Isn't this the star or forehead guard I gave you? No. And Xian threw the forehead guard to an Yu to play with. This is your life. I. Wang Gang reacted quickly. Hearing this meant he was going to save himself? And Huihui wouldn't die? He wanted to express his gratitude, but choked up and couldn't say a word. Get lost. Don't bother me here. Okay. Countdown to the arrival of the Star Core missile at South in 001:11. Judgment 7 looked up at the sky. In the high heavens, a firelight streaked across. It's here. In a minute, there will be a grand fireworks display ahead. In the back seat, Song Yanwen and the others remained silent with their eyes closed. But tears slipped down the corners of their eyes. They didn't want to see the fireworks at the cost of Southen. Not far away, the people from the Yingguang Council and the Silent Night shared the same doubts. What is that? A missile? What use is just one missile? Countdown to the arrival of the Star Core missile at South in 000:42. Brother, I know. And Xian tightly held the Red Heim, just about to activate the Bankai when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! South and Star City check-in progress 100. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ding! South and Star City check-in progress 100. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Romantic Cannon. Pumpkin Cannon. The next check-in Star City has been unlocked. Please proceed to Jureo, Star City, to complete the check-in. Pumpkin? And Xian was momentarily distracted. Is it that gun-type Imperial tool where the user's degree of danger is proportional to the power released? The system transmitted the relevant information to his brain. As he expected, the Romantic Cannon had some modifications. In a critical moment, the foundation that greatly enhances power remains unchanged. Combining the star force of this world, pure mental energy is activated, which can then be triggered by a mix of star force and mental power. Personal recommendation. Highly recommend Akame ga Kill, a super sweet romantic and warm-blooded anime. An absolute healing masterpiece. Sincere face. JPG, brother. And you pushed in Xian, almost crying in urgency. She could already see the tail flame of the Star Core missile cutting through the sky, but unexpectedly, Xian suddenly became quiet. Here it comes. It's coming. And Xian was pulled away from the memories of his past life, where he used to watch anime alone in the deep of the night, moved to tears. Just then, the reminder for completing the check-in popped up. Damn system, are you doing this on purpose? Cursing under his breath, the space in front of him cracked open, revealing a super large gun with a metallic texture, carved with mysterious patterns. And Xian reached out to grab it, just about to throw it aside when a crazy idea suddenly sprouted in his heart. How about trying out the power of this thing? On the plateau, 10,000 meters away, Judge 7 answered the phone, respectfully lowering his head. Committee Member Chi, an hour ago, the He family conglomerate reported that the gold medal freelancer in Xian has the ability to cultivate Star Warriors. He is currently in South End, and after an emergency meeting, It was decided that you must bring him back at all costs. Bring him back? Is there a problem? Judge 7 looked at the missile that had already reached the sky above South and his throat dry, and he found it difficult to swallow, feeling that there was indeed a problem. Under the South and Star, Wang Gang and Li Huihui held hands tightly. Brother Gang, can Mr. do it? Huh? Wang Gong shooted loudly. The huge sound generated by the Star Core missile landing made it hard for him to hear what Li Huihui said. Turning to look, he saw the panic and fear on Li Huihui's face. He quickly pulled Li Huihui into his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. Believe in the little brother. He can definitely do it. Above the stars. And Xian's heart raced as he made a crazy decision. A red light glowed from his body, using the ability of the red hand to maximize the reduction of his physical strength. Star Force, his own mental power, and the undigested mental power from devouring the dark clouds flowed into the raised pumpkin cannon without reservation, leaving nothing for himself. The more dangerous the situation, the greater the power of the romantic cannon. And Xian wanted to see how powerful the pumpkin would be when his own strength was suppressed to the lowest and the danger level increased. Of course, the safety of his life could not be overlooked. The Red Princess, which was within reach, was his guarantee. Even if everything went wrong in the end, there would be no problem in saving the people in South and Square. A vast amount of energy gathered along the patterns on the cannon-shaped pumpkin towards the cannon mouth. The energy ball, condensed to the extreme with star force and mental power, burst forth in dazzling golden light, even tearing tiny cracks in space. And you looked up at the sky, not daring to directly gaze at the pumpkin, whose fierce light was comparable to the blazing sun. At this moment, she had a doubt. It wasn't about where Xian pulled out such a big gun, but whether Xian was blind enough to aim at the missile. Brother, aim a little to the left. She couldn't help but remind him. And Xian grinned and made no movement. Aim? Not needed. Cannons are never meant to be aimed. Just then, the Star Core missile was only a kilometer away from Southen, and Xian gently pulled the trigger with his right index finger. The energy ball gathered at the pumpkin cannon's mouth froze for a moment before suddenly exploding. It spread out from a point, instantly expanding to 100 meters. Blow it up for me. 100-meter diameter energy pillar shot into the sky. Buzz at this moment, time seemed to pause, and the world fell silent. Including in Xian, everyone was deprived of hearing and vision. 10,000 meters away, Judge 7's phone fell with a thud. He saw the light. A brilliant golden light engulfed the Star Core missile, shooting straight up into the sky. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, revealing a massive void. He imagined what would happen if this strike were aimed at him. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. There was no escaping. He would definitely die. Not a trace would remain. The Star Core missile collapsed under the power of this shot. The nuclear explosion was extinguished the moment it occurred by the light pillar. Just as Xian was about to stylishly put away the gun and casually say that it, an extremely massive wave of energy brewed in the air. The Star Core missile, the star, before the nuclear. The power of Xian's shot was stronger than a nuclear explosion. It caused a second star explosion effect that exceeded the expectations of the 8th Research Institute. The vast majority of the Star Core missile structure used high-purity star, ore. After being infused day and night by 1 S-class and 10 A-class Star Warriors, each consuming at least 1 empty 3 times. This means that the star power reserves within it are equivalent to at least 3 S-class and 30 Star Warriors, which is terrifying. Such a vast amount of star power, when ignited in an instant, could cause a star power riot, easily leveling a star city. Having partial authority over South and Star, and Xian was particularly sensitive to the fluctuations of star power in South and Star City. Almost instantly, he sensed something unusual. Star power riot? This was similar to his initial intention to provoke a star power riot to find Chung Xin. But the methods used by the Star Core missile were extremely extreme, far from his peaceful approach. The consequences caused would likely leave South and, apart from the star, in complete ruins. No wonder there was only one missile. And Xian murmured, continuously drawing star power from South and Star to restore himself. If it were before, I might not have been able to, at most just barely protecting myself and little pink hair, but before is ultimately before. It would be too ridiculous to try to provoke a star power riot in front of someone who holds the power of the star. Calming his mind, he felt the original star power in the star rejoicing. His consciousness gradually merged with South and star. This deep fusion was the first since gaining authority. The warmth of curling up in the womb of the mother body came again. This time, Ancien did not resist. He indulged in it, enjoying it endlessly. Meanwhile, Anu stared wide-eyed in shock. She saw that the star, which was said to be unchanging and impervious to human power, had actually changed. The star body beneath Ancien's feet softened, and he gradually sank, as if wanting to take root within. When he sunk to his knees, Ancien suddenly awakened. He felt himself merging with South and star, indistinguishable from one another. The power of the star, merging with the star. With this, he grasped the star power of South and star in his hands. Chapter 63. This girl has backbone powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. An almost inexhaustible and boundless star power filled his entire body. Ancien took a deep breath, exhaling air that was condensed star power. He looked up at the core of the star explosion, a place beyond the perception range of omniscience, which Ancien could not sense. But didn't he matter? With a thought, the unconscious star power was dispersed, creating an absolute star power-free environment near the star explosion. Without star power, triggering a star power riot was a joke. Immediately, endless star power flowed through Ancien's body and into the pumpkin cannon. Ancien spoke lightly. Is that what you call a missile? The energy at the cannon's mouth surged explosively. A 100-meter golden energy column suddenly expanded tenfold. Even the overflow of energy was stronger than Ancien's full-powered shot before. This is the power of the stars, the strongest and peak power in this world. The star power around the star explosion was stripped away. Only the star power contained within the missile remained. Although not weak, it was merely a futile resistance before the stars. The remnants of the star core missile completely disintegrated in the beam of light. The energy column surged upward, crashing into the sky with a thunderous explosion. The rolling clouds dissipated in an instant. The entire Nanan was cloudless for miles. In the bright sky, a second sun appeared. Everyone in Nanan, including those on the plateau 10,000 meters away, witnessed this miraculous sight of two suns in the sky. As the energy column gradually dispersed, Ancien casually retracted the cannon and uttered the two words he had held back for a long time. Is that it? Brother is so amazing. And you? The comic relief cheered at the right moment. Looking at Ancien's bright eyes, her admiration was evident. From now on, she and you would be Ancien's #1 little fan. Ancien pretended to be indifferent and waved his hand, looking relaxed and casual, raising his cool factor to the maximum. It's just a missile. I didn't even use 1/3 of my strength. Wow. Ancien felt it was about time. If he continued to act, he would give himself away. He pushed against the pumpkin and tried to pull his leg out, but it wouldn't come out. What the hell? Ancien focused again and merged back into the Nanan star. After a while, his expression gradually turned grim. He could go deeper, but getting out? Dream on. And you noticed his trouble and rushed over to hug Ancien's leg, trying to pull him out. After much effort, it was still futile. Brother, what? What should we do? She anxiously thought of a solution when suddenly she spotted the Red Princess. In her mind, this knife could cut through anything. And you perked up and quickly drew the Red Princess, aiming for the star near Ancien's leg. Clang! The clash of metal echoed. The Red Princess, which had never failed in her mind, was thwarted for the first time. No way, this knife can't cut it either. Ancien, who had been pondering a strategy, suddenly got an idea as you struck the star with the Red Princess. Little Pink Hair used the knife to chop my leg. Okay, no, don't chop. And you took a small step back while holding the Red Princess. Her cautious expression was adorably cute. Let me think of another way. I can't chop my leg off, or it will be gone. It's fine, come on, Ancien encouraged with a smile. If they couldn't do anything about the star, they could change the target. As for his leg, whether it was with both hands or the Red Princess's bankai, it could grow back. It couldn't be that his leg had to be original like his eyes, right? Shouldn't he? Maybe, probably not. Thinking of his eyes, Ancien felt a bit unsure again. System, can my leg grow back if it's gone? Yes. This time, the system didn't keep him in suspense and answer quickly. Ancien felt relieved. I'll trust you once, if you trick me. You'll have to pay me back with 2 legs. After communicating with the system, Ncien calmed down and tried to persuade you from another angle. Don't worry about chopping. Think about it. If I end up in a wheelchair, you'll have to push me around, and you won't have to worry about me not. Puffed. The knife was quick, and the cut was smooth. Ncien didn't even prepare himself and fell to the ground with a thud. Hiss. With both legs broken, he gasped, his mind filled with one thought. This girl has backbone. And you squatted down at the spot where Ncien's legs had been broken, wanted to see if they could grow back. Her eyes sparkled, and even without omniscient vision, Ncien knew what she was thinking. Activating his red hand, the broken legs quickly stopped bleeding. Bone grew back, wrapped in blood vessels, forming flesh. Drawing on the source star power of Nanan, he supplied energy to the red hand, and the 2 little legs that had been lost quickly restored. Sigh. Did you just sigh? No. I said brother's legs can recover. That's great. Did you say so much? Uh-huh. Ncien was too lazy to argue with her, standing up and standing barefoot on the star. This was his first time using the red hand for limb regeneration, and he had to see if it was any different from before. He bounced in place for a while and kicked sideways a few times, and he had his answer. The new limbs were not as good as before, but after some time of star power circulation and nourishment, they would be fine. At this moment, Ncien noticed that the Nanan star was slowly healing, and the remnants of his legs disappeared. He stood still for a moment, sheathed the red princess, and threw the pumpkin back to Inu. I punish you to carry the cannon. And you instinctively reached out. The red princess was about her height, and the pumpkin was even taller than her. As she grabbed it, it knocked her down. Luckily, at the last moment, Ncien caught the pumpkin cannon, preventing it from hitting her. Can you carry it? And you got up and hoisted the pumpkin onto her frail shoulder. With the assistance of star power, she adjusted her position several times before stabilizing it. She smiled at Ncien as if she had achieved something. I can. Ncien used omniscient vision to check her physical condition, confirming that carrying the pumpkin wouldn't overload her body. Not bad. And you tilted her little head slightly, her face beaming with a bright smile, and her swaying hair looked very happy. The 2 of them descended from the Nanan star, one in front and one behind. Ncien felt angry just thinking about losing his legs. Although they had grown back now, it had really hurt when they broke. He couldn't let those Judgment Army members go. He had to take them down to vent his anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't even enjoy his meals. Little pink hair. Can you find the Judgment? He paused, suddenly realizing that Inu had never seen other Judgment Army members. Not to mention Inu. He hadn't seen them himself. He had killed the 4 he had encountered. In the puzzled gaze of Inu, he thought of a different approach. Can you find someone wearing the same white battle uniform as Shadow 7, who is closest to us? If he couldn't find a person, he could find the clothes. The Judgment Army's battle uniforms couldn't be common goods found everywhere. And you recalled the details of that battle uniform, especially the wing and sword pattern on the chest. When he burned Shadow 7's battle uniform, even the star power couldn't burn that part. It was only after Ncien acted that it was destroyed. Therefore, she had a deep impression of that white battle uniform. After recalling enough, and you put down the pumpkin and closed her eyes to carefully sniff. Meanwhile, on the plateau 10,000 meters outside the city, members of the Judgment 7 team felt an inexplicable sensation. The strongest of Judgment 7 keenly sensed strands of star power clinging to his battle uniform. He immediately tore it off and thought of something, looking toward Nanan with a changed expression. Quickly isolate all star power that doesn't belong to you. No. Throw the battle uniform off. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered those behind him. Set off. Depart immediately. Chapter 64. Listen, let us not live anymore over there. And you opened her eyes and pointed in a direction. It would have been fine if the members of the Judgment Team 7 had thrown away their combat suits as soon as they were discovered. The problem was, as soon as they were spotted, Judgment Team 7 tore apart the Star Force threads. In that instant, and you gained something? All right. And Ncien picked up his knife, saying, Wait here. I'll take care of them and come back to get you. And you grabbed the corner of Ncien's clothes, then released it a few seconds later. Okay. And Ncien knelt down and extended his pinky. Don't worry. I'll definitely come back to get you. Let's make a pinky promise. The one who breaks it is a little dog. And you quickly hooked her pinky around Ncien's. Pinky promise. After completing the childish but sincere ritual, and Xian ruffled her hair. Soon. Strange. Where are the people? They had reached the city wall, but Xian hadn't seen any trace of the Judgment Army. Not only them, but even the Southern Army was nowhere to be found. All that remained was a large group of Southern and people gathered here, spontaneously resisting the aberrant species. After a moment of thought, he slapped his forehead. He should have realized it earlier. Anyone daring enough to use such powerful weapons to bomb Southern and would definitely have fled. But what about the Southern Army? There were no signs of life or corpses. Had they all run away together? He climbed up the city wall, where there were all kinds of people, each busy with their own tasks, and not a single person paid attention to him. He casually grabbed a middle-aged man to ask, "Where did the Southern Army go?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. They ran away. Even the Star Master and the Army Master fled with a few people in white clothes. He didn't mention the Chief of Star Warfare, because ordinary people didn't know much about Star Warriors, and Yang Kai, the Chief of Star Warfare, was outside his knowledge. And Xian shook his head. Impossible. There must be something wrong. With their personalities, if they could actively run away with the Judgment Army, that would be insane. Do you know which direction they went? The middle-aged man pointed to a highland. They were just there. You could see their convoy with a telescope. They wanted to see if Southern was bombed, watching us get blown to bits. Luckily, with the blessing of Southern Star, the bombs were neutralized, so they left. Blessed by Southern Star? And Xian chuckled, I suppose so. All right, thanks. He walked toward the edge of the city wall. The middle-aged man was puzzled about why he was taking a stick to the edge of the wall, wondering if he intended to poke at the star beast from a distance. And Xian took out the protective headband given by Wang Gang and put it on. Feeling something was missing, he took it off again, drew out Hongji, and carved a swirling pattern on it. His fingertips stroked the star mineral fragments. That's it. He secured the headband, ensuring that the radiation wouldn't affect his brain. Then, under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man, he jumped down from the towering city wall. Young man, don't jump. He quickly ran over. Where Xian had jumped down, a crowd had already gathered, even though they were locked inside the city. With so many people encouraging each other, not a single person had committed suicide. Unexpectedly, the first to commit suicide was not a woman, nor an elderly person, but rather a young boy. What are you? The middle-aged man ran over, falling silent. He saw Xian land steadily and wave at the top. No. Nothing? His eyes bulged, as if he had seen a ghost. No way, jumping down from this height, and he's fine. And Xian didn't have the time to explain. He drew out Hongji and unleashed a red glow in a slash. The star beasts and aberrant species, still lingering outside the city, were all cut down. That was the reward for his questioning. Murmuring to himself, he sheathed his sword and dashed toward the direction pointed out by the middle-aged man. The Judgment Team 7, along with 10,000 Southern soldiers, had a large target, making them easy to find. 10 minutes later, he exited the range where the stars could block radiation, stepping into the wasteland. The pervasive radiation began to corrode Xian's body. He kept moving, red light emanating from him. If one could slice him open and observe under a microscope, they would find that his body cells, under the influence of the red light, were constantly repeating the process of destruction and rebirth. It is not an exaggeration to say that in just a few minutes, except for his brain, he completely replaced his body. This was a clever tactic Xian had thought of. His body could be corroded by radiation at will. What would it matter if the pollution level increased? At worst, he could just switch bodies. If it weren't for the brain being too mysterious, fearing he might mess things up, he wouldn't even wear the headband. Another 10 minutes passed, and Xian began to doubt if he had gone the wrong way when suddenly a faint sound of a convoy reached his ears. Following the sound at a speed, it took only 5 minutes for the first vehicle to come into view. Found it. Maintaining the red power to replace cells consumed quite a bit of Star Force. So he needed to act quickly. He released his aura, the Star Force surged, and the sound spread throughout the entire convoy. You pieces of the Judgment Army. Hurry up and come out so I can slaughter you. I'm in a hurry. His figure flickered quickly, and the scenes inside the transport vehicles flashed through his mind. No, not yet. When he had scanned through half of them, a beam of light shot through the car's sunroof toward Xian. Immediately after, several figures burst out of the vehicles and attacked Xian simultaneously. Taking the initiative? Quite bold. Hongji shattered, and several red crescent slashes flew out. Is that all? Su Chi sneered, moving quickly. With his speed, Dodging the attacks was a piece of cake. Hearing his voice, Ncien raised an eyebrow. You're still pretending? Su Qi's speed was so fast that he was almost invisible. He was proud of his speed. Even the captain of Judgment Team 7 couldn't catch him. In terms of survival ability, within Judgment Team 7, he would claim second place, and no one dared to claim first. If you have the skill to catch me. Ugh. Ncien appeared in Su Qi's path, waiting for him to crash into him. He grabbed Su Qi's head with one hand. What did you say? If Su Qi had run in a straight line, Ncien might have let him go. This person was indeed fast and hard to chase. But instead of running, he circled around Ncien, using pure speed to move, thinking the all-knowing vision was just a decoration. The moving path was clear as day. With a forceful grip, he crushed Su Qi's head. A headless corpse fell, and Ncien turned to face the others, revealing a cruel smile. Next, 3 minutes later, he pulled Hong Ji from the last person's corpse. Ncien, holding the blood-dripping knife, walked toward the transport vehicles that had just burst out with a few members of the Judgment Army. Knock, knock. He tapped on the window. With the first tap, the car window developed fine cracks. With the second tap, the window shattered under the pressure. Mr. And may I ask you, what are you pretending for? Ncien interrupted him. Within the all-knowing vision, apart from himself, he was the one with the most robust star force, like a beacon. What kind of expert is pretending to be a driver, treating people like fools? You piece of trash. Is it you who let the Federation bomb me with missiles? If the Federation sent the Judgment Army, they surely wouldn't use other means unless something unexpected happened. The only possibility was him, the leader of this Judgment Squad, who applied to the Federation for that missile. And it was precisely because of that missile that he lost a leg. Damn, thinking back on it still hurts. It's truly annoying. You, as the boss, really bring shame to your ancestors. All your little brothers have been killed by me, and you don't dare to make sound. Living so cowardly is pointless. Listen, let us not live anymore. Obediently let me send you down to accompany them. Chapter 65. A casual blow sends you flying? Thousands of transport vehicles sprawled across the barren land like a steel dragon. While Ncien leisurely slaughtered members of the Judgment Team 7, the Southern Army remained silent in unison. The Judgment Team 7 had captured Li Gong, forcing them to abandon Southern. They even locked 100,000 people inside the city in front of them, attempting to blow them all to pieces with a missile. They hated the Judgment Army to the bone, wishing they could eat their flesh and bones. Seeing one Judgment soldier after another die at Ncien's hands, they almost popped open champagne, if the situation had been more fitting. Judgment Team 7 was mocked to their face, but they could endure it. Instead of getting angry, they forced a smile. Mr. N, I think we may have some misunderstandings. You've killed a few of my subordinates. Shouldn't you be satisfied now? How about we sit down and have a good talk? Talking was indeed a good way to solve problems. Just as Judgment Team 7 showed a hint of joy, a hand suddenly reached in, grabbing their collar and yanking them out through the shattered window. However, I don't have the habit of talking to someone who's about to die. In the moment Judgment Team 7 was pulled out, their clothes ripped apart, and they broke free from Ncien's grip. Instantly, piercing light erupted from every pore, using it to hide their figure. Ncien calmly opened the car door and waved to the back. Hey, what are you three doing playing statues? Song Yinwen, Li Gong, and Yang Kai were all sealed, desperately blinking their eyes at Ncien for help. Having fun, huh? Ncien ignored them, rummaging through the front seats to find a meat pie, tearing it open and eating it with a crunch. After finishing the meat pie, he soon felt a bit full. It was specially made high-energy fast food. This stuff was great and filling. Murmuring to himself, he grabbed the remaining packs and stuffed them into his pockets. Little Pink Feather hadn't eaten yet, so it was just right to bring some back for her. The white light maintained a radius of 10 meters. Judgment Team 7 was hiding within and hadn't moved far. They initially planned for their teammates to attack Ncien first while they disguised themselves as a driver to observe secretly, hoping to find Ncien's weakness and strike decisively. However, after watching from start to finish, they grew increasingly horrified. They didn't even get the chance to act before their teammates were all dead. However, combining the information reported to the Federation by He Zhao with their own observations, they didn't leave empty-handed. You're blind, they remarked. You only notice now? You can see around you, but this range is limited. Oh, and then what? As long as I'm outside your perception range, you won't even see me. Judgment Team 7 smiled confidently, and I can continuously attack from a distance, wearing you down slowly. And Cien took another bite of the meat pie and crawled back into the car to open a bottle of water. Gulping it down, he felt satisfied. His calm demeanor while eating and drinking left Judgment Team 7 at a loss. In their expectations, revealing Cien's weakness should have made him panic, allowing them to smoothly extend an invitation to take him back to the Federation. However, the first step of their expectation went awry. Their strength was evident. Going a long time without food wouldn't harm them, but they would still feel hunger. Now that Cien was full, the hunger pang subsided, and he rubbed his belly. Speaking up, have you finished talking? Once you're done, I'll be making my move. Judgment Team 7's face darkened, their stubbornness evident. This person had no intention of negotiating at all. The Federation has ordered you to come with us. Are you going to defy the Federation's wishes? I'm a free man. You think you can restrain me with a Federation order? Are you crazy? And Cien suddenly charged in one direction, stabbing upward with his knife. The Judgment Team 7 hurriedly dodged. Before they could stabilize their stance, a red light wave surged toward them. Unable to evade it, they decided to brace for impact. Judgment Team 7's right hand clenched, star power surged, and a white light suddenly condensed into a shield around them. Since they couldn't block Cien's probing, the light barrier was no longer necessary. The red light wave struck the 10-meter white light shield. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, flipping over several nearby vehicles. Not bad. Judgment Team 7 had been intimidated by the brilliant golden beam from the Southern and Star Core missile, which put immense psychological pressure on them when facing Cien. Now, seeing the red light wave blocked, they felt a sense of relief. It wasn't that scary after all. Judgment Team 7 sneered, and the slight relaxation from the extreme tension inflated their confidence. Since you want to cooperate, I'll just break your arms and legs and take you to the council. And Cien? Wait a minute, little buddy. You blocked my casual strike, and you dare to act so arrogantly? Come on, I dare you to break my arms and legs. If you can't, I'll make sure your ashes are scattered later. And Cien focused, employing strategic disdain and tactical seriousness, which was the most prudent approach. Judgment Team 7 was at least an A-class, comparable to his own level. Besides, they weren't in Star City, where there was no spring. No Star's restorative support. Capturing them wouldn't be as simple as slaughtering those B-class Judgment soldiers. He would have to show some real strength. Just as Cien was preparing to take action, Judgment Team 7 turned and ran, trying to escape the all-seeing perception range. And Cien would not let them have their way and immediately followed. Speedy 7, specialized in speed, might have a slight chance of success in running away. But Judgment Team 7 give it up. The distance between the two gradually closed, moving further away from the Southern Army's convoy. On a hill, Judgment Team 7 stopped. You can run pretty well. They halted, but Cien did not stop. With a knife in hand, he approached, and the red light wave reappeared. Run? I just don't want to involve the Southern Army. Judgment Team 7 scoffed, repeating their old trick, condensing a light shield to block. And Cien felt curious upon hearing this. You don't care about your little brothers, even when they're dead, but you still care about the Southern Army? Hearing little brothers ignited Judgment Team 7's fury, memories of their teammates' gruesome deaths flooding back. Previously, they had shown fear toward Cien, but had not expressed it. Now it was different, and Cien's words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing their anger to swell. If it weren't for their military spirit and their usefulness to the Federation, I would have killed them long ago, just like you. If it weren't for Counselor Chi naming you, I would have definitely killed you. The red light wave collided with the light shield, creating quite a commotion. Then I must thank Chi, Razor Red Princess. Amidst the explosion, and Cien spoke to divert Judgment Team 7's attention while quietly closing in. As they approached the light shield, they suddenly erupted. By the time Judgment Team 7 noticed, it was already too late. The 10-meter-long, deep red crescent slashed through the light shield, coming straight for them. Despicable. Judgment Team 7 retreated rapidly, firing beams of light in a panic. Naive, and Cien rushed in, taking advantage of their weakness. Find them, Red Princess. A long, deep black net adorned with red light descended upon Judgment Team 7, already forced back by the deep red crescent. They had nowhere to escape against the net. Light descended. A beam of light fell from the sky, precisely hitting the deep red crescent. After a powerful explosion, both vanished, but Judgment Team 7 had no time to escape and was caught in the net. Ancien wouldn't give them a chance to break free. The Red Princess stabbed downward, landing on top of the net. Fire Dance Red Princess. Bead Chain. Chapter 66. Do I need to use my full power to beat you? Boom, boom, boom. Points of the net intertwined, giving birth to fist-sized black balls that exploded one after another. The power of the explosions cracked the ground into numerous fissures, bound and restrained. Judgment 7 watched as the explosions approached, his inflated ego rapidly deflating. It was a one-sided beating. He didn't even have the chance to use his abilities, getting crushed from start to finish. Light dissolution. Judgment 7 roared, transforming his body into light, escaping through a gap in the net at the last moment. Boom! The final explosion of the black balls erupted, flames soaring into the sky, and a shockwave sent dust flying within hundreds of meters. Having escaped the center of the explosion, Judgment 7's face turned pale, filled with dread. If he had taken that explosion head-on, he would have either died or been severely injured. Cough, cough. He covered his chest and coughed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Light dissolution forcibly decomposes the body into light using stellar power, and if anything went wrong, there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to reassemble. Even if he could reassemble, the damage to his body would be irreversible. It was an absolute life-saving measure. Not bad, huh? You actually managed to escape. A calm and leisurely voice floated out from the smoke and debris. Judgment 7 remained silent, locking onto a direction and sprinting madly. He was no match. The gap in strength between himself and Ancien was too great. He was probably already touching the threshold of S-Class. If it happened again, he wouldn't be able to use light dissolution a second time. Ancien shouted while pursuing from behind. Aren't you going to stop my hands and feet? Don't run away. The wasteland was filled with radiation. Where could you run to? Wouldn't it be better to let me kill you than to be mutated by radiation? One sentence after another drilled into Judgment 7's ears, but he ignored them. From time to time, he consumed a large amount of stellar power, wrapping himself in light and thrusting forward. Even so, the distance between the two was still slowly closing. Judgment 7 calculated their distance and the reserve of stellar power in his body, feeling a bit more at ease. I can make it. If I can lead him over there, the situation could change. Ancien noticed that he was fleeing towards the location of South and Star City. Just right. I need to go back. So he trailed behind like a cat, playing with a mouse, neither too close nor too far. 10 minutes later, Judgment 7 fled without any turns, with a strong sense of purpose. Ancien had a suspicion. Is there backup? He quickly ruled out that possibility. Judgment 7 was being chased like a dog. If there were reinforcements, they wouldn't be hiding. So what does he want? After a moment of thought, Ancien guessed. It can't be that mutated creature. He showed a strange expression. That would be quite a coincidence. Just as he planned to deal with Judgment 7, he intended to go back and skin it. 5,000 meters outside the city. As he saw the destination getting closer, Judgment 7 was ecstatic. He had long realized that Ancien was toying with him, just like walking a dog. This made him feel humiliated, a humiliation he had never experienced before in his life. Ancien, why call me that? Compared to the breathless Judgment 7, whose stellar power was nearly exhausted, Ancien seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, even having the time to pull out a meat pie to eat. Seeing this scene, Judgment 7's anger surged, and his pale face turned red in an instant due to excessive consumption. You will pay for your arrogance. Smack! You! Judgment 7 was furious, suddenly condensing a sphere of light and smashing it down onto the ground. Boom! The sphere exploded, creating a deep pit in the ground. Outside the city, after Ancien slashed the mutated creature, the people on the city wall were idly discussing what to do in the future. Hearing the commotion outside the city, they hurriedly prepared for defense, thinking that more mutated creatures were coming. But through the telescope, they saw that there were none. Instead, there was Judgment 7, continuously condensing spheres of light and pounding the ground like a laborer. And next to him stood Ancien, holding a red queen in one hand and a meat pie in the other, looking like a supervisor. Put in some effort. Haven't you eaten? Ancien urged, even kindly offering a pack of meat pie. How about a bite? Get lost. Judgment 7 was filled with despair and fury, but he couldn't stop his actions. Below was his last hope. If you won't even eat a headless pie, you deserve to become a starving ghost. Anshin regretfully put away the meat pie. Call that big guy out below. I'll leave you some breath, and I'll keep my word. You know. Judgment 7's movements froze. Anshin was fearless, but he began to panic. Don't stop. Anshin kicked him in the butt, kindly reminding him. Whether I know or not doesn't matter. What's important is that it's your hope, not mine. Judgment 7's heart sank. Once again, he squeezed his stellar power and pounded the ground. The pit in the ground grew deeper, and the earth began to undulate as if something was moving. Anshin could sense the presence of a living creature below. It was an A-class mutated creature. The reward for the Little Tailor's video was the fur of a B-class mutated creature, but this one was an A-class ready-made. So he was too lazy to specifically look for a B-class mutated creature. Of course, he wouldn't do a losing deal. The fur of this A-class mutated creature could be considered an advance payment. The subsequent views of the Little Tailor's edited video wouldn't generate new rewards until the value of this fur was exhausted. For this episode of The Awakening of the Beautiful College Girl, it could offset 1/10 of this fur. Just 9 more episodes like this would do. With that thought, Anshin kicked Judgment 7 again. What's going on? Are you slacking off? Judgment 7 kicked to the ground, simply lay there and didn't get up. I am tired. Let be my end. Had he known it would come to this, he would have rather given up on using light dissolution on the hill. Dying from that damn black ball would have at least been a relief. A sense of grievance surged in his heart. He wanted to cry. It's so frustrating. So damn frustrating. Throughout his life, Judgment 7 had thought countless times about his own death. The only thing he hadn't imagined was being toyed to death by someone. Anshin smacked his lips. This guy's mentality is off. He's just lying down and giving up. Nowadays, people are really restless. Fine, I'll have to handle it myself. The mutated creature underground was truly timid. It hadn't come out after being bombarded for so long. Since it wouldn't come out, then I'll go down to find it. Bankai, Cannon's opening, Red Queen transformation. A vast and eerie stellar power was released. Judgment 7, not knowing where the surge of power came from, quickly scrambled back a distance, staring in shock at what was materializing behind Anshin. A gigantic woman, with classical hair styled in an updo, wearing a sleeveless kimono and having puppet-like joints, slowly took form behind Anshin. He felt a strange sensation. If Anshin had used such a method from the start, he wouldn't have had any chance to escape. A bitter taste spread in his heart, and a sense of defeat enveloped Judgment 7, draining all his spirit. It was truly despairing. The manifested Red Queen stood quietly behind Anshin, eyes closed and head bowed, her dark hair swaying gently in the wind. With her gentle and beautiful appearance, it was hard to associate her with bloody slaughter. Judgment 7, unwilling, spoke up. Why didn't you use this move from the beginning? Anshin was surprised. Do I need to use my full power to beat you? Chapter 67, sending you a treasure whispering with endless power, breaking armor, and dealing critical hits. Judgment 7 fell completely silent. From beginning to end, he never had a peaceful gaze. Anxious. That requires me to have eyes, right? Bankai, Cannon's opening, Hongji reformed. Within the range, it can reconstruct everything touched by the Soul Reaper's blade. Anxious jumped into the pit created by Judgment 7, while Hongji held the ground. The soil below melted, and the pit rapidly expanded. Judgment 7 felt uncomfortable, to the point of heartache. You didn't go all out against me, you're just digging a hole, right? 100 meters underground. In the abyss-like darkness, there was a colossal creature. Its enormous eyes opened to reveal a pair of cold vertical pupils. As an A-class aberration, its intelligence wasn't low. When Sume arrived, it had neutralized a wave of pressure for the aberrations. Later, when Sume clashed with anxious star power, it immediately burrowed underground. Even when the city was breached, it remained quiet. No other reason, it just valued its life. Missing a meal is better than being dead. Suddenly, the disappearance of the upper soil layer startled it. Its vertical pupils expressed human-like astonishment, and then it dove downward. Boom! The sound was like a mudslide, its massive body quickly burrowing deeper. Anxious was astonished. He had never seen such a cowardly aberration in his life. Run? Can it escape? The ability of Hongji's Bankai spread. While melting the upper soil layer, it reinforced the soil layer below. It obstructed the escape of the creature, which could be called an earthworm for its worm-like body, but had a snake-like head. Anxious couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of radiation in this world. Snakes and earthworms have no reproductive isolation. Throwing one into the past would make all biologists question their lives. This hybrid species could be called a snakeworm. The reinforced soil layer was continuously crushed by it, but it did serve as an obstacle. Anxious increased the injection of star power, and Hongji melted the soil layer even faster. 10 seconds later, it appeared in the place where the snakeworm's head had been. Its body was too massive. After its head had escaped for over 10 seconds, its body still hadn't followed. The overall length was beyond the reach of Anxious' omniscient vision. Anxious curiously waited, wanting to see just how long this thing was. After waiting another half a minute, it was still digging. No more waiting. Hongji struck down. The tip of the blade touched the seemingly soft body of the snakeworm, but it didn't pierce through. It was as if a cylindrical rod was poking into rubber, merely sinking in. As the snakeworm moved, the blade tip slid across its body, still unable to inflict any damage. The snakeworm seemed to sense that Anxious couldn't harm it, and simply stopped moving. "Hey, looking down on me?" Anxious chuckled. He had only tested its defenses earlier and hadn't used his Bankai ability. Hongji struck down again. Where the blade tip touched, a long gash opened on the snakeworm's body, revealing the writhing flesh inside. Buzz! A dull buzzing echoed underground. The gash continued to widen, and the previously motionless snakeworm began to move. Anxious maintained the blade tip's contact with the snakeworm. Star power continuously poured in, tearing its body apart. However, at that moment, the snakeworm's body before him became immobile again. More accurately, it had been abandoned. Did it run away? Anxious was stunned, but didn't pursue. Not killing during a clash and an abandoned body. That counts, right? The snakeworm left behind nearly 100 meters of its severed body. Pursuing further would be impolite. After all, the original goal wasn't to kill it. Anxious controlled Hongji to slice off about 10 square meters of skin from the snakeworm's severed body. The dark brown skin was thin, smooth to the touch, and incredibly resilient. It was tough enough that it was difficult to pierce with Hongji. Never mind making clothes, it was suitable for armor. This should be enough. Anxious rolled it up and carried it back to the surface. Judgment 7's eyes widened when he saw what Anxious held. Did you kill it so quickly? Although he didn't know what creature was underground, it was definitely A-class and fighting on its home turf. It was astonishing that it was defeated so quickly. No. Anxious flattened the skin, re-rolled it, then tore off Judgment 7's clothes and tied them to his back. That thing was quite decisive. It ran away after severing its body, not bothering to catch it, forcing an A-class aberration to flee in its home territory. Terrifying. Judgment 7 was shocked, and suddenly his body was in intense pain. Swish! Several flashes of light, and Judgment 7's limbs were severed. He let out a muffled groan, but didn't scream. A real man. Anxious picked him up and ran toward the city wall. Even though you didn't bring that big guy out, I was kind enough to leave you a breath. On the city wall, seeing Anxious carrying the limbless Judgment 7, everyone quickly cleared a space for him to stand. Anxious flashed them a friendly smile. I brought you a big treasure. Judgment 7's severed limbs bled profusely, quickly forming a pool of blood on the ground. The crowd looked at the tragic sight of Judgment 7, their faces showing pity. Some averted their eyes, unable to bear the cruelty. When Judgment 7 activated his ability, he had discarded his iconic battle uniform, so these people didn't recognize him. Anxious seized the moment to explain. He's the one who locked you in the city, planning to bomb you with missiles. The pity on everyone's faces vanished in an instant. Those who had turned away quickly turned back. Too lenient. We should have been harsher. This beast deserves to be minced into meat paste. One gaze after another, filled with a desire to skin him alive and tear him limb from limb, landed on Judgment 7. He trembled in fear, terrified. Human on the chopping block, I am the fish meat. For the first time in his life, Judgment 7 showed fear towards these people he considered inferior. He cast a pleading look at Anxious, screaming in terror. Don't hand me over to them. Kill me. Anxious, please kill me. Oh, dear Lord of Judgment. How could a mere commoner like me dare to kill you? Anxious smiled as he gently set him down, careful not to drop him. After thinking for a moment, Worried that these people wouldn't enjoy themselves enough, he let red light emanate from his hand, healing Judgment 7's injuries and sealing his star power. Then, in a place unseen by the crowd, blue light flickered at his fingertips, maximizing his soul perception while ensuring he would remain fully conscious. After finishing everything, Anxious kicked Judgment 7 into the crowd. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. South and Star. And you sat on the star, eagerly watching the direction Anxious had left, occasionally twitching her nose. She maintained this position for an unknown amount of time. At a certain moment, she suddenly stood up, having caught a whiff of something delicious. A figure quickly approached under her gaze. Brother, from a distance. Anxious heard Inyu's call. Upon reaching the star, Inyu suddenly leaped towards Anxious. This was the longest they had been apart since they had known each other. I said I would come back, and I definitely would. After a long while, Inyu finally agreed to come down. Gurgle. Hearing the rumble from her stomach, Inyu didn't feel embarrassed. She just pitifully held her belly. I'm hungry. Here are high-quality goods from the Federation, quite tasty. A compressed high-energy meat pie, and Inyu was full after eating just under half. Anxious slung the bag over his shoulder, signaling Inyu to carry the pumpkin. Time to go. Okay. Upon reaching the ground, many people were still disoriented from the sound of the pumpkin exploding missiles. Wang Gang and Li Huihui, however, were back to normal. Anxious and Inyu approached the two. Gongzi, we need a driver. After a pause, you can bring your wife along. In an instant, Wang Gang was overjoyed. Although the missile situation was resolved, staying in South and would mean death. Being able to leave with Li Huihui, he was naturally willing. Thank you, little brother. From now on, my life belongs to you. Li Huihui showed hesitation, and Wang Gang squeezed her hand. She bowed her head, held Wang Gang's hand, and said nothing. With her parents gone, among these people, there were only 2 distant relatives and some neighbors. For them, waiting for death with Gangu and herself. She couldn't do it. As the 4 of them were walking out, a group of people surrounded them. Led by General Gangu, you took my cousin away. Now you're leaving with her without taking us along. Doesn't that seem right? We've been following you all along. If you're leaving, take us with you. Gangu, tell this guy to take us with him. He's so strong. It would be easy for him to bring us along, and we can pay him. And Xian and Inyu watched the drama unfold leisurely. Wang Gang stepped forward to clear the way. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. I can't help you, and I have no obligation to help you. They didn't dare offend Xian, but they were willing to offend Wang Gang and Li Huihui. If they let them go, they themselves would really die in Nanan. In this critical moment, they couldn't care about face. Li Huihui's aunt pulled her into the crowd. Huihui, go persuade him, or we won't be able to leave. Wang Gang's face darkened. Let go of Huihui. Li Jin stood his ground. She's my cousin. Either we all go together, or you go your way and leave my cousin behind. In an instant, tensions rose. Chapter 68. You have a chance. But you're a useless. Aunt Li tugged at Li Huihui's arm. A few people silently blocked the 2 of them. They looked down on Li Jin and Aunt Li's actions. But instead of stopping them, they became accomplices. It was a very simple multiple-choice question. To live or to save face. The answer was obvious. They chose the former. Huihui, I am your own aunt. When you were little, every Chinese New Year, I would give you lucky money and buy you toys. Seeing that Wang Gang wouldn't relent, Aunt Li played the emotional card on Li Huihui. Can you bear to watch me and your cousin die here without helping? Li Huihui, who had been hanging her head in silence, suddenly looked up and stared into Aunt Li's eyes. Aunt, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Ask as many as you want. I want to know, when that group of people was killing everywhere in the neighborhood, and my parents and I were begging for help in the hallway, why didn't you open the door? Aunt Li's face stiffened, and her gaze dodged. Li Huihui turned around to face the larger crowd behind her. In Unit 7, my parents and I were chased up the stairs by that group of people. On the 2nd floor, my dad told me and my mom to go first. By the time we reached the 4th floor, they caught up with us. But my dad didn't tee. On the 5th floor, my mom took a knife for me and fell down, never to get up again. I escaped to the 7th floor. And if it weren't for Brother Gang suddenly appearing, you all know what would have happened to me. So I want to ask, why didn't any of the 28 households in Unit 7, including you, Aunt, open the door to save us? Li Huihui's voice was calm, as if she were discussing something completely unrelated to her. People are afraid of death, I understand. You were afraid of being implicated and didn't dare to open the door to save my family. I understand that too. But I don't understand how you can have the face to ask me to act as a negotiator to save your lives now. Everyone fell silent. Wang Gang looked at Li Hui's back, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. He wanted to bring her back. Just as he moved, Li Jin, who was always watching him, immediately grabbed his clothes. Unexpectedly, Wang Gang kicked him mercilessly. Li Jin screamed and retreated, curling up like a shrimp while holding his abdomen. Wang Gang didn't even glance at him, forcefully pushing through the crowd. As he got closer, he noticed that Li Hui's hands were trembling, and there were drops of blood falling from her fingers. Hui. Wang Gang grabbed her hand, pried her fingers apart, freeing her nails that had sunk into her flesh. It's not worth getting angry with them. With me here, we have a long way to go. He took her hand and turned back. A few people instinctively blocked their path. Wang Gang glared. Get lost. As they hesitated, Li Jin shouted, no. If they leave, we will definitely die. The hesitation on their faces quickly vanished, and they stood shoulder to shoulder in a line. Seeing that Wang Gang and Li Hui were unyielding, Li Jin turned his attention to Xian and Yu. His gaze lingered on the two, recalling the scene from last night when Yu almost chopped him. He felt that the smiling Xian looked more familiar and easier to talk to. He exchanged glances with a few people beside him. They understood and simultaneously knelt before Xian. Please, save us. And Xian didn't expect to have a role in this scene, and couldn't help but smile even more brightly. Little pink hair, do you want to save them? And Yu smiled sweetly. I'll listen to my brother. And Xian rubbed his chin. To save you. Li Jin, and everyone who heard in Xian's voice, perked up their ears. They hoped to hear a good answer. It's not that I can't, really. Thank you. I knew you were a good person. The young man is handsome, and his heart is good, unlike that Hui, who doesn't care about relationships at all. Cheers rang out, making Nannan Square as noisy as a vegetable market. The tip of the cane tapped the ground, and a circle of star power spread outward, suppressing all sounds. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why the rush? And Xian dug in his ears, the noise still annoyingly persistent. All eyes were on him. Being adults, they surely understood the saying, there's no free lunch in this world. If I save you, what can you give me? Or rather, what will you use to buy your lives? And Xian's hands were folded over his cane, exuding an invisible pressure. Even standing on the same level, the aura made him seem much higher than them. It was the dominance of the powerful over the weak, and the instinctive fear of the weak before the strong. They didn't even dare to look directly at Xian. Behind those cracked sunglasses was clearly emptiness, yet everyone felt as if their souls were being scrutinized. No secrets, from the flesh to the soul, were left untouched. After a long pause, Xian sighed, you have a chance, but you are useless. It's rare for me to have a good heart and want to do a good deed, but unfortunately, you are too disappointing. With such strength, yet you stand by and watch while others die. You are truly a beast. In the silence, someone muttered in resentment. And Xian hadn't moved yet, and Yu's gentle gaze suddenly turned fierce. Cold, killing intent poured out as she struggled to lift the pumpkin on her shoulder, sniffing the air and locking onto a young man in the crowd. Lower it. Raise it 5 centimeters. I'll let the bullet clean your mouth. Okay. The young man was locked on by a gun he had never seen in his life, and the panic of death surged in his heart. He regretted it immensely and wished he could travel back in time to slap his own mouth shut from half a minute ago. That'll teach you to talk back. The young man tried to hide in the crowd, but how couldn't Xian let him have his way? He solidified the star power around him, firmly fixing him in place. Can you hit a stationary target? Yes. The pumpkin, in its gun form, required little energy, and you injected star power, and an energy bullet shot out. In the young man's terrified gaze, it precisely hit his still open mouth. Boom! And Xian mimicked the sound, and the energy bullet exploded, along with the young man's head. Brain matter splattered all over the surrounding people. Instantly, screams erupted in the crowd. But soon, under Yu's cold glare, everyone shut their mouths. Whoever insults my brother dies. Let us go. Gongzi followed, and Xian walked with his cane, and Yu carried the pumpkin alongside him. Wang Gang held Li Hui's hand and suddenly collided with a wall of people in front of them, having roamed the wasteland as a scavenger for years. His physical condition was much better than that of office workers living in the city. This charge directly opened a gap in the wall of people. However, before he could squeeze out, Li Jin quickly blocked their way. Block them. Hurry, block them. And Xian and the others didn't dare to stop them. Wang Gang had been singled out by Xian, and he couldn't either. But Li Huihui was different. Why should she die here while Li Huihui could leave Southern? It's unfair. If they couldn't leave, then no one could. Wang Gang protected Li Huihui, and she looked anxious. Gongzi, hurry. At that moment, accompanied by Xian's voice, a gun was thrown over. It was the rifle that Wang Gang had left in the car, brought from south, and Wang Gang's eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed the gun. Click! He pulled the bolt and loaded it. Get lost. Everyone, get out of the way. Whoever comes again, I'll shoot. Don't be afraid. It's just one gun. Bang! Wang Gang fired a shot into the sky, intimidating them. Come on. I only have one gun, with 17 bullets left. Who wants to die first? The crowd parted, allowing Wang Gang and Li Huihui to pass through. They didn't want to test the taste of bullets with their flesh and blood. Wang and Li gradually moved away from the crowd. Someone beside Li Jin was unwilling. Roots, didn't the Southern Army give us guns? It's not like only Wang Gang has guns. Li Jin slapped him hard. Didn't you see the guy shooting missiles with a big gun this morning? If you dare to have any crooked ideas, the 6 who just died are a lesson learned. Damn. He paused, looking out toward the square, just in time to see a little pink-haired girl get into a vehicle. The image of the pink-haired girl shooting the 6 flashed in his mind, forcing him to swallow back the curses he wanted to say. What to do then? We can't just wait to die. Li Jin's mind raced. Get everyone in the car. Follow them. Dozens of vehicles floored the gas pedal, quickly chasing after the direction where Xian and the others had left. In the car, after Xian attempted to tame and use silly hair for the 1,234th time and failed again, and you suddenly said, "Brother, they're catching up." Catching up? And Xian listened carefully and indeed heard the roar of engines. Soft and hard methods are useless. Are they starting to play dirty? Gongzi, stop the car. Okay. The car stopped in the middle of the road. Behind them, the pursuing convoy stopped 100 meters away, neither coming closer nor leaving. Little pink hair. Understood. And you lifted the pumpkin, smashed the windshield, and extended the gun barrel out. In the back, on one of the vehicles. Roots, you really have a way. Li Jin smiled proudly. This is also a 4 situation. We're just following behind them. Hey, what the damn? Run. A pitch-black gun barrel came into view, and Li Jin immediately got out of the car, desperately fleeing into the alleys by the street. And you propped the front end of the pumpkin on the back seat, the end resting on her shoulder. Holding the side grip of the gun with her left hand, she continuously infused star power and mental energy, resolutely pulling the trigger. The pumpkin transformed into a Gatling gun. The muzzle erupted with flames, and dense light bullets shot towards the vehicles in the front row behind. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud bangs, 3 huge fireballs. The vehicles in the front row behind, under the coverage of the light bullets, exploded with a deafening roar. That's enough, Gongzi. Let us go. And Xian pressed down the still eager in you, signaling Wang Gang to drive. The people behind just want to survive. Scaring them off is enough. There's no need to wipe them out completely. Of course, that's assuming they can retreat. Otherwise, let the little pink hair have some fun. A winding convoy drove toward Southern. After the death of the Judgment 7, the star power he used to seal off Song Yinwen and the others naturally dissipated. Song Yinwen regained mobility and immediately ordered Li Gong to have the Southern army return to South in Star City. Star Master, there's a vehicle ahead. Another one is coming. Song Yinwen focused his gaze and saw 2 vehicles approaching from 2 different directions. Be alert. Li Gong stepped on the brakes, and Yang Kai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, quietly gathering star power. The 2 vehicles stopped outside the windows on either side, and no one got out. Getting out means enduring radiation erosion. Whatever they have to say can be said from the car. Song Yinwen glanced left and right. It was obvious there were 2 groups of people. Being Wang Council, Shunzhu, and Zheng Hu. Jia, Gung Hongwei, and Shizan. Both sides spoke at the same time. Song Yinwen thought for a moment and understood what they were here for. Sure enough, both sides spoke simultaneously again. I represent the Yingguang Council. I represent Jia. We are here to invite the 3 of you to join the Southern Army. Song Yinwen returned a polite smile. Even though he felt that all the people from Jia were idiots, he couldn't overlook the necessary etiquette. Sorry, gentlemen, I have matters to attend to. Can I have your contact information? I'll get back to you after I make a decision. Sure. Looking forward to your reply. Both sides went their separate ways quickly and decisively. With another force present, it was clearly too much to ask Song Yinwen to make a decision on the spot. After they left, Li Gong asked, "Are we joining them?" Yang Kai closed his eyes again, calm and composed. That is inevitable. A judgment squad was wiped out in South, and the Federation will definitely intensify the manhunt. Who knows who will come to catch us next time? We are currently struggling even to replenish our military supplies and maintain a normal food supply. Joining a faction for protection is the best outcome. Song Yinwen raised the car window, signaled to Li Gong to drive, and did not respond. If he had to choose a side, he would choose the Yinguang Council. Having experienced this in South N, he could empathize with the principles of the Yinguang Council. As for Jia, he rolled his eyes. He couldn't relate to them at all. But for now, it wasn't a situation where he had to choose one or the other. He had his own thoughts. As a Star Master, he was privy to some insider information circulating among the higher-ups. It seemed there was a problem within the Yinguang Council, a serious one, to the extent that this colossal entity could fall apart because of it. Song Yinwen pulled out a simplified map of the Federation, which only had the names of the star cities on it. His gaze fell on one star city. This place has been quite turbulent lately. If we take advantage of the chaos to get a piece of the pie, the Southern Army can remain stable and there's no need to join other forces. Evacuate the remaining people from Southen, and then we'll go here. Li Gong glanced sideways. Jiurao? Yes, the Jiurao Star City, known as the granary of the Federation. On the city wall, "Little brother, aren't you and your sister coming with me?" Wang Gang was now driving a pickup truck that had been thrown to the roadside earlier. This truck, coated in star paint, was qualified to traverse the wilderness. Because the model was quite old and had several dents, no one wanted it, and it had been sitting there. And Xian waved his hand, signaling him to go. Wang Gang had collected the loot in South in these past few days, all of which were at Li Hui's house. He had to take them with him when he left. "Then please wait a moment. I'll be back as soon as possible." Wang Gang stepped on the gas, carrying Li Hui and driving toward her home. And Xian took you up the city wall. Once they got up, he noticed a large crowd gathered in 3 layers. In the middle of them was the Judgment 7. He was surprised that this person was still alive. Tough life. He walked over and pushed the person at the outermost edge. "Don't rush. Form a line. 1 needle each, no less. It's you?" He was taken aback and then shouted excitedly, "Benefactor, the benefactor is here." Wow. Everyone turned to look at Xian. Even Yu was under a lot of attention. She awkwardly shifted back behind Xian, revealing just a small part of her romantic canon. "Please don't block the way. Let me in for a moment." "Hurry, hurry. Everyone, don't block the way. Let the benefactor in." And Xian felt something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. A path opened up in front of him, leading directly to where the Judgment 7 was, and then Xian and then Yu walked in. At this moment, the Judgment 7 was in a miserable state. There was hardly a good piece of meat on his body. His eyeballs and other vulnerable parts were covered with a dense array of needles. And Xian showed a pained expression. "Too cruel. Luckily, you met a kind-hearted person like me." The red hand activated, quickly healing the Judgment 7's body. The Judgment 7 sensed something and struggled madly. "Get lost. Get lost. I'm just about to die." On the city wall, the Judgment 7 wriggled like a maggot. His facial expressions were extremely rich, clearly unable to hold in his farts. Fortunately, Xian had anticipated this and used the red hand to seal his upper and lower lips together. This was to guard against this dog thing. But didn't he recognize a good heart? He selflessly treated his injuries. In this restless and dark world, where could such a good person be found? After reflecting on his kindness, he kicked the Judgment 7. "Just looking at you makes me angry." Anshian blocked the existence of Judgment 7 in the omniscient realm. Seeing no evil, he smiled at the people around him, warm like a little sun. "So, are you continuing? Benefactor, you are too kind." "Thank you, Benefactor. I was worried that I wouldn't get my turn and he would die. Your miraculous skills are truly generous." Anshin smiled, even happier. Why didn't Judgment 7 understand these people? Buzz. Outside the city, dust rose. A long convoy was heading south to Nanan. Someone recognized the convoy. "It's the Nanan army. Didn't they leave us behind and run away? The Star Master and the Army Master are in there. Why are they back? I think there's a misunderstanding. How could the Star Master abandon us? Exactly. If they were going to abandon us, the Nanan army would have left with the federal army long ago. In a few words, the convoy reached the foot of the city. Li Gong volunteered to break open the locked city gate. Song Yinwen and Yang Kai looked at him with strange expressions. Well, good job. You go for it. A mere city gate, I can break it with one punch. Li Gong stood in front of the city gate, took a deep breath, and charged his right fist. Star power surged wildly, pouring into his right arm. His muscle strength continuously increased, and his arm was swelling. After 3 full minutes, his arm seemed like a balloon, expanding to 5 times its original size. Li Gong's forehead was bulging with veins, as if he had reached his limit. Break for me! Boom! With a charge punch, he struck hard at the city gate. The special metal city gate immediately showed a dent. But that was all. The gate did not break. Li Gong felt a bit embarrassed. What to do? I can't go back after charging halfway. Why is this gate so hard? He planned to try again when Song Yinwen and Yang Kai approached. Don't waste your effort. It's more reliable to break through the city wall than to smash the gate. Let's try together. If it doesn't work, we can only break the wall. The 3 stood in front of the city gate. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the city gate. Following that, a deep red crescent burst through the gate. Through the gap, they saw Anshin wielding Hongji again. Another, similarly powerful deep red crescent was slashed out. Li Gong's full power strike, charged for 3 minutes, only caused a slight dent in the city gate, which now emitted a sound of being unable to bear the burden. Anshin sheathed his sword and stepped forward, delivering a kick. Crack, 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 crack in the astonished eyes of Song Yinwen, Li Gong, and Yang Kai. The cracks spread rapidly. This monster, too strong. I'm afraid I can't even take one blow. The 3 were stunned, and after a moment, the cracks spread to a certain extent, and the city gate collapsed with a loud crash. Run! Quick to react, Song Yinwen grabbed one person's collar and pulled back, avoiding being crushed. Sensing the debris of the city gate scattered everywhere, Anshin shrugged and returned. Soon, he lifted a pickup truck with one hand and set it down after reaching an open area. Wang Gang in the driver's seat and Li Huihui in the passenger seat had already broken out in a cold sweat. They had just returned after picking something up and saw Anshin smash the city gate in 2. Without saying a word, he came over, grabbed the truck, and left. Who could handle this? Luckily, the 2 were young and had good hearts. Otherwise, one of them would have been scared off. Little brother, you are really strong. Wang Gang's face turned pale as he stammered his praise. It's nothing to mention. Anshin walked to the city wall and spread his arms. Little pink feather. Gome. A small pink feathered creature with a big gun jumped down from the towering city wall. The omniscient realm calculated the distance, and Anshin leaped high into the air to catch her. Fun. After landing, and Yu's eyes sparkled, wanting to do it again. Anshin carried her towards the pickup. Let's play in other star cities. Okay. And you got in the car, and Anshin stood by the truck, lost in thought as he faced Song Yinwen and the others. He wasn't thinking about how to say goodbye, but rather whether he should get a transport vehicle from them. After thinking for a while, he gave up on that idea. The transport vehicle was standardized by the Federation, and going to other star cities would involve a lot of questioning, too troublesome. Let's just make do with this broken pickup. Watching Anshin get into the car directly, the pickup drove away. Song Yinwen and the others were a bit dazed. Wait, you stood there facing us for so long and just left? Aren't you going to say goodbye or something polite, like see you again in a distant land? They had organized a basket full of polite phrases, all of which were stuck in their throats, feeling really uncomfortable. Little brother, where are you going? Anshin called up the system to confirm before saying, Juru Star City. Do you recognize the way? Wang Gang didn't answer immediately, but recalled in his mind. Juru, I've been there. If I have a map, it won't be a problem. I recognize the way. Dad, son is calling. Dad, son is calling. Anshin took out his phone and connected the call. Hello, Mr. In, this is He Lang. That star submarine is ready. I wonder if you can come and pick it up? Hey, this kid is looking for me. Anshin chuckled. We'll pick up the star submarine. It's all an excuse. Is he so eager to get rid of Yi Zhao? Mr. In, your insight. Your foresight really can't be fooled. He Lang was still as straightforward as ever, with no intention of arguing. However, the star submarine was indeed ready, and if you needed it, you could use it at any time. Okay, I got it. Where's your place? He Lang was delighted, fearing Anshin would forget this matter and thinking of reminding him. Hearing Anshin's tone, was he really coming over? He quickly reported the name of the Star City and the Star City number. Heido Star City number 517. Anshin hung up the phone and asked Wang Gang, Heido Star City, have you been there? Yes, that's the headquarters of the He family consortium. Anshin weighed whether to make a trip or wait to get a chance to check in at the Star City, which was an underwater star city, and only go to deal with He Zhao when he needed the submarine. At this time, Wang Gang added, if we go to Juru, we will pass by Heido Star City. It just so happens that we need to replenish star paint. If you have business there, you can get some star paint. All right, since we're passing by, what else is there to say? Picking up the phone, He Lang, who had been waiting for a response, was already impatient. Get ready in advance. I'll contact you when I arrive. After this sentence, the call ended. He Lang was so excited that he couldn't control himself and smashed his phone. He Zhao, your death date is coming. Time passed. About 10 minutes later, the pickup drove past a large metal monument inscribed with Nanan Star City number 461. Thus, they calculated that they had crossed the boundary of Nanan Star City. At the same time, a voice echoed in Anshin's mind. The farewell gift from the Star City had arrived. Dog system, so I must enter the city wall to check in, and I have to pass the boundary monument when leaving, right? He silently thought, while also feeling curious. The rewards for weapons, besides the romantic cannon, included the Zanpakuto, Hongji. These two are different. Hongji has a Shurkai and a Bankai, while the romantic cannon appears in its complete form. So what will the farewell gift be? Ding. Detected that the host has left the range of Nanan Star City, specially giving a farewell gift. Ding. Detected that the host has left the range of Nanan Star City, specially giving a farewell gift. Item Manifestation 3. Anshin slowly typed out a question mark. Item Manifestation? What is it? System, elaborate. Item Transformation. Any item, including but not limited to weapons, armor, vehicles, can be used to change its original form. Injecting star power can the transformation and restore it to its original state. Note, each item can only have one transformation form and cannot be transformed repeatedly. Anshin roughly understood what was going on, but still had a question. Is the transformation one time only? Does the item become ineffective once it returns to its original form? The transformation form is permanently effective and can be switched back to the transformed state with mental power supplemented by star power. That's fine then. Anshin was satisfied with the farewell gift to South and Star City. In every Star City, the reward for reaching 100 progress is substantial, and the farewell gift is just an additional bonus. He thought this time the system would casually give a piece of junk to pass it off. Unexpectedly, it produced something real. I misjudged the intentions of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Misjudging a gentleman's heart with a villain's perspective. Anshin immediately denied it. I'm not wrong. 3 transformations of items cannot cover up your act of giving me, a blind person, the offspring of 5-eye techniques. Anshin planned to try item transformation and already had a target. Little pink hair. Huh? Do you prefer bracelets or necklaces? 5 days later, about to enter Heido Star City. South End and Heido both belong to the northern border of the Federation, but they are not close. Between the two, there are several fallen star cities. These fallen star cities, which have been in decline for an unknown period, have long become the domain of star beasts and aberrations. No one knows what level of terrifying existence lies within. Even Anshin currently does not dare to enter recklessly. This journey to avoid these places took at least a cunning detour. After passing the boundary stone, as usual, they received a main field authority. Brother, why are there people living outside the city? While waiting in line to enter the city, Anyu pointed at a nearby settlement of refugees built around the city wall and asked, on that delicate, fair wrist, a metallic bracelet exuded a sense of technology, exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. The base color was metallic, with fine light pink outlines that matched Anyu inexplicably. They were too deeply eroded by radiation, with excessive pollution levels, and at risk of becoming aberrations, so they were prohibited from entering the city. Anyu leaned against the car window, looking over there, summarizing Anshin's words. Can't enter the city, refugees may become aberrations. So why not just kill them all? Creak. Wang Gang slammed the brakes hard, and the usually quiet Li Hui closed her mouth even tighter. The two did not even dare to glance in the rearview mirror. As the pink-haired lowly spoke with a naive and puzzled tone, uttering cruel words that even Satan would avoid. Indeed, theoretically, they're all potential dangers. Anshin nodded in agreement. The omniscient perspective can reach the edge of the settlement. What he saw were refugees, mostly chatting idly. Not being able to enter the city means not being able to buy living supplies. Even if someone comes to sell them, they have no money to buy. To survive, they can only hope for the daily waste released from the city and then transform into true garbage collectors. Anshin continued. Moreover, it would be a pity to leave so many quality laborers unused. Factories should be built outside the city, providing them with a meal every day and letting them all work without having to pay wages. Brother is so smart. Wang Gang, Li Hui, feeling weak, pitiful, and helpless, did not dare to speak. They had a deeper understanding of not being a family, not entering the same door. The two looked at each other and saw relief in each other's eyes. Luckily, this person is nostalgic and good to their own. Otherwise, they would definitely be thrown to Southen. Even if they later learned that the Southen army returned to organize the evacuation of citizens, it would be of no use. 10,000 Southen soldiers and 1,000 star paint transport vehicles, while the number of people inside the city who had not evacuated was at least hundreds of thousands. With such a disparity, if 1/3 of the people could be sent away before being eaten by aberrations, it would count as the protection of Southen Star. The vehicle moved slowly. At the city gate, the inspectors signaled Wang Gang and the others to show their identification documents and cooperate with pollution detection. Wang Gang slipped 2 bills among the 3 documents and handed them to the inspector. Sir, the child's identification was lost and hasn't been replaced yet. Please make an exception for us. The inspector skillfully took the bills without showing any expression and glanced at the documents, instructing someone beside him to step forward. That person pricked the fingertips of Anshin's group and began to test for pollution levels. 4, 31, 0, 010, 02, 0, 01, 30 point something. The inspector casually said, returning their documents. Hurry and go get the documents replaced in the city. Otherwise, she can stay in the city for a maximum of 3 days. All right. When Wang Gang returned Anshin's documents, his expression was envious. Little brother, your pollution level is so low, just like the 2 girls when they first left the city. Your protective measures are really well done. Anshin smiled without speaking. If my brand new body could be detected with a high pollution level, that would truly be a ghost. After entering the city, the 4 separated. Wang Gang and Li Hui went to refuel the car, cashing out the belongings brought from Southen, and recoating the pickup with star paint. Anshin dialed Hilang's phone. Hi, Anshin. Mr. N, have you arrived? Just entered the city from the west gate. How do you want to arrange it? Please wait a moment. I'll send someone. No, I'll go pick you up right now. After hanging up, he let Anyu to buy some clothes and found a nearby hotel to take a shower. Anyu finished washing up first. Brother, can you give me some money? I'll go buy you some food. Anshin took out money while joking. Buy me food. Aren't you going to eat? I will. Her crisp, lively voice was quick and loud. All this way, I've been eating meat pies every day. It's not bad, but I can't eat them continuously. Anshin casually handed her a few bills. Go ahead. Thank you, brother. Anyu took the money and skipped away happily. After leaving the hotel, she suddenly felt lost. Waking up to post-fallen Southen, she found the peaceful and orderly environment of Hado Star City particularly unfamiliar. However, unexpectedly while she was in a daze, she had already caught someone's attention. On the street corner. Second brother, look, there's a girl over there, definitely top quality. The person called the second brother looked in the direction pointed by the third brother. There, at the entrance of a small hotel, stood a beautiful girl with pink hair, delicate as a porcelain doll. She was clutching a few bills, lost in thought. His eyes flashed. Third brother, you're quite something. Your eyes are sharp. Of course. Such top quality can equal our performance for 2 months, and the commission will definitely be substantial. The second brother excitedly set off, signaling the third brother to follow. You're not good looking, don't speak. Let me handle it. Chapter 72. What you should be afraid of is you little sister. What are you doing here? Second brother, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, really had the demeanor of a successful person. Are you unable to find your guardians? and you came back to her senses, raised the money and shook it, the metal bracelet on her wrist clinking with a crisp sound. I'm gonna buy food. Buying food, huh? Second brother quickly changed his approach. Uncle knows a restaurant that serves delicious food. Do you want me to take you there? Sure. You agreed so readily? Second brother was momentarily stunned. Then his smile grew wider. Then keep up with me. After saying that, he took a step forward. Third brother lagged behind to prevent you from reacting and escaping, so he could catch her at the first moment. Soon, the three of them disappeared at the hotel entrance, navigating through the unmonitored alleys, adhering to the principle of deceiving when possible. Second brother talked while walking to stabilize you. That restaurant is a century-old brand, passed down for 6 generations. You must try it when you come to Hajuo Star City, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. Really? Of course. Seeing that you did not refute him, second brother felt at ease. It seemed that she was not from Hajuo Star City. Outsiders were easier to deal with than local residents. After walking for a while, and you gradually sensed that something was off. She hadn't interacted much with people, nor had anyone deliberately taught her. Following in Cien, what she had learned was probably limited to using a knife to kill, shooting heads with a gun, and spraying cars. But her innocence did not mean she was not clever. And you activated her star power and sniffed. It stinks. Uncle, are we there yet? Almost just ahead. Second brother turned another corner and entered a building. And you silently followed, with third brother trailing behind. The three of them entered a room on the second floor. As soon as they entered, third brother immediately closed the door. There were 7 people in the room. 3 were sitting on the sofa, playing cards. The remaining 4 were locked in a metal frame in the corner. You two are quite something, catching such a pretty girl. What a stroke of luck. This commission should be 30,000, right? The 3 men, seeing in you, surrounded her with a sarcastic tone. Third brother proudly raised his nose. I teamed up with second brother, so we should get some high-quality goods, right? However, second brother was not as arrogant as he was. Instead, he turned to look at the calm-faced in you. Something was off, very off. Aren't you afraid? He had a bad feeling. This little girl was too calm. There were no signs of her crying and shouting to go home after being deceived. Why should I be afraid? And you tilted her head to look at him, her little tuft of hair swaying slightly. Suddenly, her delicate face blossomed into a sweet smile, yet the smile did not reach her pale pink eyes. Activating her star power, the pale pink patterns on the bracelet on her right wrist glowed. In the next moment, the bracelet suddenly exploded and instantly completed its transformation. It was the object that Cien had tried to materialize, turning into the romantic cannon, pumpkin cannon, and you shouldered the pumpkin. What you should be afraid of is you. Buying food, still not back? After taking a shower, Cien did not see in you return. The omniscient vision scanned the surroundings but did not find in you. In this unfamiliar place, where did she run off to? He simply dried his hair and changed into clean clothes before heading downstairs. At the small hotel front desk sat a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. Hello. May I ask if you have seen? Bang, bang, bang. A series of intense gunshots rang out from a distance, reaching in Cien's ears. He revealed a polite smile. No need to trouble yourself. The moment and you took out the pumpkin. The quick-witted second brother rushed toward the window without hesitation, jumping out to escape. The remaining few reacted a beat too late and were turned into a pile of mush under the pumpkin's fire. And you glanced at the iron frame. And the 4 people inside immediately huddled together in fear. I need to learn from my brother to do more good deeds. Murmuring to herself, she aimed a shot at the lock of the iron frame. After that, she hoisted the pumpkin and chased after second brother. Second brother ran for his life. I misjudged. This kid is a star warrior. And what the hell is that gun? He racked his brain, unable to figure out. He had never heard of any star warrior who could conjure a gun out of thin air. The area was near the city wall, and the gunshots alarmed the guards. As second brother dashed out of the alley, he saw the approaching guards. Save me. Save me. When a human trafficker asks the guards for help, it indicates he is indeed in a desperate situation. Second brother, seeing the guards, sprinted toward them. Someone is shooting. Hurry. Bang. Blood burst from the back of his head. His body, propelled by inertia, fell in front of the guards. What a bold move. Killing someone in front of us. The guards, feeling provoked, were furious. They readied their guns, aiming at the glowing bullet that killed second brother, coming out of the narrow alley. Under multiple gun barrels, a small figure dragging a large gun, stained with blood, appeared. Put down your guns. Killing on the street. You are disregarding the law. I command you to surrender. Come with me to the Public Security Bureau. They did not relax their guard just because you was a child. A few of them formed a semicircle, gradually closing in on you. And you blinked her eyes, looking quite confused. Breaking the law? Why is that breaking the law? In Southen, killing people casually doesn't get anyone saying she broke the law. However, putting down the gun was out of the question. Not only would she not put it down, but she also raised it. And Yu's thought was very simple. No matter who it was, if they aimed a gun at her or her brother, they had to die. Seeing that Yu dared to resist, the guards hesitated. Perhaps it was the pumpkin's deterrent power that was too strong. They stopped advancing. Don't shoot. Calm down. You're still young. You can't make another mistake. Watching the excitement is human nature. However, due to both sides holding guns, they kept their distance. The only exception was a young man leaning on a cane. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked over. Little pink hair, what are you doing? Brother. And Yu found her backbone, her slightly panicked heart stabilizing instantly. She cheered and ran towards Ancien, dragging the pumpkin. Stop. Ancien commanded her to halt. And Yu stood a meter away from him, looking at Ancien in confusion, her smile disappearing, somewhat at a loss. At this moment, a car drove around the corner. The car stopped, and He Lang, who had been alerted to Ancien's location, quickly got out and ran over. Mr. Ancien frowned and ignored him. He Lang was not angry and instructed the guards to lower their guns. Hajuo Star City is the headquarters of the He family conglomerate, having operated here for many years. One could say it is the crownless king of Hajuo. Even as a side member of the He family, his words would not be ignored by the guards. Leading the guards over, he planned to take the opportunity to do Ancien a favor. What is a few people getting shot dead in the city? To the He family, that's nothing. It can be easily suppressed. Seeing Ancien's serious expression, He Lang thought he was going to discipline the child and did not speak to stop him. It should be a lesson. He could help solve it in Hajuo. But what if they went somewhere else? Hajuo has not fallen. It is not Southen. In Star City, federal laws must be upheld. Unexpectedly at this moment, Ancien solemnly spoke, stunning him. Killing with a gun, and you still get blood all over yourself? Just cleaned up, and now you want to wash again. Chapter 73. The abandoned factory He Chao, in the center of the city, in an expensive villa. His subordinate brought him a video. After finishing his workout, He Chao, wearing only his shorts, gestured for the woman beside him to light a cigarette. Holding the cigarette, he clicked play on the video. At a glance, He Chao went blank, until the cigarette fell onto his chest, burning him slightly, which snapped him back to reality. Ancien, why is he here? He Chao's expression darkened as he thought for a moment, then quickly got up to get dressed. Seeing this, the woman leaned close to He Chao's distorted right arm. Mr. He, get lost. He Chao waved his hand, directly sending the woman flying, causing her to spit out blood. She didn't dare to get angry, nor did she want to provoke He Chao again. So she simply lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. He Chao ignored her and quickly left after getting dressed. Although he didn't know what Ancien was doing here, he felt uneasy, so just in case, he decided to go back to the ancestral home to hide for a few days. Inside the Western City wall on the street, Ancien was continuously teaching about what to do when killing someone to avoid getting splattered with blood. The little girl with pink hair beside him listened with wide eyes, eager to take notes. He Lang watched this scene, filled with confusion. What kind of good person teaches a child this? He didn't dare to interrupt Ancien, but the guards did. The leading guard instructed the others to disperse the crowd. He then stepped forward, wanting to make his presence known in front of He Lang. If He Lang remembered him, he could possibly get a promotion. Sir, your sister is killing people in public. This is too detrimental. Even if we don't punish her. If someone records this and posts it on the Star Network, the Public Security Department will see it and note it on her identity file. The guard interrupted Ancien. He paused, still wanting to continue. However, hearing about the identity file, he casually said to He Lang, the little pink-haired girl has no identity. Can you give her one? He Lang asked. You mean her ID is lost? Ancien shook his head. She never had an ID. After the fall of Nanan, there's no way to trace it. No, I mean literally, she has no identity. Guard. Killing people in public and still an unregistered citizen? He Lang understood and first gave the guard a look to get lost, then replied, "No problem, leave it to me." As soon as possible. He Chao estimated the time. By noon tomorrow. Hado Starshine Group, at the Starshine Hotel in Hado Star City. In a private room, and Xian and Inyu had finished eating. Accompanying them, He Lang put down his chopsticks. "Mr. N, next let's go get a massage." He made a face at Xian. And you, feeling left out, pouted. "I want to go too." He Lang's expression froze, not daring to respond. "Taking you with him? Is he looking for trouble?" And Xian wiped the grease from his lips. "If you ruin the little pink-haired girl, I'll crush you." Yes. I didn't think it through, sorry." He Lang lowered his head in apology, while inwardly complaining. "You, who is teaching a child how to kill in public to avoid getting blood on themselves. Actually say I'll corrupt someone? Ridiculous. Then shall we go to a proper place?" And Xian waved his hand. "Forget it. Just hurry and call He Chao out. Let's finish this. If it were Ji-Rao, we could take our time, but Hado is not a place to linger." He Lang felt a bit ashamed. "Recently, He Chao hasn't seen me. I just received news that he has returned to the ancestral home." "So you mean you can't get him out?" He Lang felt embarrassed to speak. And Xian raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you expecting me to storm into the He family's ancestral home and kill him? The strongest in the He family is an A-level star warrior who poses no threat to Xian. Storming into the He family's ancestral home to kill He Chao is not impossible. The problem is if he really did that, the next day the city gate would be plastered with Xian's large face with a number underneath. This is no longer just offending the Federation, but slapping them right in the face. The cost and benefit do not match. For He Chao, it's not worth it." And Xian grew impatient as he received no response. "Can you get him out or not? If not, I'm leaving. I can wait until he comes out and kill him then." No, let me think of a way." He Lang panicked. If Xian left, who knows when he would come back next? Let me think. He Lang lightly tapped his forehead, pacing back and forth. While Xian and Inyu, disregarding their image, were about to fall asleep in their chairs. "Got it." The two startled awake. He Lang clapped his hands, recalling a piece of information he had inadvertently overheard when he visited He Chao's house before. "I have a way to draw him out." In the dead of night, an abandoned factory in the south of the city was brightly lit. Vans were driving in and out, and soon the area was empty. After an unknown amount of time, no more vans entered. He Lang and the public security personnel stood guard outside without moving. After waiting a while, a large truck entered the factory. He Lang knew the time had come. "Move." Beside him, Bai Ting, the captain of the criminal investigation unit of the public security, was also his childhood friend. Have you thought it through? He Lang's eyes turned fierce. "My mom is still waiting for him down there. He Chao must die." After saying this, his gaze softened a bit. "Ting, why don't you leave? If something happens, I'll say I borrowed your name to lure your subordinates out." Bai Ting, am not that timid. I want to avenge Annie, and I want my share." Bai Ting rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Action. Dozens of armed public security personnel surrounded the factory. They did not hide their actions, and the people inside the factory quickly learned. "Quick, lock the doors. Ready your guns. Shoot anyone who comes in." The person in charge glanced down at the dozens of people bound and gagged, then called He Chao. "Mr. He, the police have surrounded the factory." On the other end of the line, He Chao, awakened from his sleep, felt as if he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water, instantly coming to his senses. Competing for the position of the He family's patriarch with other heirs was an internal competition. Everyone relied on their own means and could not use the family's money. But without money, nothing can be done. This human trafficking business is his money source. Damn it, hold him off. "I'm coming right now." Hanging up the phone, he quickly got dressed. Suddenly, he thought, could someone be trying to lure him out? But quickly dismissed the idea. Who is he? The third heir of the He family. Hado Star City is the He family's stronghold. Who would dare to make a move on him? The only person he could think of was Xian. But Xian couldn't possibly know about this place. After getting dressed, he drove at full speed, and in less than half an hour, he arrived near the factory. However, at that moment, someone he never expected blocked his car. "He Lang, what are you doing here?" "Guess." He Lang sneered, wrapping his arm around Bai Ting's waist. Seeing Bai Ting in the public security uniform, He Chao understood. "You've really lost your mind, daring to make a move on my territory." He got out of the car and tore off the wide sleeve covering his right arm, revealing his fierce-looking limb. It seems you miss your mom too much. Since that's the case, I'll send you to see her. Hilang gently patted Bai Ting. You go first. Be obedient. I won't get into trouble. Go quickly. Bai Ting bit her lip, stomped her foot, and ran towards the factory. After she left, Hilang revealed a relaxed smile. Hichao mocked. Do you really think she can escape? I'll kill you, and I'll get her to the gathering place, letting the refugees take turns with her for 24 hours. Hichao, do you think I don't have a confidence to lure you out? Just you? What if there are others? In Hadoxing City, besides an? No. Could it be that you? Congratulations, you got it right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. Hilang smiled and said loudly, Mr. N, there is no one else here. Please come out. I admit my mistake. I definitely won't block you tomorrow. Chapter 74. I keep my word outside the abandoned factory. It was eerily silent. Hijao's expression changed slightly as he cautiously scanned his surroundings while moving back toward the car. It took him half a minute to cover just a few steps. He placed his hand on the car door, feeling that something was off. How could Xian possibly be colluding with Hilang? Moreover, half a minute had passed, and he still hadn't seen Xian. Hizhao began to suspect that Hilang was scheming. He wanted to scare him away to take down the abandoned factory. And Xian wasn't even here, right? Hizhao's hand left the car door, and his furrowed brows relaxed. He may have died at Xian's hands. There was no way he would seek cooperation from him. Hilang watched him with a strange expression that contained mockery. As long as he could kill Hizhao, he didn't care who he collaborated with. It was like two armies facing off. A traitor who betrays his own subordinates is far more detestable than the enemy. Why not take a glance behind you? Still trying to play tricks? I want to see if you have. And Xian. Hizhao's head jerked back, his disdainful tone abruptly shifting to fear. In the driver's seat of the car sat a young man wearing sunglasses, smiling and waving through the front windshield. His warm smile felt like a spring breeze. Anyone who didn't know would think he and Hizhao were old friends reuniting after years apart. In contrast, Hizhao wasted no time and bolted away. He didn't feel the spring breeze. Instead, he felt the sharpness of a knife scraping against his skull, the kind that could pry open his head with a single disagreement. Why hadn't Hizhao opened the car door earlier? He had intended to open it and give him a refreshing surprise as a gift. And Xian got out of the car with a hint of regret. Hilang quickly walked over, his eyebrows lowered. Mr. And you see Hizhao. Not in a hurry. Let him run 100 meters first. And Xian drew his knife and, through his omniscient vision, locked onto Hizhao, who had fled 100 meters away. Said I'd give you a refreshing surprise. So here it is. Under the night sky, a brilliant red flashed. The red spear thrown by Xian shot towards Hizhao's back at lightning speed. Go get my knife? Hizhao, watch out. An elderly figure rushed in. It was Hizhua. Late at night, noticing Hizhao had left, he had followed out of concern, and sure enough, trouble was brewing. Hizhua didn't dare to directly intercept the red spear. So he unleashed a gust of wind with his palm, knocking Hizhao down. It was this very palm that saved Hizhao's life. The red spear only tore through his left arm, and Xian's smile faded. This old man just doesn't learn. What was his name again? Hilang respectfully replied. Never mind, it's not important. And Xian walked past Hilang. Today, as a celebration. Kill one Hizhao and get an old man for free. Thank you, Mr. N. Hilang bowed his head even lower, not daring to intervene, nor wanting to. Hizhua was part of Hizhao's faction. If he could be taken down, that would be great. Otherwise, if Hizhua found traces of the incident later, it would be his own death. Run. Hizhua grabbed Hizhao and fled. The 3 punches from the southern city wall had nearly cost him his life. Returning to the He family, he had spent a great deal to barely recover. At this moment, he didn't dare to even think about clashing with Xian. Hizhao looked in the direction and quickly reminded, Grandpa Zhua, we're running the wrong way. No, we're not. Hizhua's murky eyes turned, fixated on the abandoned factory hundreds of meters away. Because Hizhao's business was unsavory, the factory was located in an exceptionally remote area, making it unrealistic to escape to a populated place in a short time. The only opportunity was that factory where gunshots echoed. If they could get there, unless he killed everyone inside, they wouldn't dare to touch them. Sounds good in theory, but too bad. You won't have a chance. A demonic whisper from hell lightly reached the ears of the two men. He Zhao and He's was hearts shattered with fear, and Xian flashed to He's was side, raising the wooden staff high and smashing it down. Bang! The star power wrapped around the wooden staff struck He's was back, breaking his spine. Ugh! He's was fell to the ground, howling in agony. The He Zhao in his hands fell, rolling twice, his head hitting a protruding sharp stone, instantly bleeding profusely. And Xian slowly walked over to Hizwa, raising the wooden staff again. Swish! The sound of breaking air was ear-piercing. This strike broke both of Hizwa's legs, and Xian stepped on the broken parts, grinding them inch by inch. To prevent the old dog from barking wildly, he also aimed to destroy his vocal cords. Old man, you didn't learn from the last lesson, did you? Hizwa's leg bones shattered into countless pieces. The indescribable pain nearly made him faint. However, under Xian's deliberate provocation, he not only couldn't faint, but became even more acutely aware of the pain. His leg bones were completely crushed, and even the flesh turned to mush. And Xian shifted his target, moving up from his tailbone. Last time, I didn't kill you out of respect for the Federation. This time, if you dare to come again, it shows you don't take me seriously. Hizwa was dazed. Apart from pain, he felt nothing else. As a vertebra was crushed, he was already breathing more out than in. And Xian was surprised. You're still not dead? Your vitality is quite tenacious. He suddenly smiled and said to the trembling He Zhao curled up beside him, Old He, for the sake of our friendship, I'll give you a chance to live. Really? He Zhao's eyes lit up, all his fear dissipating in an instant. Of course it's true. And Xian's smile was bright as he offered the blood-stained wooden staff. Come on, the last hit is yours. Kill him, and I want to kill you. He Zhao was stunned, his face frozen in a wild joy. Don't want to? Opportunities are rare. Once this village is gone, there won't be this shop again. And Xian gently persuaded. Look at him. He wants to live anyway. Why not squeeze out some remaining value from him to save yourself? It's a good deal. Time ticked by, and 2.5 minutes later, just as Xian was about to retract his hand, He Zhao suddenly grabbed the wooden staff. You keep your word. Of course, I and Xian always keep my word. He Zhao trembled as he rose, raising the wooden staff towards Hizwa's head, then tightly closed his eyes, smashing down like rain. Hizwa, in despair and coldness, took his last breath. Mr. In, your knife. He Lang picked up the red spear and handed it over, glancing at He Zhao, not the slightest bit worried that Xian would let him go. Those involved are confused, while the onlookers see clearly. At this point, could He Zhao really survive? What the answer was, He Zhao probably knew himself. But he had no choice. This was his only lifeline. 1 minute later, after smashing down countless times, He Zhao finally stopped, utterly drained of spirit, slumping to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. And Xian applauded. To be able to personally kill the person who saved you twice, you truly are a good beast. He Zhao didn't care about being called a beast. He was like a gambler who had gone red-eyed, all in, waiting for the cards to be revealed, flashing a pleasing smile at Xian. Mister, and you said if I killed him, you'd spare my life. Look at you. I've already said I keep my word. And Xian took the red spear from He Lang's hands, dissatisfied, and slapped his face with the blade, seemingly unhappy to be questioned. Yes, I shouldn't have. The red spear pierced his heart. Before death arrived, He Zhao heard the last words. Everything has its order. Giving you a refreshing surprise was said first, and I must keep my word. Chapter 75 Arrival at Juru the next day at noon. A brand new ID was delivered to Xian's hands. And Yu's appearance, and Yu's name, and the fact that he was 12 years younger than Xian, excluding gender. The rest were basically the same as Xian. Mr. In, do you want to take the Xing-Qian submarine? After taking revenge, He Lang looked haggard today. As for why, Bai Ting knew more. Summarized in 2 words, revenge achieved, all-night battle. And Xian handed the ID to Yu, who was waiting eagerly beside him. After another failed attempt to tame the silly hare, he said, It's not needed for now. Just keep it for the time being. Okay, if you need anything, just contact me anytime. And Xian warned him, I hope you won't renege on your promise then. The deaths of He Zhao and Hizwa flashed before He Lang's eyes, and he immediately stood up straight. You can rest assured. Absolutely not. That's good. After letting He Lang go, he contacted Wang Yang. Gongzi, is everything ready on your side? Little brother, everything else is done, but applying the Xing lacquer on the car is a meticulous job, It will take at least 3 days. 3 days? That's too long. Aye. And Xian was about to say, let Wang Gang handle the car, and he would ask Lang for a Xing lacquer car. Suddenly remembering that Hot Duo wasn't in Nan'an and the train was running here. It would be much more convenient for him and in you to take the train to Drew. It's faster than driving and more comfortable than a pickup truck. There was no need to bring Wang Gang and Li Hui, 2 extra burdens along. From now on, you and your wife can do whatever you like. No need to follow me. On the other side, Wang Gang listened to the blind sound in the receiver, a bit confused. Am I being thrown away just like this? Li Hui crawled out of the quilt. Gongzi, does little brother have something to find you for? Little brother said we don't need to follow him anymore. Li Hui was surprised for a moment, but quickly realized that they probably wouldn't need a driver once they got to Ha Duo. Wang Gang nodded in agreement and sent a message to Xian. Wang Gang, little brother, just let me know whenever you need a driver. I'm always on standby. He family ancestral home. Old Fifth is dead? No. It's Grandpa Zhua and also brother He Zhao who died together. He Mingda, the head of the He family, was also the only A-level Xing warrior of the He family. He froze for a moment, then immediately shouted with his white eyebrows standing up in anger, "Get out." Okay. The boy opposite him indeed rolled on the ground and moved out. He Mingda was even angrier, with nowhere to vent his frustration. The boy was his own grandson, named EC. This child was good in every way, but just had a bit of a problem with his head. Because of this, He Si, as He Mingda's grandson, was not on the list of heirs to the He family. Come back, walk. Okay. He Si obediently stood up and walked in front of He Mingda. Was it Xian who did it? Most likely, there were also He Lang and a female police officer involved. He Mingda pretended not to hear the latter half of the sentence. He Lang and Bai Ting had destroyed a large human trafficking organization and were currently in the spotlight. Wait until this storm passes, then deal with it. Where's Xian? Left on the train 11 minutes ago. He Mingda remained silent. A Duo Star City was the He family stronghold. It wouldn't be difficult to find out who was killed in the city, but the hard part was lacking concrete evidence. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine to guess their identity and act directly, but Xian was not an ordinary person. Regardless of strength, his identity as a free person or the ability to enlighten Xing warriors were not something the He family could touch. There were 4 people who entered the city with Xian, and Xian and a child left, and 2 others remained in the city. He Si suddenly spoke, paused, and added, ordinary people. He Mingda glanced at him. What can ordinary people do? What if they have a good relationship with Xian? If we capture them, Xian would definitely retaliate, and the Federation wouldn't care. We can't capture them, but the Federation can. Ding. Detected that the host has entered Juru Star City. Starting check-in progress bar. Check-in progress 1, special gift for meeting. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the main venue permissions for Juru Star City. In the unfallen Star City, after passing the boundary marker, the system notification sound would ring out immediately. Half an hour later, the train arrived at the station. After the routine pollution level check, Xian and Yu exited the station. It smells so good. At the exit, Yu exclaimed in delight. Xian knew that Yu hadn't used his ability because he could also smell the fragrance. It was the aroma of rice that had already permeated the air, saturating the city. Juru, the rice warehouse of the Federation, was a very special star city. There were no star mines under Juru's star, and the blessings of the star were all integrated into the land. The land here, under the blessings of Juru's star, was particularly suitable for growing rice. The entire star city was divided into 9 areas from E-Row to Jiu-Row, according to the energy contained in the land. Therefore, the rice produced was also similarly categorized. The best rice available in the market was from Wu-Row. Anything higher was specially supplied to the nobles. To avoid occupying the internal Shang-Row land, the train station was built at the foot of the city wall. Leaving the train station, one could instantly feel that this star city was different from others. Looking around, apart from the necessary mechanical farming tools, there were almost no modern facilities in sight. Neatly divided rice fields were common, with a considerable number of farm workers laboring in the fields. Holding Yu's hand, leaning on a cane, he walked into the city. After walking for a while, Xian noticed something interesting. He stopped by the edge of a field. There was only one person in this field, lying on a rocking chair with a straw hat covering his face, leisurely contrasting sharply with the busy others. "Hello," Ncien greeted, but received no response. If it weren't for knowing through the omniscient world that the middle-aged man's eyes were open, he would have thought he was asleep. "Hello, uncle," he greeted again, waiting for about 10 seconds, still receiving no response. Ncien smiled slightly, pretending, "Right? Little pink hair." And you released the pumpkin simulation and aimed his big gun at the man's head under the straw hat. "Brother is talking to you." "Uh-huh." At this moment, the man suddenly yawned and woke up. He inadvertently avoided the gunpoint, removed his straw hat, and saw Ncien and the others, showing a surprised expression. "When did you come?" "I just fell asleep, sorry." "I see you really like sleeping. Have you considered sleeping a little longer? Close your eyes and open them again, and you'll be in your next life." Ncien kindly and friendly suggested. "No, that's not necessary." The man chuckled awkwardly, knowing he had been seen through. "Little brothers, it's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just that the landlord doesn't allow us to talk to outsiders, or else they will deduct our food." "Landlord?" Listening to this. "What an ancient term. You two are here for the first time in Juru, right?" "Yes." "Did you not learn anything before coming?" "No." "Then why did you come to Juru?" Ncien naturally replied, "To eat rice. I've never eaten Juru rice in my life, so I want to try it." "MHM." And you put away the pumpkin, nodding his little head rapidly. "With such a strong aroma of rice outside, the rice should be good. And the highest grade Juru rice must be very fragrant." Chapter 76. Many gather. Undercurrents flowing if you haven't heard of gyro. "How can you say you want to eat gyro rice?" The man showed an awkward yet polite smile. "I wish you all get what you desire." In his heart, he labeled Ncien and his companion as naive youngsters who didn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The man lay back in his rocking chair, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. Unexpectedly, a question from Ncien made him jump up. "I'm very curious. Why is a star patron of gyro here?" "You." The man was taken aback. After jumping up, he scrutinized Ncien for a long time. "This young brother has quite the sharp insight." "I am blind." The man fell silent for a moment, deciding to skip the topic. "My name is Jiang Mao, and I am indeed a star patron of gyro. As for why I farm, it's because my family has been serfs for generations." Jiang Mao turned his head, revealing a tattoo behind his ear in the shape of a rice plant. Gyro Star City is the only star city that still retains slavery. The Star Master is the largest landlord, supported by layers of small to medium landlords. As he spoke, he gestured around. "But more numerous are the serfs like me. As a star patron, can you run for Star Master?" "Star patrons can, but serfs with star status cannot." Ncien understood and chatted with him for a few more sentences before turning to leave within you. An interesting choice for a B-level star martial artist to willingly remain a serf. The unguarded whisper was heard by Jiang Mao. He lay back in a rocking chair, hat covering his face. Beneath the hat, his expression gradually grew serious, lost in thought. Federal Assembly. 36 members sat firmly on the high platform. 72 members entered in sequence and took their seats. Once everyone was seated, someone spoke up. "The 7 Judgment Team has lost its life signal and has been missing for over a week, confirming death." "How is that possible?" "Did they encounter an S-level or higher star beast? A mutant? Was it a gold medal free person from the free forum who did it?" The crowd wore puzzled expressions. A gold medal free person? An entire A-level and 9 B-level judgment teams wiped out? Are you sure you want to say such nonsense? When that member confirmed it repeatedly, the crowd fell silent. Is this the strength of the free forum? The silence did not last long before another member condemned it. A free person daring to attack a judgment team severely violates their principle of neutrality. According to investigations, that free person was in Nanan at the time, while the judgment team's task was to clear out Nanan, and that free person was also among the targets. So, strictly speaking, killing the judgment team was an act of counterattack and self-defense, and according to the agreement between the Federation and the Free Forum, no accountability would be pursued. Are you saying we have to swallow this bitter pill? That is indeed the case, unless we declare war on the Free Forum and list it as a rebellious organization. We can only bite the bullet. Let's put this matter aside for now. How should the Nanan military handle it? Issue a nationwide manhunt and prohibit anyone from supplying them with resources, since they don't want a way to live. Let them exhaust their resources in the wasteland and welcome death. Agreed. Agreed. According to intelligence from the Wind Listener, there are signs of rebellion in Gyre O Star City. Deploy troops to suppress it. Gyre O is the granary. There must be no issues. This matter will be handled by the military. Agreed. Agreed. The last matter, what should we do about that free person who can create star martial artists? Wait, I remember now. The gold medal free person who killed the judgment team is the same person. Everyone was calculating in their hearts. Killing the judgment team would not have much impact on them. But creating star martial artists is different. Who doesn't have an elder at home? As their lifespan nears its end, having the elder become a star martial artist to extend their life is quite tempting. I propose we put pressure on the free forum. Send someone to invite him, using a dual approach. What if we can't invite him? If we can't invite him, then we'll use the method of not being able to invite him. Recently, the He family reported that a free person named Inside has gone to Gyro. What a coincidence. First courtesy, then force. If we can't invite him, we will let the military handle it together. From the Hadu Star City side, under the guise of capturing the remnants of Nanan, 2 people were arrested, one named Wang Gang and the other named Li Huihui, both of whom know Inside. Oh, that's good news. Order them to keep an eye on the people. The Welcome Light Assembly. Gyro, are you all familiar with it? The Federation's granary. Familiar. I tasted Bayer O rice 3 years ago. It was delicious. Since you are familiar, there is now a task that requires 2 people to go to Gyro, find the star patrons of Gyro, and establish contact with them. Who will go? I will go. Good. Shunju, Zhenghu, it's up to you. Go with the light of welcome. In the quiet night. To complete the Starfire plan, Gyro Star City must be eliminated. Agreed. Eliminating Gyro will create a significant gap in the Federation's food supply. I discovered a poisonous beast in the fallen Zhaoli Star City after 37 years. If I lure it to Gyro, it can cause extensive damage to Gyro's rice fields. Then this matter is entrusted to you, Shizan. Starfire will spread. Free forum. 8-person chat group. 1 fortune for 1,000 gold. Wine immortal. Old drunkard. Got any good wine lately? Share some. Peach and plum full of the world. He's plenty in stock. Whether you can take it out depends on your ability. Beauty Association President Sue. Wine immortal. My brother has woken up. We need a few good bottles for the celebration feast. Wine immortal. Let us talk about it later. This year's Gyro rice is ripe. I plan to borrow some for brewing. Nanan Star City. Star Master. A total of 130. 000 people have been evacuated, and the rest. Yang Kai's voice grew quieter. The number of mutants in the city is increasing. After Inside left, the star beasts also began to move. Evacuating 130,000 people is already extremely difficult. Song Yinwen stood on the city wall, gazing at Nanan. This once prosperous star city was now overrun with mutants, and not a single figure could be seen. After taking a lingering look at the direction of Nanan, he resolutely turned away. I, Song Yinwen, vow that one day I will return. Li Gong, here, assemble the troops, target Gyro. Yes. Various forces are rising and swirling. Gyro is subtly trending toward becoming the center of the storm. And Cien is completely unaware of this. And even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He only cares about how to eat Gyro rice. A large and a small figure waved tickets, weaving through various places selling grain. From morning till night, all the way to the city center, they couldn't buy a single grain. However, they did see the Gyro fields. A squad of armed soldiers was guarding 24/7. Numerous drones were hovering above for surveillance. And Cien sensed that there were star martial artists mingling among them. The defense was more formidable than the city walls, making it daunting to approach. Chapter 77. The heartless boss should be hanged on a streetlight. 20,000? This broken place charges 20,000 for 5 days. No, it's not for 5 days. It's the price for 1 day. Ha, good. And Cien smiled in amusement. His mood had already soured from not being able to buy Juru rice, and now it was even worse. In the land of Wuro, there's joy in the fields. A homestay that would be so run down in other places that no one would stay there. Within Wuro, all you see are fields. And Cien and Yu turned back to Wuro and discovered an accommodation. But when they inquired about the price, the front desk quoted 20,000. And it's for 1 day. Although Cien didn't care about money. Just the 2 episodes of videos edited by the little tailor had already brought in tens of millions. It didn't mean he was a fool willing to be slaughtered like a pig. He was unhappy, very unhappy. Little pink hair. The dull hair trembled, signaling received. And you pulled out the pumpkin cannon. And Cien showed a nuclear smile. How much? I didn't hear clearly just now. Can you say it again? The casually indifferent front desk was stunned, dropping his sunflower seeds all over the floor, quickly raising his hands to stand up. Don't kill me. Dude, it's your first time in Juru, right? A man and a woman walked into the homestay entrance. They looked to be in their 20s, but their skin appeared rather rough. Each carried a large travel backpack and held a selfie stick to record videos. In Juru, Star City, every inch of land is precious. Tianjinlu is one of the few places to stay, and high prices are quite normal. The man glanced at the big gun and he was carrying, hesitated for a moment, and then walked over to Cien to whisper. Yes, just a working peasant. Killing him is useless. Besides, those who can run accommodations in Juru have connections. Take my advice. It's better to avoid trouble. The woman who came in with the man let out a sharp scream. Seeing her boyfriend trying to mediate, she planned to coax Yu into putting down the gun. But unexpectedly, as soon as she touched Yu, the gun's muzzle was immediately aimed at her. The cold gun body emitted a faint glow, with wisps of energy gathering towards the muzzle, exuding a breath of death. Misunderstanding. The man chuckled and waved his hands. We mean no harm, really. Little pink hair. Please put the gun away. After venting his anger, Cien scanned the QR code and transferred 100,000 through Starbank. Just as the man said, what is the point of killing a peasant? It would only stir up a mess. And since they had to stay in Juru for a few days, it was better to spend money to avoid trouble. After the payment, he tapped the table with his fingers. Room card. I'll get it for you right away. The front desk bent down to search. After a few seconds, he grabbed a key and placed it on the table. The first room on the left when you enter the courtyard. Cien picked up the rusty key, took a deep breath. Don't be angry. Let's go. And you picked up the bag by her feet and hurried to catch up. The stone brick house, less than 30 square meters, was fully visible. 2 simple beds and a shabby wooden table. In the corner, a family of spiders lived in a cobweb. Cien sat down on the bed, which creaked with the thin bedding. The anger he had just calmed down flared up again. So expensive, and at least they should make the inside decent. Damn it. When we leave, I must hang this heartless dog of a boss on a streetlight. And you blinked her long lashes. Brother, I didn't TC any streetlights in the city. Then we'll chop them up and paint the Jura star with it. That sound good. At the entrance, the man and woman who had just checked in and dropped off their luggage intended to greet Cien. Hearing the conversation between the two inside, they felt that greeting was unnecessary. Just as they were about to sneak away, and you glanced at the door. Brother, there are 2 people outside who look sneaky. Do you think they want to steal our rice? After saying that, she jogged a few steps and brought the bag of rice to the bedside. Unable to buy high-quality rice, they had only managed to buy Wuro rice, which was what was inside. The man and woman at the door? Defamation. Absolutely defamation. Dude, it's me. We just wanted to come over and say hello. Having been discovered, they naturally couldn't leave. The 2 of them forced a smile as they walked in. I'm Lu Zisher, and this is my girlfriend Wanbei. We're Star City travelers. We travel to various star cities and share our experiences online to earn rewards. Oh, so we're in the same line of work. Cien suspected this when they came in holding their phones. Speaking of which, I'm also a Star City traveler. Oh, Lu Zisher's heart, which had been racing, calmed down, feeling excited as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. If Wanbei had never seen a pumpkin before, she would have gone to play with Yu. Unfortunately, she had seen one before, and now she stood still, not even daring to make eye contact with Yu, fearing that if she said something wrong, this delicate and pretty little pink-haired girl would pull out her big gun and shoot her. Lu Zisher was quite friendly, bragging about his travel experiences to Cien. As a Star City traveler, the places he had been, the local customs he had seen, and the dangers he had experienced were all bragging rights. Cien listened with great interest, as he might go there someday. And you went to steam the rice. And compared to Lu Zisher's experiences, she was more interested in the Wuro rice. Tianjin, Lu Homestay, thoroughly embodies the characteristics of Juru. Modern facilities are pitifully scarce. The front desk as payment reporting device is probably the most advanced technology in this place. There is not even an electric rice cooker for steaming rice. One must fetch water from the courtyard and use the stove to cook. and Yu was troubled, while Wanbei saw this as an opportunity to build a good relationship with Yu. Little sister, can I help you steam the rice? Having experienced the human trafficking incident, Yu was cautious of unsolicited kindness. She first sniffed to check for any bad smell before responding. Okay, thank you. At sunset, a few candles provided light for the stone brick house. And Xian, and Yu, and Wanbei sat around a shabby wooden table. Almost all the steamed rice was thanks to Wanbei. After Yu got Xian's approval, she invited her to stay for dinner. As for Lu Zisher, he was kicked out by Xian. After listening to Lu Zisher brag for a while, he realized he had just wasted his time. It was either the beautiful figures from A-Star City or the super cute Lolas from B-Star City. With this personality, it was a miracle that Wanbei hadn't broken up with him. On the table were 4 dishes and a soup. All simple home-cooked meals bought from the homestay front desk. The cheapest stir-fried vegetables cost $8.88, while the more expensive potato stir-fried meat slices would add another $8. While eating, and Xian's determination to expose the heartless boss who died Juru, Star continued to strengthen. The meal remained quiet until it ended. Wanbei took the dirty dishes away, and once there were no outsiders, and Xian suddenly thought of the original purpose of having Yu follow him. Little pink hair, and Yu rubbed her round belly. Huh? Try to see if you can find my eyes. All right, I'll try. And Yu jumped off the chair, hugged Xian's arm, took a deep breath, then ran into the courtyard to sense the star power, sniffing seriously. After an unknown amount of time, she caught a whiff of a fragrance in one direction. It was short-lived, but enough. And Yu's light pink eyes suddenly brightened, her tone cheerful. I smelled it. Chapter 78 Clues from the eyes, and Xian quickly moved to Yu's side. Let her try, he said, and to his surprise, there was indeed a reward. Where? And Yu looked in a certain direction, her little hands raised in front of her, indicating a distance that was neither too close nor too far. In that direction, probably. About this far. This far? Are you playing abstract art here? Seeing in Xian's puzzled expression, and Yu anxiously twirled a strand of hair, thinking hard for a while before coming up with a suitable example. It's probably about half the distance from where we came to here. After a pause, she continued, I can smell the path we took to get here, the one we rode the train on. And Xian pondered. So my eyes, no? I mean the person carrying my eyes, took the train from Jiurao? Can you smell where that person went? And Yu's hair drooped, and she shook her head dejectedly. I don't know, I was discovered while I was smelling. It's okay. And Xian rubbed her head to comfort her. He wasn't disappointed with the outcome. At least they had a clue, which was much better than knowing nothing at all. We need to prevent the person carrying the eyes from getting desperate and destroying them. And Xian instructed Yu, next time I ask you to find something, don't do it on your own, okay? Got it. And Yu readily agreed, not asking why. Whatever her brother asked her to do, she would do it. Nothing else mattered. And Xian took out his phone, choosing to dial Ling Xing's number between Su Mei and Ling Xing Xiangu. You remembered me. I need the passenger list for the train line from Jiurao to Haduo for today. The list of regular passengers is no problem. But for the top-class cabin, I said the list of all the passengers. Hearing the emphasized words, Ling Xing fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and agreeing. No problem. It will take some time, but I'll get it to you as soon as possible. Okay. Late at night, and Xian lay in bed tossing and turning. Of course, it wasn't because of the eyes. He was reminiscing about the delicious flavor of Wu Rao rice. If Wu Rao rice was so good, wouldn't Jiu Rao rice be even better? For a foodie, is there anything worse than being at the food's origin but not being able to eat it? And Xian sat up. No, I have to find a way to get some. At the entrance of a field, Lu Zisher squatted in a corner, smoking in frustration. Wu Rao rice, being the highest quality rice available on the market, wasn't cheap. With his financial situation, even indulging in a meal would take him a while to decide. Just when he thought he could get a free meal, he was chased out by Xian. That was fine. The key point was that while he was chased away, Wanbei was left behind. His displeasure instantly peaked. Having been a traveler in Xing City for several years, Lu Zisher had some understanding of Xing warriors. And Yu's ability to wield a romantic cannon was clearly not something an ordinary person could do. Faced with a Xing warrior, he didn't dare to say anything. But when it came to Wanbei, there was plenty he could say. When Wanbei returned, Lu Zisher began to speak sarcastically. Initially, she endured it, but soon the words became harsher, reaching an unbearable level. Wanbei no longer tolerated it. She remembered how Lu Zixi had flirted with women in various star cities. The two had a huge argument, and Lu Zixi slammed the door and squatted outside to smoke. After finishing another cigarette, he noticed a figure walking out of the guest house. Using the light at the door, he saw the face clearly. And Xian? What is he doing out this late? Lu Zixi was puzzled and wanted to follow him. But how could his speed keep up? In the blink of an eye, he lost sight of him. However, the person behind him did not lose track of him. Just as Lu Zixi was wondering, he was suddenly knocked out from behind, and the people around him worked together to stuff him into a sack. The night in Jiurao Fields was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. Patrol soldiers guarded the area vigilantly, and Xian had been hiding in a concealed spot for quite a while. He was contemplating a very critical question. It wasn't difficult to avoid these soldiers. There were also ways to deal with surveillance and drones. However, with the fields filled with rice, how was he supposed to pull it back? He had no experience handling this kind of thing. At that moment, a faint scent of alcohol wafted over. Before long, the smell became stronger, and Xian frowned. Someone was approaching him. His basic omniscient vision couldn't detect the figure of the incoming person. It seemed they had deliberately concealed their form. But since they were intentionally hiding, why expose the scent of alcohol? And Xian wouldn't naively think that the other party forgot to hide due to carelessness. Are they testing me? He muttered to himself, suddenly increasing the supply of star power to his omniscient vision. In an instant, the star power fluctuations 10 meters away were sensed. The intensity of the omniscient vision continued to rise, and the star power fluctuations became clearer. The other party let out a soft "oh." Since their highest level of concealment had been discovered, they decided not to hide anymore. They withdrew their star power, intending to formally introduce themselves to this young man who had been praised to the heavens by Su Mei. Unexpectedly, at the moment the star power was withdrawn, a strong sense of being watched enveloped them. On the other side, and Xian also didn't expect the other party to suddenly withdraw their star power so completely. In an instant, he was seen through, truly seen through. The other party's expression changed slightly, and they quickly gathered their star power to cover their body. The feeling of being watched receded, and they walked up to Xian, looking quite annoyed. At my age, being seen naked by a man, just thinking about it is nauseating. Unfortunately, it was purely self-inflicted, and with nowhere to vent, they could only suffer silently. No wonder Su Mei praises you every day in the group. Every word is paving the way for recommending you to become a top freelancer. You're indeed extraordinary. After hearing this, Xian lowered his guard. The person from a freedom forum was actually a top freelancer, connecting it with the earlier sin of alcohol. The answer was obvious. Old wine enthusiast? Call me the immortal in wine. Oh, Xian responded, lacking enthusiasm. This old guy was notorious in the Federation for his love of alcohol. If anyone's good wine went missing or some rare ingredients were lost, it was likely his doing. His notoriety among the public was second only to Su Mei, the president of the Beauty Association. But one was good and the other bad. The immortal in wine looked at the Jiurao fields. You want to borrow some Jiurao rice too? Of course, otherwise, what would I be doing here at night? Regarding Xian's attitude, the immortal in wine was not angry and showed no signs of a top-tier powerhouse. In his heart, he had already placed Xian on an equal footing with himself. Although there was still a gap in their strengths, Xian's potential was evident, and being young, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up. If you want Jiurao rice, you can't just come here. The immortal in wine took off the wine jug from his waist and took a long drink to moisten his throat. Do you have a way? Of course. The immortal in wine smiled proudly. Such good brewing material as Jiurao rice was something he could never pass up. Since he gained strength, he had come nearly every year. He knew very well where the processed rice was stored. Follow me. Let's go directly to the Jiurao rice warehouse. In the center of Jiurao Star City, for warehouses were built around Jiurao Star. The defenses here were more than just a notch higher than those in Jiurao Fields. It could completely be described as a copper wall and iron bastion. Xian and the immortal in wine stood in a surveillance blind spot. The patrolling guards passed right in front of them without noticing. The 4 warehouses stored rice from Lu to Jiurao. The immortal in wine gestured towards Jiurao Star. How about a little competition? Let's see who can sneak in first and get the Jiurao rice. Sound good? Leisurely does not refuse, but when it comes to betting, there should be some incentive, right? The wine immortal was surprised that he actually dared to agree. Although he had never been to a rice warehouse and had only borrowed rice on the road before, his own strength was stronger than Leisurely's. What right did Leisurely have to agree? Old drunkard, afraid to bet? I'm not afraid. The wine immortal took a gulp of wine. You set the stakes. The fish is hooked. The other party called himself the wine immortal, so the stakes must involve wine. I want the 10 best bottles from your stock. This. The wine immortal hesitated. This was a bit too much. Afraid? You little rascal. Are you addicted to provocation? The wine immortal's eyes widened. I can agree, but you must put up an equivalent stake. The top 10 bottles of good wine in my stock are all brewed from high-grade, distorted materials. If put on the market, they are worth billions. 5 spots for Star Warriors, betting your 10 bottles of wine. ISNT that enough? Enough, definitely enough. The wine immortal's eyes lit up. He didn't need the spots, but could exchange them, using the opportunity to become a Star Warrior to trade for rare brewing materials. I'm sure no one could refuse. So, shall we begin? Wait. Hey. As the wine immortal's expression shifted from confusion to shock, Leisurely glowed red and surprisingly transformed into his likeness. Then, he left the monitoring blind spot and dashed toward the warehouse, storing Juru rice. Damn, you little brat. No martialifics. Playing dirty. The wine immortal panicked. You just mixed in like that? And with my face. Fine, that is how you want to play. The wine immortal shook the wine pod in his hand, letting wine flow over his body. The next moment, his physical body merged with the wine, seeping underground, moving toward the rice warehouse. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The alarm rang, and the Juru rice warehouse flashed with red lights. With the wine immortal's face, Leisurely was especially rampant. I am the wine immortal here. Don't you hurry and get out of the way. No one is retreating, but there are plenty of bullets coming straight at me. Just ordinary bullets. Leisurely didn't dodge, gathering star power around his body, withstanding the rain of bullets. He quickly moved toward the Juru rice warehouse. It's a Star Warrior. Go call the Star Warrior division. The rice warehouse supervisor ordered. Activate the rice warehouse alert systems. The Juru rice warehouse went into full alert. Even cannons emerged from cracks in the metal walls of the warehouse. Seeing this scene, Leisurely was shocked. They brought out the cannons? He couldn't understand. No matter how good Juru rice is it worth such defense? Most Star cities that store Star or don't have this level of security. Could it be that rice is more expensive than Star, or? This is insane. Boom! A cannon fired, and the shell shot out. Leisurely solidified the star power in the air to reduce the shell's speed. As the shell approached, he actually caught it barehanded. Here you go. Bending his waist back, he threw the shell out with force. With the boost of star power, it was even faster than when it was fired. The shell crashed into the warehouse wall, exploding with a loud bang. The explosion only left a patch of blackness in front, with no damage at all. This strength is outrageous. The outer wall of the warehouse is comparable to the city gates of Nanan. At this time, more and more soldiers were dispatched. Tens of thousands were layered in defense in front of the warehouse. Under the cover of the shelling, machine guns fired, mixed with sniper bullets. Leisurely was too lazy to comment. Those who know it are aware he came to steal rice. Those who don't know would think he was attacking the enemy command post. If the walls of Nanan had this firepower back then, they could have held out for a couple more days. Leisurely stood still. The other side's strict defense ignited his stubbornness. You're blocking me from entering? Don't even think about it. The rice warehouse, I'm definitely getting in. Now Juru rice was pushed to second place in his mind. Getting into the warehouse became the top priority. Leisurely began to unleash the Red Princess, covering it with star power. Outsiders could only see him holding a light pillar, unable to discern the specific appearance of what was inside. Blood mist shield. A deep red light shield coalesced. Leisurely charged forward with the shield. At this moment, the concealment on the Red Princess was so flimsy that using a technique would reveal it. But it didn't matter. What was important was that he had covered it. If someone came looking for trouble later, it would all be pushed onto the wine immortal. Leisurely had even thought of an excuse. One night, the wine immortal got him drunk, stole the Red Princess to break into the rice warehouse. That's very reasonable. In the land of Juru, Jiang Mao was startled awake by the booming cannon fire in the city. He jumped on the roof and gazed inward. Someone is attacking the rice warehouse? Jiang Mao clenched his hands like an old farmer. At this moment, someone ran over, dressed like a peasant. Brother Jiang, what should we do? Should we? Jiang Mao jumped off the roof. Go back to sleep. But, go back, sleep. Yes. The current Star Lord of Juru, Fan Ping. After finishing today's business, he had just closed his eyes to sleep when he received the news that the warehouse was under attack. He didn't even bother to put on his clothes, grabbing a coat and rushing outside. While rushing toward the rice warehouse, he dialed a phone call. Hurry, bring the Star Warrior Division people. There's trouble at the warehouse. He hung up and dialed another one. Bring the army into the city. Immediately right now. Underground. The Wine Immortal was obstructed. This damn rice warehouse. Is the underground all metal too? In the state of being liquefied, his attack power was not high. The heavy metal floor left him helpless. The Wine Immortal changed targets, turning to other rice warehouses. After going around, he was numb. The 4 warehouses were the same, made entirely of high-strength alloys. That's the kind of material used to build city gates. To use such material to build rice warehouses, and 4 of them at that. This completely overturned the image of Juru in the Wine Immortal's mind, where peasants were everywhere, resembling a feudal society. They were rich, too rich. The Wine Immortal returned to the surface, but the scene before him left him disoriented in the wind. Outside, cannon fire reached the sky, and many Star Warriors were each using their own methods. Brilliant lights shone in the pitch-black night, among which the most dazzling was a shade of red. Their target was himself. More accurately, it was leisurely wearing his skin. What the hell? Damn, this brat is a madman. The Wine Immortal felt bitter in his mouth, took a sip of wine, which usually tasted wonderful, but now was bitter. He pulled out his phone and sent a message in the top-tier Freeman's group. Wine Immortal, you might not believe it, but I attacked Juru, Chairman Su of the Beauty Association. Peach and plum everywhere. A fortune for a fortune. The Wine Immortal uploaded a picture. Wine Immortal, this is bad. Prepare for crisis management. Chapter Obdich, An Yuin, Danjazisi, Zishi. Wanbei had not seen Lu Zishur for a long time and was a bit worried. She searched around the vicinity and found only a few cigarette butts at the entrance, which Lu Zishur often smoked, but nothing else. Anxiously, she ran back to the field and woke up the sleeping front desk staff. Excuse me, have you seen the man who came with me? He went out about half an hour ago and hasn't returned. In other star cities, Wanbei wouldn't worry at all if Lu Zishur had not returned overnight. At most, she would curse him for finding fun again and then go to sleep herself. But here in Jiurao Star City, there was nothing but fields. What could he possibly be doing? Surely he wasn't out in the fields helping the serfs harvest rice at this hour. The front desk yawned. I went to bed early, so I don't know if anyone went out. Can I see the surveillance footage? Surveillance? No, that stuff is only in the fields. Wanbei's head drooped in disappointment. It seemed the front desk took pity on her, glanced around to confirm no one was around, and hesitated before saying, just pretend that person doesn't exist. You came alone. Wanbei's tone suddenly rose. What do you mean? Literally. The front desk lay back down, continuing to sleep, ignoring any further questions from Wanbei. Boom. The sky suddenly exploded with fire. Both of them turned their gazes in panic. When had they ever seen such a scene of cannon fire? At that moment, a petite figure rushed out from the courtyard. It was Yu, who had woken up and found Xian missing. And Xian originally planned to borrow some Jiurao rice and come back without waking the sleeping Yu. She was startled awake by the cannon fire and, not seeing Xian, immediately sniffed the air. In the center of the city, she tracked down Xian's whereabouts at the intersection of the cannon fire. Little sister, don't go out. Wanbei took a few quick steps, realizing her speed couldn't match in US. Seeing her about to exit the guest house, Wanbei summoned all her strength and dashed in front of Yu to block her way. And Yu ignored her and tried to go around. Wanbei zitest again, blocking her path. It's dangerous outside. You can't go out. And Yu raised her gaze to glance at her. Her light pink eyes filled with indifference. Move aside. No, you have to listen. The metal bracelet glowed and suddenly shattered. And Yu, holding a pumpkin, pulled the trigger. In a critical moment, Wanbei's legs went weak and she fell to the ground, dodging the energy bullet from a lock. Putting away the pumpkin, and Yu didn't even glance at her and rushed out the door, heading towards Jiurao Star. In a dim cellar, Lu Zishur, with a throbbing headache and bound hands, looked at the two people in front of him in terror. Who are you? Why did you capture me? I advise you to let me go. I have many fans on the Star Network, and if I go missing, someone will find out. Let me go. Let me go. The two individuals were wearing protective suits and brought in a small box. They carefully opened the box, revealing a small bottle of about 100 milliliters of sealed water. The water looked slightly murky, as if it had just been scooped from a muddy pond. One person picked up the bottle and opened his mouth. Lu Zishur didn't know what was in the bottle, but he was sure it was not good. Threatening them was useless, and he showed a pleading expression. Please, let me go. I have money. I can give you whatever you want. At 27, with hundreds of thousands of fans on the Star Network and 2 million in savings, a bright future awaited him. He didn't want to die. Open your mouth. The person urged impatiently. What good is money? As a serf. Let's not even talk about whether you can spend it in Jiurao. Just the untraceable funds being discovered by their landlord could get you killed on the spot. Lu Zishur squirmed, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. I don't want to die. Please let me go. I have a girlfriend. She's beautiful. Bang. The other person kicked him over and forcibly pried his mouth open. Pour it in. Be careful. We only have this one. Okay. The 100 milliliters of water was quickly poured in. After emptying it all, they covered Lu Zishur's mouth and nose, forcing him to swallow it. After seeing the water completely downed, the two picked up a hoe and a shovel that were leaning against the wall, watching Lu Zishur with a mix of vigilance and anticipation. Once released, Lu Zishur, in fear, began to gag, trying to vomit everything he had just drunk. He managed to bring up a lot, but it was of no use. A burning sensation spread from within, as if his organs were on fire. His skin began to itch, and fine blood vessels appeared. An indescribable strange feeling made him wish for death. So hot, so itchy. It feels terrible. What did you make me drink? Lu Zishur rolled on the ground in agony, under the watch of the two serfs who had brought him. His skin began to rot, emitting a foul odor. In the Jiurao Star Marshal Division, a 5-person team was summoned late at night and quickly headed towards the Jiurao rice warehouse. Captain, there's a child over there, an observant team member reported. By the clothing, she's not from our star city. The captain glanced over, and upon seeing her, his gaze was glued. Beautiful, so beautiful, especially those light pink eyes. Capture her. Yes. The 4 team members moved in unison. The moment they made a move, and you turned and drew her gun, the pumpkin's energy gathered, and golden bullets shot out. Thinking they were facing an ordinary little girl, the unprepared for were instantly shot down, with 3 killed in an instant. The last one, being the weakest, became the only survivor. However, he wouldn't survive for long. Under the dense barrage, a few bullets pierced his vital areas. And you remained vigilant, not relaxing her guard. The foul smell she detected was primarily emanating from the motionless captain. Witnessing his 4 team members being taken down in an instant, the captain was astonished. But it was merely astonishment, with no hint of sadness over the deaths of his subordinates. The 4 subordinates were serfs who had fortuitously become the lowest-level star warriors to enter the Marshal Division. As for him, he was the landlord, the master of the slaves. Even with regulations in place that could eliminate serf status by entering the Marshal Division, what difference would it make? The slave system in Jiurao was deeply entrenched, and the prejudices of the people were like an insurmountable mountain. The class divide between landlords and serfs was unbreakable. In the captain's mind, his 4 subordinates would always be serfs. Which landlord would mourn the death of slave? At least he wouldn't. The captain looked at you, excitement evident on his face. Such beautiful eyes, and she's a star warrior. What a treasure, what a treasure. He approached you, and you pulled the trigger, and bullets poured like rain. The stench intensified, and the sense of crisis grew stronger. The passive trigger of the romantic cannon was activated, consuming the same amount as before. But its power had doubled. The D-level captain dodged and braced himself, closing the distance to you. At such a young age, to have this level of strength was indeed impressive, but in the face of absolute power, all was futile. Nu's gaze was calm as she retreated while methodically adjusting her gun. Simultaneously, her nose twitched, searching for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Alone based on strength, She might not be the captain's match, but she had the advantage of ancien support. Back then, she could slay a strand of a level-ing cloud under the empowerment of Hongji. Today, she could use the romantic cannon to shoot down the captain right here. Chapter 81. In my life as the wine immortal, why should I explain myself to others? Anshin was feeling uneasy. Was the commotion too loud? He vaguely remembered that it all started because he couldn't sleep and wanted to get some Juru rice to eat. How did it end up feeling like he was single-handedly attacking Jura now? So which part went wrong? Anshin mechanically moved forward, pondering this question in his mind. Ultimately, he blamed the Juru defenders for it. A broken rice granary was heavily guarded, even mobilizing the entire city's forces. If they let him in to grab a couple of bags of rice and leave, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Yes, it's all the fault of the Jura defenders. More and more people were gathering. Star Master Fan Ping and the military commander leading the wall defenders were already in position. An endless supply of ammunition was draining Anshin's star power that supported the Blood Twilight shield. He was calculating how to conclude this. A wisp of wine aroma floated over, and then he heard the voice of the wine immortal. Kid, while there are no casualties yet, it's best to retreat now. It's just some Jura rice. It's not worth it, really not worth it. At worst, I'll carry a couple of bags and personally deliver them to you another day. Anshin was grateful that he had been on the defensive and hadn't opened a massacre, which was the only thing he felt fortunate about at the moment. But damn it, why did it have to be his face? Damn! He cursed under his breath, pressing on his throbbing temples, trying to lower his tone. Getting this little ancestor back was the most urgent matter. The wine immortal's voice continued urgently, but without a hint of blame. Come back quickly, or if casualties occur. It won't be easy to explain to the Federation. Don't worry, when the Federation holds me accountable, I'll take the blame alone. Anshin, who originally planned to retreat, felt even more inclined to do so after hearing the wine immortal's words. Just then, a brilliant golden light pierced through the night from the outskirts. The power of the energy beam nearly dissipated by the time it reached Anshin. His expression suddenly darkened. Pumpkin, little pink hair, half a minute ago, in the land of Beru, and he was fighting and retreating, having arrived here. The captain was also cautious and didn't dare to close in too tightly before getting a good grasp of the pumpkin cannon. After a long while, he felt he had a good understanding. The pumpkin was just a special firearm that converted star power into bullets, posing little threat to itself. He planned to take down Inyu in one go. He approached within 5 meters of Inyu, smoothly and without any obstacles. The captain became even more certain of his guess. That big gun was nothing special. At that very moment, the front end of the pumpkin Inyu was carrying fell off, revealing a form he had never seen before. Recklessly allowing an enemy strong enough to take him down in an instant to get close was obviously dangerous. At that moment, Inyu's sense of crisis peaked. Star power and mental power were recklessly infused into the pumpkin. As they converged towards the cannon's mouth, they were continually amplified by the pumpkin itself. A dazzling golden light shot out suddenly. The power that pierced through the captain's heart did not diminish as it continued flying towards Juru's star. After this strike, Inyu collapsed to the ground, lacking even the strength to retract the pumpkin. She breathed heavily, grasping every second to recover. But things didn't go as she wished. A stench, not as dark as a storm cloud, but much thicker than the captain's, rushed in. Impressive, truly impressive. A voice that didn't sound particularly young approached. A woman picked up the pumpkin with one hand and lifted Inyu with the other. Little sister, I'm Annie Tan Ji from Juristar. You can call me Annie Tan. Let's go play with Annie, okay? 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. The nearest rice granary was less than 300 meters away. The shot from the pumpkin reinforced Anshin's resolve to retreat. But now that he was this close, he calculated the distance and activated the all-knowing vision, shifting all perspectives to the front. He then increased the star power supply, and through the iron walls of the granary, he glimpsed some scenes inside. No wonder. Anshin paused slightly before withdrawing the all-knowing vision to retreat. There were obstacles to advance, but retreat was much simpler. No one was chasing him. Neither the defenders nor the Star Marshal Division had any intention of pursuing. Their objective was merely to guard the rice granary. If previously Anshin had doubts, knowing what was inside cleared them up. The wine immortal wafted out a wisp of wine fragrance, guiding Anxian to walk in his direction. At first, Anxian complied as he wished, but halfway through, he stopped. At the edge of the all-knowing vision, a middle-aged woman barged in. She wasn't important. What mattered was that she was holding a pink-haired lowly. Huh. Anxian drew his knife. Looks like someone doesn't want me to leave. The wine immortal's expression changed slightly. Not having time to dissuade him, Anxian's figure flickered as he charged towards Tanji. On the other hand, when Tanji arrived, the cannon fire ceased, and she didn't see the so-called attackers on the rice granary. Just as she was about to inquire with Star Master Fan Ping, she saw him suddenly tense up and issue a warning. Watch out for behind. A flash of red light streaked past. Tanji lunged forward at the first moment, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike. She rolled over within you and the pumpkin, but a deep knife wound appeared on her back. Who? Pain caused her pale face to bead with sweat. Fan Ping and military commander Shi Feiguang immediately shielded Tanji. Old drunkard? Was it you who just barged into the rice granary? Fan Ping stared at Anxian's face with a puzzled tone. The appearance of the wine immortal was no secret. During the transportation of Juru rice, he had intercepted it several times. As the Star Master of Juru's Star City, he naturally recognized this face. The cannon fire and star power had been too dazzling before, and with the blood twilight shield in front, he hadn't seen the enemy's face until now. That's right. Anxian stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor proud. This appearance made the real target hiding in the corner grit his teeth in anger. Fan Ping frowned tightly. You barged into my Juru rice granary late at night. Isn't that inappropriate? Anxian glared, his illusory false eye nearly falling out. In my life as the wine immortal, why should I explain myself to others? True wine immortal. 6. Fan Ping's tone turned unfriendly. Are you prepared to wage war against the Federation? Under the guise of the Free Forum? No, no. The wine immortal's voice exploded in Anxian's ears. Anxian was not ignorant of the situation. Stop threatening me with that. Give me her, and I'll leave right now. All right. No, he's a fake. Tanji, who had been cut, shouted. Fan Ping shot her a glare. You're the clever one? Can't I tell it's a fake? If it were the real wine immortal, he would have already charged into the rice granary. Even so, it proved the opponent's extraordinary strength. It was better to avoid trouble. She's just a little girl. Just give her to him. Tanji seemed to guess what Fan Ping was thinking and whispered a few words in his ear. Fan Ping looked at Yu, focusing on her eyes. After a long time, he looked back at Anxian, and his attitude changed drastically. What exactly are you? Impersonating the top free man, the wine immortal. Attempting to incite a war between the Federation and the Free Forum, a crime deserving of death. Anxian flexed his fingers, gripping the razor-red queen. If it can't end peacefully, then let's fight. However, they were just 3B levels. Their combat power was even less than that of the Judgment Squad. Taking them down wouldn't take much effort. Razor-red queen. The deep red crescent slashed towards the nearest Shi Feiguang. Shi Feiguang hurriedly mobilized star power to resist. But in the face of this attack, he was as fragile as paper. The deep red crescent obliterated his defenses and tore apart his body. The entire process taking less than 10 seconds. With a strike, it was a killing move. Shi Feiguang was dead. Fan Ping and Tanji didn't even react. But that's the military leader of Juru. Is it really that easy to kill someone? A military leader who died so miserably. You wouldn't find many like that in the Federation. Fan Ping and his companion were extremely frightened. Seeing Xian facing them, Tanji immediately used Yu to shield herself. Don't move. If you move, I'll kill her. Fan Ping was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. You left just now, and now you're back. It's because of her, right? With a trump card in hand, their panicked hearts calmed down slightly. So what? Do you dare to touch her? And Xian removed her disguise, revealing her true appearance with unrestrained mockery. How many lives do you have? Dare to act recklessly? And Xian took the initiative to expose her identity. And Yu, who had been silent and didn't want to become a hostage to restrain Xian, said with guilt, brother, I'm so useless, dragging you down. There are people of a certain age who shamelessly bully the young. It's not your fault. After Xian finished speaking, she suddenly noticed Yu giving a signal to Pumpkin and quickly blinked. This little girl. On the other side, Tanji, who had been pointed out for her age, gritted her teeth. You. And Xian raised an eyebrow. What? You're at least 2 rounds older than me, right? Your strength isn't even enough for me to cut you down with one blow, so you can only bully a 10-year-old child. Truly shameful for your ancestors. Tanji's face turned from green to white, and Xian continued to mock her closely. If I were you, being pressed down and hammered by a junior at your age, I would have jumped into the radiation sea to commit suicide long ago. You still have the face to live. Your skin must be really thick. I bet even an S-class mutant can't bite through it. Shut up. Tanji couldn't do anything to Xian, but Yu was in her hands. Just as she was about to do something to Yu to show Xian who held the initiative, the pumpkin cannon she was holding suddenly vanished. She was bewildered for a moment. Where's the gun? Such a big gun. How did it disappear? Be careful, Fan Ping shouted, pulling her back. The slightly recovered Yu transformed the pumpkin into a bracelet and in the blink of an eye, changed it back into gun form. The position in which she was being held by Tanji made it unrealistic to aim and shoot. However, she didn't plan to shoot. Yu gripped the pumpkin and slammed it down hard. The massive gun body smashed onto Tanji's toes, directly breaking several. In excruciating pain, she instinctively loosened her grip to protect her foot. Yu steadied the pumpkin as it landed and seized the opportunity to run towards Xian. Fan Ping reacted quickly, ignoring Tanji and rushing towards Yu at explosive speed. This little pink-haired girl must not be let go. She is the talisman for survival. Unfortunately, Xian, who was stronger and had already reached an understanding with Yu, reacted even faster. Red G was held low, the blade tip facing up. Seemingly leisurely, she instantly reached Fan Ping's side. With a light upward thrust, the blade tip pierced through Fan Ping's abdomen and exited through his back. Ugh! Fan Ping's body stiffened, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the situation turning against her, Tanji decisively attempted to flee. Gun! Yu handed the pumpkin over, and Xian grabbed it with one hand. The omniscient view locked onto the target, constructing the trajectory. In the next moment, 4 bullets shot out, precisely shattering the connection points between Tanji's limbs and torso. Thud! The limbs lost control, and Tanji crashed to the ground. Xian tossed the pumpkin to Yu. Go drag her over. Okay. The pumpkin transformed into a bracelet, and Yu responded cheerfully, bouncing over. She flipped Tanji on her back to ensure her face was toward the ground, then grabbed one of her legs and began to drag her towards Xian. Being yanked like that, Tanji was caught off guard. Her face was suddenly scraped against the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Sensing Tanji's condition, Xian gave Yu a thumbs up. Great. Hee hee. Yu's eyes curved in delight, her ahogue swaying happily. Kid, did you vent your anger? The wine immortal approached. Killing a military leader is one thing, but having Xian kill the Star-Lord as well, that would truly be an irreparable situation. With faces ashen, Fan Ping and Tanji saw the wine immortal and felt a glimmer of hope. This one is the real deal. He is from the Free Forum. He is also from the Free Forum? The wine immortal nodded. Yeah. Fan Ping gained confidence, and even the knife still embedded in his body didn't hurt anymore. The relationship between the Free Forum and the Federation is quite delicate. In his view, Xian was just a reckless kid who didn't understand the rules. But the wine immortal was different. As a top-tier free person, he had to consider the entire Free Forum. Juru Star City is the Federation's granary, supporting nearly half of the Federation's population. What do you Free Forum want by attacking Juru? The wine immortal felt a headache coming on. What do we want? I told you, this kid and I just wanted to borrow some rice to eat. I don't know if you believe me. While he was still organizing his words, Xian spun Red G and spoke lightly. Guess why I dare to show my face? Red G rotated 90 degrees inside her body, pulling a nerve. Fan Ping took several deep breaths, suppressing the intense pain. Xian held Red G, inching closer to his heart. Because I'm not worried about any consequences at all. The sharp blade of Red G easily sliced through his ribs. The breath of death lingered, and Fan Ping trembled like a sieve. But Xian's next words truly made him feel doomed. I should say, I know what's really in the so-called Juru Granary. I wonder how you would cope. Whoosh. Fan Ping and Tanji was done for. Her face was covered in blood. In short, both felt a sense of despair. The despair that the Federation would not save them. Fan Ping forced a smile. What? What are you talking about? The granary. What's in the granary must Must be rice, right? It must be rice. Oh, and Cien applied force to her wrist. And Red G sliced his heart in half. Whether it's rice or not, I'll go see for myself, but you won't see it. Having dealt with Fan Ping, and Cien turned her attention to Tan Ji. Sensing Tan Ji's fear, and Cien smiled slightly. I won't kill you. After saying that, she destroyed her vocal cords and sealed her star power. Little pink-haired girl, go, drag her away. If she hasn't died after dragging her 1,000 meters, then forget about her. Okay, an exceptionally cheerful and straightforward response. It's this bad woman who almost made me a burden to my brother. Damn it, truly damn it. She deserves to die 1,000 deaths. And you flipped Tan Ji over and then started to drag her away. Just after running 100 meters, without star power to protect her, Tan Ji's facial flesh had nearly disappeared. The wine immortal smiled bitterly. This is troublesome. Troublesome? No, not at all. And Cien turned around, facing the Silent Army and the Star Marshal Division. Old drunkard, let us go. Once the granary opens, the trouble will be for the Federation. She stepped forward with her knife, her star power enveloping her voice. I'll give you a chance. Put down your weapons, step aside, and live. Otherwise, die. As soon as these words were spoken, chaos erupted. Someone shouted, kill them. For the Star Lord, the military leader, and the commander. Juru doesn't welcome you. Get out of Juru. Get out of Juru. And Cien chuckled lightly, her tone melodious. Look, they're telling us to leave. Red G glimmered, with star power accumulating. At this moment, the wine immortal stopped her, his expression serious. Are you sure there is something else in the granary that can make the Federation not pursue us? Otherwise, if we take action against them here, it could completely represent the Free Forum declaring war on the Federation. Of course, I'm not crazy. I just want to live well. Why would I want to be on the Federation's wanted list? The corner of the wine immortal's mouth twitched. You're not crazy, then I must be. Hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. All right, I'll go crazy with you this time. The wine immortal released his star power, and the rich smell of alcohol filled the air. Get drunk today. The strands of alcohol permeated into the bodies of all the enemies. In an instant, they lost control of their bodies, their minds in chaos, as if they had drunk themselves senseless. The sounds of noisy curses vanished. The wine immortal didn't take their lives, leaving them a way out. Anshin marveled. No wonder he was a top free man. His efficiency was impressive. If it were up to him, he would have had to kill them all. Let's go. The two headed towards a grain warehouse, and Red G executed 3 swift slashes. The doors of the warehouse shattered with a loud crash. The wine immortal looked around, his eyes wide with shock. He saw the most high-grade Jiao rice casually piled in the corner. Inside the massive warehouse, countless glass jars were placed on metal racks. Filled with nutrient solution, they contained deformed organs. This was no rice warehouse. It was clearly a storage place for deformed organs. It was incredibly difficult to write a few hundred extra words without breaking off at a crucial point. Chapter 83. Since we've chosen, let's go all the way. It's done. It's done. Brother, we're going to make it big. Beneath the cellar, the two were ecstatic. Hurry, hurry, and pack it up to send over. Wanda excitedly ran in front of LZ Sure, his calloused hands gliding over his skin. LZ Sure, who was unconscious, had no idea what had happened to him. From the neck down, the originally rotting skin had healed, and the new skin was covered with layers of fine scales. Wang Da's eyes sparkled, his movements gentle, as if he were caressing a priceless treasure. The water they poured into LZ Sure was not some high-grade potion. Instead, it was muddy water full of radiation, bought through special channels with a lot of agricultural credits. The goal was to create a semi-mutant. In Juru, this was a common operation, even a well-known secret. Just like gambling, spending agricultural credits to buy radiation water. If a semi-mutant was produced and sent to the Juru granary, it could be exchanged for a large amount of agricultural credits, making a huge profit. If a mutated type was produced, they would have to kill it, wasting the agricultural credits, and consider themselves unlucky. They used a year's worth of agricultural credits to buy 30 portions of radiation water, and finally, one succeeded. LZ Sure became a semi-mutant, and his complete skin mutation was definitely worth a lot. The skin alone, if peeled off, would be equivalent to farming for 5 years. Juru Granary. The gaze of the wine immortal swept over the rows of metal racks. Left palm, left bone, left thumb, skin, right palm, liver, spleen, left eye. Body parts and internal organs were categorized and neatly arranged. Each glass jar was labeled with the owner's age, gender, ability, peeling time, selling price, and other relevant information. Some special prices were even higher. The wine immortal saw a pair of sea blue mutated eyes. The owner was a 15-year-old girl. Not a star warrior, just an ordinary person. The price was 10 times that of normal colored eyes, reaching 1,000,000 federal coins. Ordinary star minerals of the same quality were not as expensive as this pair of eyes. You knew all along? The wine immortal's tone was heavy. Just one mutated organ in a warehouse was priced in units of hundreds of thousands. Each organ represented a life, and there were 4 more warehouses like this one. Moreover, as he walked through, he saw that all the organ peeling times were within a year. What about those older than a year? Of course, they had been sold. One could imagine how terrifying the quantity that had flowed out since the warehouse was established was. The federal granary. What a federal granary! Unconsciously following the wine immortal, and Cien, who was deep in thought, casually replied to his question. Not too early, right? It was when you told me to send the Juru rice to your door and advised me to leave. Why didn't you say anything back then? Why should I? And Cien replied with a strange counter-question. Do you think such a big game can be played by just one city in Juru? You overestimate those 3 B-grade losers too much. The wine immortal fell silent, and Cien was confident. The old drunkard hadn't fared as well as him since they both entered the system. He was immature, with too low of an awareness. If it were Sue May, she definitely wouldn't ask such questions. If it weren't for that old hag grabbing little pink hair, I wouldn't have bothered, who knew how much trouble would follow. And Cien casually flicked Redheim, twirled the blade, and stepped out. Now that things had come to this, he didn't mind making it a bit bigger. Bankai, Guanyin opens. Flowers. Cough, let's start over. Bankai, Guanyin opens, Redheim transforms. The strange and vast star power startled the silent wine immortal. The sense of crisis threatening his life made his body instinctively react. The wine gourd opened, and the misty aroma of wine rose, entering a defensive posture. His body quickly set up defenses, and only then did his mind catch up. Sensing movement behind him, and Cien paused and turned, hiding his figure beneath Redheim's palms. What are you doing? The wine immortal felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to respond. I can't say. You scared me when you suddenly unleashed your power. If I say that, what face would I have left? How would I mix in the future? After pondering for a moment, he took a deep breath, swallowing the misty aroma of wine surrounding him, and let out a burp. Thirsty, just wetting my throat. Crazy. And Cien labeled the wine immortal as drunk to the point of losing his mind. He then walked to the nearest iron wall, thrusting his knife forward. The star power continuously poured in, activating Redheim's Bankai ability. This bombardment could only leave a black mark, and the warehouse, which could be considered a steel fortress, began to rapidly dissolve and disintegrate. Seeing this, the wine immortal opened his mouth, then firmly closed it again. Perhaps making a big deal out of this would be better. Otherwise, who knows if they would be suppressed right after they left. If they brought 3 more people, the Star Master, the Military Master, and the Chief would firmly control Juru Star City, and the Juru Granary would continue to operate. If Cien knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him he was overthinking. He didn't care at all about the Juru Granary or whether it would exist in the future. He was doing this purely for 2 reasons. One was to enjoy the spectacle. Since they had already picked a fight, they might as well go all the way. The second reason was concerning his eyes. And Cien had long suspected that the lost eyes were likely mutated organs. If they were just ordinary eye pupils, it wouldn't be possible for both Redheim and his Bankai to fail to restore them. This so-called Juru Granary just happened to be a warehouse for mutated organs. The person carrying his pupils just happened to leave Juru. What are the odds? If he said there was no connection, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Moreover, considering that there were no mutated organs stored for more than a year in the granary, and Cien's eyes had been lost for 2.5 years, one could draw a conclusion. That person's identity was likely related to the mastermind or a long-term client of the granary. And Cien suddenly regretted killing Fan Ping. More accurately, he regretted killing him too early. He should have interrogated him properly. Perhaps he could have extracted some information. But the person was already dead, and regret was useless. and Cien accelerated the disintegration of the granary's outer wall. Exposing the contents here would alert the snake in the grass. Once Ling Xing investigated the passenger list of that train, he could closely monitor the movements of suspicious targets. Anyone who showed the slightest sign of movement could be tracked down directly. As the warehouse dissolved more than half, a section of the floor cracked open. And Cien stopped his actions and, together with the wine immortal, locked onto that position. Beneath the cracked floor, light surged forth. Due to Redheim's disintegration, the circuits were damaged, and the dark warehouse regained illumination. Through the omniscient vision, Cien discovered two farmers with rice ear tattoos behind their ears, struggling to carry a burlap sack upward. "Brother, weren't we supposed to put it down below and ring a bell for someone to come down?" "How would I know? Since no one came down, we went up. But will we get in trouble going up?" "Can't worry about that. We have to hand the person over to them for registration, or else it will be for nothing." The Wang brothers lifted the bagged LZ Sure from underground. They carried him up through a cargo passage made of the same material as the granary to the Jura granary. Wang Er was the first to poke his head out, looking around and being the first to see rows of metal racks. Soon, several guards who had passed out and were unresponsive came into view. Because the metal racks blocked the view, he did not see Cien and the wine immortal. However, he looked up at the starry night sky, lost in thought. Behind him, Wang saw Wang Er not moving and couldn't help but urge him. "What are you doing? Hurry up. Big brother, did we take a wrong turn? Why is the rice warehouse open to the sky?" "Open to the sky? Are you seeing things?" The Juro rice warehouse is a landmark of Juro. Since birth, Wanda has never seen the Juro rice warehouse with an open top. "This guy is pretty heavy. Stop dawdling and hurry up." Wang Er responded and continued to climb up. After just a few steps, he stopped again. Wangda, furious, shouted, "What's wrong with you? Can you do this or not?" "BB brother, there's someone." "Nonsense. If there is no one, why will we come up here?" But he was holding. Before he could finish, his body was severed. Scalding blood and freshly exposed organs splattered all over Wang Da's face. In the gap, Wang Er's upper body fell down. Wang Da's mind went blank. He's dead. At that moment, Wang Er's lower body was lifted and tossed aside. A hand reached down, grabbing the burlap sack and pulling it up. "Need help?" Wanda looked up to see a boy's face. The boy's tightly closed eyes were slightly sunken. His features were three-dimensional and warm, and the corners of his mouth held a gentle smile. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, but instinctively, one felt he was a simple and kind-hearted person. Wanda momentarily forgot about Wang Er's death and couldn't help but smile. "Thank you." He grasped the boy's hand, using it for leverage to climb up. However, as soon as he got up, the red scythe came down. Even in death, a smile remained on his face. The boy shook off the blood from the red scythe and used star power to clean the dirt from his palm. The wine master arrived and saw the two severed bodies. "Did you kill them?" "I helped him up, charging a fee, like 2 lives, quite reasonable, right?" The wine master fell silent for a moment and said, "What I mean is, you didn't even ask what they were here for before killing them? What else could it be?" The boy pointed at the burlap sack and continued to dismantle the warehouse. The wine master opened the sack and saw the naked LZ Sure. His fish scale-like skin was particularly conspicuous. "They caught a half-mutant and sent him over?" "Caught? No. The boy discovered LZ Sure when leaving the inn and since he had been knocked out and taken away." "How much time had passed since then?" "Even if they tossed him into the wasteland, the mutation wouldn't be completed so quickly." The answer was evident. He was fine an hour ago. It must be these two who fed him or gave him something, making him into a synthetic half-mutant. The wine master's heart sank at this. 2 serfs daring to artificially create half-mutants and transport them to the Juro rice warehouse. This matter was probably already an open secret. All the serfs, even those who didn't participate, kept silent. The entire Juro Star City was rotten to the core. Brother. The first warehouse melted away completely, and you happily ran over. Her fluffy hair was blown back, and her pink hair danced in the wind. Her flower-adorned white dress made her look very cute. Of course, if one overlooked the half-leg she was holding, she would appear even cuter. The boy walked towards the second warehouse. "Have you run 1,000 meters yet?" "And you suddenly wilted." "I miscounted when I got to 543 meters. Then I started counting from the beginning, but I miscounted again at 700 meters. When I was running for the 3rd time, It just broke. The second warehouse began to disintegrate under the red scythe. The boy casually comforted her. It's okay. Consider it an experience. Go back and study math well, and you'll get it right next time. Okay. The wine master hesitated to speak. Is learning math really related to this? And Cien, isn't it wrong to teach kids like this? Do you have kids? No. Then what are you talking about? You never taught kids, so why criticize me? After becoming familiar with the process, the second warehouse melted away quickly. The boy retorted confidently, Look how happy little pink hair is. Isn't that the best proof of my good teaching? Is that so? Of course. I'm experienced. In the future, if you have kids, teaching them like I do will definitely make them successful. The wine master looked at Yu, who was happily burrowing into the pile of rice and smelling the aroma. Scratching his head, it seems, she is quite happy. 10 minutes later, the 4 massive Jiro rice warehouses were completely consumed due to the boy's reckless expenditure. Noticing that the wine master and Yu, an old and a young, were playing together, the boy did not disturb them. He put away the red scythe and headed straight for Jiro's star. As the saying goes, since we're here, we might as well make the most of it. While dismantling the rice warehouse, he deliberately increased his consumption. Not to mention the rice warehouse. Even the ground was shaved down a layer. The goal was to deplete the external star power, making room for Jiro's star power, while also siphoning off some star authority. From the exposed hemispherical exterior, it was hard to distinguish between Jiro's star and Nanan's star. Both had the same smooth, dust-free surface, made of the same material. The boy pressed his palm against Jiro's star, crazily absorbing star power. The wine master glanced at him and continued to play with Yu in the rice pile. Accompanied by wine, he had wasted a lifetime. Suddenly, he felt what was called familial bliss. To put it simply, he felt empty, lonely, and nostalgic for youth. He wanted to find a companion and have a child to play with. His mind merged with Jiro's star, building a connection with the star. The warmth of Jiro's star was different from that of Nanan's star. Only by entering could one truly experience it. After all, they were both flesh. Different people felt differently. Furthermore, it was such a mysterious star. The only similarity was the comfort. The kind of ultimate comfort that made one wish to sink into it forever. The boy exhaled lightly. After successfully obtaining some authority, he immediately withdrew and simply focused on absorbing star power. He was worried that staying in this state for too long would lead to addiction, making him unwilling to return to reality. This cursed thing, called spiritual tooth bird slices, was no problem at all. He secretly criticized. After gaining some authority over Jiro's star, he could directly absorb the original star power. The speed of star power recovery increased significantly. Feeling the richness of star power surging in every second, the wine master looked over again. What the hell did this kid do? Why is it suddenly so fast? On the other side, the boy suddenly sensed something and had a hunch. Little pink hair. Come here. I'm coming. And you crawled out from the rice pile and ran towards the boy. Once she stood still, the boy pressed down on her fluffy hair, resting his hand on her head. Then he channeled original star power, allowing it to circulate in Yu's body before releasing his hand. The stubborn fluffy hair bounced back, and Yu blinked her eyes, and her body began to absorb star power on its own. The wine master was astounded. He noticed that Yu's speed of absorbing star power was more than 10 times faster than before. Yu was just an F grade, and Jiro was her home ground. In Jiro, the speed of star power recovery was suppressed to the extreme. However, that kid didn't know what he did to make her a star warrior in Jiro's home ground. The wine master's expression grew serious. He decided to inform the boy later, ensuring it remained a secret. The home and away game mechanism made many star warriors reluctant to go to other star cities. Even he, as an S-grade peak, would have his recovery speed suppressed by 10% in a guest star city. 4 top-tier powerhouses. Even 0.1% is a significant gap. Because of this, star warriors in various star cities remain in their own cities, only serving their local star military. The reason the Federation is a federation rather than an empire or nation is partly due to this aspect. If the restrictions on star warriors in home and away games were lifted, there would surely be a massive influx of star warriors into prosperous star cities. The powerful star city becomes even more powerful, while the weak star city loses its star warriors and will be easily breached by the attacking star beasts without any resistance. The consequences are unimaginable. Indeed, it can be done. And Xian murmurs, the home and away games are determined by the stars. He possesses the authority of the stars and can theoretically operate on this. He has a bold idea. It seems that the Star Guardians are also determined by the stars. I wonder if I could designate a Star Guardian. And Xian strokes his chin, and the more he thinks about it, the more possible it seems. One day, I'll try to kill one. Unconsciously, the star power is abundant, fully restored. He keeps an eye on his wine fairy, who is bubbling with sourness. This recovery speed is faster than his, and not just by a little. In the away games, A-level Star Warriors outclass S-level ones in this regard. Where's the natural justice? Where is the fairness? Stop pretending, and Xian, you must be the favored son of Jiu Rao Star. The wine fairy grumbles for a while, suppressing the sourness as he walks over. Having vented his grievances, he can't forget to give some reminders. After listening to the wine fairy's analysis of the pros and cons of switching the home and away games for Star Warriors, and Xian expresses his gratitude. After all, it is for his own good. I will pay attention. With this matter settled, it's still midnight, time to go back to sleep. And Xian bids farewell. The wine fairy stops him, hesitating for a long time without saying anything. Come on, you're a grown man. Can't you stop acting like a little girl? And Xian is speechless. Even the little pink-haired one is more straightforward than you. And Xian's exclusive straight man will always be present. The wine fairy chuckles, revealing a hint of flattery. I want to ask, can I also experience the feeling of transitioning from an away Star Warrior to a home Star Warrior? As soon as he finishes speaking, he hurriedly adds, I just mean it casually. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Is that it? You could have just said it directly. Why did you have to gross me out a bit? And Xian pouts and channels the original star power into the wine fairy's body. It takes no more than a second to transform in you, while transforming the wine fairy takes a whole minute to finish. The whole process isn't difficult. It's just about leaving a mark belonging to Jiu Rao Star within him, making Jiu Rao Star feel like he is one of their own. Once done, he goes back to sleep, and Xian withdraws his hand, hands in Yu to Hong Ji, and picks up a bag of Jiu Rao rice, patting his backside as he leaves. Only the wine fairy remains, immersed in shock. Back at Tianjianlu, he finds Wan Bei pacing in the yard, and Xian kindly points out, your boyfriend is at the Jiu Rao rice warehouse. Wan Bei, who had been searching fruitlessly, freezes for a moment. Thank you. Just as she rushes out, and Xian's malicious voice comes. But you know, he has become a half-mutant covered in fish scales, and might even explode with scales. Wan Bei stops, her anxious expression gradually dissipating. It seems. She isn't so eager to find him anymore. And Xian suppresses the urge to take out his phone and record an episode of Humanity Swings between love and mutation. He carries Yu into the room to sleep. In the yard, Wan Bei remains silent for a long time. Memories of the past flood her mind. All of Lu Zishur's flaws and images of him flirting with other women are magnified infinitely. She takes a few deep breaths, silently returns to her room to pack her bags, and rushes to the train station overnight. The front desk was right. Just think of herself as coming alone. A half-mutant 1T be allowed into the city. Even if she finds Lu Zishur, what good will it do? Moreover, just thinking about the scene Xian described, with his whole body covered in fish scales and possibly exploding, makes Wan Bei feel nauseous. This time she returns. She doesn't intend to continue being a traveler in Star City. The savings accumulated over the years with Lu Zishur are enough for her to live out the rest of her life. The world is too dangerous. It's not something an ordinary person like her can casually venture into. The phrase people are light and airy dissipates with the wind, and ultimately, Tianjin Lu returns to tranquility. In the land of Jiu Rao, at dawn, two people enter Jiang Mao's home. Jiang Mao instantly opens his eyes, gripping the sickle hidden under the blankets, and attacks the newcomers. Uninvited guests are definitely not good. The two newcomers hurriedly dodge, but do not retaliate. Don't move. We are from the Welcome Light Council. The sickle tears through the wall and stops. Jiang Mao sizes up the two, not continuing the attack nor retracting the sickle. Shenju slightly bows, showing goodwill. Hello, I am Shenju from the Welcome Light Council, and this is Zheng Hu. What does the Welcome Light Council want with a mere serf like me? Willing to talk is a good thing. Shenju smiles confidently and utters two words. Rebellion. Jiang Mao squints his eyes, unable to see through what he is thinking. Shenju waits for Jiang Mao's response, feeling assured of victory. At this moment, Zheng Hu speaks to Shenju. You come in and immediately talk about rebellion. Only a fool would agree to that. Shenju's confident smile stiffens. Jiang Mao is in a tough spot. Agreeing or disagreeing is difficult. You must be the insider from the night of silence. Shenju wishes he could strangle Zheng Hu. All day long, you just like to go against me. This time I'm going back. I must ask to replace my partner. Last time in Nan'an, the time before that in Hengdu, and the time before that. You always say this. Shenju points at Zheng Hu, trembling with anger and unable to speak. Jiang Mao can't bear to watch, let alone being unprepared, so he opens his mouth to refuse. Please leave, I'm just a serf. You got the wrong person. Hearing his refusal, Shenju can't care to argue with Zheng Hu. We have received reliable news that last night, the Star Master, Military Master, and Chief of Jiu Rao were killed. Moreover, someone destroyed the Jiu Rao rice warehouse, revealing something terrible inside. Now is the best time. If we wait for the Federation to react and send people to take over Jiu Rao, it will be difficult for you to consider rebellion then. Are you serious? Jiang Mao pauses in his turning motion and suddenly spins around. His eyes, like torches, fixate on Shenju, trying to discern the truth in his words. Shenju, in the name of the light bearers, swear to the light. If there is one false word, let me fall into darkness forever. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mao's doubts are alleviated by more than half. For the light bearers of the Welcome Light Council, there is no more vicious oath than this. However, since it's a critical matter, he still goes outside to send someone to investigate. After a night of fermentation, the events at the Jiu Rao rice warehouse and the deaths of the 3-star masters can no longer be concealed. However, the modern facilities in Jiu Rao are lacking, so the news spreads slowly. If one deliberately investigates, they can easily obtain the news. About an hour later, Jiang Mao returns to the room after confirming the authenticity of the news. The news is true. You came to find me not just to tell me this, right? A major event has occurred. Shenju glances at Zheng Hu before speaking. We can provide you with a certain amount of military supplies, which are currently outside the city. Of course, it's not for free. You will need to repay us with high-grade rice worth 5 times the value later. This request is not excessive. I agree. Shenju extends his hand, and Jiang Mao shakes it. Then, on behalf of the Welcome Light Council, I wish you a successful serf rebellion. No, we are not serfs. We are the people. Jiang Mao sternly interrupts. If not born this way, no one would willingly be a lowly serf. He shakes off Shenju's hand and walks outside. The star power wraps around his body, lifting him into the air with his right hand raised above his head. His voice merges with the rolling star power, spreading in all directions. The time has come. I, Jiang Mao, the Star Guardian of Jiu Rao, hereby declare, today, Jiu Rao, Farmers' Rebellion. By the way, why have I never seen a reward for thanks? What is the system set up for? Forget it. Since the system doesn't send it, I'll do it myself. Thank you all for your generous rewards. Wishing you a bright future, smooth sailing in all endeavors. May all your wishes come true, family happiness, and continuous good luck. Chapter 86. Touching the top 10 figures of the Federation, the sun rose in the east, casting a brilliant light across the land. Jiang Mao, draped in a layer of pale golden radiance, appeared solemn and sacred. Gradually, people began to emerge from their homes. As time passed, the crowd grew larger. They were silent, but their eyes burned with flames of anger, and anger accumulated over time toward Zhu, the landlords, and the institution of slavery, a desire to burn it all to ashes. Jiang Mao's expression was serious, just as he felt the atmosphere was right to give orders. Someone ran over. Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang. Jiang Mao felt displeased and showed no signs of acknowledgement. What could be so urgent that it had to interrupt him at this moment? Under the gaze of the crowd, he did not let his frustration show. He dissipated the star power enveloping his body and descended from the air. What is it? The newcomer looked panicked. There are troops heading towards Juru. This little matter, you couldn't have waited. Wait, you said there are troops. Jiang Mao suddenly snapped to attention. How is that possible? The slave system stipulates that serfs cannot leave the Star City. Moreover, Juru is an agricultural star city. and the only commercial trade conducted openly is the rice purchased and sold uniformly by the government. The only way this rice is transported outside is via the federal trains. The people within the city have no need to leave, and the city gates remain closed year-round. The garrison of Juru does not need to venture out like the armies of other star cities to hunt down nearby aberrant species and star beasts. Therefore, the Juru army has remained in a state of full strength for years. If that's the case, why would troops come to Juru? Jiang Mao pondered deeply, ultimately attributing the reason to the unrest in the city last night. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly be to suppress him and his followers. It was impossible for the suppression army to arrive right after the announcement of the uprising. He looked towards Assistant Shun. "Can your military supplies be ready now?" "At any time," Shun replied. "Good," Jiang Mao ordered. "The situation has changed. Send 100 people to notify the others. The rest will follow me to seize the city walls. We cannot let the enemy troops enter the city. The banner of uprising has already been raised. There is no turning back. Even if unforeseen factors intervene, we must go all the way to the end. We must take Juru in one fell swoop, or else what awaits us will be utter destruction." In the Federal Assembly, unlike the usual commotion, today was unusually quiet. On the central screen, images appeared. There were warehouses melting away, exposed to the sunlight, revealing metal racks holding aberrant organs. Among the 36 members, an elderly man in a physician's robe spoke up. "Who participated?" His calm, aged voice echoed in the assembly. After a long while, no one responded. The elder's gaze turned to the man in the third position on the left. The two exchanged no words. A single glance was enough. The man snapped his fingers. Invisible ripples spread out. Suddenly, some members uncontrollably stood up. Counting them revealed a total of 43. It is worth noting that there were only 72 external members in total. The elder's eyes instantly transformed from a tranquil pool to a cold pond. "The decree banning the creation of half-aberrant beings was personally issued by me. Are you all so disrespectful to an old man?" Of those 43, some looked anxious, while others were indifferent. If they were divided